In Johnstown, partly cloudy 34, winds gusting to 20. In Maryland, Oakland, mostly cloudy 34 degrees, winds gusting to 25. Cumberland, mostly cloudy and 19. In West Virginia, Morgantown, mostly cloudy 40 degrees. Wheeling, mostly cloudy 36. Winds gusting to 23. Parkersburg, mostly cloudy and 36. In Ohio, Zanesville, mostly cloudy 33 degrees. Akron, partly cloudy 33. Cambridge, fair 32. Youngstown, mostly cloudy 32. Cleveland, mostly cloudy 36. Cincinnati, cloudy 39. Toledo, cloudy 42. Winds gusting to 28. And Columbus, partly cloudy 36. Now here is the synopsis. A cold front will come from
28 close in that area. Travel the traffic on the opposite for certain points of the state.
Mostly cloudy today with a high of 40 and chance of rain and snow tonight with a low of 18. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high of 24. Partly cloudy tomorrow night with a low of 5. And mostly sunny on Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAF.
Loon Daddy Radio Network, Otis and Loon Daddy. Loon Daddy was just a little under the weather. Losing his voice a little bit. He's feeling fine. Lost his voice. So we are playing a little boxing day today, and I will be filling in, and he will be chiming in as necessary. We had the opportunity to interview Francisco Gonzalez, and on basically and sometimes we have these interviews, and Dave and I will sit there and we'll talk, and we think this interview can go off the rails, and we thought this was going to go off the rails, and this interview did. Here it is. You've got Michael off work, watching Showgirl, Mankind, Whitewash, and Blacklist, and a lot more. Francisco Gonzalez, expert on tolerance and scheduling. Francisco, thanks for being on the show.
Good morning, thank you for having me.
All right, is Microsoft taking political correctness too far with this?
Yeah, they're definitely changing to the full model by approach, right? Not allowing people to sort of use the word that they want to use.
I mean, the thing that I think caught me more than any other was Neil Armstrong's famous quote, "One giant leap for mankind, it changes into humankind for humanity." I mean, they're changing history.
Yeah, and that's what says that, we're trying to apply our knowledge of today to the events of yesterday. And it's unfair. This is going to do is take the broad approach, right? And what it does is that it belongs to a category where he's no longer viewed as a heroic person that he was and begins to be seen, unfortunately, as a white supremacist, right? Because that's really what it is. They like to paint everybody as the villain and it's not the devil themselves. It's very unfortunate that they have no regard for how history actually want to rewrite it.
Yeah, you've got others here. Maine, it changes at the house. Showgirl, dancer, performing artist, headmaster, the principal, mistress, the lover, manpower to work with. Look, I am all for being nice to people, being kind to people. But some of this stuff is being so petty. And I sit there and I think, don't we have better things to think about than stuff like that?
Well, I think it's also Congress that American society has changed. I don't think that we've ever had such a prosperous society where, in terms of human rights, where people have had to make reasons to set and to create human rights, it speaks to that the American society so far ahead makes sacrifices of our predecessors that now they have reason to be or to feel like they are being left out as well. I don't really think that's what they came for as possible. And that's what we're seeing today.
Senator Francisco Gonzalez, expert on tolerance and inclusion. This is a topic that I'm struggling with, and especially the inclusion part. I want you to follow me here, and I want you to think, okay? Because I look at inclusion, like I said, I have no problem being kind to anyone. If somebody's a good person, I'm going to be a good person to them, even if I don't agree with their lifestyle choices or whatever it may be. But inclusion to me, when I see out there in America right now, I see people who want no standards, no rules, no expectations. I mean, if I want to identify as a dog one day and I want to walk out and take a leak on a fire hydrant, then damn it, I should be allowed to do that. To me, that's insanity. And it's potentially swung too far on this whole inclusion thing, in your opinion.
Oh, absolutely. I'm a big fan. So I can recall the days when we wanted to include it. It speaks to me now that we've reached the place where we want to include it. We don't want to include it as a group of people, right? So we preach love and inclusion. We only want to receive it. We don't want to give it. I'm of the opinion that if Microsoft wants to do this, then by all means, I'm happy to do it. You have to do to run your business. However, by label someone as racist or misogynist or whatever, because they cannot get up to it. You have to allow people to live at their own computer, at their own time, in their own pace. So the fact that you've got this going and it's going to make people uncomfortable and you're not going to be wanting to jump on board with this, there should be inclusion of tolerance and inclusion, allowing people to find a place to say, hey, this is a good thing or this is a bad thing on their own, at their own time. But what you have now is you have this whole mob that forces this down yourself. Get on board or we're canceling is what's happening.
Yeah, and they're doing exactly what used to be done to them.
Exactly. That's the guy who a person I have to sort of quit and say, no, I cannot continue to be a part of this. I'm old enough to remember there was a time because of my sexuality, I didn't have to be at the table. And now, it's the opposite. Now, because of my criticism, I don't have a say. It's just the way it kind of plays out, and I think that I have a responsibility to pick up and say, you know what, this is not right. What we're doing is meeting people out, including people. Exactly what was said to us, and it's not okay.
You know, in talking to you, I appreciate that you are applying common sense. Because we just don't do that in discussions like this or political discussions anymore. Common sense is almost like looked at as a negative. And we need more of it.
We do, and I think that's part of what's happening is that we have providers also have so much at our disposal in terms of technology and by extension knowledge. So much is in our fingertips, but we are failing to look back at the people before our parents, our grandparents, our great grandparents, who really are the inspiration and what made America where it is today. And so we are allowed to decide by reaching young it instead of by what the people that came before us saw. I think that that's very important to go back and look at the treasures of information that these people and traditions that our parents, grandparents, and great grandparents hold on to.
Kristen, let me ask you, you said you're a conservative, correct?
I am.
Okay, in the gay community, are there more conservatives than maybe many people realize, or is it what is it, 95.5 liberals and conservative? I mean, give me an idea.
There are some, I live in Dallas, so it's a big city, and there are people like me, but we're not,
why is that? Because of the woke culture? Beat you down?
Because of the woke culture, yeah. I mean, I think it also a lot of ignorance, and what I mean by ignorance is not ignorance, is probably use the word. That is the type of misinformation. There is no actual knowledge of the constitution process. It's just simply the headlines that they read on their Facebook feed and take that and run it.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many false narratives spun about the media out there, and that is one of them. And I asked you that question because I know a couple of other gay individuals who are conservative, and I asked one. I said, you know, are you the minority? And he said pretty much exactly what you said. No, there's more of us, but you know, we're kind of a lost cause. We need to step up and be a little louder and be a little more recognized.
Correct, there is that. And there's also something that we went through here in Texas a couple years ago was there's also a business from the right. So there is one, the gay community won't accept us because we're not liberal. And then two, conservative community is something like so they think we know all gays are supposed to be liberal, we've always understood. So there is that between the two. And of course, positions that the conservatives have of us to try to turn it. I think that's sort of what the deal is. One party saying, you're crazy, you hate yourself, and the other one saying, wait, you're not supposed to be this, so I don't have to trust you.
Francisco, thanks for being on the show. I think that was a very good conversation. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
Back here on the top of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. Pittsburgh is looking for brand name handguns, rifles, shotguns, and suppressors, and Shaw Precision Guns on Washington Avenue, Bridgeville. You name it, Shaw has it. Need ammo, magazines, or optics? Shaw has it. Shaw Barrels is the nation's premier barrel manufacturer. They have their own line of Shaw bolt-action rifles, AR-15s, and AR-10s, custom made and shipped nationwide. Pittsburgh's best kept secret, Shaw Precision Guns, Washington Avenue, Bridgeville. Need your AR worked on or a new barrel on your bolt-action rifle? Shaw Precision Guns, Washington Avenue, Bridgeville. Why drive out of your way when the selection is greater and the prices are better? Shaw Precision Guns, Washington Avenue, Bridgeville.
The talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS, checking in on sports with Bill DeFabio.
Greg Maxwell filling in for Bill DeFabio at his end of the season press conference. Pittsburgh Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin said the team will be operating as if Ben Roethlisberger is retiring this offseason. But as for the quarterback position heading into the next season, he says all options are on the table.
Two major ways to do it. So we have to look at what's available to us in the draft. Essentially, we have to look at what's available to us potentially in the agency.
In regards to the Big Ben's backups last season, Mason Rudolph and Dwayne Haskins.
Both guys, Mason and Dwayne, have had their moments, but they'll have to prove themselves. And not only in the team development process, but through playing itself.
Coach Tomlin also confirmed reports that defensive coordinator Keith Butler is considering his retirement this offseason. And as for offensive coordinator Matt Canada, Coach Tomlin gave him his vote of confidence. The Pittsburgh Penguins will be back on home ice tomorrow night. They'll be hosting the Ottawa Senators. Also, the NHL has announced that following the All-Star break, they'll stop testing asymptomatic players and coaching staff for COVID-19. And in college basketball, the Pittsburgh Panthers are in action. They'll be hosting the University of Virginia at the Peterson Event Center. I'm Greg Maxwell, filling in for Bill DeFabio on sports on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Hun, looks like the neighbor's kid hit a home run to our windshield.
They're called insurance companies.
We have the one with the leopard mascot, right?
Oh, it's just tiger?
Doesn't it have spots?
Some insurance companies are known for their mascot. At NGM, we're known for a straightforward claim experience for customers.
Let's call them a cougar, and we're not covered.
Shingles are mascots. Get free insurance at NJM.com. You can save up to 20% on your auto insurance.
Join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors for the Net Worth Financial Hour, Saturdays at 11 and 2, and Sundays at 8 and 2. Get the news and information you need to help make your retirement dreams a reality. Pledge today so you can do the things you've always dreamt about doing in retirement. Don't miss the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 11 and 2, and Sundays at 8 and 2. Investment advisory services offered only by duly registered individuals through AP Wealth Management, LLC.
The part of me that you love. By downloading iHeartRadio app. Make up your name that's just for you from iHeartRadio's live streaming over 20 million songs. Close to 450,000 artists. All made easy. Just tell us an artist or a song you like, and we'll feel the story.
Millions of dollars to South Real Estate. One free ad. Download the iHeartRadio app today or listen online at iHeartRadio.com.
This update brought to you by Ireland Contracting. Online at IrelandContracting.com.
Traffic and weather.
Northbound Saturday, 37 west up for closures in St. Philip. All is well with the train because of earlier accident. Ran on scene taking care of that. PA 50 at Beaver Drive. Washington fire activity. Lane restrictions. 28 up still with two-day construction zone at both directions between Philip Park and Delafield. Preston Drive and from Lakewood Road to Blueberry. Live repair front weekend goes 28 central gas area. Having 7 traffic on the compasses for 1320 WJAF.
Mostly overcast today with a high of 40. Rain and snow possible tonight, below of 18. A mix of sun and clouds tomorrow with a high of 24. A few clouds in the sky tomorrow night with a low of 5. And plenty of sunshine on Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk Pittsburgh 1320 WJAF.
This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt. Get your biggest refund guaranteed. Jackson Hewitt Tax Pros will help find thousands worth of new tax credits so you get every dollar you deserve. So why wait? Schedule an appointment with one of their tax pros and learn more at JacksonHewitt.com. Celebrity birthdays today. This lady right here, Dolly Parton. Hall of Famers. Oh, without a doubt. That's totally 3 of 1. Mount Rushmore. They are the Mount Rushmore of Hall of Famers.
Definitely be on the Mount Rushmore. 25 number ones. That's the record she shares with me. Number one single. I think 44 top 10 country albums, which I believe is a record. And you know what's overshadowed? Actually, a good actress. I mean, Steel Magnolias, 9 to 5. Yes, very, very talented woman. And I've never heard one negative thing about her.
Yeah, one of the things I remember from last year when it was her birthday, beginning of that song, you hear that little clicking that sounds like a typewriter. Those are her fingers. Yeah, I remember you saying that. Also born today, Tiffany Hedren. She's 92. She was in the first Marnie Citizen Ruth. Oh, she also has a famous daughter. Melanie Cruz. Oh, Melanie, that's right. Celebrity chef Paula Dean is 75. One of your girls, your favorite actually. Married with children. Oh, days to go. She's 68, also on Sons of Anarchy. Another Sons of Anarchy actress, Andrea T. Mateo. She, first season she was in there, and Kurt Sutter loves to use in the show, and she got written out for 2 seasons. You know why? She got written. Oh, that's good. Yeah. It was funny because at the end, like when they were like recapping, they do that after show, and he said, oh, you know, you brought Andrea back in, blah blah blah. He said, oh, I loved her character, and then she screwed everything up. Yep. And she was also in that show that Jennifer Lopez created with Ray Liotta on NBC. I can't remember the name of it. Another one of your favorites, Jimmy Sweeten. She's 40. Stephanie Tanner on Full House, and Paul Rodriguez. Funny. Not really. Pittsburgh Zone, Antoine Fuqua. He is the director. He did The Equalizer, Olympic Fallen, Cheers, Training Day. What's the big training day at the Fit? I think he won the Oscar. Celebrity birth. One of the things that this day it also ties in with celebrity birthday. Okay. 1953, Lucy Ricardo gave birth to a baby boy on the I Love Lucy show. You know how many people tuned in to see that? 75 million. Well, 68% of all television sets in the U.S. turned into the event. And ironically, two chairs strikes. Ironically, today is Desi Arnaz Jr.'s 69th birthday. There you go.
Today, Elvis is also carrying the show because, well, my voice is pretty much history. Well,
I guess little Boxing Day.
Yeah, I'm playing all these roles sitting here in Saratoga.
Yesterday, we talked about the boxing world being all buzz over the upcoming Jake Paul fight with Mike Tyson. Guess what? We're going live now to Iron Mike's press conference.
I'm Mike Tyson. I'm going to fight one of the Paul brothers. He's extremely jerk. He's no man. watching my YouTube. I will again fight other YouTube celebrities like Charlie bit my finger. You bite my finger. I will fight your ear. After that, I will then fight little girls that big on TikTok. Somebody needs to fight those comedial systems, but no, I'm the best ever. I'm impregnable. Bring it on, internet. I will take you for a tiger. I'm done with you, jerk Paul. If you need a pallbearer.
I hope that Switch is Switch, and I hope he can just eighth grade subject. Oh, that would be. How much snow did you get at your house? I would say 10. Yeah, 10, 11. I want to say, like I said, I think yesterday, when I came in, on Monday, when I came into work, I was shoveling. To get out of my driveway, I shoveled about 8 inches. And when I got home, there were 4 more inches where I'd already shoveled. I'm never shoveling. Oh, I might have used those. I can't stand up straight. Like, my knees and hamstrings are shot. There's a guy in Cleveland, he's going viral in downtown Cleveland. He's riding a snowmobile through the empty street. I guess in the video, if they haven't identified him, my buddy does that stuff. Does he? It shows him powering through a big snowdrift before speeding off down the street. And, when they on the street, they did the one lane so you could get through. There's still plenty of snow for him to use. I guess they brought over 2 feet of snow to parts of Northeast Ohio. That would be really cool. Probably snowmobile. It would almost feel like most, you know, or like some apocalyptic sort of movie. Oh yeah. Hey, listen, it's fun. Like I have a few when I've gone out after a snow when there's nobody out there. I mean, the quiet is amazing. How quiet. If you like, you can just stop the car in the middle of the street, get out. There's nothing but snow. It's still snow. It's pretty neat. We got some good news for you. Yeah. There's a new study out there that says certain face masks can actually make you look more attractive. No kidding. Yeah. Professors from Cardiff University, they looked at different types of masks and how they changed the attractiveness among a group of men. They found that blue medical mask wearers were found most attractive by women, and men were judged to look better with a mask securing the lower half of their face. So, I mean, is there disappointment there? I don't know. I mean, if you're wearing, like, if it looks like you drag your teeth across the barbed wire fence, you want to wear a mask. It's going to make it look a lot better. And my thing is, so whether you're male or female, you've got that mask on. The only thing you can see are the eyes. So you have no idea. I mean, this could be the most beautiful woman with the most beautiful eyes, or it could be, and then you yelling, and she takes her mask off, and she's going to go. That's just a bad thing. Yeah, you never know. I was back in the beginning of the street, I was in a restaurant the other day, waitress came up, she's got the mask on the way up, and I'm thinking, this chick has got to be an absolute smoke show. But she never brought the mask down. And you know, you don't know who's behind that mask. Everything else was perfect. But I just had this feeling that she dropped that mask. It was just going to be bad. Like bad news. So when you're out and about and you see people in masks, obviously awesome. But do you sit there and you try to imagine what the rest of it looks like? Just that way, everything else is pretty self. And I'm just trying to envision like what the rest of that face looks like. Did she wait on you? Yeah. Did you see Hall Pass? The movie Hall Pass. When they're in a bar, and you're in a bar, and you got an average looking female, but she surrounds herself with a bunch of guys, so it makes her look a lot better. And you know, the guy who's doing the talking, he kind of like takes his hand, like a viewfinder, and he takes them away. Like a wide angle shot, she looks good, and we put them in, looks like we're doing it. That's what you worry about the rest. More coming up on the Blue Daddy Radio Network. So taking the hot seat today because Dave's trying to save his voice. I'm doing that great of a job. I'm Blue Daddy. Thanks for listening on the Talking Tickle on 13 points WJAM. Retirement Income Radio. Those Money Battle Evening Group Sunday morning at 10 on Talk to Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAF. Retirement Income Radio's goal is to provide you with necessary information about your retirement plan and how to protect it. Again, that's this Sunday at 10 on Talk to Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAF. New women's basketball hits the road this Thursday. As the Panthers head to Blacksburg, Virginia to take on the Hokies from Virginia Tech. Tip-off is at 8 p.m. and we'll be on the air at 7:45 with a pregame show right here on your home for women's basketball all season long. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAF. I'm 54, so it's too late to start saving for retirement, right?
Not right. Starting to save even in your 50s can really make a difference. At aceyourretirement.org, in just 3 minutes, you'll get a free personalized retirement plan. That's aceyourretirement.org, and that's an AARP and the Ad Council.
WJAF AM Pittsburgh. Like us on Facebook. The Talk of Pittsburgh. 1320 WJAF.
For Sunday, mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 80s. For Sunday night, mostly cloudy.
He's offering more than just words. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. The Secretary of State is in Ukraine, and the U.S. offers $200 billion in defensive military aid, and it fears Russia could invade.
Arriving in Ukraine for a hastily arranged visit, the entire world is watching what is happening here. Secretary of State Antony Blinken urged Russia to defuse tensions through diplomacy and dialogue.
Clearly, progressive path, clearly the most responsible path, and the one that we would prefer.
But he said Russia could attack Ukraine on very short notice, with tens of thousands of Russian troops deployed close to the border.
No provocation,
No reason. Russia denies it's planning an invasion. Blinken is also set to meet with other European allies and his Russian counterparts. In London, tonight, Fox News.
the President Biden could be asked questions about Russia and Ukraine. He holds his first news conference in months at 4 p.m. Eastern.
Some have been critical of the Biden White House for the president not being more available for interviews and formal question and answer sessions. He held just 9 press conferences since taking office a year ago tomorrow.
Congress Colonel Scott's president may also keep pressing for election reform.
Across the United States in 2022,
Ballot access is not being expanded.
As a counter, Republican led state voting changes. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer wants to change Senate rules, but a few Democrats refuse. So Republicans could be blocking the plan. Minority Leader Mitch McConnell says
This is about one party wanting the power. So you don't have to rewrite the rule books of American election.
some international airlines are canceling flights to the U.S. amid 5G wireless controversy, even though AT&T and Verizon have delayed again rolling out new service around some airports. The worry is 5G could interfere with instrumentation on jets. America's listening to Fox News.
Wonder Walgreens offers copays as low as $0 and 90-day refill? Because we care about Medicare, because we don't have to. Do you really care to hear me go on about same-day prescription deliveries making your life easier? Or how there's a pharmacy expert available 24/7 and one-click refill? Well, I just did anyways. Fill your Medicare prescriptions with Walgreens and save.
To do a valid copay for plan, if you're going to generic drugs and blood plans, walk into the preferred pharmacy with just the select Walgreens.com/Medicare for complete details.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refunds with CashFlayer feels like discovering a refund tree is grown in your backyard. Sawing off its branches. Feeding them through a wood chipper. And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. CashFlayer. File fearless.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh, the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAF. St. Barnabas Health System, thank you for listening to the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAF. This news is brought to you by Bactronics. Bactronics receives 12 5-star ratings every day. Find out why by calling 412-375-7886 or online at Bactronics.com.
35 degrees. Good morning, Jake Corbin. Today's update on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 20 WJAS. Shooting a clear view of Long. Butler County has people hospitalized this morning. Cops remain sightless on the details. They can tell us they believe it's not a random attack. Call came in last night to cover a lock outside the World Food Store at the township. They confirmed the building
that would make police officers document their reason for stopping and searching a pedestrian before they do it. Now in front of City Council, Councilman Burgess on Action Support.
Just understand it because we think in some cases police need this as a tool, but in many cases it looks like from the data that it's actually racial profiling.
An officer could record the reason on their body camera or calling the dispatch wire to stop. Hearing police in the Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh. The hospital today announced Diane Huff is the chief president. She's the first woman and first nurse to hold that position. Health officials are touting the Commonwealth's stride to getting COVID vaccinated with CDC. Now said 75% of all adult Pennsylvanians will be vaccinated across all 57 counties. However, the data also says there was a nearly 12% increase in the number of shots rolled out last week, which requires 1,700 new cases in all. Allegheny County Tuesday are over 1,000 new ones statewide. This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. These hires into the year you need Indeed to help you find your next hire. When you sponsor a post, you get a list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Mike Tomlin is talking to quarterback. Bill Fabio will have a full sports report at 7:45. For next news update in 30 minutes. Jay Corwin on the top of Pittsburgh, 1420. WJAS.
This update brought to you by Farrah's Automotive, taking care of Pittsburgh's cars and trucks for 75 years. Farrah's Automotive. Drive a few minutes and save a lot.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather.
Familiar accident on 279 of that inbound side blocking the Parkway East ramp, so watch out for heavy delays associated with that factor. 4 reached there at this point. Parkway East started to finish today with over 12 of Parkway West at the same time. They got towards the bridge. Outbound side picking up some volume from Range at Carnegie. Outbound 28 from Route 8 and the Ford Bridge. Inbound from Delafield with a stand to -12. I don't rather the traffic over traffic at 1320 WJAS.
Plenty of clouds in the sky today with a high of 40 and possibility of rain and snow tonight with a low of 18. Partial sunshine tomorrow with a high of 24. Skies are partly cloudy tomorrow night with a low of 5. Mostly clear skies on Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the top of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
I'm not quite sure she was
Good morning and welcome to the Slim Daddy Radio Network. This is Otis. Not quite filling in for the big guy, but he is kind of taking it easy today because Mr. I never think isn't really sick. He just really doesn't. I'm trying to save him. I wanted to play the side. I wanted to see what it was like. I like it. There was an episode of Mad where they did Boxing Day, so this is where Clingers takes over the camp for Colonel Potter being used. You are Colonel Potter, not Clingers. I can't. Don't make you laugh. You a Weird Al Yankovic. Hell no. Would you watch a biopic of Hell no. Well, there's a familiar face that's going to be playing Weird Al in a biopic coming to the Roasting Channel. Okay. Guess who it is? Playing Weird Al? Yep. I've been into probably 8 very, very successful movies. Daniel Radcliffe, Harry Potter. He's going to play Weird Al. Yeah, I can see that. Put a perm on him. Curly hair. Yeah, I can see it. I was a very Weird Al Yankovic played. Me along with 2,000 other people. Well, you know, I mean, his style of humor was the Amish song was that after that. Yeah, there's a lot of. I mean, I respect what he does, but yeah, I'm not going out of my way to listen. And there's no way I'm watching a Bible thing weird on that. So there's a senior fellow at the Hoover Institution, okay, named Victor Davis Hanson. He warns that America is declining as a society into a danger zone, and that one of the main culprits is the refusal to prosecute crimes and execute the nation's law. He cited that woke ideology said that it needs to be redefined as an evil and cool ideology in order to fit its type of spread. What he's saying is everything is unwinding, because when you look at the train tracks, there's a huge thing going on out in California, out in LA, where when these people are going, these freight trains are coming by that are hauling goods. They're supposed to end up on the shelf at your store, and what they're doing is they're looting these freight trains. And they're just scattering the packaging, the boxes, the peanuts, the syrup, anything that's associated with it. Okay? He says, when you look at the train tracks, in that trash, you say this is not a third world country, but we're becoming a third world country. And if you've seen the pictures or you've seen the video of what's going on out in LA at these freight markets, I mean, it's just, it looks like a tornado. I mean, it looks like a train, and then there's just garbage on both sides of the track. So it's unbelievable what it looks like. This Victor Davis Hanson went on to say, academics call this system collapse. For all of the sudden, a successful society suddenly doesn't follow its traditions, and rules and things happen that people cannot believe, such as emptying shelves, or you're not able to buy meat, or you go to fill up your car and it's $100, or people getting shot in the street. And all of these things start to unwind in society. So the point is that it can't continue. And it can't. This is where we're going. This is what culture is leading you down this, because when you don't have rules, we talked about this, you don't have rules and you don't prosecute people that break the rules, what happens next is chaos. And that's what we're seeing.
I'm looking at a picture right now of what you're talking about. This is Lincoln Heights, California, and you see the railroad tracks. And there are cardboard boxes and debris scattered everywhere. It looks like a train blew up and everything that's prepared before is just scattered everywhere. And there are scavengers walking around, going to stuff, just picking through it. It looks like a landfill on the train.
Absolutely. I mean, it's very disturbing, to be honest.
Yeah.
So Victor Davis Hanson goes on, one of his other things that he says, I think finally we have to redefine this whole woke ideology. We think it's kind of sweet, or it's incompetent, or it's left-wing, or it's Marxist, but it's cool. It's me. It tells you, me, every citizen, if you get hurt, you get shot, we're not going to worry about you. And the person who did that to you is probably going to be out without bail or not prosecuted for an earlier crime. It tells the young child, you in the present are going to learn good racism because there was bad racism in the past. It tells the old guy that is 68, like me, that's 68. If you need treatment, you may be the wrong color, you wait in line. And, I mean, so you see, he's telling you, we're realistically, we have, but we're regressing. Well, we're not progressing, we're regressing.
Instead of speaking up and telling people to STF, we've taken people that are afraid of being labeled a racist or labeled a sexist or a homophobe or whatever it may be. And so we have allowed them that. But I just had this discussion with a buddy of mine the other day about the Cleveland Guardians, the Indians. And I said, Cleveland Indians, he said, you can't call them that anymore. I said, why can't they? Why can't they? Well, because they changed their name. I saw the Chiefs. I saw 60,000 Chiefs fans beat on drums during the playoff game. And the Chiefs have the ball. You know, they're not in a break. Calhoun, the Atlanta Braves, but U.S. Indians ownership propagating this growth culture because they didn't have the ball to stand up and say, no, we're not changing this. And then we go with it. We just go with it. Well, they're already done. No, they don't have to be. Call me interested. You don't have to roll with that. Don't go to games. Say, I'm not going to spend my money with you. Because you are promoting more culture, but we still go. You know, it's the same. People complain about it, but they're complicit in what's going on.
Well, here's what we have. I mean, what's going on is the big cities in 25 years, we're looking at the highest murder that have been around since, since the 90s. We've got former New York Police Department Commissioner Howard Blair sat here. He's attributing the high murder numbers last year to several factors, including cancel culture and woke mentality that assumes that police are racist and brutal. Those pendulum always swing way too far one way, and then it gets crazy and people swing back the other way. It will swing back the other way, but it's got to happen sooner rather than later. Is it going to be too late when it swings back? That's the question, because you've got, I mean, look at that. You've got a girl out in California that was stabbed in front of you. You've got a lady that was pushed into the subway track. The crime part, you're always going to have. You're always going to have crime. It seems like it's out of control. And, I mean, there's not, and the people that want to defund these big cities that wherever all these murders are striking are the defunded police cities. Yeah, and I think the point that needs to be made is there's always been crime, there's always been crime. But to your point, it's more brazen than I've ever seen. Like people just coming out and doing things so good instead of shocking. And I think one of the other things that we've got to do is look at the people that are prostitutes. They're letting these people go. These judges, the DA, they're going for lesser sentences. They're going for a lot of different things, and it's becoming chaos. It's becoming chaos. 7:15 on the Bloom Daddy Radio Network. Coming up, we're going to touch on some legal stories with Wendy Patty coming up next.
Well, everybody else is getting out of bed. I'm usually getting in it. I'm not in it to win it. And there's 1,000 ways you can spin it. My feet have been on the floor flat like an idle singer. Remember winger, I digress. I confess you are the best.
Bloom Daddy on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe you get 40 or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou. He specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit BigLou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit BigLou.com.
Hey, it's Bloom Daddy, and I want to tell you about McClellan's Contracting Group. One conversation with Ross McClellan is all it takes to realize his company can do whatever you need, from emergency roofing and new roof installation to roof replacement and gutter installation. McClellan Contracting Roofing also prides itself on job site cleanup and a 24-hour call service. Visit McClellan'sRoofing.com. That's McClellan'sRoofing.com. Schedule a free estimate with Ross. McClellan's Contracting Roofing is now booking the spring of 2022. So call or visit their website now.
James Douglas Ford, their destination for designing an engagement ring or an anniversary present. Many diamond pieces for all occasions and all price ranges. Wondering what to do with your current diamond? James Douglas will purchase diamonds or custom design a new piece for the diamond you already have. 25 years of Neptune Diamond Service. See the 5-star Google reviews. Aggressive outlining or designing the light ring. They're here will make the experience easy for you. James Douglas Jewelers, Route 286 Monroeville, next to Aldi, or visit jdtools.com.
It's 2022. New year, literally a new year. Dr. Rich Cupo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Do you want to improve your sleep, your movement, your stamina, your energy, decrease your medication? Well, increased weight has to do with all these issues. Let me coach you, hold your hand, motivate you to lose that unwanted weight. Everyday food, supplements, and one-on-one counseling will do it. Just call me at 1-800-900-FIN and get in today.
Tune in to this Sunday morning at 7 for Totally Talks Insurance. She talks to Pittsburgh's insurance specialist, Summer Overnauer, about the
you need to know when it comes to your auto, home, or life insurance. Again, that's this Sunday morning at 7 right here on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Do you or your business have financial problems? Are you overwhelmed with debt? Then call me, Attorney Dennis Survivor, at 412-471-7675. My legal practice concentrates on bankruptcy law, debtor rights, and tax matters. I have over 30 years' experience as a former United States Department of Justice bankruptcy attorney and lawyer in private practice. I have represented thousands of cases faced with financial problems and lawsuits. Reorganizing debt first. Call 412-471-7675 or visit my website at DennisSurvivor.com. Perhaps you're at the stage of life where you're buying a home, starting a family, building your career. You have a lot on your mind, and retirement probably isn't one of them. But it has been told, maybe few things are more important than preparing for your financial security and your loved one's legacy. For a no-obligation review, and to learn more about how our master plan can make you the master of your future, visit Efren.com. Efren, member FIPC.
This update is brought to you by Federal Firearms, Pittsburgh's one and only place to shop for new and used guns. Thomas Run Road in Southville.
Current traffic and weather. Troubles on Intel 279 at Parkway East Rail. The ramp is blocked off due to an earlier crash and debris over that point. The parking lot continues to have debris off at anything like the 10th Street bypass or any of the other areas it's going to use to make the way. It's going to be very, very busy. Inbound from the side of Alligator Avenue to 279 is the end up there as well. Severe flows. You want the Parkway west now from Greenfield to Thomas Circuit in Pittsville. I'm a Bradley Bradley on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Mostly cloudy today with a high of 40. A chance of rain and snow tonight with a low of 18. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high of 24. Partly cloudy tomorrow night with a low of 5. And mostly sunny on Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Saving money feels pretty good, so lower your rates, not your expectations. At Allstate, debit protection costs a whole lot less. Visit Allstate.com or call an agent for a quote today. Welcome back to the Bloom Daddy Radio Network. Otis sitting in the big chair for Bloom Daddy, who's in the studio, but he's just a little under the weather and doesn't really have the voice. Mr. I never get sick, by the way. We just want to make sure we put that out. Time now to take a look at some legal stories across the country and I guess the continent, really, because we've got one from Canada. Joining us now is Wendy Patrick. Good morning, Wendy.
Good morning. We also have one from the UK.
That's right.
This is global.
Yeah, it's global today. So we're looking at Ghislaine Maxwell, and how are some of these allegations of romance with her are going to impact the legal case for Chris Andrews?
I love the way you teased it up. Allegations of romance. That's accurate in terms of the story. Because what we're learning, well, I should say learning in quotes, some of this information came out in the documentary, but the full picture, let's say it that way. There may have been something more than friendship between she and Prince. And if that's true, what does that mean? Well, remember that Ghislaine Maxwell, obviously anybody who's reasonable might be guilty by association, especially Chris Andrews already being sued by one of the FTC. So they're learning a little bit more about this relationship and, the ease with which they got along, the things they did together. But I can tell you what that, as a 25-year lawyer, when I hear allegations, I always want to say, prove that. I understand there's lots of romantic allegations swirling around this last book of Maxwell. Now that she's been convicted in the U.S., we're learning a little bit more about her ties to Prince. But I'm going to stay tuned on this one.
Is there anything in the legal precedent, a lot of times a spouse can't testify against their spouse. Is that correct?
Well, no, you certainly can if this involves violence against your spouse and kids. There are lots of exceptions to that rule, but what you're getting at is privileges. And the law recognizes a variety of different types of privileges, patient doctor, priest penitent, some thousands of privileges. But
there isn't a palace immunity, just how I'm intriguing, but there isn't really a palace immunity exception that would apply to this man. He's not ahead of the game, so he does not really seem like he has any protection from people that knew of his relationship with Elaine that would be able to protect them.
Let's move north of the border to Canada. Quebec, they plan to hit some of the unvaccinated with what they're calling a significant tax.
That's right. So it's sort of like some of the companies in the U.S. They've looked at the toll on healthcare systems that unvaccinated people may be having. Now, I got to say, the science is changing every day, as well as reporting the percentages of people that are getting sick with COVID back and run back. That is the rationale behind this unvaccinated tax. They're looking to charge them more if they refuse to be vaccinated. But I have to say, the headlines belie some of what's behind the story. The list of people who refuse to be vaccinated does not include people that refuse for medical reasons or that have other reasons they can't be vaccinated. So it's not a punishment on those that would otherwise like to be immunized in some fashion but aren't getting it. So there's more to the story, but that's the gist of the fact. Is the argument is the unvaccinated are causing the enormous rise in healthcare and we need that. Now, we'll see if that actually flies, if it works, if it's a good idea, or if things get completely defined.
Could this set a precedent for maybe some of these people that are living unhealthy lifestyles, that are maybe obese or, chronic smokers, alcoholics? Could it set a precedent for that?
That is one of the best questions asked by practice. What's next? In the law, we call that a slippery slope. If you're going to impose a tax for those that are driving up healthcare costs by being unvaccinated, why would you? Then look at the categories of people you just mentioned. Great point.
I feel special now that I get a compliment from Lindsay Patrick. So we've got one more here. We have South Dakota man that's being charged after seniors at a community center unwittingly ate pot brownies. Now this reminds me of an episode of Marty Miller when they brought brownies into the station and all the police officers ate them and they were all high. It was a great episode of Marty Miller.
You are just dating yourself with these references. Oh, good recovery. Okay, so yes, this is a South Dakota case, and South Dakota has not yet gone green. That's the difference. So this man had to drive into Colorado, buy the pot, bring it back, make brownies. The 73-year-old mom didn't know that they made brownies, and basically brought pot brownies to the pop-up at the senior center. And, when authorities were called because everybody, was under the influence, that's exactly, what they found. One thing that kind of struck me about this story as a career prosecutor is when I heard, the mom brought the brownies, I was like a Disney, like a teenager. No, this man's almost 50. 46-year-old man was charged with possession of the drug. So, we'll see what ends up happening. But this goes to show you, you have to be very, very careful in terms of the things that you bring into the consumer when you don't know much about this process. One of the reasons many of us only buy things at grocery stores that have a date and a stamp on it saying, when it was packaged and like how much it can be dangerous, especially in states where marijuana is legal.
So let me ask you this. So he's being charged for possession. He's not being charged for what happened with the seniors?
Well, there's no indication that's what he intended. I'm sure that was the opposite. He probably wanted to beat him. And his mom certainly shared it with a friend. So his charges right now is he's facing one felony drug charge. And, we don't know what's going to happen with that, but we do know that his first court appearance is scheduled for January 27th. So I'm sure he'll find out his state. And let this be a lesson to people in other states that just, you've got to make sure that your conduct, complies with the laws of your state. And I'll be interested in following this one to see exactly what they charge him with. Because I got news for it. That's not the first time that something like this has happened.
I'm sure.
Like this, yeah.
Is there any chance that his mom is charged?
Well, there's no indication she knew. That's the thing, is you've got to intentionally, engage in conduct. We call that mens rea in the law. And there's no indication that she had any idea that the surroundings were being THC daughter. In fact, the story says it's the contrary. The 73-year-old woman who brought him had no idea, and no doubt was disqualified when the police actually responded to several calls. What they talked about is a possible poisoning. So that is how badly some of these seniors reacted after being brownies.
The only thing I can think of is that the sales at the commissary on Doritos and Cheetos just went through the roof with that senior stuff.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Thanks for doing this.
Thank you for having me.
Every day. So that would be good. It's not funny, but it is funny in a way. That,
You kind of feel bad for the guy, and he didn't do it on his own.
No.
I mean, he made it for himself, and his mom decides to take him down. Just charge him off.
hide your stash. That's what you gotta do. Your mom's 73. She probably can't reach on top of the cabinet. Put her on the top shelf. Dude, you gotta hide it now. Show some common sense.
It is a funny story.
Nobody got hurt. Exactly.
You got 86-year-old people wandering around smoking on weed. I mean,
orange fingers from the Doritos and Cheetos. I mean, that'd be great. Politics left, right, center. Right around the corner.
I'm Blue Daddy, and this is the Talking Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAM.
According to Jake Williams, this headline update is shooting at Clearview Mall in Center Township, Butler County, has 3 hospitalized. Now, cities believe it's not a random attack call last night just after 6 o'clock. Outside the world, store early the building with police officers document their vehicle. Most officers searching pedestrians before they do it. Now, in front of City Council, Councilman Ricky Burgess on action for simply use the body camera, and that is enough. They would speak into the body camera and use that as documentation of why there's issues and stuff. Burgess introduced that bill yesterday, saying it would help alleviate racial profiling based on the data. Head coach Mike Tomlin fixed his final pressure of the season as Tuesday's quarterback Ben Roethlisberger is nearly done. Bill the Baby Elton has sports at 7:45. Jake Orwin on the job in Pittsburgh, 3:20. JAM.
Hi, I'm Deborah Anderson. I like to issues with Health Markets Insurance Agency, serving the Robinson Township and southwestern Pennsylvania area. Health insurance is on everyone's mind today, and just in the right hands can be confusing and a scary process. But I can help. Are you retiring, uninsured, or confused about your current coverage? I'll review your individual needs and customize a plan to help protect you and your family. Call me today at 724-777-4152 for a free consultation. Health Markets Insurance Agency Incorporated is licensed to Norfolk State. Services and product availability varies.
G&J Waterproofing is family owned. It's serving Pittsburgh and the surrounding area since 2010. And did I mention they have the best warranty in the business? Hey, look at it. I personally spoke with Harry at G&J and really got the feeling he wants you to know you can have a dry basement and not pay too much for it. Also, G&J Waterproofing has no commission sales, so they don't get paid more to sell you on their products. So there's no pressure or overhyping of services. So call G&J Waterproofing, 724-681-8944. That's 724-681-8944.
Maybe it's cold outside. Start the new year off right with a new reliable HVAC system from Impact Heating and Cooling. Voted one of the top 10 heating and air conditioning repair companies in Pittsburgh. Locally owned and family operated, Impact Heating and Cooling is your source for year-round comfort, superior indoor air quality, and affordable HVAC solutions. All systems come with a 10-year hassle-free parts warranty, giving you peace of mind for years to come. Call 412-297-1852 or visit ImpactHVACPGH.com. Proudly serving the Pittsburgh area for over 20 years. Bella Construction and Development is the trust leader in residential roofing, siding, and gutters. Bella Construction is licensed and insured for certifications in roofing, siding, safety, installation, and more. You can be sure your property is in good hands with the experts at Bella. They'll install your roof the right way, the Bella way, with quality craftsmanship and attention to detail. Visit MyBellaRoof.com for a free estimate. That's MyBellaRoof.com. Fit your roof a Bella Roof.
When Mary arrived for her second visit, she opened my door and danced from the door to my front desk with this huge smile on her face. And then she just started talking. She started to tell me that it was the first time in 12 years that she felt sleepy. And then I started to moan.
That's Dr. Sean Ritchie from Tri-State Neuropathy Center. And Mary Van State is just one of the thousands
So first one, Rob, see, I can explain it in terms that they feel it. It's like you sit on your foot and your foot falls asleep and you start to tap it and it comes back to life. Or their foot never comes back to life. It's always feeling that numbness, that pins and needles, that tingling, and it just never goes away. When Mary comes in, we need to hear that she's had this for 12 years. Got to the point where she was about to go into a locker. 2 days later, she's dancing.
To schedule your free consultation, call Tri-State Neuropathy Center at 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Or visit MaryDanceDance.com.
I'm Dr. John Ritchie. Mary Dance fan, I want you to be next.
Listen every Saturday at noon as St. Barnabas Health System brings you the best of Allegheny County, a weekly program dedicated to bring the focus of the amazing things and the amazing people behind them in Allegheny County. That's every Saturday at noon, right here on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAM.
Traffic and weather.
Traffic, clearing an accident inbound 279 at Parkway East Ramp, so watch out for all that work and leftover delays. Inbound 65 from Allegheny Avenue to Parkway Northwest and jamming up after the assault. 22 eastbound at 980. That was an earlier accident north bay as to the speculation approaching that scene. And Parkway West will be closed to Parkway Center to Tunnel Parkway East jamming up and entrance with the Squawka. And rather than traffic on the top of Pittsburgh, 20 WJAM.
Mostly overcast today with a high of 40. Rain and snow possible tonight with a low of 18. A mix of sunny clouds tomorrow with a high of 24. A few clouds in the sky tomorrow night with a low of 5. And plenty of sunshine on Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk Pittsburgh 1320 WJAM.
Welcome back to the Blue Daddy Radio Network. Time for politics, left, right, center. I'm Otis. Boxing Day, my man, Blue Daddy. Just a little under the weather. You can join us for this thing. It happens once every 20 years, man. It hits me once every 20 years. It just got me. I feel fine otherwise. You sound all right. But what happens is when you get going, then you start getting more grabs. But I do this with a throat lozenge in my nose. Wouldn't be the first time you've done a show. Stop it. You know like chew gum. Not now. You haven't yet. Come on, man. Why do you have to go to the gutter every time I make you comment?
It's not make you laugh from the start coughing.
So let's go. We've got this. What's going on in Washington with the filibuster, with the voting rights that people are claiming. The Democrats are claiming they're suppressing. So I mean, it's quite. Vice President says she's not going to absolve any senators who oppose the Biden agenda. So in other words, she wants to call out Joe Manchin, Kirsten Sinema, and she just wants to berate him. Is that really going to do anything to move your agenda? I mean, to me, I'm going to go on suspension, and I'm going to tell you, guess what? The more you come at me, the more I'm going to stand my ground.
Yeah, the more you antagonize me, and the more you call me out, the more I'm going to go up against you. And here's the other key. Who cares what Kamala Harris says? She is an absolute joke. The American public hates her. She's been one of the worst vice presidents in history. So if there's anybody in my party that's going to call me out, she's the last one that I give a day off of what she thinks, because she is toxic politically. So I don't care. But when you talk about Democrats jumping on Democrats, what you're seeing right now is a huge spread on Sinema and Manchin. It's almost like when you see a fisherman throwing the fish out and the sharks come in. I mean, they are circling thinking if they keep defeating them and keep yelling at them. And I just saw where
aren't they bullying?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, we're anti-bullying, but we're going to bully these two things.
What do I mean?
The person screaming racist is normally the racist.
That's what they do. The person screaming about bullying is the bully. I mean, we see it time and time again. I mean, I give these two credit. In the political world, though, they're hated. If these were two Republicans doing this, they're called rhinos. You've got two Democrats who said you see how those workers reacted to that. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. We need more people. We need more politicians
like this who will stand up to the party, who can see both sides of the equation, and who simply are going to do the right thing, but they get chastised by the right and by the left of their parties.
And I think that they won't do it. I think there are more senators out there like that on both sides. But
where are they?
But they won't do it because they're scared to death.
Right, because they will get bullied. So they will get threatened with losing office. And you know what? I would rather lose my office and do what I think is right than make decisions based on electability. That's just me. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't look at that.
Well, the Democrats have tried to take Joe Manchin in West Virginia before, and it has worked. You know, I mean, is he the most popular senator in the state? Probably not. Yeah, but who is? You know, I mean, there's a reason why you have elections. He may be right now.
I would say no.
But he's faced the opposition, and he, you know, I mean, his first couple elections, you know, he won by a big margin. The last couple elections, you know, that margin started to tighten a little bit. So I'm not saying that they're close. I'm not saying it's like 60-40, but it went from like an 80-20 to like 70-30 or 65-35. I mean, that gap is closing a little.
That's Kamala Harris. You got it. Let's bring this to the you have friends. Some of your friends, you value their opinions more than others, correct?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm sure you have some friends, and if they criticize you or get on you, you're like, whatever. What you have to say is not worth a grain of salt. To me, that's Kamala Harris to be Democratic Party, right? Yes. No power. She's a disgrace. I'm talking to the Democratic Party. So I don't care if she's a lady. Hell, that's a badge of honor.
Well, I mean, just look at us. I mean, we do things. We criticize each other. Constructive criticism. We, you know, sometimes I'll say, hey, Dave, you're saying this, or you'll tell me, hey, you got to do this. And neither one of us get upset about, hey, thanks for pointing it out. I didn't catch it. But if somebody that's just a listener and they say, hey, you sound like a goof, or Dave said this, I'm like, what? I don't think I got to look at what their background is before I get evaluated, before I say it.
Yeah, and you take a look at the end game here. The end game is they know that they're getting slaughtered in the service 2.4, and they are going to try to do everything. What they can as quick as possible before that happens. Because after that happens, they're getting nothing. Zero. And this is the way that president already.
Well, and he's trying to compare. You know, he's saying if you're not supporting these voting rights bills, he's comparing race. Of course. He's saying to George Wallace. He said, would you rather be Abe Lincoln or Jefferson Davis? I mean, come on, man.
Joe Biden has
I just think Joe Biden.
He has the most racist history of any president of the last 50 years. I mean, this guy worked with segregation. He bragged about it. Now he's telling people, well, you know, you're going to be on the side of segregationists. You take a look at the comments he's made over the years. He's clown show when it comes to race. And this goes back to what I always say. The guy screaming race is the racist every time.
Well, he contradicts himself, and it's not. We're talking here maybe over a 40-year span. Okay. This where he got contradicted today or earlier, or yesterday or whatever it was. He talked about the withdrawal from Afghanistan. He said, "Oh, you know," he's saying, "No, he didn't say these things." They showed the clips where he said, "Oh, the Afghan army's 300,000 strong. They have a great air force. They do this." And what happened? Right, say goodbye to the 300,000 in the airport.
You and I could have fought better than 6 or so.
Geez. But he's trying to defend his actions. You say, well, I didn't know. Well, yeah, you mostly cloudy 34. Let's switch gears. We've got this swimmer at the University of Pennsylvania. NCAA has yet to weigh in on the mounting criticism over its transgender athlete policy. They are. It said that they will issue a statement at this time. The Board of Governors are going to meet. There's an Olympic gold medalist and a Title IX advocate. They called for policies to protect fairness and safety in female sports. Donna Zimmerman, she's a 1964 Olympic gold medalist in swimming. Okay? She says she's been working with other elite women athletes and researchers and even the International Olympic Committee to get them to reevaluate their quick judgment on promoting a policy that really is unfair to the safety and promotion of women's sports in that category. And she's absolutely right. This person, this Leah Thomas, for the University of Pennsylvania, is a guy. I say this person, this guy, okay, the guy. Yes, she's making headlines for dominating this sport.
The scientific community is surprised, just like with COVID and everything else. I don't care what the scientific community has to say. I care about somebody who is transgender, what they have to say. There was a study released last month by the McDonald Lawyer Institute, that's a Canadian think tank, saying that there is neither a medical intervention nor a philosophical argument to make it fair for trans women to compete in women's sports. There is a musculoskeletal advantage from that. You can take all the suppressing crap you want to take. We are built different than women. We are usually taller. We are stronger. Musculoskeletal differences are huge. You can take any kind of suppression you want. It doesn't change that. I saw an article or an interview with Joanna Harper, a transgender competitive runner, medical physicist. She said there's absolutely no question that trans women will maintain strength advantages over cisgender or non-transgender women, even after testosterone suppression. This is coming from a transgender athlete who is saying, based on my experience, we will always have an advantage over women. Yes. But yet nobody wants to listen to it. I mean, what about, we're talking about swimming right now, Otis. Which, this guy is what, 6'3"?
Something.
Okay, so you're going to have a huge advantage swimming. Longer limbs, longer fingers, paddling through the water. When you got to reach for the finish line, obviously if you're 6'3" as opposed to 5'4", you're going to have an advantage. What about like basketball and volleyball? When we talk about height, you can take all the suppression drugs you want, not going to make you shrink. You're still going to be 6'4", playing women's volleyball.
There is a transgender at a Division III school somewhere in Minnesota or North Dakota, out in that area, that is like 6'7", playing on a women's basketball team. He was in the service. He was, and this is what they're saying. They're saying that you have to undergo. Says you have to undergo, according to the NCAA, you have to undergo a year of hormone therapy. So this swimmer has gone through 3 years of hormone therapy. But you're still bigger, faster, stronger.
Because you are a male. And I guess this dude is comparing himself to Jackie Robinson.
Oh my Lord.
Said he's the Jackie Robinson of trans sports. This is what one of Leah Thompson's teammates, I'm quoting, Leah Thompson. She laughs about it, mocks the situation. Instead of caring or showing that she cares about what she's doing or what she's doing with her teammates, she's not sympathetic or empathetic at all. Leah never addressed us, never asked if it was okay, never asked how we felt, never tried to explain how she feels. She's been overly arrogant when it comes to her performance.
Here's the question that I have. Where does she get dressed when she gets? Does she dress with the other women? I doubt it. Does she dress in the men's restroom? Maybe not. But do they dress at the same time? Probably not. This is just, it's a bizarre. I honestly, I didn't say. Listen, I have a friend that his daughter swims.
You want to make an open division?
College.
You want to make an open division where anybody, male, female, transgender, can compete? Go ahead, knock yourself out. But allowing a man to compete against women is the most asinine thing that I have heard. The only thing more asinine is the whole beef of
Mostly cloudy 38. Wind gusting to 22.
Back soon on the Talking Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAF.
This is Chuck O'Neill with Executive Services. Being named the executive of the state can be much more time-consuming than most people realize. The average executive will spend 600 to 800 hours executing their duties, which equates to over 15 full work weeks. Most people don't have that kind of time. Executive Services can help. Our team of professionals will manage and guide you through the process, provide timelines, documentation, and assist with day-to-day tasks. and take on 80% of the workload. Right now, we are offering a free 20-minute consultation. Call Executive Services today at 412-515-0141 or online at executiveservices.com.
Bill DeFabio Sports Call brought to you by GBU Financial Life.
The top of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS, checking in on sports with Bill DeFabio.
Greg Maxwell filling in for Bill DeFabio at his end-of-the-season press conference. Pittsburgh Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin says the team will be operating as if Ben Roethlisberger is retiring this offseason. But as for the quarterback position heading into the next season, he says all options are on the table.
We have to improve our football team. Two major ways that we do it. We do it through free agency, we do it through the draft. And so we have to look at what's available to us in the draft. Positionally, we have to look at what's available to us potentially in free agency.
In regards to Big Ben's backups last season, Mason Rudolph and Dwayne Haskins.
Both guys make some great at the moment, but they'll have to prove that. And not only in the team development process, but through playing itself.
Coach Tomlin also confirmed reports that defensive coordinator Keith Butler is considering his retirement this offseason, and as for offensive coordinator Matt Canada, Coach Tomlin gave him his vote of confidence. The Pittsburgh Penguins will be back on home ice tomorrow night. They'll be hosting the Ottawa Senators. Also, the NHL has announced that following the All-Star break, they'll stop testing asymptomatic players and coaching staff for COVID-19. And in college basketball, the Pittsburgh Panthers are in action. They'll be hosting the University of Virginia at the Peterson Event Center. I'm Greg Maxwell, filling in for Bill DeFabio on sports on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Did you know that Ireland Contracting is a Pella certified contractor? Fewer than 5% of contractors nationwide can say that. Hi, this is Diane Ireland of Ireland Contracting. Pella's windows in wood, aluminum-clad wood, fiberglass, and vinyl have been designed for one purpose: to offer our customers more beauty, performance, and value than any other window. And with Ireland Contracting's A+ rating, you know your home project will be in good hands. For your free estimate, call Ireland Contracting at 1-800-NEW-ROOF or IrelandContracting.com.
Warm up your winter with free Bradley Street Coffee at Quickfill. Enter the 2022 Quickfill Bradley Street Coffee giveaway to win one of 31 special Bradley Street Coffee Platinum Travel mugs that entitles you to free coffee for a year. 5 weekly prizes also include a Keurig coffee brewer and Bradley Street Coffee single-serve pods. Some restrictions apply. Go to quickfill.com for details and to enter daily.
Adopt U.S. Kids for Them. What to expect when you're expecting a teen year. Learning the lingo.
Acronym stands for greatest of all time, as in spaghetti sandwiches for dinner. Hear my say, Dad, you're the GOAT.
I'm a safe teen will be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care would love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Adopt U.S. Kids in the Adjunct Zone.
Traffic and weather.
The Toronto filling an accident inbound 279 at that Parkway East ramp, so watch out for all that work and leftover delays. Inbound 55 from Allegheny Avenue to Parkway North End, so jamming up as a result. 22 eastbound at 980. That was the scene of an earlier accident in North Bay, and some expect delays approaching that scene. And Parkway West heavy flow to Parkway Center to the tunnel. Parkway East jamming up at Edward West up to Squirrel Hill. I'm traveling with traffic on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1520 WJAS.
Plenty of clouds in the sky today with a high of 40, a possibility of rain and snow tonight with a low of 18. Partial sunshine tomorrow with a high of 44. Skies are partly cloudy tomorrow night with a low of 5, and mostly clear skies on Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt. Discover thousands of dollars in new tax credits and your biggest refund guaranteed with Jackson Hewitt. Schedule an appointment with one of their tax pros to get a head start on your taxes. Go to jacksonhewitt.com to learn more and find a location near you.
Welcome back to the Bloom Daddy Radio Network, 753. Otis in the chair for Bloom Daddy, although Bloom Daddy is still in the studio. Hello. We are. That's what his voice sounds like when he's off air. Just to let you know. So, just to touch back on that topic about the transgender, we had a phone call. The gentleman called in and he said, well, you know, how come you don't hear anything, nobody complains when the women play men's sports? He said, you don't hear about women playing men's sports. And I said, well, they do. I said, you have girls and women that wrestle. You have girls that play football. You have girls that play other. They play men's sports, but they're playing up. They're playing exactly. There's no physical advantage when they are because they're exactly.
Maybe not at a young age because girls advance physically rather than boys, but eventually they will.
But to say that it doesn't happen, it does. I mean, I know people that have daughters that have played football, that have wrestled, that are.
Here's the bottom line of all this. Everybody wants to think that we're all created. We're not. Okay, let's just cut to the chase. Men have certain advantages over women. Women have certain advantages over men. We are not when it comes to parenting, certainly not when it comes obviously to childbirth, not when it comes to athletics, not when it comes to maybe compassion. I mean, we are different. Males and females are different. I hate to break it to you, we're never going to be equal. It's just not going to happen. And if you've got a problem with it, there's a guy sitting upstairs behind the pearly gates. Bitch to him. End of story.
So let's go to Rob in Pittsburgh. Rob, you want to talk about Joe Biden?
You know, as much as I admit it, I really don't blame Joe Biden for anything that's going on with the border, the economy, the military. Why? Because Joe can't even. Joe's not that intelligent. He can't put his pants on by himself, and at this point, he can't even put a coherent sentence together without a telephone. My own belief is he was told in the beginning to sit tight, he'll be installed as president, and he can stay there as long as he did, and said exactly what he was told to say, told to do by Ron Klain and Susan Rice, who get their orders from Obama and George Soros. George is the puppet at the end. Joe's the puppet at the end of the string. He's just happy to have his lifelong accomplishment as president. And he knows as long as he just does what he's told to do, says what he's told to say, he'll be allowed to stay. And that's the way that is.
All right, my man. I appreciate it, Rob. You know, it's kind of hard to argue with what he's saying. I mean, I know it's a little out there, but if you really think about it, I mean, Joe Biden is good. I was just going to say that. He's going to give his 9th press conference today. He's been in office for a year. That's one press conference every 6 to 7 weeks.
Doesn't answer any questions after the press conference.
Very few.
I'm glad that they're coming from people that he's told to pick on.
If anything screams puppet regime, this does. I mean, there are a lot of.
And honestly, it's sad to watch. I mean, I can sit here and rip on him, and I do. I also feel bad because he's being used.
And listen, since they've been around, every president uses telephone for the most part. You know, I mean, they've got it's just a lot easier than looking down at their nose.
But you have to. In today's world, where if you misspeak at all, you're going to get jumped on by somebody. You've got to write your stuff out ahead of time in order to stay focused and not say something that's going to cause you some unfortunate.
But I guarantee you, if you pulled a Ron Burgundy on Joe Biden, it's on the teleprompter,
it's already happened.
You know, where he, you know, basically what they've done is he said, hey, scroll up, because that's what it said on the teleprompter. And it just, I mean, and I hate to say, you know, I'm not saying that Rob's far right, but his, you know, his thinking's a little out there. But he's right in certain situations. And I think that part of it is that, you know, that Biden is taking orders. He's got to be getting fed things from somebody.
Everybody thinks it's Obama and Susan Rice.
Those are the two names that pop up all the time.
All the time. And he's so feeble. You know, when you look at the pictures of presidents from their first term to their second term, how much they age.
Oh yeah.
You don't even have to do that with Joe.
He was already there.
He was already there. But you can't see the difference already. I mean, from in the very beginning, he was bad. Like on a scale 1 to 10, 10 being the worst. He was a 9.5. He's like a 15 now. as far as the spaced out look and just the deer in headlights, the dog shit, the whistle off in the distance.
And that's like when we say we played at Joey B's on Friday, and it's almost they were funny at first. They're almost becoming reality. They're true to life. Yeah. Politics left, right, center. We got Elgin McCardle and Jim Byrne, Republican and Democrat, coming up next.
One Daddy on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS is brought to you by United Dairy, from the farm to the fridge in 24 hours, and their variety of fresh iced tea. It's a new year with new opportunities for you to be a part of the St. Barnabas team. It's your chance to join our growing home care staff, as we're looking to add the best companions and RNs to provide non-medical in-home care to our clients in Northern Allegheny and Beaver counties. We'll provide flexible full-time, part-time, or casual schedules that works for you, with competitive pay among many other benefits, all in a safe environment. This is the opportunity you've been waiting for. For more information, call or text 412-930-5169. That's 412-930-5169. Or apply online at stbarnabashealthsystem.com.
Text and whatever. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
WJAS AM Pittsburgh. Listen live anytime, anywhere on the free iHeartRadio app. Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
It's New Year's Eve at the White House. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Tomorrow will begin year 2 of the Biden presidency, and this afternoon he'll hold a news conference at 4 p.m. Eastern. This will mark the first time since March of last year that the president has gone face-to-face with the media with all topics on the table. It is expected the pandemic, Russian troops on the Ukrainian border, and 2 major Senate battles on voting rights and his stalled Build Back Better plan will draw a lot of interest from reporters. Fox's Colonel Scott, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken's in Ukraine for talks with his presidency, and is saying he prefers dialogue to stop a possible Russian invasion. But there is also the path if Russia chooses to renew aggression of confrontation and consequence. The U.S. is sending $200 million in defensive aid to Ukraine. The Democrat-led House Committee investigating the Capitol riot wants to hear from Rudy Giuliani, sending subpoenas to him and 2 other lawyers who helped former President Trump challenge election results. A Trump political advisor also got a subpoena, and there's a push in New York to get Donald Trump Jr. and Ivanka to testify in another probe. Fox's Evan Brown has an update live.
Yeah, the New York State Attorney General Letitia James now claims the Trump Organization lied about the values of property owned and other assets in order to receive favorable loan rates, insurance coverage, and tax breaks. The AG hasn't brought any legal action against the company or the former president, but is subpoenaing documents. The Trump Organization says the move is unconstitutional, claiming New York is trying to compel them to turn over documents to be used in potential future prosecutions. The prosecutor in Manhattan is conducting a simultaneous criminal probe of the organization.
HeavenCOVIDtests.org got up and running last night, the website for Americans to go and order 4 free at-home COVID test kits. Next week, we can go to pharmacies or community health centers to get free N95 masks from the government stockpile. America's listening to Fox News.
Why does Walgreens offer copays as low as $0 and 90-day refills? Because we care about Medicare, so you don't have to. I mean, do you really care to hear me go on about same-day prescription delivery making your life easier? Or how there's a pharmacy expert available 24/7 and one-click refills? Well, I just did anyways. Fill your Medicare prescriptions with Walgreens and save. $0 copays apply to Tier 1 generic drugs with less plans with Walgreens as a preferred pharmacy. Restrictions apply. See Walgreens.com/Medicare for complete details.
Watching tax player calculate your refund feels like climbing to the apex of a roller coaster.
Here we go!
And flying down the track. At maximum refund speed. File for free with TaxSlayer Simply Free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. St. Barnabas Health System thanks you for listening to the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
38 degrees. Jake Corwin with the news update on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. In Clearview Mall, Butler County has 3 people hospitalized this morning. Cops remain tight-lipped on the details. They do tell us they believe it was not a random attack. The call came in last night just after 6 o'clock outside Rural King Store at Center Township. Pittsburgh, a bill that would make police officers document their reasons for stopping and searching a pedestrian before they do it. Now in front of City Council, Councilman Ricky Burgess on Action News 4.
It's not bad, because we think in some cases, police need this as a tool, but in many cases, it looks like from the data that it's actually racial profiling.
An officer could record the reason on their body camera or calling the dispatch prior to the stop. The new leader is one of the new PNC Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh. The hospital Tuesday announced Diane Huff as president. She becomes the first woman and first nurse to hold that position. Health officials are touting the Commonwealth's strides to getting COVID vaccinated. The CDC now says 75% of all adult Pennsylvanians are fully vaccinated across all 67 counties. However, new data also says there was a nearly 12% decrease in the number of shots rolled out last week from the week prior. More than 1,700 new cases in all Allegheny County Tuesday, part of over 13,000 ones statewide. This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt. File in a way that fits you, get the refund you deserve guaranteed. Jackson Hewitt Tax Pros can help you find thousands worth of new tax credits. Schedule an appointment with one of their tax pros. Learn more at jacksonhewitt.com. We hear from Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin. Bill DeFabio will have a bold 44 today, 45. Your next news update in less than 30 minutes. Jake Corwin on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 20 WJAS.
When you turn the heat on, you could be spreading contaminants like dirt, dust, dander, even mold, bacteria, and viruses. Call Bactronics today. They can quickly make your home safer and healthier. Bactronics receives up to 12 5-star ratings every day. Learn more at Bactronics with an X.com or call 412-375-7886.
Traffic and weather.
Residual delays from a cleared accident 279 inbound at that 376 ramp. And as you travel on 22 eastbound at 980, get an earlier mishap there. Inbound 65, so a little bit busy at Allegheny Avenue over to the Parkway North. Inbound Parkway West will be past Great Street, the tunnel, as is the Parkway East at Swiftboro, Squirrel Hill. Pleasant Road at Rockland Road, Culvert Worth through Early. Bringing up the second layer. I'm traveling with traffic on the top of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Mostly cloudy today with a high of 40, a chance of rain and snow tonight with a low of 18. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high of 24, partly cloudy tomorrow night with a low of 5, and mostly sunny on Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
He has a tongue like a razor and a big mouth like an alligator. He's Bloom Daddy, and here he comes in hour 3 on the Bloom Daddy Radio Network.
Bloom Daddy Radio Network, welcome back. It's Otis. It's time for politics, left, right, center. I'm filling in for Blimmer today because he's a little under the weather. It's not that he's sick, it's just that he's kind of lost his voice. So I'm in the big chair and going to try to not derail this show as we normally would do in this situation. It is time for politics, left, right, center. Going to bring on Jim Byrne, the former PA Democratic chairman, and Elgin McCardle, the Ohio County Republican chair. Good morning.
Morning.
So, Jim, I'm a little chivalrous here, so I'm going to let the ladies go first, if that's all right with you.
I know.
Thank you very much. Okay, so there's a new study out there that says politics is making Americans feel different. They even found that 1 in 20 even said thinking about or discussing politics leaves them feeling suicidal, which I find hard to believe. What do you think of this, Elgin? Go through it.
Well, I think politics is always a topic that many people try to avoid. You certainly shouldn't discuss it with friends and family, as per, the old adage would say. But it does make me sick. It makes me sick. I'm sure it makes Jim sick. The problem with it is it has gotten to the point where it is so hot. There's no more discussion, because if you don't agree, then you are wrong. And people who have been long-term friends, family members, have gotten to the point where they have lost those long relationships because of quote politics. And the mainstream media has certainly fed into this whole narrative. And I think it is true, whether it's suicidal or not. I don't think it's suicidal, but I think there are aspects of the political climate that have isolated people, that have caused them to think that. But I do agree with the notion that it does make people sick. It is time. January 29th in West Virginia is the deadline to file for offices. Trying to get people, good people, to run for office is very difficult, because they don't need to live in a fishbowl where false allegations of negativity are thrown all over the place. That seems to be the narrative today. Maybe Jim agrees with it, maybe he doesn't, but I do think it is extremely negative to the point where people do get physically ill and or just mentally ill by even discussing the topic.
Well, I do agree with you that if you're running for a public office, I mean, I understand that that people, we need people to do this, but the scrutiny that you fall under in certain races and in certain positions is, I'm watching, the political ads have already started in West Virginia, and it's just, the negativity is such a turn. Jim, why are Americans feeling sick about politics?
It's unfortunate to see a relationship that have deteriorated because of the constant changes of political dynamic now. But there are John Vaughn, strong Trump supporter, very conservative. He's still my brother. There's a lot of people out there that don't see things that way. And the dynamic elsewhere, the dynamic has changed. You used to be able to agree to disagree. You would have politicians from both parties on the floor advocating for their position, advocating for their values, advocating for constituents from diametrically opposite sides. Then they would go have dinner or have a beer together. It doesn't happen. It's all or nothing. And this narrative, it's my way or the highway, from the extreme left or the extreme right, that drives the discourse. And unfortunately, the media, that's what sells. People don't tune in to hear Come By Us. Jerry Springer. That's the problem. In politics, it's about throwing chairs and tables at each other through a window. It should be about finding common ground. So that constant discourse in a time of crisis, in a time of pandemic, young children or young men and young women looking for leadership, looking for guidance, looking for direction, looking for a path to their elected leaders, and hear nothing but a circus screaming and yelling and one-upmanship, and nothing gets done. And then, you have 24/7, like you indicated, perpetuation of politics. It's what it's all being. So yes, I can understand why people are frustrated.
In this same study, they're saying that young Democrats are affected the most. Why do you think that is?
Well, Democrats take second to most. I don't know. I have many friends on the Republican side.
You think young Democrats?
Young Democrats.
You're not young.
Why that might be.
No, but none of us are.
Come on.
Oh, yeah.
I suspect this would have, the ideology might be driving that, the diversity of the Democratic Party might be driving that, but I was throwing against it, I guess, why that might be the case.
there might be some frustration there because a lot of younger Democrats, you'll find those folks more leaning progressive, more leaning toward like the Bernie Sanders wing of the party. Whether you agree with them or not, and they feel like Bernie Sanders got a raw deal on the establishment wing of their party, so that might be compounding their frustration. A, they don't like the message that many conservatives are giving, and B, they don't like the message that the established wing of the party gave them when they perceived Bernie Sanders and those who think like him, who have been summarily thrown under the bus in a racist Democratic election in 2016. Many of them see it that way. That could be
Okay, Elgin, same question. Young Democrats, they feel like they're the most effective. Why is that?
I think it goes back that young Democrats are going to rely more on social media for their information as opposed to doing their own research. In the old days, pressing comms and talking to candidates themselves and figuring out what their platforms were, what they stood for, was the way to campaign. I think in today's world, campaigns are centered around social media, and lots of young Democrats are on TikTok and Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and not all of the majority of the things that are on those particular social media websites, I think, are controlled somewhat, and censored certainly. And because there are certain talking points as opposed to truth that are expounded on those social media sites, I think that leads to some of the misunderstandings of what politics really is, and it drives division between the parties. I think that nobody likes they're not your sociopaths like conflict, but most people don't like conflict, and I think that's what the current climate is current conflict. And when that happens, people turn off. There's nothing productive. Nobody wants to be around the negative Nelly. People want to be around positive, happy people, and that's just not the climate of politics. And I think the young people are on social media too much, really separate themselves from different truths.
I'm gonna be honest with you. When I first saw this and I was thinking about this and why I thought young Democrats were effective, the first thing that popped into my mind was social media. Now you took it a little. But I mean, you took it and explained it a little better. But in my mind, I'm thinking this is what they're relying on. They're relying on Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, Snapchat, whatever these platforms are. And if it's not what they want to see, then they get frustrated. And I think that's just the way our society works.
There's no doubt. I mean, it's unfortunate, and I think we all agree some sort of regulation. And I don't know, regulation on the social media sites. They're not under the realm or the umbrella of standard journalism, which is a problem.
Jim, any other comment on that?
No, I agree with that. I think social media needs to be reined in. I mean, we've all talked about this. Both sides talk about this. There needs to be regulation. There's a lot of disinformation. But I agree that social media is a significant variable in why you see frustration with young Democrats. But you have to couple that with the fact that most of those young Democrats identify as progressive, and they think that the progressive wing of their party. I'm not talking the radical left. I'm talking pragmatic progressive. They identify, they feel that they're getting a raw deal from the establishment wing of the party. They're getting double negative. So that's part of it as well.
All right, guys, we got to take a break. We get the clock, so I'm going to put you on hold, and we'll be right back with Elgin and Jim, and we'll be looking at a new proposal that would let the number of justices on the Supreme Court float. We'll be talking about that next.
I'm Blue Daddy. Thanks for listening on the clock in Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou. He specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit BigLou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit BigLou.com.
Hi, it's Blue Daddy. If you're looking to grow savings for retirement and other milestones, and the guaranteed growth of your funds is important, look to GBU Life. GBU's new Asset Guard annuity offers guaranteed interest rates to secure the growth of your savings. The Asset Guard annuity locks your savings interest rate for 2, 3, 4, or even 5 years. You have penalty-free access to a portion of your funds at all times. Get full access to your funds in the event that you meet certain home criteria, such as a critical or terminal illness. In addition, you become a GBU member with access to great benefits, such as local discounts, scholarships, and community service opportunities. Secure your future and get back to the community today by joining GBU Life. Schedule an appointment with a local agent and find out more about GBU's Asset Guard annuity. Visit GBU.org. Annuities are issued by GBU Financial Life using annuity application ITC21. Products not available in all states, and they may vary by state. GBU Life, securing futures and giving back.
Might you put on some COVID weight, holiday weight, board weight, or long-term weight that you want to end once and for all? If any of these ring a bell, then maybe a short-term project for the next couple months is the answer. I'm Dr. Bridget Chuba from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Let's get you healthier in these very cold months so you can emerge a vibrant, healthier person come spring and summer. Call me at 1-800-900-THIN and don't procrastinate anymore.
Hey, Blue Daddy, if you can give me a second, I want to tell you about my pillow products, which I pretty much have all the products. I have the pillows, the sheets, the washcloths, the towels, I mean, you name it, I've got it. Well, Mike Lindell, the veteran CEO of MyPillow, wants to get back to you right now. You can get great discounts on all MyPillow products if you go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. You can get deep discounts on MyPillow's mattress toppers, towels, and so much more. For example, Mike is offering a buy one, get one free offer on Giza sheets. Now, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a 10-year warranty. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special for the buy one, get one free offer on Giza sheets. Enter promo code BLOOM, that's BLOOM, or call 800-659-2926 for these great specials. That's 800-659-2926. Or online at MyPillow.com, enter promo code BLOOM. That's BLOOM. Once again, BLOOM.
Looking for new or used handguns or rifles, ammo, or accessories? For decades, Pittsburgh's choice has been Federal Firearms on Thomas Run Road in the South Hills. Great guys, plenty of experience, and the most competitive prices in the area. Federal Firearms in Pittsburgh, South Hills. This update brought to you by Heffer Tillotson. For financial security, everyone should have a master plan. Are you a registered nurse looking for fulfilled work? Hope Hospice, a local established nonprofit hospice agency looking for registered nurses for full-time or part-time positions. If you would find it rewarding to work with a very dedicated team, helping patients and families when they need it most, call Hope Hospice at 412-367-3685 or apply online at hopehospicepgh.org. Have your skills bring comfort to the community.
Traffic and weather.
Now we're really starting to jam up on the Parkway West inbound to Greentree, tunnels building outbound to Greentree, Carnegie, Parkway East inbound to Wilkinsburg, down towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. As you travel along on 65 from Allegheny Avenue over to 279, that's cleared out. We had an earlier accident that's gone to on inbound 279 right now. That's Parkway East branch over neutral delays there as well. I'm running the traffic on the top of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Mostly overcast today with a high of 40, rain and snow possible tonight with a low of 18. A mix of sun and clouds tomorrow with a high of 24, a few clouds in the sky tomorrow night with a low of just 5, and plenty of sunshine on Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Hey, welcome back to the Blue Daddy Radio Network. Otis sitting in the big chair for Blue Daddy, who's a little under the weather. He lost his voice, or losing his voice. So I'm in charge. I'm the moderator here for Politics Left, Right, Center. I want to welcome back Jim Byrne, former PA Democratic Chair, and Elgin McCardle, the Ohio County Republican Chair. So there's a new proposal out there right now that would allow the number of justices on the Supreme Court to maybe quote-unquote float. So each president would be allowed to choose a set number of justices, maybe one or two, and at some point in their first term. If they were reelected, then they get to select another one or two, and when there are court vacancies due to death or retirement, these positions will not be filled. Jim, I'm going to let you go first on this one. What's your idea on a floating Supreme Court justice?
You have a finite number of Supreme Court process, and well, you start to see this, you start to read this, you start to hear about these ideas, mess around with how Supreme Court like this get make up a number of who get elected. You're injecting politics into this. There's enough politics in the process now as it is. No, leave it as it is. There's talk every so often about expanding people and things of that nature. That's a different debate. You have 9 judges, President Regular Chairwoman McCardle, campaigning and out there working with Western candidates. Will tell people the significance of winning these executive seats at the national level for purposes of selecting of judges. When the conservative wins, you'll expect conservative look for conservative judges to put on the bench. And when that person leaves office, you are perpetuating conservative legacy for generations. Conversely, liberal, the same thing. Democratic record looking for more liberal leaning judges to put on the court. You're shaping ideology for generations that way. That is the dynamic. That is the gambit when you have elections. It's coming upon, Chairman Jim Byrne and Chairman McCardle when they're out there campaigning for the plate to emphasize that significant factor when those cycles manifest in an election cycle. You don't keep your candidate to win. You don't cherry pick and try to change the rules or move the boundaries into something like this. I think it's risky. I think it puts more politics into the process. There has to be supposed to be above and beyond any and all political approach when they write their decisions. And so therefore I think there's a risk of doing this. So that big wall to teach me I am against it.
Elgin, I have a strong feeling that you're going to agree with Jim, but what are your opinions on a floating Supreme Court?
I think it's the most asinine thing I've ever heard in my life. I add on to what he said, those Supreme Court appointments are for life, barring impeachment. And so when an executive, and there's separation of powers in the Constitution, and it was designed to be a check on power. So when you are appointed for life by a conservative or appointed for life by a liberal, then what happens is you're there for your lifetime to put checks and balances on whoever may be elected the next time, so that and they're staggered for purposes of keeping a balance of power and checks, in doing that which the law requires under the Constitution. Sorry to cite this on opinions that have been developed over the years. So to float as Supreme Court justice would basically be to completely disassemble and throw out the door everything that the founding fathers did and methodically thought about when putting the Constitution in place. So that is just accurate.
So let's stay on the Supreme Court here. What would be an opinion? Congressmen are elected for 2-year terms, the president 4, senators for 6. What if because there are some justices that probably stay longer than they should, and it doesn't matter what party they're affiliated with. But do you think that there is there room for term limits, say maybe 15 years or 20 years when it comes to Supreme Court justice?
No, I don't think there is. I think that the Constitution calls for lifetime appointment, and it's not just Supreme Court justice, it's all federal judges. Federal judges are appointed for life, whether it be district court, appellate court, the circuit court, the district court, and of course the Supreme Court. So federal court judges are not elected, and the reason, they're not elected is for the very purpose of keeping that balance of power, and their lifetime often expires, oftentimes after the election cycle, but generally speaking, you're not going to be there in 3 decades by virtue of the fact that your lifetime is not going to last that long.
Jim, your opinion on that?
I agree with that. We could have this Constitution of the United States of America. If Trump wrote those things, people think that, it's going to be on there for life. You know what, that's how founding fathers wrote it. Show me a necessary compelling reason to mess with one of the fundamental tenets of the Republic. And I don't see one. The justice is honest with themselves about what they to hang up in the road. And for the most part, they do that. Now, they do themselves. So, no, I think no reason on the federal judicial appointment system is working. You may not like their writing, but you better go out and work harder to elect the candidates you think will appoint ideological alignment to your satisfaction.
Jim, Elgin, we're out of time. Hey, thanks, guys, and I'm sure Bloom Daddy will be back next week.
Wild turkey.
He's listening. All right, guys, thank you very much. All right, that's Politics Left, Right, Center, Bloom Daddy Radio Network. Otis going in for the big guy. We'll be back right after this.
I'm new in Chicago. Got no one else to call. Been walking all day.
I'm Bloom Daddy, and you're listening to the Talk in Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Good morning, Jake Gorman with this headline update. A shooting in Clearview Mall in Butler County has 3 hospitalized. A 24-year-old man is charged. Cops say Carlos Thrill opened fire during an altercation last night just after 6 o'clock outside the Rural King store in Center Township. A 21 and 19-year-old shot killed the victim under the age of 18. The bill that would require concerned cops to document the reasons for stopping and searching someone before they do it is now in front of City Council. Councilman Ricky Burgess on Action News 4.
They wouldn't speak into the body camera and use that as documentation of why they're initiating stuff.
Burgess is pitching the bill, citing racial profiling. And Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin is answering questions on the future of the quarterback position in Pittsburgh. Is a suitable replacer for Big Ben on the current roster. Bill DeFabio has sports at 8:45. Jay Gorman on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 JAS.
Real patients, real stories from Scott and Christie Eye Care Associates. Hey, it's Bloom Daddy. Today we're talking to Honora Ricard from Cranberry. Your decision to have multifocal cataract surgery as opposed to traditional cataract surgery. Why did you decide to go the multifocal route?
Well, I wanted to be able to see close, mid-range, and far without having to wear any additional glasses. So the multifocal lenses will let you adjust seamlessly to any lens that you want to be able to see clearly at.
And Nora, this has to be incredible for you after wearing glasses since the age of 6.
Yes, it's life-changing. I absolutely love it, and I talk to all of my friends and relatives about the benefits of multifocal lenses.
Scott and Christie Eye Care Associates, Vision for Life. Go to scottandchristie.com or call 724-772-5420 to learn more about multifocal and laser cataract surgery.
Got mold in your home or business? Don't know what to do next? At Furnace Master of Greater Pittsburgh, we do. Demand the yellow band.
Oh, Furnace Master stands at 2.46 inches.
It's the truth and nothing but. This is the Sean Hannity Morning Minute.
We now have gas prices on average of about $1.50 a gallon, and that's 20 and 30, $35 extra to fill up your tank every time you fill up your tank. You'll pay another $1,000, like in all likelihood, to heat your home this winter. We've got every item you buy in every store that gets there with an 18-wheeler with diesel in it. Yeah, you're paying more to cover the cost of higher energy, all artificially caused by Joe Biden. His border disaster, the COVID disaster, more dead in 2021 than 2020, running out of tests, running out of therapeutics that we had for 18 months. How do you run out of these things? That's literally shocking.
Keeping you on the straight path. Later today, it's the John Hannity Show.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, homeowners, did you know home values in the U.S. have appreciated over 10% on average the past 2 years? If you're looking to get cash out using your equity, but don't want to risk losing your nice low mortgage rate, a Figure home equity line could be perfect for you. With Figure, you can get approved in 5 minutes and get funding in as few as 5 days. Keep your rate low and get cash out using your equity while home values are high. Figure Lending LLC, Equal Opportunity Lender, NMLS 1717824. Terms and conditions.
Traffic and weather. Inbound on the Parkway East, roughly is going from 4 and 4 to 12. Tunnels Parkway West past Green Street down to the Port City Tunnels. You still have company there, and outbound to Green Street, Part 84. Kind of slowing on inbound 51, making your way from 88 to Woodward, and again at Townsend, Liberty Tunnels, and over to Warrington. Nitrosite Road between Millwoodtown and Great Station Road. They're still doing some construction work there. It's longer. I was traffic on the top of the Spring 5020 WJAM.
Plenty of clouds in the sky today with a high of 40, a possibility of rain and snow tonight with a low of 18. Partial sunshine tomorrow with a high of 24. Skies are partly cloudy tomorrow night with a low of 5 and mostly clear skies on Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell off the Rock of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Welcome back to the Bloom Daddy Radio Network. Otis sitting in the big chair for Bloom Daddy, who's in the studio, but just not talking as much today because I never get sick. I never do this. I never do that. And
Come on, yeah, I want you to work with me. I never.
I think there was one time when you were a little under the weather and you took a day.
Like I said, it's rare. I mean, very, very rare.
So we've got some things going on. Look, Daddy, like I said, he's feeling a little ill today. You got our front line ringing. I think we might have our Jeff nonsense. So we're just waiting to see if that's Jeff. Because Dave's doing my job. I'm doing his job. So we're getting Jeff and also. Good morning, Jeff.
Hey, morning, friends.
Hey, we've got the Texas synagogue hostage taker known to British intelligence, but he was no longer deemed a threat. What's going on there?
Yeah, 44-year-old Malik Akram was a terrorist before hostages in the Dallas area synagogue, well known to MI5 as a possible terrorist. Back in 2020, she investigated him, but the investigation apparently went nowhere. So the first stories included threat, perhaps it's not a vigilance threat, to be able to surveil him. Travel to the U.S., travel to the airport on December 29, bought a New York telephone. 2 days later, he's in Dallas, where he bought a pistol, reportedly off the street or a private seller. 13 days later, he knocked on the door of a congregation at the Israel synagogue. Thankfully, nobody killed other than him. The rabbi there was full of Bobby Knight and throw a chair at him, and they were able to escape. Thankfully, no injuries before the FBI finished the job and neutralized the suspect, who the FBI claims was not related to anti-Semitic terror. Only a day later, backtracked on that and said that it was terror. The UK Tucson for questioning. They've been released. Investigators are also trying to find out who funded it, which will be financial support. His family says that he suffered from mental illness. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy saying that the White House is downplaying the Texas incident as a terror attack. The White House says that after he checked against the U.S. government's databases, multiple times flyers indicated the country and that the U.S. did not have any derogatory information on this guy in our system at the time.
Is there finger pointing going on between the two governments?
Not that I'm aware of right now. I think the question is are these governments really chatting with each other in terms of
when it comes
terror? And what's our FBI news about this? I mean, we're told this guy no longer gets behavior. He's barred the courthouse days after 9/11 for family threatening staff contact comments about the attack. So apparently he wasn't investigated or dismissed as a low priority, which we found out has happened multiple times before in the aftermath of attacks here in the UK as well as here in the US. I suppose both sides about the shooter. FBI had him on their radar. Their contacts were on the FBI's radar. So the question is, what are we doing about it?
It sounds like they're on the radar, but they're not high enough up to warrant any further investigations or deeper investigations, maybe I should say.
Yeah. Something like that.
All right, Jeff, hey, thanks a lot. Have a good day. So, that Texas synagogue shooter, I mean, like you said, if it wasn't for the rabbi, I like the reference you used, the Bobby Knight reference. If he wouldn't have pulled a Bobby Knight and thrown a chair at him, they may not have gotten out of it. But, every time my Bobby Knight throws. And you know who the official was, who he threw the chair at? Teddy Valentine. From a High Valley native. So, and was actually, he was a basketball official when I was in junior high. Yeah, but he's the only guy that ever gave me the ball.
I'm getting all kinds of police remedies here by email.
Scott,
Lawrence said rather than choose remedies for wild turkeys, try blackberry brandy. It was cured 24.
Listen, just try them all and you'll be all screwed up later and just pass out.
Randy said just inject some Black Star heroin, everything will be better.
Brandy your throat. Cleveland Browns making the news today. Defensive tackle Malik McDowell is accused of walking around naked.
That's never
in front of a South Florida Learning Center.
That's even worse.
So I guess when a Broward County Sheriff deputy arrived, he had allegedly attacked him. Malik was 25 and he's charged with aggravated battery on an officer, resisting arrest with violence, and exposure of sex organs in public. I'm going to say that's an over 3. His defense attorney, this is the best one. Now keep in mind, Malik McDowell has a rap sheet. He's been arrested 3 other times, including for resisting arrest and assault, but his defense attorney believes that his client could have been slipped something, a roofie, a Mickey. Come on, man. Your client has issues. He's 25 years old.
So there's a couple of things that pop out to me here. First and foremost, on a serious note, I told you I've gone through 2 police simulators and I died the first 7 simulators, right? So one of the calls was a guy threatening suicide. He's outside the building. I roll up. It's like a 3D video game. You're right there in the middle of it. I get out. I get out of the vehicle. I have my hand on my gun. Okay. I'm a concealed carry. I'm going through the classes. I shoot all the time. I have my hand on my handgun in the holster. This guy's pacing back and forth. He's about 10 to 12 feet away. And I'm saying, sir, please calm down, please calm down. So he takes off at me before I can even get that gun out and get him my hand. I'm dead. So imagine rolling up on Malik McDowell. He was 6'6", 300 yesterday. Not an ounce of damn fat on him. Naked. You know he's not. Okay, he's either going through an episode or he's crazy. If I'm that cop, I have my gun out. As soon as he takes a step at me, I'm putting every bullet I have inside. And if that guy did that, there'd be protests. He'd probably be fighting for his life in the court of law. Instead, that doesn't happen. And I don't know the exact situation, but what I'm saying is, Malik McDowell rushed him with a closed fist and beat the hell out of him. The only way the cop got him to do was he was lucky enough to get his taser loose in phase 40. And some people are going to go, well, that was good police. I disagree. You're supposed to take an ass beating from somebody who was naked outside of the school with 6'6", 300 and hope you can get your taser out? Not a chance. And this is where we go down this road of bad policing. I'm getting out of the car. When I see this, I am immediately thinking my life is in jeopardy. He's huge. And he's obviously not mentally there. My gun's out. And as soon as he looks cross-eyed at me, I'm pulling the trigger. That's probably why I'm not a cop.
You know, the other thing, the first thing that I thought about when you said that, when you pulled up on Malik, he by himself.
Yes.
If there's a second police officer in that cruiser,
I don't care. My gun's out.
I get that, but I'm saying is
a large human being.
there's two people, so now you've got a witness. I mean, you probably got a body cam. And even we've seen that even with body cams and everything else, that this can go the wrong way.
Oh yeah.
For a lot of different reasons, whether it be on the side of the criminal or law enforcement, it can go wrong either way.
And as far as the attorney goes, I would have went the CTE route before I would go somebody slipping over me.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when I first read the article, that's the first thing that popped into my head was, how many concussions does he have? How many? Is this something that, or is he just a 25-year-old out of control that is either drinking or doing drugs or doing something to that? And I'm not accusing him. Right. I'm just saying that's because the CTE, the drugs, the alcohol, those are all questions that need to be asked and answered.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I'm watching the video right now. I haven't seen the video. It's supposed to show him attacking the cop. But can you imagine a guy that size, coming at you, and like you just pointed out, you're by yourself? I mean, then we talk about how difficult a job is. What if that's a female cop? See about that?
Yeah, I mean, there's no weight requirement to be a police officer. So what if this officer's 5 foot, what if it's big, and 150 pounds? I mean, you don't know, because these police departments are now, they're basically hiring anybody that can pass the background check and pass the physical.
Yeah.
Because there's nobody that wants to be a police officer.
I mean, so I'm watching it right now. Malik McDowell starts about, I'm going to say, 20 feet away and takes off on a dead run and hits him like he would hit a running back coming through a hole.
Right, like
and then punches him like 3 or 4 times and then keeps going through some hedges. He's out of his mind. Running through the parking lot, and I think another cop, maybe. This cop was good. This cop was pretty big size. He's a pretty big guy too. Malik McDowell hit him full force. This guy was standing there, and he braced like an offensive tackle would a rushing linebacker. Knocked him back a couple steps and did not score. If you saw the speed intensity at which Malik McDowell ran at him, you would be shocked that this guy did not get knocked off his feet.
But because you have the computer where you can watch that. I don't.
Yeah.
So during the break, please come in there and take a look.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have to. It's unbelievable.
We'll be back right after this. We'll have this baby up.
Daddy on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Tune in this Saturday afternoon at 1 to Unindoctrinated, a no-holds-barred program giving parents a voice to tackle the issues that matter most to in Western Pennsylvania. Again, that's this Saturday afternoon at 1. Unindoctrinated on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. James Douglas Jewelers, Monroeville's home for the finest jewelry. 25 years in business, now buying and selling vintage and estate jewelry, buying silver, gold, and loose diamonds and fine watches such as Rolex. Also buying rare coins and flatware. At James Douglas Jewelers, sell your antique jewelry in a low-pressure environment where your transactions are 100% confidential. Trust a jeweler who specializes in vintage and estate jewelry for your evaluation. Seek the highest value for your past possessions at James Douglas Jewelers in Monroeville and at JamesDouglasJewelers.com.
The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS, checking in on sports with Bill DeFabio.
Greg Maxwell filling in for Bill DeFabio at his end of the season press conference. Pittsburgh Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin said the team will be operating as if Ben Roethlisberger is retiring this offseason. But as for the quarterback position heading into the next season, he says all options are on the table.
We have to move our football team in two major ways that you do it. You do it through free agency and you do it through the draft. So we have to look at what's available to us in the draft. Additionally, we have to look at what's available to us, particularly in free agency.
In regards to Big Ben's backups last season, Mason Rudolph and Dwayne Haskins,
Both guys, Mason and Dwayne, have had their moments, but they'll have to prove that. And not only in the team development process, but through playing itself.
Coach Tomlin also confirmed reports that defensive coordinator Keith Butler is considering his retirement this offseason, and as for offensive coordinator Matt Canada, Coach Tomlin gave him his vote of confidence. The Pittsburgh Penguins will be back on home ice tomorrow night. They'll be hosting the Ottawa Senators. Also, the NHL has announced that following the All-Star break, they'll stop testing asymptomatic players and coaching staff for COVID-19. And in college basketball, the Pittsburgh Panthers are in action. They'll be hosting the University of Virginia at the Peterson Event Center. I'm Greg Maxwell, filling in for Bill DeFabio on sports on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Baby, it's cold outside. Start the new year off right with the new reliable HVAC system from Impact Heating and Cooling. Voted one of the top 10 heating and air conditioning repair companies in Pittsburgh. Locally owned and family operated, Impact Heating and Cooling is your source for year-round comfort, superior indoor air quality, and affordable HVAC solutions. All systems come with a 10-year hassle-free parts warranty, giving you peace of mind for years to come. Call 412-297-1852 or visit Impact HVAC.
Hi, this is Diane Ireland of Ireland Contracting. We're excited to announce that Owens Corning, our shingle manufacturer, just released its new 2022 Color of the Year, introducing Bourbon. It is part of the Duration Designer Colors Collection and integrates a unique combination for a rich, bold, dimensional effect. It also features Owens Corning's patented Sure Nail technology for advanced performance. Be the first on the block in 2022 to have this beautiful color installed on your home. Call 1-800-NEW-ROOF or IrelandContracting.com for your free estimate today.
Melissa from Michigan. I work an extra part-time job serving lunch at my child's school, but still can't afford to put food on our table.
Daniel from California. Choosing to pay the rent, pay to fix the car to get to work doesn't leave us much at all. Now we can't even pay for meals.
Hunger is a story we can end. End it at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather.
Still seeing some volume through the construction zone on 28 between Highland Park and Delafield Parkway East near the Brickwood Overpass with the Squirrel Hill Tunnel congestion there. As you find on the Parkway West at Green Tree down to Portsmouth Bridge. As you roll on the inbound side of Transit Bridge, heading to Crosstown and the Liberty Bridge, seeing some congestion there as well. 65 Country Club Drive at Mercer Road. Weekday filling operations for Monday through the end of the month, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. I'm travel traffic on the top of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Mostly cloudy today with a high of 40, a chance of rain and snow tonight with a low of 18. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high of 24, partly cloudy tomorrow night with a low of 5, and mostly sunny on Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. Need new hires in the new year? You need Indeed to help find your next hire. When you sponsor a post, you get a list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
American Idiot, welcome back to Blue Daddy. Pretty good network. I was talking about myself, not necessarily you. Wow, thrown under the bus by the bug. In case you don't know, Bloom Daddy's had a little problem with his voice. A little laryngitis, just as he gets going. When he talks, I think he's pothole right now, he's gonna sound fine.
You know, make you get, I'm not sorry, if I haven't talked to
If you were 3 or 4 minutes into this, you'd be struggling.
Yeah, based on everybody's advice, after the show's over, I need to go get drunk. Because if I drink everything that everybody's throwing at me, I'm gonna be drunk for 3 days.
We've had wild turkey, we've had scotch, we've had blackberry brandy, bourbon, which is a bit nasty, but I mean, you might, let's put it this way, get home before you start drinking.
Yeah, no
Drink
kidding.
it dry.
No kidding. I know.
So there's big stories out of LA, these trains are being robbed. You know, if you look at some of the video and the pictures, these trains are lined up out in LA at the station, and what they're doing, these looters are coming in, and they're robbing these trains from the supplies, and all they're doing is leaving the packaging, the boxes, the peanuts, the foam, the plastic, whatever is all around there. They're leaving that on the side, and it looks like a third world country.
Yeah, I saw some of the pictures. It looks like yeah, I'm not kidding.
It does.
Hey, what did you think of the Malik McDowell?
Oh, well, I'll give the officer credit. He took it, because that's a big dude coming in. Fast. Like, that's 4 speed right there.
Vic
And he's naked.
Vic said that, and then he
No windows.
and then he ran through the hedges naked. He had something to get caught on a twig. Vic said that's horrible police work. I would have shot this son of a bitch even before I saw my squad car. Because I don't give a crap if I'm 7 feet and 300 pounds of solid muscle, he's getting a hole in his head. I can guarantee you that, because when I went with Vic, he killed everybody in the Houston. Everybody.
So getting back to our train,
Yes.
there's been a shocking number of these train robberies out in LA, and Amazon packages are part of this, and they're being stolen right off the freight cars at the railroad. The thefts are beginning to be felt by Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, and he has this statement to make.
I am Jeff Bezos. It has come under my purview that Amazon packages are being stolen in a rash of train robberies. What year is this anyway? 1875? Did Elon Musk invent a time machine and bring back Butch Cassidy just to spite me? I would send Butch back, but unfortunately I'm still weeks away from a workable prototype of my own time machine. So, until then, I can only appeal to the better angels of our nation and ask that you don't steal. On moral grounds, it is simply wrong. It's greedy. Greed is a deadly sin, and no good could ever come of the gluttonous accumulation of material possessions. Oh, I came so close to saying that with a straight face. So pick that up and let's do take 2. I'm sorry, 1, 2, 3. We're live. Oh dear.
From one millionaire to another. The dude, what's happening, my man?
Hey, how you got?
He's a little under the weather.
I'm getting paid actually, which will finally Tuesday. Yeah, so then finally I can talk and you can interrupt me.
He still will, trust me. There it is, right there.
So the other day you guys were talking about Bradley Cooper, like twins, and I figured we were talking about full frontal nudity. You guys are like, you won't do it. I figured we could start a Blue Daddy calendar, and I can be the first 6 months, and then we can do Sting, Bloomer, Otis, Vic, however you want to do that. I think this could really take off. Full front.
Why are you the first 6 months?
Because that's how long it's going to take.
I walked right into that, didn't I?
I can't believe it. I was looking at you and I can't say anything because of my voice. And I'm going, Otis, don't do it.
Was not even thinking.
Just keep rolling, baby. Keep rolling.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
You know, starting to cry,
Oh, see ya. I just got funny.
You got rid of him quicker than I did.
It is what it is. So, anything for tomorrow? We have tirade, Thursday tirade.
You might be doing the show tomorrow. That doesn't get any better. I wrote the tirade while you were doing politics. And I'll just give you a little hint. Something happened to me Tuesday at Dollar General that happened about 6 years ago. And I couldn't believe it. I got dusted by a little old lady again. She cranked one off. It sounded like when you try to start a chainsaw. It's like, oh, come on, Steve. Okay. Well, that's what you're getting. And I'm going to do something on Bradley Cooper going full throttle.
Park City, Utah. We're just going to tell you right now. Do not snowboard in Park City, Utah. There's a guy that's in the hospital. As he was coming down over the slope, he hit an animal. So you're snowboarding and you come down and you hit a moose.
That's not even winnable. That's not even remotely winnable.
I mean, imagine.
Have you ever hit a human being?
No, I've only been skiing once, so it wasn't pretty.
No, it's hitting a human hurts like hell. I can't. That'd be like hitting a brick wall.
I've taken out people while we were tubing.
That is nice.
But that's been intentional.
All right, I'm going to go start drinking my whiskey.
There you go. Drop them, will you? Hey, Otis filling in for Bloom Daddy. He'll be back tomorrow, hopefully. And we'll be back right after. We'll be back tomorrow. I was going to say we'll be back right after this. It's the end of the show. Hey, thanks for joining us. Have a great day.
Bloom Daddy is brought to you by St. Barnabas. Find out more about retirement living at stbarnabashealthsystem.com.
G&J Waterproofing is family owned. Been serving Pittsburgh and the surrounding areas since 2010. And did I mention they have the best warranty in the business? Hey, it's Bloom Daddy. I personally spoke with Gary at G&J and really got the feeling he wants you to know you can have a dry basement and not pay too much for it. Also, G&J Waterproofing has no commission sales, so they don't get paid more to sell you on their products. So there's no pressure or overhyping of service. So call G&J Waterproofing 724-681-8944. That's 724-681-8944.
When you're unemployed, it can seem like there's no way out. But with the right tools, suddenly it all just clicks. Develop new skills and find your path to a new career at findsomethingnew.org. A message from the Ad Council. Take a step toward bringing our country and community together. Start a meaningful conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/one-small-step. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
WJAS AM Pittsburgh, online at 1320 WJAS.com. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Can talking persuade Russia not to invade in Ukraine? I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Ukraine is unprecedented. Defense Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, he's in Kiev for talks, reiterating to its president our commitment to Ukraine's territorial integrity, to its sovereignty, to its independence. The U.S. is offering $200 million in defensive military aid as 100,000 Russian troops sit near the border. Republican Congressman Michael Waltz tells Fox invasion is a real possibility.
Types of troops. Many of them are from the Russian National Guard, and the main thing that they are trained on is occupation.
AT&T and Verizon have delayed new 5G wireless service near some airports, but the worry about it is flown overseas. Fox's Simon Owen has details live.
Dave, one of the world's biggest airlines, Emirates, says it has suspended flights to 9 American cities, including Chicago, Miami, and Houston. Other airlines are reporting various disruptions, with some simply switching aircraft. They say the FAA's concerns center on Boeing 777s. The FAA is worried new 5G cell phone signals might interfere with some altimeters to measure how high its flight.
Now, Simon, for the first time in months, President Biden will hold a news conference taking questions on a lot of issues. He made out the new website for Americans to order 4 free at-home COVID test kits.
The long shipping timeline, 7 to 12 days, with the first orders going out in late January, may outrun the Omicron peak. And moreover, the administration included no way to collect data on at-home positivity rates, forcing some states and towns to launch their own forums for results.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich. Next week, you can go to pharmacies, community health centers to pick up free N95 masks. There's news out of the University of Michigan, an almost $500 million settlement with hundreds of people who claim a former sports doctor there sexually assaulted them. He died in 2008. America's listening to Fox News.
Why does Walgreens offer copays as low as $0 and 90-day refills? Because we care about Medicare, so you don't have to. I mean, do you really care to hear me go on about same-day prescription deliveries making your life easier? Or how there's a pharmacy expert available 24/7 and one-click refills? Well, I just did anyways. Fill your Medicare prescriptions with Walgreens and save. $0 copays apply to Tier 1 generic drugs and select plans with Walgreens at the preferred pharmacy. Restrictions apply. See Walgreens.com/Medicare for complete details.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refunds with TaxSlayer feels like saddling up and chasing down that big old cash cow.
Look at all that money!
File for free with TaxSlayer Simply Free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh, the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. St. Barnabas Health System thanks you for listening to the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
This news is brought to you by Bella Construction, the trusted leader in roofing, siding, and gutters. Visit mybellaroof.com for a free estimate and make your roof a Bella roof.
Jay Forward with a news update on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 at WJAS. Available to require Pittsburgh's police officers to document their reasons for stopping and searching someone before they do it. Now in front of City Council, Councilman Rick Burgess on Action News 4.
There are thousands of searches, and over 70% of them are African Americans.
Burgess introduced that bill Tuesday. Meanwhile, the proposed annexation will be confirmed by Pittsburgh appears headed down a path of rejection. Pittsburgh City Council President Teresa Gale Smith Tuesday introducing a measure to reject the idea. That's brought to a vote in the coming weeks. The shooting at Clearview Mall in Butler County has 3 people hospitalized. A 24-year-old man being charged in South St. Carlos Carril opened fire during an altercation last night. Just after 6 o'clock, a 21 and 19-year-old shot victim under 18. Free home COVID tests are now available from the feds. The new COVIDtest.gov website is live. NBC's Joe Ling Kent reports.
In soft launch, the White House began taking orders for up to 4 tests per household.
Ford Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin gives his final presser of the season as Tuesday on the future of the quarterback position. The retirement, Big Ben, all but done. Tomlin didn't say mobility will be high on his list for quarterback. NHL was planning to stop testing asymptomatic players and staff members following the All-Star break. Penguins are back at home to host Ottawa tomorrow. College hoops is hosting Virginia tonight. The sport is sponsored by Blindster. Blinds or shades. Blindster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters shipped directly to you with prices less than big box retailers. Blindster blinds are easy to install and guaranteed to fit. Don't overpay for new blinds. Shop Blindster today. Blindster.com. Jay Corwin on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS, is conducting a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. For Thursday night, partly cloudy. Much colder with lows around 3 an hour. Low winds around 5 miles an hour. For Friday, mostly sunny. Very cold with highs around.
Test of the emergency alert system on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. This was only a test.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather. Slow ride on the inbound Parkway East due to an accident. It's before the Squirrel Tunnels with 1 lane block. Parkway West, the brake lights top of the hill down at the tunnel. About drivers in the traffic.
Mostly overcast today with a high of 40. Rain and snow possible tonight with a low of 18. A mix of sun and clouds tomorrow with a high of 24. A few clouds in the sky tomorrow night with a low of just 5. And plenty of sunshine on Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
What you are about to hear is a fusion of entertainment and enlightenment. This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Hello, America. Rand Paul released a report yesterday on inflation, and his message was, it's only going to get worse. He's right. But I want to give you an additional message. It is also only going to get better. We are at a flex point. Things are changing, and things are going to get better. I'll explain that, and also the COVID stuff. Wait a minute, it's going to take a month for the free testing to come out? What? All that and much more on today's program. We begin in 60 seconds. So, you know, the thing about companies now, I think you could be such a wild success if you just do what you say you're going to do. You know, I can't tell you how many companies in remodeling my home, which will be done in the next 2 weeks, how many companies have failed the basic test, and I'm not talking about supply chain stuff. They just don't do what they say they're going to do. I don't understand that. I'm not asking you to be a hero. I'm not asking you to go way above and beyond. Just do what you said you were going to do. When I find a company like that, it makes all the difference in the world. These are the companies that advertise on this program, and they're also people that believe in you. They find value with half the country. They're like, hey, they're people too. What do you say we support them? And these guys are taking on a lot to advertise on programs like mine. And so I would ask that if you need any of their products, and that means locally as well, anybody who's advertising on your local station, to please frequent them. Now let me tell you about a company that does what they say. CarShield. Insurance for your car is difficult. And I'm not talking about accident insurance. I mean your warranty. When your warranty goes and it expires, your car, I swear to you, it is built to break down. It's only meant to last up until that warranty. And then when the warranty is over, it's almost like, go ahead, fry all the chips, Ralph. And it breaks down. That's always been a problem. Always been a problem. But right now, it is a colossal problem. Because if your car breaks down, like I have my trucks covered with CarShield, when my truck goes down, I'm not going out and buying a used truck because they're, 32%, 37% up in price. I'm not buying a new one because you can't get one. And I can't let it sit there in the garage and wait without a rental. How much is that going to cost? Take all of that off your plate. CarShield, they do what they say they're going to do. Covered repairs are a snap. You don't wait for the money to be repaid to you. They pay the mechanic of your choice. Roadside assistance, rental car, all of it. Deductibles may apply, but call CarShield. Just go to their website, carshield.com/Beck. Save 10% right now. carshield.com/Beck. All right. So let's talk about inflation. And Rand Paul yesterday released a report that talked about our living standards and real average hourly earnings. Those things are actually decreasing. You know, when Joe Biden says, "We'll just pay people more." Yeah, okay, well that's good. Except if you're not keeping up with the rate of inflation, you're actually making less, even though they're paying you more. I know it's confusing, but you have to understand that inflation is a hidden tax, and you are not getting the bailouts. Most Americans now are starting to look at loans, especially if you're a small business owner. You've already taken out a loan, or you're about to take out a loan, and the interest rates are going to go up. Another way for you to have to pay more to keep your store open, to keep your life going, to be able to buy a car. You need a car. Okay, how much is it going to cost me in interest rate? The zero down, zero APR, that's going to be a thing of the past. And it's going to get harder and harder for all of us to be able to survive. So I want to talk to you a little bit about inflation and what the Fed is going to do. But the problem is it's going to possibly stop the heart of a recovery. Because if you don't have a loan, if you can't get a mortgage applications are down 50% month to month. 50%. And they haven't even really started raising the interest rate. Some banks are raising interest rates, but they're making more money because the interest rate on them hasn't been raised yet. So people are already starting to feel this crunch and this pinch. What do we do about it? And what is causing it? First thing we have to do, build back better. Must never pass. All of the spending in Washington, it is competing against you. So I was remodeling my house. We had to pour some concrete. I never knew concrete was, as difficult to get. As concrete seems like you just go to the store and get some concrete, you put it in a wheelbarrow, throw some water in it, and you got it. But when you're actually, redoing a foundation or anything like that, and the concrete truck comes, it still never seemed like a big deal to me because I've never had a concrete truck come to my house before. But when it comes, in the pandemic, it was insane. It was insane how much money that concrete cost. All of the things that we have taken for granted are going sky high. So you're having to pay more, they're having to charge more. Your salary isn't going up quite as fast. So what do? The government is now talking about price controls. Another absolutely horrific idea. Everything that this government is now talking about and doing, I think we can see from San Francisco, none of it works. None of it works, right? I mean, San Francisco, I've always thought San Francisco was the most beautiful city in America. It's on the water, it has beautiful buildings and architecture and history and hills, and it's spectacular. It is spectacular. I grew up in the Pacific Northwest, so I'm used to that kind of weather and everything else. But if you've ever visited San Francisco, 20 years ago, you know how spectacular that city is. You cannot walk the streets anymore. It is so bad. There are needles and feces, human feces, everywhere. In good neighborhoods, if you're walking your dog, I'm not kidding you, they will take your dog. You'll have your dog jacked, and they'll take it and they'll sell it for $100. People who live in good neighborhoods can't go out and walk their dog. They can't do anything. This is a problem. And the problem is the solutions that have been given to us are making these things much, much worse. And we know it. We've seen it over and over and over again. What we're going through right now, we went through in the 1970s. Stagflation, which your cost of living is going up. It's not keeping up with your job and how much you're being paid for your job. How do I make ends meet? You cut back because things are too expensive. You're not getting the raise that you need. Everything just stops. Stagflation, high prices, no movement. In the 1970s when we had this, and we had an oil crisis as well, Richard Nixon decided he was going to do price controls. Price controls do not work. What happens is the government comes in and says, you can't charge more than X. Well, wait a minute, but it's costing more than that to be able to make that. So that causes more scarcity on the market because you can't make it for that price. Or if you do make it at that price, you're not making very much. So businesses are like, I can't afford to keep my doors open and just break even like that. So what do? So it causes more scarcity. Now, for a limited time, price controls will work. But the minute you retract them, the prices go through the roof again because the market. We have to stop denying nature. Man, this is why capitalism works and why capitalism goes bad. Because man wants an easier life. Man wants to be successful. Man wants creature comforts. But man also gets greedy. Man also go corrupt. So the nature of things is let the free market work. Let people set the prices. Let people set the direction. Not as individuals, but as a collective. Where are we headed as a nation? And encourage those people to be good, decent people. If you are teaching people to be empathetic and loving towards one another, even their enemies, that's the Western Judeo-Christian value. It is love your enemy, forgive people, move on, heal. That's what made the West. We are now denying all of those things. And we're coupling it with a market that we say is free, but it's not. At best, it's corrupt by people who do not believe in those Judeo-Christians. They believe in money. They believe in getting rich. They believe in getting ahead of the other guy. When you've lost the forgiveness and empathy part, you now are entering the part of capitalism that is bloody ugly and very corrupt. So to fix that, governments, which are completely corrupt, come in and say, you know what we need to do? We need to control this. But the people who are in charge of the control, it's like, putting the mob in charge of the police. They're corrupt. So everything breaks down. And that's where we are right now. Everything is broken down because we have denied too many truths. So how do we fix it? The first thing we do is face the truth. You know what? Our police, they have problems. But it's not the kind of problem that everybody has said it is. There are problems in the police force. Here and there. Just like there are problems in, bakeries and Ford, the factory line. There are people there who are doing bad things. You go for those individuals and you try to correct those things. You don't say, let's reimagine the entire world. Let's reimagine police force. I'm sorry, you can take your imagination on your time. I take the universal truths of bad guys will only get worse if there's no law enforcement and if there is no actual justice. If there's social justice, we're all screwed. And people will be shooting up on the streets and pooping on your front lawn while somebody else is stealing your dog while you're on a walk. That's what happens. That's where we are. So the first thing we have to do is just repoint all of those truths. We know where our cornerstones are. We just have denied them. We know what the truth really is. We've just tried to get along. Now, I take that back into the 90s, political correctness. We just tried to get along. Let's not. We want our kids to feel good, trophies, blah, blah, blah. All that has to end. All of it ends. It's the only way to heal. Stop denying the truth. I'm sorry. That swimmer, that's a dude. That dude should not be competing against those girls. Period. Oh my gosh, that's so hateful. That hurts. Nope, it's not. It's not meant to be hateful. You can interpret it as hateful. All I'm telling you is, he's a dude. That is the truth. Oh no, I gotta text you this picture of Uno I got last night from the vet. He's had the surgery. No. Had the surgery. Need transition? Yeah, well, I think he probably is thinking that today. What happened to me? What did you just cut off of me? Because, he's getting older and he's got some problems, so he went in. Well, I had this picture of him last night. The vet sent, and his tongue, he's dead asleep, but his tongue is just like long and hanging out the side. It's like a cartoon. And then when he woke up, they took a video, and they're like, here's something to eat. And he looked down at the bowl, and then he looked back up at the camera, and he looked down at the bowl, and he laid down. And I thought, you need rough greens. You've got to have rough greens, or he's not going to eat it. Rough greens is not a dog food. It is a supplement that you put on your dog's food. And they love it. They love it. And they grow healthier because of it. You will see a difference in your dog. At least I have, Stu has. I mean, President Miles, we only call him President Miles because his dog is older in actual years, not just dog years. Actual years than Joe Biden. But yet he's still awake more often than Joe Biden. Yeah, he is. I mean, he's awake for what, about 23 minutes a day? Yeah. Roughgreens.com/bag. Get your free bag right now just for your dog to try out. Make sure they like it. It's ruffgreens.com/bag. Roughgreens.com/bag. 833-GLEN-33. Call it now. 10-second station ID.
Stream us anytime, anywhere. The Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS is on the iHeartRadio app.
So, when I was talking to you a minute ago about concrete, the reason why I bring this up is, if I am in the market for concrete, because I'm building a house or I'm building whatever, if I'm in the market for concrete, and the government is spending trillions of dollars on, quote, infrastructure, they're buying all of the concrete. So now, my tax dollars are competing against me as I'm trying to buy concrete. So when they talk about infrastructure, and everybody's like, yeah, we need infrastructure. We're going to spend another $4 trillion on infrastructure. That's great, unless you're trying to build a house, unless you need copper for your wiring, unless you need anything. You need steel, good luck, because you're now in the market against literally yourself, who is bidding the price of all of this stuff through the roof. I beg if you to think of this in every local election when they tell you they're going to spend $30 million on a new gym in your neighborhood. Think of the people who own gyms in your neighborhood who are now competing against themselves with their own tax dollars. This is a new thing, and it's in Texas, and it's driving me out of mind. Texas, but it's all over. It shouldn't be in Texas, though. No. I mean, it is insane. Yeah, these cities build these giant rec centers, with incredible gyms and incredible facilities, which is a nice, most people just look at it as a nice benefit. It's usually a cheap membership fee as compared to the open market. But what does that do to a person who spent all this money building a business in a town and now has opened up competition paid for by their own tax dollars? So I went to City Hall recently, and I now see you walk in there. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh, you know what it was, okay? Do you know what they just built in City Hall? No. A restaurant/bar. And they built it. It's not run privately. It's run by the city. And they did it so, you can meet with city council and everything. Excuse me? I almost lost my mind. You have a restaurant so you can meet with city council. Yeah, so you can just go and meet with them, and they can, you can meet with your officials, and it's in a comfortable situation. I don't want to meet with my officials in a comfortable city. I don't mind if they're sitting on a sandbag and they're having to wear razor wire for braces. I don't really give a flying crap. I want them to be as uncomfortable and out of that office as much as possible. I mean, so I can go meet with them in a comfortable place. If I need to meet with them and I'm hungry, meet me at McDonald's. Meet me at McDonald's. You know what? You're such a boob. I'll sit there and you can be in the little playscape thing while we talk.
And now there are restaurants around town where people used to go for meetings, correct, where they will not go, and they will instead give the money to the town to pay for more junk.
What is that?
It's terrible.
A horrible development.
Yeah.
An absolute public-private partnership is all part of the Great Reset. Stop. Let the public do it. Let people, individuals, do it. Not the politicians or government.
Glenn Beck Program. American Financing, NMLS 182334, www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org.
So I was looking at that stat today about how mortgages are way down. Applications for mortgages are way down.
That's for a couple of reasons. One, the Great Reset. People are being priced out of houses. The second thing is the banks are starting to raise their interest rates and make it more difficult. And inflation. You have to save money. You have to get a consolidation loan if you have a high interest credit card debt so you can save money. You need to lock in the lowest interest rate you possibly can. Most people don't even know what they're paying for on their mortgage. Find out. It can save you a buttload of money. American Financing, they don't work for the bank. They work for you. I have known these people for a long time. They've been huge supporters of the show, huge supporters of you, and anybody who likes to save money and do it the right way. American Financing, 800-906-2440, 800-906-2440. Call them now, AmericanFinancing.net.
Head over to blazetv.com/Glenn. Big special tonight on The Great Reset. Use the code The Great Reset to save $15.
This news is brought to you by Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Call me at 1-800-900-NIP. Lose that extra weight now.
Good morning, Jake Orwin with this headline update. A shooting in Clearview Mall in Butler County. It has 3 people hospitalized. A man is being charged. Cops say 24-year-old Carlos Carril opened fire during an altercation last night. Just after 6 o'clock outside the Rural Teen Store in Center Township. 21 and 19-year-old the victims as well as one under 18. In Pittsburgh, a building was fire. Cops to document their reasons for a stop and search before they do it. Now in front of City Council, Councilman Ricky Burgess on Action News 4.
In many cases, it looks like from the data that it's actually racial profiling.
UPMC Children's Hospital, Pittsburgh, announces Diane Hubb as its new president. Hubb becomes the first woman and first nurse to hold that position. Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin with his final presser of the season Tuesday asked if he's scouting the quarterback position next season without Ben Roethlisberger. Jake Orwin on the top of Pittsburgh, 1820. JAS.
If you think there might be mold in your home, you need to call Bactronics. We'll determine the best course of action and quickly make your home safer and healthier. Bactronics receives up to 12 5-star ratings every day. Learn more at Bactronics.com or call 412-375-7886.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit BigLou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit BigLou.com.
They cared for you, and now you're caring for them. Caregiving for a parent experiencing memory loss can be challenging. St. Barnabas Memory Care is here to help. We offer a free in-home consultation for you and your loved one. Why not talk to a St. Barnabas Memory Care specialist today to discuss your individual situation? This no-charge evaluation can assist you with caring for those that have cared for you. Call 724-625-4000 or go to stbarnabasmemorycare.com. St. Barnabas is apart from ordinary.
Exergen would like you to know about an important study just released by the FDA. It confirms what the medical community has known all along. Non-contact thermometers are not accurate. The study also reports that they fail to meet FDA requirements for accuracy in labeling. With new strains of COVID on the rise, we can't afford to tolerate the rampant false temperature readings from non-contact thermometers. Accurate temperature measurements are essential. You need Exergen thermometers because they're accurate and backed by over 100 clinical studies. Be sure, be accurate with Exergen. Learn more at Exergen.com.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund from TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard. Sawing off its branches. Feeding them through a wood chipper. And dancing in its refund range. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors for the Net Worth Financial Hour, Saturdays at 11 and 2, and Sundays at 8 and 2. Get the news and information you need to help make your retirement dreams a reality. Plan today so you can do the things you've always dreamt about doing in retirement. Don't miss the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 11 and 2, and Sundays at 8 and 2. Investment advisory services offered only by duly registered individuals through AE Wealth Management, LLC.
Chris Foster. The website covidtests.gov is up and running to request free or at-home coronavirus tests. Have net 400 million free N95 face masks.
Those masks will come from the Federal Strategic National Stockpile and get doled out through pharmacies and other community sites. The CDC updated its guidance urging Americans to use N95 or KN95 masks rather than loosely woven cloth masks.
Fox News' Joe Leda. Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Ukraine meeting with that country's president Vladimir Zelensky about the Russian troops on his border.
We've made very clear to Moscow that if it chooses to renew aggression against Ukraine, it will be met and it will face very severe consequences. And again, that's coming not just from the United States, but from countries across Europe and beyond.
Secretary Blinken meets with Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov in Switzerland Friday. And they're listening to Fox News.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather.
Most of these 200 cameras we have are covered with salt, but we can still see brake lights through that. On the Parkway East, you've got a slow ride from before Wilkinsburg. That's from an earlier accident in the tunnels. And slow down on 28 heading towards the Highland Park Bridge construction. Bonnie Diver total traffic.
Plenty of clouds in the sky today with a high of 40, a possibility of rain and snow tonight with a low of 18. Partial sunshine tomorrow with a high of 24. Skies are partly cloudy tomorrow night with a low of 5 and mostly clear skies on Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
This is the Glenn Beck program. Tonight, the Wednesday night special. You don't want to miss it. The global elites and politicians and the mainstream media continue to try to push off the Great Reset as no big deal. Nothing to see here. There's a lot to see here. Tonight, I'll give you the chalkboard and things that you can do. Tonight, 9 p.m. By the way, use the promo code Great Reset and to get a Blaze subscription. It's the Great Reset. Is it the Great Reset? Name of your book. Yep, same name as your current release down the bookstores. The Great Reset is your promo code. You'll save $15 on your subscription. Do it now. We'll see you tonight at 9 on Blaze TV and Blaze TV's YouTube channel.
Right after a brand new Stu Does America.
Glad we got that in there.
I have a question for you.
One of the things I'm going to be talking about on Stu Does America tonight is this new promise from our incredible
leader, Joe Biden, who is giving us now 500 million new tests and 400 million new N95 masks. Apparently, you're going to be able to walk in any Walmart, just pick up a box of N95 masks for free, courtesy of the government, totally free, unless you pay taxes. I could have walked into a Walmart or a Home Depot or any place, gotten N95 masks, walked out without paying for them. Already. Unless they charge over $1,000, they're not going to charge me with a crime. That's true. Who cares about inflation? Just start taking it. As long as it's under $1,000, it's free. But all this is happening, and do you find it at all strange? Yes. You don't even have to finish. No matter what I put into the sentence, put in, yes. But if you find it at all strange that here we have this a new variant that's flowing through the population, it now appears that we are past the peak nationally. We're past the peak in about 20 states pretty clearly, and the other states are going to peak here in the next week or two. We should be completely done with this in a few weeks. Yes, completely in air quotes. I mean, there'll still be things going on, but it should be mostly past. And about that time, we are going to get 500 million tests and 400 million N95 masks at our expense after the wave is over. Why? Would it? Why? Because there's a couple of things. Why? Why would it come after the wave instead of before, when we all remember on Thanksgiving week getting the alerts from South Africa that there's a new variant? They made it a thing. It started growing in South Africa. We all saw it. Then it hit all these other countries. We knew it was coming, and they waited until after. So why? Okay, why? So here's the thing. I listened to the New York Times podcast this morning, and they gave me the answer why, and they're 100% wrong. Okay. They're like, well, supply chain and manufacturing, and no, you're 100% wrong. Because those were available. N95 masks were available. I bought rapid tests in stores. So, they were coming out. Now I know you've a big, movement like this. I mean, I'm sure there's some tests on the supply chain, but they were out there. They were. Imagine if Donald Trump were president, what would be being said right now? I mean, there's no excuse for this. Okay, so let me explain why. Governments follow. They do not lead. Even fascistic governments follow. They do not lead. People generally lead. In the case of medicine, disease leads. We didn't have anybody. We had Fauci, but he was working on the disease first. Let's create a disease so we can get a cure. When it comes to things like disease, we weren't working on things until you know exactly what's here and what we need. Okay? So disease leads, people lead, the markets lead. Governments cannot. They're too slow. So that's the first thing. The government, this is fast for government reaction. Fast. I mean, how many times have things gone wrong? Way wrong. And you're like, well, is anybody going to do anything about this? I mean, we've got massive fraud here or massive fraud there. And, yeah, we're working on that. We're doing a study on that. Okay, so this is a rapid response for the government. So that should show you, one, completely ineffective. Governments are completely ineffective. Left to the free market, they already, because there's demand for it, left to people who are motivated to A, do the right thing, and B, produce, because they'll make money. Those two things will always be faster and better. The second thing is, this is not about the disease. Everything we know that we think is coming and is now being verified by the Europeans and Israel and South Africa, all of the things that we now know about Omicron show this probably is it. We're probably burning ourselves out right now. I know people who were dead set for masks. They were for the mandate, everything else, and they're done. They're done. They're vaccinated. They're done. And they see this, and they instinctively know this is over. This is it. We're all going to get this. And then it's over. Generally speaking, things don't, smallpox, when we came up with a vaccine for it and eradicated it generally doesn't mutate and get much, much worse unless you haven't killed it. The common cold is not going to suddenly become Ebola because nature wants that to survive. It's life. That cold, that virus is life. And so the natural thing is survival of the fittest. Well, when it comes to things like the coronavirus, the survival of the fittest means the one that is the least deadly to the host, so it can continue to live. So it's not going to go backwards, generally speaking. Could. Doubtful. The government has made this about control. They have made this about silencing of speech. They've made this about vaccine passports for an entirely different reason. They've made this about labor unions in our schools. They have not made it about health. That is the stage makeup that makes you believe that guy is really who he says he is. No, that's a fake nose, man. That's a fake nose. That's not. No, they are pretending. They are doing things just enough to be able to keep some credibility, which I think they've failed at because they think they're smarter than the average person. Look at what's happened. There were a few people that were awake, but now look. You have people on the left, you have people who vehemently disagree with me, who are actually saying the same thing, they just don't think they are because of social media. They think I'm saying something entirely different. They're saying the same thing. They're done. They're done. The government is only putting these things in so they can retain control and power. It's not over yet. You still need us. We still have to do this. It's over. And people need to start demanding. Back off. Let Pfizer do what Pfizer does. Back off.
And let me, just to illustrate that point, this is the New York Times. Now, this guy never gets on the daily podcast that you were speaking of because he keeps saying things like this. But this is David Leonhardt, and this is a sentence in the New York Times today. The available evidence suggests that Omicron is less threatening to a vaccinated person than a normal flu. We are at a point where today, Hawaii is talking about not allowing people in their state if they are not just vaccinated, but boosted. Washington, D.C., which is clearly on the other side now, probably the most clear in the nation, on the other side of the peak of Omicron, is today, this week, instituting all sorts of new restrictions on this side after the peak. So,
because they are not about anything other than control. If this had something to do with science, you would hear people starting to say, "Well, it looks like we're in the clear. Looks like we're headed in that direction. We still have deaths. We still are going to have problems, yes. But this is now something that we can all live with all around the world. This has now changed. This is exactly what I told you would happen in January of 19. When it was still in China only. And I said, here's what's going to happen, what we have to get used to right now. We don't know how deadly this thing is going to be, but let's just assume it's the 1918 kind of flu. It's going to kill a lot of people, but it's going to be worse for the economy and the ramifications long term for the economy than it will be in death. Death will be bad. But what's going to happen to the world is something that should concern every American and every person on the planet.
The second thing I said was, and we're going to live with this forever. Eventually, it is going to burn itself out, and it will become like the common cold or the flu. And I said at the time, we don't want to add another 15,000 deaths a year to the flu, but that's probably what's going to happen. We didn't have the flu. 1918 wiped all these millions of people out, and then within 3 years, it's just the flu. It's a slow burst instead of that raging fire. Correct. So we lose now about 50,000 people every year due to the flu. People get vaccines if they are, immunocompromised or they're elderly, and they should get the vaccine. The same thing with Omicron and with COVID-19. It's now no longer going to be scary. That's the problem. Anyone who wants power needs you to be afraid. See, this is the real key to solving all of this. Choose not to be afraid. I'm not afraid of COVID. I'm not afraid of losing my voice. I'm not afraid of, losing my job. I'm not going to like it if I do. I don't like being a pariah because of what I politically believe, but I'm not afraid of it. They have no power over you if you're not afraid. Zero power. That's why they double down every step of the way to silence you and to make you feel alone. They make sure that you're not connecting to all the people that you say you want to connect with on Facebook. They hide those people. They stop them from being into your feed because they need you to feel isolated and alone. You're not. You're not. They are. And they are on the losing side. You are on the right side of history. Don't let fear play a role in your life at all. Don't. Back in a minute. All right, as if finding a job in this crazy economy isn't frustrating enough. I mean, boy, how do you find a job? There's help signs wanted everywhere. Anyway, there are reports that at least 36,000 fake job listings are designed to harvest your information online. Your driver's license information, your social security number, and a whole lot more. Just going out and finding a job, are you being scammed? It is really important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting your life and will continue to do it. If you don't have somebody that is really on your side looking for all these things, nobody can stop all cybercrime. It is a growing industry. It's changing all the time. But the best in the business is LifeLock. LifeLock by Norton. They were the first in back in the 90s when, hey, take my social security number, go ahead. I'm not worried about it. And I'm like, why would anybody be worried about their social security? They were in it before anyone understood identity theft. And they're the best. And they'll help clean things up if they miss something. 800-LifeLock. 1-800-LifeLock. Save up to 25%. Use the promo code Beck at LifeLock.com. LifeLock.com or 1-800-LifeLock. Promo code Beck. The Glenn Beck Program.
The Talk of Pittsburgh is available on iHeart. Search WJAS from the iHeart Radio app or iHeartRadio.com. Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Did you know that Ireland Contracting is a Pellet certified contractor? Fewer than 5% of contractors nationwide can say that. Hi, this is Diane Ireland of Ireland Contracting. Pellet windows in wood, aluminum clad wood, fiberglass, and vinyl have been designed for one purpose: to offer our customers more beauty, performance, and value than any other window. And with Ireland Contracting's A+ rating, you know your home project will be in good hands. For your free estimate, call Ireland Contracting at 1-800-NEW-ROOF or IrelandContracting.com.
Hun, looks like the neighbor's kid hit a home run into our windshield.
Better call the insurance company.
We have the one with the leopard mascot, right?
No, it's a tiger.
Does it have spots?
Cheetah.
Give us straight.
Some insurance companies are known for their mascots. At NJM, we're known for a straightforward claims experience our customers love.
Just call them, it's a cougar, and we're not covered.
Our vehicles are mascots. Just great insurance. Visit NJM.com to see if you can save up to 20% on your auto insurance.
I struggled with symptoms like frequent gas and stomach pain for years.
I was bloated all the time with daily diarrhea.
At first, I thought it was what I was eating.
I kept thinking it was stomach issues.
So I did my research and talked to my doctor, and we finally uncovered the truth.
It was actually EPI. Exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI, is a condition where your pancreas is unable to help break down your food.
It can lead to symptoms like diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, unexplained weight loss, and oily stools.
And EPI symptoms can be confused with those of other common digestive conditions like irritable bowel syndrome, Crohn's, and celiac disease.
So getting to the right diagnosis meant being more open with my doctor about the severity of my symptoms and how often they were happening.
But there's good news. EPI is manageable, so don't wait any longer. Use the symptom checker at identifyepi.com and schedule a visit or call with your doctor to ask, "Do I have EPI?"
Sponsored by AbbVie.
Real patients, real stories from Scott and Christy Acura Associates. Hey, it's Lou Daddy. Today we're talking to Jack Marks, retired Pittsburgh firefighter from Bethel Park. And Jack, you're an outdoorsman. You go hunting. You need to speak. The multifocal cataract surgery, how has it helped you, not only with hunting, but general life purposes?
So basically, I got the glasses and I've had to wear it the last 30 years and were a little pain. You've seen what you could see in the woods, you can have eyeglasses and multifocal lenses.
When did you start to realize that your vision was going and you needed to go the route of the multifocal cataract surgery?
When I was traveling north, I was 6, 7, 8, my grandson said, "Hey, Pap, this is our exit."
Always get on the grandstand, we'll let you know, right? Right. What made you go with multifocal cataract surgery as opposed to regular cataract surgery?
The matter is, the advertisements on the radio, and I heard about the Scott and Christy Associates, so I Googled it, did some research, and figured out it was a pretty thing to do.
Scott and Christy Acura Associates, Vision for Life. Go to scottandchristy.com or call 724-772-5420 to learn more about multifocal and laser cataract surgery.
Water damage to your home or business? Don't know what to do next? At Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh, we do. Demand the yellow van.
Demand the yellow van, call Service Master.
Traffic and weather.
There's an accident now at McArdle Roadway near the Liberty Bridge. You've got slowed up on Parkway East heading into the tunnel. That's from an earlier accident that's been pushed off of the shoulder. Slowed up on 28 with work going on at the Highland Park Bridge. A Bonnie Diver, double traffic.
Mostly cloudy today with a high of 40, a chance of rain and snow tonight with a low of 18. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high of 24, partly cloudy tomorrow night with a low of 5, and mostly sunny on Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAF.
And Bradford cloudy 34, winds gusting to 22.
Some great news coming out of New Hampshire. We can go there here in just a second. Glenn, over the past year or so, you've come to the idea of presenting gifts to me on the air for big moments in my life. Really? Yeah, you have. And I have one for you. Because, look, you got a #1 book. You got a big special, a very recent special today. So I have a gift for you, and I don't think you'll have any idea what this is. This is The Wire Season 5, Episode 8. Clarification.
Did you know that you, Glenn Beck, were in The Wire?
I have no idea.
You were in. This is the show that Jason Whitlock was on. You're saying you look at the list of top 100 shows of all time. It's often the #1, sometimes #2, #3. I'm watching The Wire because I had never watched it. In Season 5, Glenn's just on TV in the show. Any idea that existed?
I had no idea.
I couldn't believe it, and I actually, because I mean this the best way possible, you do appear a little different than you did in 2008.
Are you saying
There was a bad thing to the point of I literally worked on the show that is pictured. It's just on TV. The mayor's watching TV and you're on the TV. And this is before you're on Fox, which I thought was really interesting. So when you're on CNN Headline News, you're doing a show in LA, and I remember the show.
Oh, I do too.
You did with the Hollywood sign in the background. And I looked at you, and I actually, a person who worked on the show had to rewind it to make sure it was actually you. You look so different.
I have seen the pictures lately, not only at this thing, but
My hair is completely white now. Completely white.
Yeah. Thank you, George Soros.
Congratulations. You know, you're on the IMDb page for the #1 show of all time.
Well, I played a big role in that.
You did.
And, the success really comes from this program.
The Glenn Beck Program.
The Bloom Daddy Show, weekday mornings at 6. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAN.
Life is about being active. Whether it's about going on your daily tasks or exercising, you know you're well when you're regularly active. But what happens when being active actually hurts by the end of the day? This is a position I found myself in a number of years ago. Everything I wanted to do in my daily life, all of the activity it called for, was held captive to almost constant nagging pain. When I heard about Relief Factor, I was skeptical, but my wife said, give it a chance. Not long after I took it, I could feel the pain begin to melt away, and I've been taking it ever since. And I can tell you that Relief Factor has helped me get my life back. I love that it's not a drug, but it was developed by doctors, and about 70% of the people who try it go on to order more. Your first step to becoming pain-free just might be ordering a 3-week quick start for only $19.95. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF, 800-4RELIEF, or ReliefFactor.com. Find out all about this offer and feel the difference.
Let's ring in the new year by checking off an important feature. Your old videotapes and photos of babies as each year passes. VCRs are becoming extinct, and the time is ticking to save your family's most cherished memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baseball.
And I'm Nick Rocco. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your captured moments by converting all your videotapes, photos, and even film reels into perfectly preserved digital files. Legacy Box is the easiest resolution to do and can be done in minutes. Just fill your Legacy Box, send it in, and we'll send it back with your memories perfectly preserved. Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box. Let's kick off the new year right by rescuing your memories that haven't been watched or enjoyed in years. Order your Legacy Box today. Go to legacybox.com/records for 40% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/records for 40% off. legacybox.com/records.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAN.
Hey guys, there is some important news that all men should take very seriously. Your prostate health. Are you urinating more frequently? Are you waking up at night to urinate? Are you sick and tired of prostate pills that just don't work? Sound familiar? If you are one of the millions of men with prostate problems that are driving you nuts, there is some great news. Prostatogenics is the all-natural product that beat over 157 other prostate supplements in lab tests and was rated the #1 most powerful prostate supplement in the world. #1, because it works. So why not try some Prostatogenics, and your prostate troubles will be a thing of the past. You'll get a great night's sleep and stop waking up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. To get your free bottle of Prostatogenics, call now, 800-600-2020. That's 1-800-600-2020. Take advantage of our 90-day money-back guarantee. Call 800-600-2020. Do it now.
WJAN AM Pittsburgh. Join the conversation on Facebook. Search 1320 WJAN. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAN.
Anthony, Fox News. That's what'll happen 6 hours from now.
In the last 365 days, this kind of press conference has only happened 9 times. 6 with just Biden, 3 side by side with other world leaders. It does take a lot of questions over the course of a month, but rarely with a chance for follow-up.
On Speaker Ducey at the White House, the president will likely keep pushing for election reform to counter Republican state laws he claims suppress minority voting, but a few Democrats are resisting changing Senate rules to get around GOP opposition. Senator Lindsey Graham tells Fox Business.
So there's a liberal insurrection going on in this country through the democratic process where they want to fundamentally change America.
The president may also be asked about a Russian troop buildup on the Ukraine border and worries of an invasion. Secretary of State Antony Blinken's in Ukraine today for talks.
Our message to all of our friends here, to all of Ukraine's political leaders, to its citizens alike,
Let's just stick together. The U.S. is sending $200 million in defensive military aid. The Biden administration also giving the Army Corps of Engineers $14 billion to help ease supply chain problems, leading to some empty store shelves and raising prices. There's news of a settlement in a sexual abuse scandal. Fox's Jeff Linasso has details live.
Dave, the University of Michigan agrees to a $490 million settlement with over 1,000 survivors of sexual abuse at the hands of former sports doctor Robert Anderson, who's now deceased. He worked for the school for nearly 4 decades, retiring in 2003.
This is the Dr. Frankenstein, and these are the kinds of things that went on that you don't know about because the university would not commit to transparency.
Robert Stone, the first victim to come forward, the settlement just days after the school's president was fired for an affair with a staffer. Dave.
Well, Jeff, on Wall Street, there's a rebound from yesterday's big sell-off. The Dow is gaining a little over 100 points. America's listening to Fox News.
Biden's massively irresponsible spending plan has expanded America's money supply and taken money out of your pocket, but you can fight back and stand your ground against the tidal wave of inflation they're imposing on you. Hi, this is Stephen Bennett. I want to share how the wealthiest are protecting their retirement from runaway inflation in a tax-sheltered account, and how you can too, by moving your IRA or 401k out of liquid assets and into gold with Birch Gold. I am proud to count myself among the tens of thousands of happy Birch Gold customers who spread the word. Birch Gold has created a free info kit on gold IRA. Get your copy. Just text SHELTER to 9090. Do it now and learn how to shelter your IRA or 401k with gold. Again, text the word SHELTER to 9890. That's SHELTER to 9890 to get your free info kit on gold. There's nothing to buy, no obligation at all. So do it today.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh, the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. St. Barnabas Health System thanks you for listening to the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
This news is brought to you by McClellan's Contracting and Roofing. Visit McClellan'sRoofing.com or call 412-353-5660 for all your roofing needs.
41 degrees. Jake Orwin with a news update on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. A bill that would require Pittsburgh's police officers to document their reasons for stopping and searching someone before they do it. Now in front of City Council, Councilman Ricky Burgess on Action News Corp.
There are thousands of searches, and over 70% of them for African Americans.
Burgess introduced that bill Tuesday. Meanwhile, the proposed annexation of Wilkinsburg by Pittsburgh appears headed down a path of rejection. Pittsburgh City Council President Teresa Gale Smith Tuesday introducing a measure to reject the idea that's brought to a vote in the coming weeks. The shooting at Clearview Mall in Butler County has 2 people hospitalized. A 24-year-old man being charged. Cops say Carlos Carrell opened fire during an altercation last night. Just after 6 o'clock, the 21 and 19-year-old shot the victim under 18. And local health officials are reminding you can now get those free at-home rapid COVID tests from the feds. That's COVIDtest.gov. They start shipping out next week. In sports, Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin gives his final presser of the season as Tuesday on the future of the quarterback position with the retirement of Big Ben all but done.
You have to weigh what's available to you in the free agent market and the cost required versus what's available to you in the draft.
Tomlin did say mobility will be high on his list for quarterback. NHL is planning to stop testing asymptomatic players and staff members following the All-Star break. Penguins are back at home to host Ottawa tomorrow. College hoops is hosting Virginia tonight. The sport is sponsored by Blindster. Blinds for shades. Blindster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Blindster blinds are easy to install and guaranteed to fit. Don't overpay for new blinds. Shop Blindster today. Think big. Blindster.com. Jake Orwin on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
This update is brought to you by James Douglas Jewelers and Monroeville. Sell, buy, design, repair. They're there for all your jewelry needs. JDJewels.com.
Traffic and weather. There's an accident now at McArdle Roadway near the Liberty Bridge. You've got slowed up on the Parkway East heading into the tunnel. That's from an earlier accident that's been pushed off to the shoulder. And slowed up on 28 with work going on at the Highland Park Bridge. I'm Bonnie Diver, total traffic.
Mostly overcast today with a high of 40. Rain and snow possible tonight with a low of 18. Some mix of sunny clouds tomorrow with a high of 24. A few clouds in the sky tomorrow night with a low of just 5. And plenty of sunshine on Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studio. Studios. I'm Greg Maxwell on the Fox Pittsburgh 1320 WJAF.
What you are about to hear is a fusion of entertainment and enlightenment. This is the Lifetime Program.
As you know, prices have gone way up. It's inflation. They lied to us, told us it was transitory. Who is still listening to these people? Honestly, they told us that if we just bail out all the banks, no one would be too big to fail. Well, everything is too big to fail now. All of these banks, and they've gotten wildly wealthy. Do you know that the wealthiest on the planet, their wealth grew at $1.6 trillion. Just from COVID? Wait a minute. Wait. How much? This has been a redistribution of wealth, a redistribution of power, and you, the little guy, are expected to sit here and take it. No, you don't have to. There are things that you can do, and we're going to talk about it in 60 seconds. So Clifton Roddy, he's a listener of ours, and he said, Glenn, thank you so much for talking about Relief Factor. I'm now 95% pain-free, and I feel amazing. I plan on continuing to take the Relief Factor as long as it continues to work for me. That's exactly what you should be doing. Nobody should be taking anything if it's not working for you. 3-week quick start trial can get you 100%, 80% pain-free. I know that I still have days of pain, even though I take Relief Factor every day, but my daily pain is gone. That's a big deal. Try the 3-week quick start. Get your life back. It was developed for you, and it's $19.95. It's $1 a day. Hundreds of thousands of people have ordered Relief Factor. 70% go on to order more. Just like Clifton said, I'll take it as long as it works. 70% order more month after month. It's ReliefFactor.com. Or call 800, the number 4, Relief. 800-4-RELIEF. ReliefFactor.com. Feel the difference. There's some really disturbing things that are going on. Mortgage rates are starting to go up, even though the Fed hasn't raised them yet. Oil prices, think of this, November 2020, the average cost of gasoline was $2.01. By November 2021, a year later, with Joe Biden and his cohorts, the price of gasoline was $3.40. That's a $1.39 increase. That's remarkable, and it's only going to get worse. I want to talk to you a little bit about BlackRock. I'm doing a special tonight on the Great Reset, and I'm going to show you how their policies are actually affecting you, and the way you have to deal with it is locally. You're not going to beat this on a global scale. But I'm telling you right now, I can feel it. As this thing is becoming exposed, more and more people are starting to take local action, state action, and it is freaking those people out. I don't know if you saw what BlackRock came out with yesterday. They're like, hey, we're capitalists. The shareholder, stakeholder capitalism, it's still capitalism. And we're not really doing all these really bad things with green energy. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. They're panicked already, and the word has just started to get out. And that's the key. Getting the word out. I published my book last week. I've never been in this predicament before. This is the worst news that could happen. There isn't a single copy available anywhere. You have to buy it on Kindle right now because of supply chain breakdowns. We just went through books like water. You can't even buy it on Amazon or anything. They've taken away the buy button now because they're so backward. Please get it on Kindle and share it with a friend. Because once you share it, once you know what it is, the world unlocks. It's the Rosetta Stone for the news. And then what happens? Well, let me introduce you to somebody I just read about yesterday, which I think, oh my gosh, this has come as such great news to me. He is a representative in the State House of New Hampshire. His name is J.D. Bernardi? Bernardi, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I am much better after I saw what you did. Tell me what you know about the Great Reset and what you guys in New Hampshire are doing in the State House.
Well, I learned about ESG scores a long time ago in doing investments in 401ks, but this past summer I heard you really start speaking about the Great Reset and how basically an ESG score can be weaponized against companies and against individuals. So once that switch went off, I said, okay, I don't know what we can do. You know, I have no scope federally, but I'm a freshman legislator. I said, I got to do something about this. So I wrote a bill, and another individual in the State House wrote a bill. Their bill was less comprehensive, but we merged the two. I became the final sponsor, and I just got out of the committee hearing today on it. In fact, it's still going on with some of the other folks. I've stepped out, but the approach that we've taken is you cannot use ESG scores in a discriminatory manner if you're a bank or if you're a corporation against another corporation or another individual. And we took the path of you can't be discriminatory because it was more likely to withstand constitutional muster rather than just an out ban.
Right. So, if I may read, all banks and other financial institutions doing business in the state of New Hampshire, either directly or through the use of an outside contractor, shall not discriminate against nor advocate for or cause adverse treatment of any citizen or business in their business practices based on subjective or arbitrary standards such as social media posts, participation or membership in any clubs, associations, or unions, etc., political affiliation, employer, or other social credit, environmental, social, and governance, or similar values-based or impact criteria. No provision of this law shall interfere with the bank's other financial institutions' ability to discontinue or refuse to conduct business with an individual account holder or potential customer when such action is necessary for the physical safety of its employees. What they're saying is the ESG scores are going to make these banks that write loans to people who disagree with them, or the ESG score, that is going to make the bank vulnerable to a collapse. So how does this get around that kind of thinking? No, this is just business. We know what's coming, and it's going to make these banks very, very vulnerable.
Well, the banking industry's representative was there testifying today. They're concerned that they're going to be open for multiple lawsuits, and of course they will be potentially arbitrary and whatnot. And I didn't have an opportunity to respond to that, but I think as with all laws where discrimination standards have been set. They're going to, they invite a certain amount of legal activity that the courts then basically adjudicate. And finally, we come to a settled standard of what this means, and it's then easy to administer once the ground rules are well set.
We're talking to State House Representative J.D. Bernardi, and he is in New Hampshire. He has introduced a bill. How concerned are you? I mean, obviously enough you put a bill together, but give people in other legislatures or other cities even a read on how alarming it is to you that this ESG road is being traveled now. What does it mean to you and to the average person?
Well, because those scores are right now essentially heavily woke. They're very leftist in their thinking. So climate change, many of the diversity requirements are there. So in New Hampshire, we use a lot of natural gas and fuel oil to heat our homes and generate electricity. And that's true throughout New England. If these businesses are unstable and their ability to succeed financially is curtailed, we're in big trouble. We don't have other sources of getting our electricity and heat at this point in time. So this is universal across the country. I mean, down south, your air conditioning is going to be unplugged because that's what could happen down there. It's very important that people understand that once these scores can be weaponized against you or against companies, they are going to curtail your ability to do normal life, businesses act like they always have in the past.
So how difficult was it for you to take this information and share this with your fellow representatives? And did you get a lot of this conspiracy? What was the reaction, and how did you overcome it?
On the Democrat side, there was a fair amount of conspiracy thought. And concern about, you're focusing on the wokeness aspect of it, but once you can articulate what the principles that are being enhanced in these ESG scores are being articulated in the World Economic Forum, by Bank of America, by JP Morgan Chase, by all the big players in the financial world who can control so much money or investment in the stock of S&P and whatnot. It's very clear that they have the ability to forward that point of view and drive these decisions the way they want them without understanding the incredible harm they're doing.
I have to tell you that every day I get up and I wonder, and I'm sure you do too, everybody does, what I do, does it make a difference? And every day I wonder if anyone is going to take the information and do something about it, because they have different skill sets that I have. I can't tell you how just pleased I am that you have taken these steps and that others in New Hampshire are taking these steps. You are a first that I know of, although it is starting to trickle out now in just the last couple of days. But you're the first that I know of, and every state should be talking to you and looking at your bill and seeing how they can make it constitutionally even stronger. But I am very grateful for the opportunity my children will have to be able to live free. Thank you.
Well, I'm very grateful that you are this beacon of information for us that we can then pick up and take our talents and use and advance as need be. And I welcome any of the legislators from any of the states who want to get this bill from me. That's fine. Or they can contact the Heartland Institute as well. We're working with those folks, and they have this bill, and they're helping us advance it as well.
God bless you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
State representative from New Hampshire, J.D. Burnaby, or Bernardi. I don't know why I can.
That's a word. Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame. How does that happen? You might be a beacon of information, but you can't pronounce it. I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I believe in the multiverse. Someplace there is a multiverse where they think that I'm in the Hall of Fame. Oh, okay. This just doesn't have to be it. I would love to visit there. Yeah. All right, back to the second. Make no mistake, the country is being eased into the Great Reset. By the way, buy the Kindle book now. You can go to glensnewbook.com and get the Kindle version. It is the electronic version is the only version you can get right now due to the supply chain. Please read this book and pass it on. What he said is absolutely true. Once you understand it, then the world changes. The world changes. All right. The world is being led into the Great Reset, and it's going to cause disaster after disaster after disaster. Look at what's happening with inflation right now. You cannot have centralized control like this and not have inflation, supply chain shortages, all of these things. So what are you doing? Instead of just complaining about it, let's do something about it. Right off the bat, do you have emergency food? Do you have enough enough food in your house that if there is significant food chain shortages, I mean, look at the grocery store shelves. I've never seen this in my life. I mean, this is like living in the Soviet Union. Honestly, not so much better, but in comparison to where America used to be, I've never seen this in my life, and it could get really bad, really fast. Right now, you can save $50 on their popular 4-week emergency food kit at preparewithglenn.com. It's my Patriot Supply, the best stored food out there, bar none. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, drinks, snacks, 2,000 calories a day for each member of the family for 4 weeks. Now, all you have to do is act. Just go to preparewithglenn.com. Save $50 on your kit. Preparewithglenn.com. Preparewithglenn.com. 10-second station ID.
Boom Daddy. Tomorrow morning at 6, the talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
So the Great Reset bill is starting to move forward in certain states. And we're going to talk to the state treasurer in West Virginia that has just now stopped doing business with BlackRock because of the Great Reset. And we have somebody to call Texas on the carpet. They've already passed a bill. The governor signed it. Stop all business with BlackRock and divest all state funds from BlackRock. BlackRock is now courting the legislature and the governor here in Texas, and we're not doing anything. We've already signed it into law. The governor's already signed it, and we won't divest now. Because, well, I mean, BlackRock is saying, maybe they'll go a little easier on Texas. No. Well, the book is out. You can't really buy it anywhere except on Kindle, so please buy it on Kindle. But you do have a special night where you're going to go into this in a lot of depth. It's commercial free tonight. Wow. And it's a full hour at the chalkboard. I'm going to go through all of the highlights. It's a good primer. So if you haven't gotten the book yet,
or you don't really understand it yet, I think this will really help you. I'm going to try to break it down and really try to explain in the simplest, easiest terms, not just what it means for corporations, not just what it means for, small businesses, but what does it mean to you? How is this going to affect your life? Because that's the key. When we were talking about wokeness, when Coca-Cola said, hey, let's teach people to be less white, people cared. But not like they cared when they realized this is being taught to my children. Tonight, I hope to bring that to you. Tonight, I hope to show you the world that your children will live in, the things that will happen to you in your own home in the next couple of years if this isn't stopped, and ways for you to stop it. Now, you can join us at Blaze. We would so appreciate your subscription. You are the reason we have the confidence that we will survive, because we have a direct relationship with you. There's no one in between us, no sponsor, nothing. It's a relationship between me and you. I would appreciate if you haven't become a Blaze subscriber yet, please support us, become a member of the family, get all of the information you need, and then some. Just go to blazetv.com, blazetv.com/Glenn. If you use the promo code, the Great Reset, you're going to save $15 today on your subscription, and then I will see you tonight at 9 p.m. We're going to go into some of the information here in just a second. Tonight at 9 p.m., blazetv.com/Glenn, promo code The Great Reset. The Glenn Beck Program. So how is it we change things? I've been saying for probably 15 years, you got to spit yourself out of the system. When I started saying that, it was more of a prompting and I didn't exactly know what it meant. I know what it means now and ways you can do it. It means you can't be reliant upon the things that are unreliable, or unreliable because of the people or the philosophies involved. You have to be self-reliant and do business with people who believe in the same thing and are furthering those goals. The best example, the easiest one that will save you money, give you the same kind of coverage and service that you require, but also give you better customer service and is fighting with you, not against you, is Patriot Mobile. I don't care who you have. If you haven't switched to patriotmobile.com/Beck, please seriously consider it today. You'll get free activation with the offer code Beck. It is top-notch cell service, and they are working with us on our goals. patriotmobile.com/Beck.
Tonight, don't miss the special, 9 p.m., blazetv.com/Glenn. The promo code is The Great Reset.
This news is brought to you by Vactronics. Vactronics receives up to 12 5-star ratings every day. Find out why by calling 412-375-7886 or online at Vactronics.com.
Good morning, Jake Orwood with this headline update. A shooting in Clearview Mall in Butler County. It has 3 people hospitalized. A man is being charged. Cops say 24-year-old Carlos Carrillo opened fire during altercation last night. Just after 6 o'clock outside a rural teen store in Center Township. 21 and 19-year-old the victims, as well as one under 18. The Pittsburgh building required cops to document their reasons for a stop and search before they do it. Now in front of City Council, Councilman Ricky Burgess on action in court. In many cases, it looks like from the data that it's actually racial profiling.
UPMC Children's Hospital, Pittsburgh, announcing Diane Huff as its president. Because first woman named for nurse to hold that position. Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin in his final presser of the season Tuesday asked if he's scouting the quarterback position next season without Ben Roethlisberger.
We often say that
Jake Corwin on the top of Pittsburgh, 1420. JAS.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, as he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit BigLou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit BigLou.com.
Exergen would like you to know about an important study just released by the FDA. It confirms what the medical community has known all along. Non-contact thermometers are not accurate. The study also reports that they fail to meet FDA requirements for accuracy in labeling. With new strains of COVID on the rise, we can't afford to tolerate the rampant false temperature readings from non-contact thermometers. Accurate temperature measurements are essential. You need Exergen thermometers because they're accurate and backed by over 100 clinical studies. Be sure, be accurate with Exergen. Learn more at Exergen.com.
What do you hear? Literally a new view. This is Dr. Bridget Hugo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Do you want to improve your sleep, your movement, your stamina, your energy, decrease your medication? Well, increased weight has to do with all these issues. Let me coach you, hold your hand, motivate you to lose that unwanted weight. Everyday food, supplements, and one-on-one counseling will do it. Just call me at 1-800-900-FIN and get in today.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard. Sawing off its branches. Feeding them through a wood chipper. And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearless.
Join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors for the Net Worth Financial Hour, Saturdays at 11 and 2, and Sundays at 8 and 2. Get the news and information you need to help make your retirement dreams a reality. Plan today so you can do the things you've always dreamt about doing in retirement. Don't miss the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 11 and 2, and Sundays at 8 and 2. Investment advisory services offered only by duly registered individuals through AE Wealth Management, LLC.
News by Chris Foster. The Senate today continues debate on voting rights legislation blocked by Republicans.
Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says they'll be voting on a rules change, calling for a talking filibuster in this case, which requires senators to stand at their desks and argue their views. But that change isn't expected to pass.
Fox's Jill Nato. New York's Attorney General is asking a court to order former President Trump and his family to cooperate with her civil investigation, saying there's evidence they lied about the value of assets for tax, loan, and insurance purposes.
The Trump Organization says the move is unconstitutional, claiming New York is trying to compel them to turn over documents to be used in potential future prosecutions. The prosecutor in Manhattan is conducting a simultaneous criminal probe of the Trump Organization.
Fox's Kevin Brown. New home construction up for a third straight month, with a 15.6% increase last year over 2020. America's listening to Fox News.
And now,
This update brought to you by Federal Firearms, Pittsburgh's one and only place to shop for new and used guns. Thomas Run Road in the South Hills.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather. There's an accident now at McArdle Roadway near the Liberty Bridge. You've got slowed up on the Parkway East heading into the tunnel. That's from an earlier accident that's been pushed off to the shoulder. And slowed up on 28 with work going on at the Highland Park Bridge. Along Divers, level traffic.
Plenty of clouds in the sky today with a high of 40, a possibility of rain and snow tonight with a low of 18. Partial sunshine tomorrow with a high of 24. Skies are partly cloudy tomorrow night with a low of 5, and mostly clear skies on Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
and for Tuesday, partly sunny in the morning, and mostly cloudy with a chance of snow tonight in the afternoon.
This is the Glenn Beck program. It is truly a wonder to watch the global elites and the media and the politicians that have tried to push off the Great Reset as no big deal, nothing to see. It's, it's just a conspiracy. It's from the World Economic Forum. It's no big deal. They don't have any power. Really? When we first started calling this out, that was the first line of attack. We were conspiracy theorists. We believed the World Economic Forum was some master cabal. They're having star chamber meetings, and none of those things are true. None of those things are true. None of those things are what we said. They're not calling the shots from some evil underground lair. They have connections with the most powerful people, the richest and most politically powerful people in the world, and they meet at Davos. It's just that, and they're like-minded. So all the people were saying at the beginning was that this is a conspiracy theory. It's not. This week, from all over the globe, they are speaking at the Davos World Economic Forum, and tonight, coincidentally, we are airing a commercial-free special on the Great Reset. The same week, the Economic Forum is trying to sell their agenda. I'm going to show you what that agenda is really all about. And I find it interesting that it's the same voices that are still saying conspiracy theory or diminish what's going on. I want to give you a quote from Jack Dorsey from Twitter. Yesterday, he tweeted out, "The amount of attention World Economic Forum receives is inversely proportionate to the organization's usefulness." It's useless. Really? If it's useless, why are you spending the time tweeting about it? If it truly is useless, I mean, pigs in a blanket, really highly overrated breakfast food. They're useless. Well, I'm not making that tweet because pigs in a blanket are really not an important breakfast food. Not everybody's talking about that. Deep Thoughts by Jack. Eye boogers. They're pointless. They're annoying. They're useless. The World Economic Forum is not useless. If you look just at who is speaking, Xi Jinping was the lead speaker earlier this week. The president of China. If you look at the number of prime ministers, central bank people, gigantic corporations, BlackRock alone has more money and holds more investment money than anything on the planet. Makes the Queen look like a pauper. They are at the World Economic Forum, and they are helping design the policy. Let me give you an example of what the World Economic Forum really is. Do you remember back in the 1970s, there was something called the Heritage Foundation? It's still out. But in the 1970s, the Heritage Foundation came along, and it was founded to redirect America's principles back to conservative principles and the founding. And in the 70s, the left ignored it. They laughed. Oh, we got this in the bag. Jimmy Carter. I mean, we're fine. Something happened. These people were thinking, planning, strategizing, and connecting with people who had power and a new vision. Ronald Reagan won in a landslide, much because of the Heritage Foundation. It kicked off 12 years of Republican control in the White House. That's the Heritage Foundation, okay? That was well funded back in the 70s, but not like the World Economic Forum. It had connections, but not like the World Economic Forum. The World Economic Forum, a global think tank that is injecting 21st century fascism directly onto elected officials and global financial and corporate juggernauts. Imagine if the Heritage Foundation had the eyes and ears of every prime minister and president in the world.
the vast majority of not only the corporate leaders, but the corporate boards and all of the major financial institutes, including the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, the European Central Bank, the Japanese Central Bank, the American Central Bank. Do you think that the world would be the same if the Heritage Foundation had that group of people in the 1970s? No. No, we would be a radically different country. So, Jack, as much as I appreciate your opinion, it's ridiculous to think that these people are worthless. Really? How come all of these billionaires and trillionaires are all making their way to the... Do they just really love being together that much? I don't think so. Jason Woods, he's our head writer, head researcher, and there's a couple of things I want to talk to you about. First of all, the special, because you hadn't read the book, you weren't involved in the research. I mean, some of the research, but you weren't on the day-to-day, working on the book. You read the book, and what was your takeaway?
My takeaway is, I think back to, over a year ago when I first brought this in, and we're like, what the heck is this? It's probably something we should look at. And we started in little chunks, just exposing things in chunks. Banks, ESG, corporation. Those are multiple different shows. And after I read the book, while I was reading the book, I was like, this is the first time I've ever seen all of those pieces put together, but in an easy to understand way. Because, we were trying. It's hard to explain this stuff easily. It is really hard. And it was about a year and a half ago when you first, I don't remember what you stumbled on, but you were like, have you ever heard of the Great Reset? And it was the time that I was questioning Build Back Better, going, what the hell? That's the worst slogan I've ever heard. And that is the slogan from the World Economic Forum that everybody's using all around the world. I didn't know that I thought that was a Joe Biden thing.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. And I remember I don't remember what you brought to me, but I remember thinking, this is really important. This explains a lot. We were looking at that? Yeah, well, it was probably when we were looking through just a bunch of quotes because everyone was talking about the World Economic Forum Great Reset as being something positive. But then we would pull little quotes and they would say, we're redefining capitalism. Other quotes is, you will own nothing and you'll like it. I'll be happy. And we're like, what? Redefining capitalism? And then we started looking into stakeholder capitalism and what the heck is that even mean? But the book really goes into explaining that in a very, very easy way. And tonight, if you've already read the book, you're going to watch the show, and this is going to be almost like a clip version for that. So if there's things that you didn't understand, tonight you're going to fully understand. If there's things that you wanted a little bit more clarification on, like more examples, like for instance tonight, you talked about in the book a lot how ESG is, being used to force companies and banks, to redirect money into places that they want or issues that they want. Tonight we're going to show you exactly how. And we've showed you a little bit of this in other shows, but the context that it's in now tonight, it's all going to crystallize. You are going to completely understand what this is about. You are going to completely understand how they are doing it. It is vital to watch this.
So tonight, like Jason just said, it is vital to watch. We are doing this. You can't get the book. Amazon and everywhere else, they've taken the buy button off because they're so far behind in printing. You can't. The only way to get it is a digital copy through Kindle. I urge, please get a copy of the book. I am not for digital copies. I don't like reading. I read things on digital, but if it's important, I always have it because it's easier to remember when you have the tactile book in front of you and notes. Yeah. So it's I urge you to get the book, but please buy the Kindle book. We don't have time to waste. This is the worst situation we could have imagined where you can't even get it. But I noticed that this is taking off faster than anything else we have ever exposed. Yeah, it is. I mean, there are already things that are happening. I'm going to talk to the two people. One, West Virginia, I think it's the treasurer, who is now, they're divesting from BlackRock. And next hour also, I'm talking to somebody here in Texas because we already signed a bill. The governor signed it.
here in Texas to divest from BlackRock, and now they're not doing it. I want to hold the politicians' feet to the fire. What the hell is happening there? But have you noticed a change in the BlackRock attitude, even in the last week? Oh, just in some of that one instance you talk about in Texas, the way that they're wording things now, they're not puffing their chest out as much. Correct. Because they had no one to stand against them, and no one was questioning anything. Correct. But now they're like, oh no, we're not going to put you out of business. You know, this is just something that bull crap. Right. Bull crap. Right. Here's this came out. So this just came out from BlackRock, from Larry Fink, who's the head of BlackRock. So you know, and you'll understand this in the book and on the special, BlackRock is the biggest investment firm in the world. They have $7 or $10 trillion under management just themselves. But when you add the European Central Bank and the Federal Reserve, you're approaching $30 trillion that they directly affect. That's massive. Nobody's ever been through that. They're also the only Western group to ever be allowed in to China to do investing as well. It's very bad. Anyway, so he just wrote, Larry Fink just wrote, when my partners and I founded BlackRock starting 34 years ago, we had no experience running a company. Over the last 3 decades, I've had the opportunity to talk with countless CEOs and learn what distinguishes truly great companies. Time and time again, they all share when we have a clear sense of purpose, consistent values, and crucially, they recognize the importance of engaging with and delivering for their key stakeholders. This is the foundation of stakeholder capitalism. Stakeholder capitalism is not about politics. It's not a social or ideological agenda. It's not woke. It's capitalism driven by mutual beneficial relationships between you, the employees, the customers, suppliers, and communities your company relies on so they can prosper. This is the power of capitalism. This is an out and out lie. This is the happiest spin you could possibly put on this pig. This is lipstick that you're like, dude, man, you're still kissing a pig. It's still a pig. No, look how pretty she is. It's crazy because they are now starting to defend themselves. It hasn't happened before. The things that the opposition will do, there are trillions of dollars at stake. I'm not suicidal. I am in a very good mood. I'm a very good driver. My brakes work. There's trillions of dollars at stake, and they are not going to sit idly by. But I will tell you, local is the only thing they cannot beat. Local. I'll explain more of that tonight. Get the book, get the Kindle version right now, The Great Reset. You just go to glensnewbook.com, click on the Kindle version, and download it and read it now. Tonight, full commercial-free episode on Blaze TV. All right, as you most certainly know by now, Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, has a passion to help give you the best sleep of your night, of your life. Every night I sleep with a MyPillow. Every night I sleep on the MyPillow Giza Dream Sheet, which it's second to none. Honestly, second to none. Especially when you look at the price. I don't know how he makes them at this price. Either that or we've been jacked on sheets for our entire lives. These are the softest, most durable sheets. They're Giza Dream Sheets. Also, he has slippers. All-day comfort with extra cushioning. My kids don't like my slippers because I wear them everywhere, especially when I have to go pick them up someplace. It's an extra added benefit. Go to MyPillow. You get, for a limited time, 50% off of slippers and other radio specials. Just go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener specials, check out the sale, 50% off the My Slippers, My pillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee. Enter the promo code BET. Call 1-800-966-3117, 800-966-3117, or use the promo code BET at mypillow.com.
This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Bloom Daddy, tomorrow morning at 6. The top of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh. The top of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. Has your home or business been damaged by fire, water, or storm? Even when dealing with insurance, you have a choice of repairs and cleanup in that. Call Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh.
You've been told you have neuropathy. Tired of the burning, numbness, tingling? Tri-State Neuropathy Centers and Dr. Sean Ritchie get results.
My legs were on fire, from my toes to my knees. They were numb. I've gone to 46 doctors. I was desperate. Believe me, I was desperate. I would do anything to get better because my life wasn't the life I wanted. It's the first time I'm able to walk. I could walk more than 3 or 4 steps. Now I can walk more.
And I went to doctors. My improvement has gone to 50%, and I'm on my way to 100%.
You know, don't listen to the neurologist when they tell you there's nothing that can be done. Once the nerve is dead, it's dead. There is nothing that can be done. I'm living proof of that.
Tri-State Neuropathy Center. Suffering from neuropathy? Visit marydancin.com or call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers with locations throughout the greater Pittsburgh area.
Warm up your winter with free Bradley Street Coffee at Quickfill. Enter the 2022 Quickfill Bradley Street Coffee giveaway with 2 in 1 of 31 special Bradley Street Coffee Platinum travel mugs that entitle you to free coffee for a year. 5 weekly prizes also include Keurig coffee brewer and Bradley Street Coffee single serve coffee. Some restrictions apply. Go to quickfill.com for details and to enter date.
I struggled with symptoms like frequent gas and stomach pain for years.
I was bloated all the time with daily diarrhea.
At first, I thought it was what I was eating.
I kept thinking it was stomach issues.
So I did my research and talked to my doctor, and we finally uncovered the truth.
It was actually EPI, exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI, is a condition where your pancreas is unable to help break down your food.
It can lead to symptoms like diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, unexplained weight loss, and oily stool.
And EPI symptoms can be confused with those of other common digestive conditions, like irritable bowel syndrome, Crohn's, and celiac disease.
So getting to the right diagnosis meant being more open with my doctor about the severity of my symptoms and how often they were happening.
But there's good news. EPI is manageable, so don't wait any longer. Use the symptom checker at identifyepi.com and schedule a visit or call with your doctor to ask, I have EPI?
Sponsored by AbbVie.
Looks like the neighbor's kid hit a home run to our windshield.
Better call the insurance company.
We have to look at the leopard mascot, right?
Oh, tiger?
Doesn't it have spots?
Cheetah?
Some insurance companies are known for their mascot. At NGM,
We're known for a straightforward claim experience our customers love.
Just call them. It's a cougar, and we're not covered.
people's are mascots. Just great insurance. Visit NGM.com to see if you can save up to 20% on your auto insurance.
This update brought to you by Ireland Contracting. Online at IrelandContracting.com.
Traffic and weather. Earlier accident cleared now at McArdle Roadway and Liberty Bridge, so just a few delays as you're heading through that area. A couple of brake lights on the Parkway West coming down the hill. Looks like a pretty good ride on the Parkway East 28 and Parkway North. I'm Bonnie Diver, total traffic.
Mostly cloudy today with a high of 40, a chance of rain and snow tonight with a low of 18. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high of 24, partly cloudy tomorrow night with a low of 5, and mostly sunny on Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
Welcome to the Glenn Beck program. We're really glad that you're here. Thank you so much. By the way, I want to talk to you about solutions here for just a second, and talk to you about it in a Van Gogh sort of way, or Seurat, the painter, the famous painter, where it's all little dots. Yeah, the Ferris Bueller. Okay, good. Yeah, you would. Yes. Okay. All right. So when you look at one of those paintings, it's all little teeny things that make the difference. It's all the little teeny dots all coming together. And if you just isolate a dot, you go, I can't make a painting out of that. I can't. I mean, that's ridiculous. Remember, this was the idea that was thought was ridiculous for television. The lines of resolution, the individual dots, just in 3 colors, in 1,080 different lines that make up a picture. I want you to understand that's how we make these changes. It seems impossible to do, and it seems like that's never going to come together in a painting or a picture. You're going to be able to transmit a live picture across the world in little dots and lines of resolution. Yes. Don't feel discouraged, and don't think that things are too small. You are the key. You are the one that can change the world. You just have to do exactly what you're supposed to do in your circle of influence. Don't get frustrated. Don't get beaten down. You're winning. You're winning.
This is the Glenn Beck Program. The Bloom Daddy Show.
Isn't that what talk radio is all about?
Weekday mornings at 6. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAX.
Winter can put a freeze on your finances with expensive car repairs. You don't want to deal with a broken heater or get stuck somewhere this time of year because your car broke down. That's why I have CarShield, and you should too. Taking care of covered repairs with CarShield's administrators is super easy. They handle all the paperwork, expensive payments if you don't have to, and CarShield can help save you thousands. I get to choose the mechanic to do the work, whether it's at the dealership or my favorite guy. CarShield takes care of everything else. Plans through CarShield even provide coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental coverage, and trip reimbursement, all at no additional charge. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, CarShield has monthly coverage options that will fit your budget. That's why CarShield is your best defense against costly repairs that could put your plans and finances in cold storage this winter. Don't wait for that check engine light to pop on and ruin your day. Let CarShield keep you on the road. CarShield.com/Beck. Save 10% right now. CarShield.com/Beck. Deductible fund.
Your dog is part of the family. At Rough Greens, we know that dogs need live nutrition just like we do. There's just one problem. For dog food to last, it needs to be shelf stable, and that means it has no live nutrients. The result is your dog's food is dead food. Sometimes itching and scratching, lack of energy, digestive issues, they're not medical issues at all, but more likely they're nutritional deficiencies from eating dead food. The good news is you don't have to change your dog's food to improve your dog's health. Simply add a scoop of Rough Greens and make even the best dog food better. Rough Greens is a powerful supplement that puts into your dog's food all the live nutrients they need for superior health. With a flavor, it'll have them licking the bottom of the bowl. We're so confident your dog will love Rough Greens that we're going to let him try it before you buy it. Free. Just cover the shipping. Get your free bag of Rough Greens today at RUFFgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Bring your dog's food to life with Rough Greens.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAX.
This is Chuck O'Neill with Executive Services. Being an executor for the state is much more complicated than most people realize. Executive Services can guide and assist you in the performance of the executive tasks. Our goal is to take on the business aspects of handling the estate so you can focus on the emotional aspects of losing a loved one. Our team of professionals will guide you through the process so you can focus on what's really important. Right now, we are offering a free 20-minute consultation. Call Executive Services today at 412-515-0141 or visit us online at executiveservices.com.
You know what you want to do in retirement, but do you know how to get there? Tune into Your Retirement Blueprint with Kirk Denotic and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group Saturday mornings at 6 to get answers to your retirement questions.
Plan today so you can do the things you've always dreamt about doing in retirement. Listen every Saturday morning at 6 to Your Retirement Blueprint with Kurt and Ethan of Accurate Solutions Group. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC. He has a lot to answer to. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. In 5 hours, President Biden will hold a news conference. Fox's Jared Halpern is live at the White House.
A day before he marks 1 year in office, President Biden hosts a news conference here this afternoon, his first formal Q&A session this year, the first in a few months. The president takes questions in less formal settings like bill signings and then arriving.
Serves the following counties in western Pennsylvania: Allegheny, Armstrong, Beaver, Butler, Greene, Indiana, Lawrence, Washington, and Westmoreland. In northern West Virginia, Brooke, Anchor, Marshall West, Ohio, and finally, in East Central Ohio, Columbiana County. The National Weather Service now returns to our regular broadcast.
Again, warning rush of severe economic consequences if it invades. Inflation will be another topic asked about today, and
the forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties. For rest of today, considerable cloudiness. A chance of rain this afternoon. Near steady temperatures in the upper 30s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain 50%. For tonight, a chance of rain in the evening. Cloudy with a chance of snow. Lows around 18. West winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming northwest after midnight. Chance of precipitation 50%. For Thursday, partly sunny. Next colder with highs in the lower 20s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. For Thursday night, partly cloudy. Much colder with lows around 3 above. North winds around 5 miles an hour. For Friday, mostly sunny. Very cold with highs around 20. Northeast winds around 5 miles an hour. And for Friday night, mainly clear. Frigid. Lows around 0. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast. For Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-20s. For Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Near steady temperature 15 to 20. For Sunday, mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 20s. For Sunday night, mostly cloudy. Cold with lows around 10 above. For Monday, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-20s. Chance of snow 30%. For Monday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the evening. Near steady temperature around 20. Chance of snow 30%. And for Tuesday, partly sunny in the morning and mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 20s. Chance of snow 40%. The Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania climate summary for yesterday, January 18, 2022. Yesterday's high temperature of 29 degrees occurred at 2:49 p.m. The record high of 69 degrees, which was set in 1929. Yesterday's low temperature of 24 degrees occurred at 8:48 p.m. The record low is minus 16 degrees, which was set in 1994. 0.01 inches of precipitation fell yesterday, which brings the monthly total to 2.46 inches. This is 0.67 inches above the normal amount of 1.79 inches for January. The total precipitation for the year now stands at 2.46 inches, which is 0.67 inches above normal. 0.3 inches of snow fell yesterday, which leaves the monthly total at 12.1 inches. The total snowfall since July 1st now stands at 13.9 inches. There were 8 inches of snow on the ground. There were 30 heating degree days yesterday. This brings the monthly total to 664. The yearly total since July 1st is 2,376. There were no cooling degree days yesterday. This leaves the monthly total at 0. The yearly total since January 1st is 0. The normal high temperature for today is 36 degrees, and the normal low is 21. The record high for today is 69, which occurred in 1907, and the record low is -22, which occurred in 1994. Sunrise today is at 7:40 a.m. and sunset is at 5:23 p.m. Here's the river report. Rivers and streams are expected to continue to fall slowly over the next 48 hours. The following are today's 7 a.m. observed stages. On the Monongahela River, the Grays Landing stage was 10.4 feet. At Charlevoix, the stage was 11.8 feet. At Elizabeth, the stage was 11.3 feet. And at Braddock, the stage was 12.3 feet. And on the Allegheny River, Franklin was 4.9 feet. Parker was 4.1 feet. The Kittanning stage was 11.3 feet. Sharpsburg was 11.4 feet. Also for the Ohio River, Pittsburgh was at 16.5 feet. The Dashiell stage was 15.1 feet. The water temperature on the Allegheny River is about 32 degrees. You're listening to NOAA Weather Radio in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, on a frequency of 162.55 megahertz. The preceding tone signals were a test of the alarm device at this weather radio station. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers will be automatically activated by these phones to warn of impending hazard. Tests of these receivers are conducted by the National Weather Service between 11 a.m. and 12 noon on each Wednesday. This radio station, KIH 35, serves the following counties in western Pennsylvania: Allegheny, Armstrong, Beaver, Butler, Fayette, Greene, Indiana, Lawrence, Washington, and Westmoreland. And in northern West Virginia, Brooke, Hancock, Marshall Inn, Ohio. And finally, in east central Ohio, Columbia County. The National Weather Service now returns to our regular broadcast. Here are the 7 a.m. Whitewater gauge readings for today. Wednesday, January 19th.
1.2 million miles away.
3.6. Philip P.
And they say
4.6. Audra.
Sounds good.
2.5.
It does initially. When you think about the world we live in.
5.5.
And you kind of go, I was
3.3.
kind of rooting for the
Carson.
asteroid there.
3.8. Albright. 11.7.
Let me tell you about American financing. Interest rate hikes are
5.2.
coming. Maybe 4 of them this year. And if they happen as early as March.
Markleton.
That's the
2.0.
official word. Already
Confluence.
interest rate hikes are starting to
3.4.
happen at the banking level.
Ohio
They're not
Vinyl.
paying more for the money. They're maybe
3.1.
paying more for the money.
Friendsville.
You need to spend as little as
2.9.
possible on interest
Josephine.
rates. If you are looking to get a
4.0.
mortgage, it is going to get harder and harder. Please,
2.6.
please call
Ferndale.
American Financing today.
3.3.
Want a consolidation
Rockville.
loan? Call American
4.7.
Financing today. 800-906-4440.
3.2.
800-906-4440 or go to
3.9.
AmericanFinancing.net. It's
Meadville.
AmericanFinancing.net. 800-906-4440. Call them
Ridgeway.
now.
American Financing.
3.5.
18234.
Cookburg. 3.9. Parker. 4.1. Hey,
So I
Charles.
was very excited yesterday
4.1.
to see that the West Virginia
Now
State
here is the
Treasurer
synopsis. A cold front will cross the region this afternoon, bringing the risk for rain and snow showers.
any
The best chance for precipitation will be generally south and east of Pittsburgh. Milder temperatures ahead of the boundary will be followed by much colder air Thursday and into the weekend.
that will
The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties. For rest of today, considerable cloudiness.
trying to
A
stop
chance of rain this afternoon.
gas.
Near steady temperatures in the upper 30s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour.
You'll find out here in a few
Chance of
minutes.
rain 50%.
Texas already signed the
For
bill,
tonight,
passed
a
it.
chance of rain in the
Signed it,
evening.
the governor signed it.
Cloudy with a chance of snow.
They're not doing anything.
Lows
Black
around
Rock is
18.
doing a tap dance, and they're not
West
doing
wind
anything.
5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming northwest after
State
midnight.
treasurer there, Riley
Chance of
Moore,
precipitation
announced
50%.
that
For Thursday, partly
investment
sunny.
from the Treasury
Much colder with highs in the low
are
20s.
going to
BlackRock.
North winds 5 to 10 miles an
We
hour.
have Riley Moore on the phone.
For
with us
Thursday
now,
night,
the,
partly
state
cloudy.
treasurer for West Virginia.
Much
Riley,
colder
how
with
are you?
lows around 3 about.
I'm doing great.
North
Glenn,
winds around
thank you so
5
much for
miles
having
an
me
hour.
on and allowing me to
For
speak to
Friday,
you and your
mostly
audience.
sunny.
It's a really important issue.
Very
It's
cold
a
with
real
highs
honor
around
and
20.
privilege to be on here.
Northeast
Thanks very
winds
much.
around 5 miles an hour.
I saw this news
And for Friday night, mainly clear.
and I was thrilled to see that
Lows
you guys
around
were
0.
taking real action.
And now,
Tell me
taking
what
a
you've
look at
done
the
and
extended
what you did.
forecast. For Saturday,
Well,
mostly
what
sunny.
we've done is
Highs in the
we
mid-20s.
have divested
For Saturday
the
night,
state
mostly
treasury
cloudy.
completely
Near steady temperature
out of
15 to
BlackRock.
20.
And
For Sunday,
our
mostly
inflows
cloudy.
and outflows with
Highs in the upper
BlackRock
20s.
fund.
For
Was
Sunday
about
night,
$1.5
mostly cloudy.
billion.
Cold with lows around 10
The
about.
account that we had with them.
For Monday, mostly
We
cloudy.
decided
A chance of snow showers in the afternoon.
diametrically
Highs in the
opposed
mid-20s.
to our industries.
Chance of
We
snow
want to do
30%.
business with people that
For
want to
Monday
do
night,
business with us.
mostly
We are an
cloudy.
energy state.
A
We do
chance of
coal,
snow
we do
showers in the
natural
evening.
gas. We're not going
Near
to
steady
pay
temperature around
BlackRock to
20.
destroy our
Chance
industry.
of snow 30%.
I mean, they have this
And for Tuesday,
crazy net
partly
zero
sunny in the morning.
goal
And
out
mostly
there.
cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the
Our
afternoon.
industries
Highs in the upper 20s.
along with a lot of these other
Chance of
financial
snow
institutions,
40%.
which I can go into.
At
Because
11
at one
a.m.
point on your
Shea
show,
International
I do
reported
listen.
cloudy skies.
You
Temperature
touched on
41,
the letter
dew point
that we
28.
sent out
Relative
to
humidity
all the big
60%.
banks here in the United
Wind
States
southwest
as
at
well.
14 miles an
So
hour.
this,
Gusting to 24.
we are
Wind
putting
chill 33.
words into
Pressure
action, which is what
28.93
more
inches and
elected
rising.
officials need
Again,
to do in
Pittsburgh
this
reported
country, and
cloudy
people need
skies
to look
and
to the
41
states
degrees.
to stand up and
At
fight.
11 a.m.
We are going to
Elsewhere
get
across
very
southwest
funded.
Pennsylvania,
It's not going to be
West
able to dig
Michigan
ourselves
cloudy
out.
and 42 degrees.
I can't
Winds
tell
gusting
you
to
how
31.
happy I
Beaver
am
Falls
to
partly
hear this
sunny
from
43. Winds gusting to 22.
Tell me,
Fair 41. Lathrop cloudy 41. Connellsville cloudy 43. Indiana 41. Washington 42. Newcastle 41. And Butler partly sunny 40. Winds gusting to 22. In northwest Pennsylvania, Erie cloudy 40 degrees. Winds gusting to 32. Detroit partly sunny 39. Winds gusting to 29. Clearfield cloudy 36. Franklin cloudy 36. Winds gusting to 24. Meadville snow flurries 36. Winds gusting to 20. And Bradford cloudy 37. Winds gusting to 23.
When we go through that
In central and
process,
eastern Pennsylvania, Altoona mostly sunny 40. State College mostly sunny 36. Harrisburg partly sunny 34. Philadelphia partly sunny 43. And Johnstown cloudy 40. In Maryland, Oakland cloudy 37 degrees. Winds gusting to 23. Cumberland sunny and 26. In West Virginia, Morgantown cloudy 44 degrees. Winds gusting to 24. Wheeling cloudy 42. Winds gusting to 23. Parkersburg cloudy and 43. In Ohio, Zanesville partly sunny 40 degrees. Akron cloudy 40. Cambridge partly sunny 39. Youngstown cloudy 39. Winds gusting to 26. Cleveland cloudy 42. Winds gusting to 29. Cincinnati partly sunny 48. Winds gusting to 20. Toledo partly sunny 41. And Columbus partly sunny 43. Winds gusting to 21. The Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania climate summary for yesterday, January 18, 2022. Yesterday's high temperature of 29 degrees occurred at 2:49 p.m. The record high of 69 degrees, which was set in 1929. Yesterday's low temperature of 24 degrees occurred at 8:48 p.m. The record low is minus 16 degrees, which was set in 1994. 0.01 inches of precipitation fell yesterday, which brings the monthly total to 2.46 inches. This is 0.67 inches above the normal amount of 1.79 inches for January. The total precipitation for the year now stands at 2.46 inches, which is 0.67 inches above normal. 0.3 inches of snow fell yesterday, which leaves the monthly total at 12.1 inches. The total snowfall since July 1st now stands at 13.9 inches. There were 8 inches of snow on the ground. There were 38 heating degree days yesterday. This brings the monthly total to 664. The yearly total since July 1st is 2,376. There were no cold degree days yesterday. This leaves the monthly total at 0. The yearly total since January 1st is 0. The normal high temperature for today is 36 degrees, and the normal low is 21. The record high for today is 69, which occurred in 1907, and the record low is minus 22, which occurred in 1994. Sunrise today is at 7:40 a.m. and sunset is at 5:23 p.m. Nearshore forecast. For the following nearshore locations, Conrad, Ohio to Italy, New York. Small craft advisory in effect through Thursday morning. Rest of today, southwest winds 15 to 25 knots becoming west. A chance of rain showers late this morning, then a slight chance of rain showers this afternoon. Waves 3 to 6 feet, building to 4 to 7 feet. Waves occasionally around 9 feet. Tonight, west winds 15 to 20 knots becoming north. A slight chance of snow showers. Waves 4 to 7 feet, subsiding to 2 to 4 feet. Waves occasionally around 9 feet. Thursday, north winds 10 to 15 knots. Freezing straight in the morning. Waves 2 to 4 feet, subsiding to 1 to 3 feet. Thursday night, north winds 10 to 15 knots becoming northeast. Mostly cloudy. Waves 2 feet or less. The water temperature off Toledo is 33 degrees. Off Cleveland, 33 degrees, and off Erie, 32 degrees.
One of my favorite states.
Here is the river report. Rivers and streams are expected to continue to fall slowly over the next 48 hours. The following are today's 7 a.m. observed stages. On the Monongah Hill River, the Grave Landing stage was 10.4 feet. At Charleroi, the stage was 11.8 feet. At Elizabeth, the stage was 11.3 feet. And at Braddock, the stage was 12.3 feet. And on the Allegheny River, Franklin was 4.9 feet. Parker was 4.1 feet. The Kittanning stage was 11.3 feet. Sharpsburg was 11.4 feet. Also for the Ohio River, Pittsburgh was at 16.5 feet. The Dashiell stage was 15.1 feet. The water temperature on the Allegheny River is about 32 degrees. Now here is the synopsis. A cold front will cross the region this afternoon, bringing the risk for rain and snow showers. The best chance for precipitation will be generally south and east of Pittsburgh. Milder temperatures ahead of the boundary will be followed by much colder air Thursday and into the weekend. The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties. For rest of today, considerable cloudiness. A chance of rain this afternoon. Near steady temperature in the upper 30s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain 50%. For tonight, a chance of rain in the evening. Cloudy with a chance of snow. Lows around 18. West wind 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming northwest after midnight. Chance of precipitation 50%. For Thursday, partly sunny. Much colder with highs in the northwest. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. For Thursday night, partly cloudy. Much colder with lows around 3 above. North winds around 5 miles an hour. For Friday, mostly sunny. Very cold with highs around 20. Northeast winds around 5 miles an hour. And for Friday night, mainly clear. Frigid. Lows around 0. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast for Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-20s. For Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Near steady temperature 15 to 20. For Sunday, mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 20s. For Sunday night, mostly cloudy. Cold with lows around 10 above. For Monday, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-20s. Chance of snow 30%. For Monday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the evening. Near steady temperature around 20. Chance of snow 30%. And for Tuesday, partly sunny in the morning. And mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 20s. Chance of snow 40%. At 11 a.m. International reported cloudy skies. Temperature 41, dew point 28, relative humidity 60%. Wind southwest at 14 miles an hour, gusting to 24, wind chill 33. Pressure 29.93 inches and rising. Again, Pittsburgh reported Cloudy skies from 41 degrees.
Batteries that go in the electronic
At 11 a.m. Elsewhere across southwest Pennsylvania, West Michigan cloudy and 42 degrees, winds gusting to 31, Beaver Falls partly sunny 43, winds gusting to 22, Zelienople 41, Lathrop cloudy 41, Carnesville cloudy 43, Indiana 41, Washington 42, Newcastle 41, and Butler partly sunny 40, winds gusting to 22. In northwest Pennsylvania, Erie cloudy 40 degrees, winds gusting to 32. DuBois partly sunny 39, winds gusting to 29, Clearfield cloudy 36, Franklin cloudy 36, winds gusting to 24, Meadville snow flurries 36, winds gusting to 20, and Bradford cloudy 37, winds gusting to 23. In central and eastern Pennsylvania, Altoona mostly sunny 40, State College mostly sunny 36, Harrisburg partly sunny 34, Philadelphia partly sunny 43, and Johnstown cloudy 40. In Maryland, Oakland cloudy 37 degrees, winds gusting to 23, Cumberland sunny and 26. In West Virginia, Morgantown cloudy 44 degrees, winds gusting to 24, Wheeling cloudy 42, winds gusting to 23, Parkersburg cloudy and 43. In Ohio, Zanesville partly sunny 40 degrees, Akron cloudy 40, Cambridge partly sunny 39, Youngstown cloudy 39, winds gusting to 26, Cleveland cloudy 42, winds gusting to 29, Cincinnati partly sunny 48, winds gusting to 20, Toledo partly sunny 41, and Columbus partly sunny 43, winds gusting to 21. The Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania climate summary for yesterday, January 18, 2022. Yesterday's high temperature of 29 degrees occurred at 2:42 p.m. The record high of 69 degrees, which was set in 1929. Yesterday's low temperature of 24 degrees occurred at 8:28 p.m. The record low is minus 16 degrees, which was set in 1994. 0.01 inches of precipitation fell yesterday, which brings the monthly total to 2.46 inches. This is 0.67 inches above the normal amount of 1.79 inches for January. The total precipitation for the year now stands at 2.46 inches, which is 0.67 inches above normal. 0.3 inches of snow fell yesterday, which leaves the monthly total at 12.1 inches. The total snowfall since July 1st now stands at 13.9 inches. There were 8 inches of snow on the ground. There were 38 degree days yesterday. This brings the monthly total to 664. The yearly total since July 1st is 2,376. There were no cooling degree days yesterday. This leaves the monthly total at 0. The yearly total since January 1st is 0. The normal high temperature for today is 36 degrees, and the normal low is 21. The record high for today is 69, which occurred in 1907, and the record low is minus 22, which occurred in 1994. Sunrise today is at 7:40 a.m. and sunset is at 5:23 p.m. This is NOAA Weather Radio KIH 35 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, operating on 162.55 megahertz with a power output of 1,000 watts on a transmitter located on the WQED tower, with broadcast originating from the National Weather Service in New Township, Pennsylvania.
All right.
Now here is the synopsis. A cold front will cross the region this afternoon, bringing the risk for rain and snow showers. The best chance for precipitation will be generally south and east of Pittsburgh. Milder temperatures ahead of the boundary will be followed by much colder air Thursday and into the weekend. The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties. For rest of today, considerable cloudiness. A chance of rain this afternoon. Near steady temperatures in the upper 30s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain 50%. For tonight, a chance of rain in the evening. Cloudy with a chance of snow. Lows around 18. West winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming northwest after midnight. Chance of precipitation 50%. For Thursday, partly sunny. Much colder with highs in the lower 20s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. For Thursday night, partly cloudy. Much colder with lows around 3 above. north winds around 5 miles an hour.
Relief.
For Friday, mostly sunny.
Relief.
Very cold with highs around 20. Northeast winds around 5 miles an hour. And for Friday night, mainly clear. Frigid.
Weekday mornings.
Lows around 0.
Of Pittsburgh.
And now, taking a look at the extended forecast. For Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-20s.
Seems to be doing
For
it.
Saturday night, mostly cloudy.
And
Near steady temperature 15 to 20. For Sunday, mostly cloudy.
New Hampshire.
Highs in the upper 20s.
Left a meeting
For Sunday night, mostly cloudy.
trying to ban these
Cold with lows around 10 above.
and put the bank
For Monday, mostly cloudy.
This is all part
A
of the
chance
great
of snow
reset.
showers in the afternoon.
The new book. It's
Highs in the mid-20s.
newbook.com.
Chance of snow 30%.
Buy is
For Monday night, mostly cloudy.
pre-order it anymore.
A chance of snow showers in the evening.
Backed up.
Near steady temperature around 20.
Digital
Chance of
version.
snow
the Kindle
30%.
version. You can get it now.
And for Tuesday, partly sunny in the morning and mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the afternoon.
From Riley Moore.
Highs in the upper 20s.
Who said,
Chance of snow
not only
40%.
are we putting BlackRock on notice,
At
we are
11 a.m.
investing. What did he say?
International reported cloudy skies.
That we have
Temperature 41,
through
dew point 28.
BlackRock.
Relative humidity 60%. Wind southwest at 14 miles an hour, gusting to 24. Wind chill 33.
We also
Pressure 29.93 inches and rising.
We're divesting from
Again,
BlackRock.
Pittsburgh reported cloudy skies and 41 degrees.
I called yesterday to find out
Nearshore
why
forecast.
hasn't any of this been
For the
done.
following nearshore locations, Conneaut, Ohio to Ripley, New York. Small craft advisory in effect through Thursday morning.
We get the governor
West of
or
today,
state treasurer
southwest
or
winds
somebody
15 to 25 knots becoming west.
What are we doing with
A
BlackRock?
chance of rain showers late this morning, then a slight chance of rain showers this afternoon.
Like, well, you know, we can
Waves
work
3 to
things out.
6,
I mean,
building to
you
4
know,
to 7
we're
feet.
so tough
Waves
on
occasionally around
you
9
know,
feet.
oil and gas.
Tonight, west winds 15 to 20 knots becoming north.
None.
A slight chance of
We
snow
cannot
showers.
compromise with people who are
Waves 4 to
untrustworthy.
7 feet, subsiding to 2 to 4 feet.
And I want an answer
Waves
from the great
occasionally
state of
around
Texas.
9 feet.
What the hell is
Thursday, north winds 10
what's
to
happening
15
here?
knots. Freezing
You're
straight
either
in
part
the
of the
morning.
solution or you're
Waves
part of
2
the
to 4
problem.
feet,
No more
subsiding to
fencing.
1 to 3 feet.
Which side are
Thursday
you
night,
on?
north winds
You
10 to
signed
15
it.
knots becoming northeast.
So why aren't you doing it?
Mostly cloudy.
Or are they doing it?
Waves
And
2
if
feet
they're
or less.
doing it, then I will
The
be
water
first to
temperature
say
off Toledo is
congratulations,
33
Texas.
degrees. Off Cleveland, 33 degrees. Off Erie, 32 degrees.
From Texas to answer.
Euro the 7
Are you
a.m.
doing it?
water
It is
heat
not.
readings for today.
Why?
Wednesday, January 19th. Arlington, 3.6. Philip Heath, 4.6. August,
So a
2.5.
named Baylor
Buckhannon,
lives in North Carolina.
5.5.
And she said, "Well,
Davis,
Tuttle Twins books gave
3.3.
me the knowledge of how things work in
3.8.
aspects of
Albright,
reality, like inflation,
11.7. Colfax,
the knowledge of how
5.2.
things work in aspects
Ursine
of reality, like inflation.
1.6.
These books have also taught me
Mark
that the
Wilson,
federal government is
2.0.
too big and powerful. They take your money and
Confluence,
use it for anything they want.
3.4.
Which is ridiculous if you ask me.
Ohio Pile,
One of the reasons we fought to
3.1.
gain freedom from England was
Friendsville,
because of taxes.
2.9.
Tuttle Twins have inspired me to
Joseph
become an
E.
active member in my community when I get
4.0.
older. My
Kingston,
gosh, how
2.6.
great is that?
Ferndale,
If you
3.3.
want your kids, your grandkids
Rockville,
to understand
4.7.
the reality
Kitzmiller,
and understand
3.2.
they gotta stand up for it.
1.
Please,
3.9.
get the Tuttle Twins books.
Meadville,
35% discount off their
7.8.
books. Plus, they're giving away the
Franklin,
activity workbooks at no
4.9.
additional cost. Huge
Ridgeway,
discount off the normal price.
3.5.
TuttleTwinsBet.com.
Pittsburgh,
Get the discount.
3.9.
TuttleTwinsBet.com. Keep your kids
4.1.
sane in a crazy social
St. Charles,
TuttleTwinsBet.com.
4.1. The current time is 11:28 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Here is the River Report. Rivers and streams are expected to continue to fall slowly over the next 48 hours. The following are today's 7 a.m. observed stages. On the Monongahela River, the Grave Landing stage was 10.4 feet. At Charleroi, the stage was 11.8 feet. At Elizabeth, the stage was 11.3 feet. And at Braddock, the stage was 12.3 feet. And on the Allegheny River, Franklin was 4.9 feet. Arthur was 4.1 feet. The Buchanan stage was 11.3 feet. Sharpsburg was 11.4 feet. Also for the Ohio River, Pittsburgh was at 16.5 feet. The Dashfield stage was 15.1 feet. 11 a.m. Elsewhere across southwest Pennsylvania, west Lakeland cloudy and 42 degrees. Winds gusting to 31. Beaver Falls partly sunny 43. Winds gusting to 22. Indianapolis Fair 41. Cloudy 41. Connellsville cloudy 43. Indiana 41. Washington 42. Newcastle 41. And Butler partly sunny 40. Winds gusting to 22. In northwest Pennsylvania, Erie cloudy 40 degrees. Winds gusting to 32. Newbury partly sunny 39. Winds gusting to 29. Clearfield cloudy 36. Franklin cloudy 36. Winds gusting to 24. Meadville snow flurries 36. Winds gusting to 20. And Bradford cloudy 37. Winds gusting to 23. In central and eastern Pennsylvania, Altoona mostly sunny 40. State College mostly sunny 36. Harrisburg partly sunny 34. Philadelphia partly sunny 43. And Johnstown cloudy 40. In Maryland, Oakland cloudy 37 degrees. Winds gusting to 23. Cumberland sunny and 26. In West Virginia, Morgantown cloudy 44 degrees. Winds gusting to 24. Wheeling cloudy 42. Winds gusting to 23. Parkersburg cloudy and 43. In Ohio, Zanesville partly sunny 40 degrees. Akron cloudy 40. Cambridge partly sunny 39. Youngstown cloudy 39. Winds gusting to 26. Cleveland cloudy 42. Winds gusting to 29. Cincinnati partly sunny 48. Winds gusting to 20. Louisville partly sunny 41. And Columbus partly sunny 43. Winds gusting to 21. The Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania climate summary for yesterday, January 18, 2022. Yesterday's high temperature of 29 degrees occurred at 2:49 p.m. The record high is 69 degrees, which was set in 1929. Yesterday's low temperature of 24 degrees occurred at 8:48 p.m. The record low is minus 16 degrees, which was set in 1994. 0.01 inches of precipitation fell yesterday, which brings the monthly total to 2.46 inches. This is 0.67 inches above the normal amount of 1.79 inches for January. The total precipitation for the year now stands at 2.46 inches, which is 0.67 inches above normal. 0.3 inches of snow fell yesterday, which leaves the monthly total at 12.1 inches. The total snowfall since July 1st now stands at 13.9 inches. There were 8 inches of snow on the ground. There were 38 heating degree days yesterday. This brings the monthly total to 664. The yearly total since July 1st is 2,376. There were no cooling degree days yesterday. This leaves the monthly total at 0. The yearly total since January 1st is 0. The normal high temperature for today is 36 degrees, and the normal low is 21. The record high for today is 69, which occurred in 1907, and the record low is minus 22, which occurred in 1994. Sunrise today is at 7:40 a.m. and sunset is at 5:23 p.m.
This Fox Business Report is
now here is the synopsis. A cold front will cross the region this afternoon, bringing the risk for rain and snow showers. The best chance for precipitation will be generally south and east of Pittsburgh. Milder temperatures ahead of the boundary will be followed by much colder air Thursday and into the weekend. The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties. For rest of today, considerable cloudiness. A chance of rain this afternoon. Near steady temperatures in the upper 30s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain 50%. For tonight, a chance of rain in the evening. Cloudy with a chance of snow. Lows around 18. West wind 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming northwest after midnight. Chance of precipitation 50%. For Thursday, partly sunny. Much colder with highs in the lower 20s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. For Thursday night, partly cloudy. Much colder with lows around 3 above. North winds around 5 miles an hour. For Friday, mostly sunny. Very cold with highs around 20. Northeast winds around 5 miles an hour. And for Friday night, mainly clear. Lows around 0. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast for Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-20s. For Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Near steady temperature 15 to 20. For Sunday, mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 20s. For Sunday night, mostly cloudy. Cold with lows around 10 above. For Monday, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-20s. Chance of snow 30%. For Monday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the evening. Near steady temperature around 20. Chance of snow 30%. And for Tuesday, partly sunny in the morning, and mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 20s. Chance of snow 40%.
You can find this
at 11 a.m.
online, but you can
Kidd
also
International reported cloudy skies.
in
Temperature 41, dew point 28, relative humidity 60%. Wind southwest at 14 miles an hour, gusting to 24, wind chill 33. Pressure 29.93 inches and rising. Again, Pittsburgh reported cloudy skies and 41 degrees.
9 p.m. an hour
At 11 a.m. Elsewhere across southwest Pennsylvania, West Michigan cloudy and 42 degrees. Winds gusting to 31. Beaver Falls partly sunny 43. Winds gusting to 22. Helionople Fair 41. Latrobe cloudy 41. Connellsville cloudy 43. Indiana 41. Washington 42. Newcastle 41. And Butler partly sunny 40. Winds gusting to 22. In northwest Pennsylvania, very cloudy 40 degrees. Winds gusting to 32. DuBois partly sunny 39. Winds gusting to 29. Clearfield cloudy 36. Franklin cloudy 36. Winds gusting to 24. Meadville snow flurries 36. Winds gusting to 20. And Bradford cloudy 37. Winds gusting to 23. In central and eastern Pennsylvania, Altoona mostly sunny 40. St. Collins mostly sunny 36. Harrisburg partly sunny 34. Philadelphia partly sunny 43. And Johnstown cloudy 40. In Maryland, Oakland cloudy 37 degrees. Winds gusting to 23. Cumberland sunny and 26. In West Virginia, Morgantown cloudy 44 degrees. Winds gusting to 24. Wheeling cloudy 42. Winds gusting to 23. Parkersburg cloudy and 43. In Ohio, Zanesville partly sunny 40 degrees. Akron cloudy 40. Cambridge partly sunny 39. Youngstown cloudy 39. Winds gusting to 26. Cleveland cloudy 42. Winds gusting to 23. Winds gusting to 20. Toledo partly sunny 41. And Columbus partly sunny 43. Winds gusting to 21. Now here is the synopsis. A cold front will cross the region this afternoon, bringing the risk for rain and snow showers. The best chance for precipitation will be generally south and east of Pittsburgh. Milder temperatures ahead of the boundary will be followed by much colder as Thursday and into the weekend. The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties. For rest of today, considerable cloudiness. A chance of rain this afternoon. Near steady temperatures in the upper 30s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain 50%. For tonight, a chance of rain in the evening. Cloudy with a chance of snow. Lows around 18. West winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming northwest after midnight. Chance of precipitation 50%. For Thursday, partly sunny. Much colder with highs in the lower 20s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. For Thursday night, partly cloudy. Much colder with lows around 3 above. North winds around 5 miles an hour. For Friday, mostly sunny. Very cold with highs around 20. Northeast winds around 5 miles an hour. And for Friday night, mainly clear. Frigid, lows around 0. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast for Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-20s. For Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Near steady temperature 15 to 20. For Sunday, mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 20s. For Sunday night, mostly cloudy. Cold with lows around 10 above.
And that, by the way, was
For
started
Monday,
in 2020.
mostly
where
cloudy.
emissions were a lot lower than now.
A chance of snow showers in the afternoon.
And they're saying that.
Highs in the
They
mid-20s.
love oil and gas.
Chance of snow 30%.
My point is,
For Monday night, mostly cloudy.
if you want to
A
eliminate
chance of snow showers in the
you want to
evening.
rapidly eliminate oil
Near
and
steady
gas,
temperature around 20. Chance of snow 30%. And for Tuesday, partly sunny in the morning, and mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 20s.
If you're
Chance of snow 40%.
you are investing in the Great
Here's the river
and
report.
the ESG.
Rivers and streams are expected to continue to fall slowly over the next 48 hours.
Institution
The following are today's 7 a.m. observed stages.
ESG
On the Monongahela River, the Gray's Landing stage was 10.4 feet. At Charlevoix, the stage was 11.8 feet. At Elizabeth, the stage was 11.3 feet. And at Braddock, the stage was 12.3 feet. And on the Allegheny River, Franklin was 4.9 feet. Arthur was 4.1 feet. The Buchanan stage was 11.3 feet. Sharpsburg was 11.4 feet. Also for the Ohio River, Pittsburgh was at 16.5 feet. The Deerfield stage was 15.1 feet. The water temperature on the Allegheny River is about 32 degrees. The Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania climate summary for yesterday, January 18, 2022. Yesterday's high temperature of 29 degrees occurred at 2:49 p.m. The record high is 69 degrees, which was set in 1929. Yesterday's low temperature of 24 degrees occurred at 8:28 p.m. The record low is minus 16 degrees, which was set in 1994. 0.01 inches of precipitation fell yesterday, which brings the monthly total to 2.46 inches. This is 0.67 inches above the normal amount of 1.79 inches for January. The total precipitation for the year now stands at 2.46 inches, which is 0.67 inches above normal. 0.3 inches of snow fell yesterday, which leaves the monthly total at 12.1 inches. The total snowfall since July 1st now stands at 13.9 inches. There were 8 inches of snow on the ground. There were 38 heating degree days yesterday. This brings the monthly total to 664. The yearly total since July 1st is 2,376. There were no cooling degree days yesterday. This leaves the monthly total at 0. The yearly total since January 1st is 0. The normal high temperature for today is 36 degrees, and the normal low is 21. The record high for today is 69, which occurred in 1907, and the record low is minus 22, which occurred in 1994. Sunrise today is at 7:40 a.m. and sunset is at 5:23 p.m. Nearshore forecast. For the following nearshore location, Connie, Ohio to Ripley, New York. Small craft advisory in effect through Thursday morning. West of today, southwest winds 15 to 25 knots becoming west. A chance of rain showers late this morning. Then a slight chance of rain showers this afternoon.
Exactly.
Waves 3 to 6 feet building to 4 to 7 feet. Waves occasionally around 9 feet. Tonight, west winds 15 to 20 knots becoming north. A slight chance of snow showers. Waves 4 to 7 feet subsiding to 2 to 4 feet. Waves occasionally around 9 feet. Thursday, north winds 10 to 15 knots. Freezing straight in the morning. Waves 2 to 4 feet subsiding to 1 to 3 feet. Thursday night, north winds 10 to 15 knots becoming northeast. Mostly cloudy. Waves 2 feet or less. The water temperature off Toledo is 33 degrees. Off Cleveland, 33 degrees. And off Philly, 32 degrees. At 11 a.m. Pitt International reported cloudy skies. Temperature 41, dew point 28. Relative humidity 60%. Wind southwest at 14 miles an hour, gusting to 24, wind chill to 3. Pressure 29.93 inches and rising. Again, Pittsburgh reported cloudy skies and 41 degrees. At 11 a.m. Elsewhere across southwest Pennsylvania, West Michigan cloudy and 42 degrees, winds gusting to 31, Beaver Falls partly sunny 43, winds gusting to 22, Leonardo Fair 41, Lathrop cloudy 41, Connellsville cloudy 43, Indiana 41, Washington 42, Newcastle 41, and Butler partly sunny 40, winds gusting to 22. In northwest Pennsylvania, Erie cloudy 40 degrees, winds gusting to 32. Newport partly sunny 39, winds gusting to 29. Clearfield cloudy 36, Franklin cloudy 36, winds gusting to 24. Meadville snow flurries 36, winds gusting to 20. And Bradford cloudy 36, winds gusting to 23. In central and eastern Pennsylvania, Altoona mostly sunny 40, Cape College mostly sunny 36, Harrisburg partly sunny 34, Philadelphia partly sunny 43, and Johnstown cloudy 40. In Maryland, Oakland cloudy 37 degrees, winds gusting to 23, Cumberland sunny at 26. In West Virginia, Morgantown cloudy 44 degrees, winds gusting to 24, Wheeling cloudy 42, winds gusting to 23. Parkersburg cloudy and 43. In Ohio, Zanesville partly sunny 40 degrees, Ashland cloudy 40, Cambridge partly sunny 39, Youngstown cloudy 39, winds gusting to 26, Cleveland cloudy 42, winds gusting to 29, Cincinnati partly sunny 48, winds gusting to 20, Toledo partly sunny 41, and Columbus partly sunny 43, winds gusting to 21. Now here is the synopsis. A cold front will cross the region this afternoon, bringing the risk for rain and snow showers. The best chance for precipitation will be generally south and east of Pittsburgh. Milder temperatures ahead of the boundary will be followed by much colder air Thursday into the weekend. Here are the 7 a.m. Whitewater gauge readings for today. Wednesday, January 19th. Arlington,
I think it's true for
3.6.
There's a lot of cynicism.
Phillips,
There's a lot of lying.
4.6.
I'm 100% renewable.
Audra,
It's going to be net zero. It's all
2.5.
nonsense. You know how energy works.
Buchanan,
But still,
5.5.
There's still this moral
Venus,
monopoly on the idea that
3.3.
evil will impact nature, evil will
Parson,
impact climate, and so our
3.8.
focus should be eliminating our impact. What
Albright,
I'm saying is that these
11.7.
they look at that
Colfax,
debate, they look at that framing, and say,
5.2.
I'm going to make money off of
Ursina,
that. I'm focused on the
1.6.
framing
Martleton,
versus just trying to go after
2.0.
people. BlackRock
Confluence,
so influential.
3.4.
I thought it would be good.
Ohio Pile,
Company to make an
3.1.
example of. So, Alex,
Friendsville,
last question.
2.9.
I feel like
Josephine,
there is
4.0.
starting to be real movement
Kingston,
on the Great Reset
2.6.
and some of these things.
Ferndale,
I know we are
3.3.
a million miles away because
Rockville,
we're so far behind.
4.7.
If
Kitzmiller,
people wake up to
3.2.
and you start
Warren,
speaking
3.9.
with your money and
Meadville,
speaking to these
7.8.
institutions at state,
Franklin,
locals, and individuals,
4.9.
I think it's,
Ridgeway,
I think
3.5.
you can beat this.
Cooksburg,
I
3.9.
think so, and I
Parker,
call it the great regress.
4.1.
I think it's very important to put it as
St. Charles,
progressive phenomenon.
4.1.
It's really anti-progress.
The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties. For rest of today, considerable cloudiness. A chance of rain this afternoon. Near steady temperature in the upper 30s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain 50%. For tonight, a chance of rain in the evening. Cloudy with a chance of snow. Lows around 18. West winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Becoming northwest after midnight. Chance of precipitation 50%. For Thursday, partly sunny. Much colder with highs in the low 20s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. For Thursday night, partly cloudy. Much colder with lows around 3 above. North winds around 5 miles an hour. For Friday, mostly sunny. Very cold with highs around 20. Northeast winds around 5 miles an hour. And for Friday night, mainly clear. Lows around 0. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast. For Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-20s. For Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Near steady temperature 15 to 20. For Sunday, mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 20s. For Sunday night, mostly cloudy. Cold with lows around 10 above. For Monday, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-20s. Chance of snow 30%. For Monday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the evening.
Very unique special.
Near steady temperature around 20. Chance of snow 30%.
Historic $5
And for Tuesday, partly sunny in the morning, then mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 20s.
Both of these
Chance of
items
snow
are
40%
extremely difficult to acquire at any
at
time.
11 a.m.
Specials should not
Kidd
be
International
right now.
reported
Call
cloudy
them
skies.
866 Gold
Temperature 41, dew point 28, relative humidity 60%. Wind southwest at 14 miles an hour, gusting to 24, wind chill 33. Pressure 29.93 inches and rising. Again, Pittsburgh reported cloudy skies and 41 degrees.
More than they have in 30
The Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania climate summary for yesterday, January 18, 2022. Yesterday's high temperature of 29 degrees occurred at 2:49 p.m. The record high of 69 degrees, which was set in 1929. Yesterday's low temperature of 24 degrees occurred at 8:48 p.m. The record low is minus 16 degrees, which was set in 1994. 0.01 inches of precipitation fell yesterday, which brings the monthly total to 2.46 inches. This is 0.67 inches above the normal amount of 1.79 inches for January. The total precipitation for the year now stands at 2.46 inches, which is 0.67 inches above normal. 0.3 inches of snow fell yesterday, which leaves the monthly total at 12.1 inches. The total snowfall since July 1st now stands at 13.9 inches. There were 8 inches of snow on the ground. There were 38 heating degree days yesterday. This brings the monthly total to 664. The yearly total since July 1st is 2,376. There were no cooling degree days yesterday. This leaves the monthly total at 0. The yearly total since January 1st is 0. The normal high temperature for today is 36 degrees, and the normal low is 21. The record high for today is 69, which occurred in 1907, and the record low is minus 22, which occurred in 1994. Sunrise today is at 7:40 a.m. and sunset is at 5:23 p.m. At 11 a.m. Elsewhere across southwest Pennsylvania, West Michigan cloudy and 42 degrees. Winds gusting to 31, Beaver Falls partly sunny 43, winds gusting to 22, Indianapolis Fair 41, Lathrop cloudy 41, Connellsville cloudy 43, Indiana 41, Washington 42, Newcastle 41, and Butler partly sunny 40, winds gusting to 22. In northwest Pennsylvania, Erie cloudy 40 degrees, winds gusting to 32, DuBois partly sunny 39, winds gusting to 29, Clearfield cloudy 36, Franklin cloudy 36, winds gusting to 24, Meadville snow flurries 36, winds gusting to 20, and Bradford cloudy 37, winds gusting to 23. In central and eastern Pennsylvania, Altoona mostly sunny 40, St. Paul is mostly sunny 36, Harrisburg partly sunny 34, Philadelphia partly sunny 43, and Johnstown cloudy 40. In Maryland, Oakland cloudy 37 degrees, winds gusting to 23, Cumberland sunny at 26. In West Virginia, Morgantown cloudy 44 degrees, winds gusting to 24, Wheeling cloudy 42, winds gusting to 23, Parkersburg cloudy and 43. In Ohio, Zanesville partly sunny 40 degrees, Akron cloudy 40, Cambridge partly sunny 39. Youngstown cloudy 39, winds gusting to 26, Cleveland cloudy 42, winds gusting to 29, Cincinnati partly sunny 48, winds gusting to 20, Toledo partly sunny 41, and Columbus partly sunny 43, winds gusting to 21. Here is the river report. Rivers and streams are expected to continue to fall slowly over the next 48 hours. The following are today's 7 a.m. observed stages. On the Monongah Hill River, the Grave Landing stage was 10.4 feet. At Charlevoix, the stage was 11.8 feet. At Elizabeth, the stage was 11.3 feet. And at Braddock, the stage was 12.3 feet. And on the Allegheny River, Franklin was 4.9 feet. Arthur was 4.1 feet. The Kittanning stage was 11.3 feet. Sharpsburg was 11.4 feet. Also for the Ohio River, Pittsburgh was at 16.5 feet. The gas shield state was 15.1 feet. The water temperature on the Allegheny River is about 32 degrees.
This afternoon with rain in the mix and a
This
high
is NOAA Radio KIH 35 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, operating on 162.55 megahertz with a power output of 1,000 watts on a transmitter located on the WQE tower, with broadcast originating from the National Weather Service in the township, Pennsylvania. Now here is the synopsis. A cold front will cross the region this afternoon, bringing the risk for rain and snow showers. The best chance for precipitation will be generally southeast of Pittsburgh. Milder temperatures ahead of the boundary will be followed by much colder air Thursday and into the weekend. The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties. For rest of today, considerable cloudiness. A chance of rain this afternoon. Near steady temperature in the upper 30s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain 50%. For tonight, a chance of rain in the evening. Cloudy with a chance of snow. Lows around 18. West winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming northwest after midnight. Chance of precipitation 50%. For Thursday, partly sunny. Much colder with highs in the lower 20s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. For Thursday night, partly cloudy. Much colder with lows around 3 above. North winds around 5 miles an hour. For Friday, mostly sunny. Very cold with highs around 20. Northeast winds around 5 miles an hour. And for Friday night, mainly clear. Frigid. Lows around 0. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast. For Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-20s. For Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Near steady temperature 15 to 20. For Sunday, mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 20s. For Sunday night, mostly cloudy. Cold with lows around 10 above. For Monday, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-20s. Chance of snow 30%. For Monday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the evening. Near steady temperature around 20. Chance of snow 30%. And for Tuesday, partly sunny in the morning, then mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 20s. Chance of snow 40%. Near shore forecast. For the following near shore locations, Connie, Ohio to Ripley, New York. Small cloud advisory in effect through Thursday morning. Rest of today, southwest winds 15 to 25 knots becoming west. A chance of rain showers late this morning, then a slight chance of rain showers this afternoon. Waves 3 to 6 feet, building to 4 to 7 feet. Waves occasionally around 9 feet. Tonight, west winds 15 to 20 knots becoming north. A slight chance of snow showers. Waves 4 to 7 feet, subsiding to 2 to 4 feet. Waves occasionally around 9 feet. Thursday, north winds 10 to 15 knots. Freezing straight in the morning. Waves 2 to 4 feet, subsiding to under 3 feet. Thursday night, north winds 10 to 15 knots becoming northeast. Mostly cloudy. Waves 2 feet or less. The water temperature off Toledo is 33 degrees, off Cleveland 33 degrees, and off Erie 32 degrees. The current time is 11:58 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. At 11 a.m. Pitt International reported cloudy skies. Temperature 41, dew point 28. Relative humidity 60%. Wind southwest at 14 miles an hour. Gusting to 24. Wind chill 33. Pressure 29.93 inches and rising. Again, Pittsburgh reported cloudy skies and 41 degrees. Now here is the synopsis. A cold front will cross the region this afternoon, bringing the risk for rain and snow showers. The best chance for precipitation will be generally south and east of Pittsburgh. Milder temperatures ahead of the boundary will be followed by much colder air Thursday and into the weekend. The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties. For rest of today, considerable cloudiness.
Bradley Street Coffee
A chance of rain this afternoon. Near steady temperatures in the upper 30s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain 50%. For tonight, a chance of rain in the evening. Cloudy with a chance of snow. Lows around 18. West winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming northwest after midnight. Chance of precipitation 50%. For Thursday, partly sunny. Much colder with highs in the lower 20s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. For Thursday night, partly cloudy. Much colder with lows around 3 above. North winds around 5 miles an hour. For Friday, mostly sunny. Very cold with highs around 20. Northeast winds around 5 miles an hour. And for Friday night, mainly clear. Frigid. Lows around 0. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast. For Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-20s. For Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Near steady temperature 15 to 20. For Sunday, mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 20s. For Sunday night, mostly cloudy. Cold with lows around 10 above. For Monday, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-20s. Chance of snow 30%. For Monday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the evening. Near steady temperature around 20. Chance of snow 30%. And for Tuesday, partly sunny in the morning, and mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 20s. Chance of snow 40%.
Ukraine faces an
At noon,
unprecedented threat.
Pittsburgh reported partly sunny skies. Temperature 43, dew point 29, giving us 57% relative humidity. Wind southwest at 12 miles an hour. Wind chill 37. Pressure 29.92 inches and falling. Again, Pittsburgh reported partly sunny skies and 43 degrees.
The U.S. says
At
Russia
noon,
has deployed
elsewhere across southwest
100,000
Pennsylvania,
troops
West
today.
Michigan cloudy 42 degrees, winds gusting to 26. Latrobe Arnold Palmer Regional Airport partly sunny 43. Northwest PA, Erie cloudy 41 degrees. DuBois cloudy 40. Winds gusting to 26. Meadville snow flurries 37. Winds gusting to 21. And Bradford cloudy 37. Winds gusting to 20. In central and eastern PA, Altoona mostly sunny 42. State College cloudy 39. In West Virginia, Morgantown cloudy 46 degrees. Winds gusting to 20. Wheeling cloudy 44. Winds gusting to 24. Parkersburg mostly sunny 46. Across Ohio, Zanesville mostly sunny 42 degrees. Akron cloudy 42. Winds gusting to 24. Youngstown cloudy 40. Winds gusting to 26. Cleveland cloudy 41. Winds gusting to 28. Cincinnati partly sunny 51. Toledo mostly sunny 41. Winds gusting to 25. And Columbus partly sunny 44. Now here is the synopsis. A cold front will cross the region this afternoon, bringing the risk for rain and snow showers. The best chance for precipitation will be generally south and east of Pittsburgh. Milder temperatures ahead of the boundary will be followed by much colder air Thursday and into the weekend. The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties. For rest of today, considerable cloudiness. A chance of rain this afternoon. Near steady temperature in the upper 30s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour, gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain 50%. For tonight, a chance of rain in the evening. Cloudy with a chance of snow. Lows around 18. West winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming northwest after midnight. Chance of precipitation 50%. For Thursday, partly sunny. Much colder with highs in the lower 20s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. For Thursday night, partly cloudy. Much colder with lows around 3 above. North winds around 5 miles an hour. For Friday, mostly sunny. Very cold with highs around 20. Northeast winds around 5 miles an hour. And for Friday night, mainly clear. Frigid. lows around 0. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast. For Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-20s. For Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Near steady temperature 15 to 20. For Sunday, mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 20s. For Sunday night, mostly cloudy. Cold with lows around 10 above. For Monday, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-20s. Chance of snow 30%. For Monday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the evening. Near steady temperature around 20. Chance of snow 30%. And for Tuesday, partly sunny in the morning, and mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 20s. Chance of snow 40%. Here's the river report. Rivers and streams are expected to continue to fall slowly over the next 48 hours. The following are today's 7 a.m. observed stages. On the Monongahela River, the Grave Landing stage was 10.4 feet. At Charleroy, the stage was 11.8 feet. At Elizabeth, the stage was 11.3 feet. And at Braddock, the stage was 12.3 feet. And on the Allegheny River, Franklin was 4.9 feet. Parker was 4.1 feet. The Kittanning stage was 11.3 feet. Sharpsburg was 11.4 feet. Also for the Ohio River, Pittsburgh was at 16.5 feet. The Deschutes stage was 15.1 feet. The water temperature on the Allegheny River is about 32 degrees. At noon, Pittsburgh reported partly sunny skies. Temperature 43 degrees, dew point 29. Relative humidity 57%. Wind southwest at 12 miles an hour. Wind chill 37. Pressure 29.92 inches and falling. Repeating conditions at Pittsburgh, 43 degrees under partly sunny skies. Here are the 7 a.m. Whitewater gauge readings for today. Wednesday, January 19th. Billington, 3.6. Philip Key, 4.6. Audra, 2.5. Buchanan, 5.5. Davis, 3.3. Parsons, 3.8. Albright, 11.7. Colfax, 5.2. Ursine Ox, 1.6. Marshallton, 2.0. Confluence, 3.4. Ohio Pile, 3.1. Friendsville, 2.9. Josephine, 4.0. Kingston, 2.6. Ferndale, 3.3. Rockville, 4.7. Kitzmiller, 3.2. Warren, 3.9. Meadville, 7.8. Franklin, 4.9. Ridgeway, 3.5. Cooksburg, 3.9. Arthur, 4.1. St. Charles, 4.1. At noon, elsewhere across southwest Pennsylvania, West Richland cloudy and 42 degrees, winds gusting to 26. Beaver Falls mostly sunny 47, winds gusting to 22. Juliana Fair 45, winds gusting to 17. Lathrop partly sunny 43. Connellsville cloudy 44, winds gusting to 18. Indiana 41, Washington 42, Newcastle 42, and Butler mostly sunny 42, winds gusting to 22. In northwest Pennsylvania, Erie cloudy 41 degrees. Du Bois cloudy 40, winds gusting to 26. Clearfield cloudy 40, winds gusting to 20. Franklin cloudy 38, winds gusting to 18. Meadville snow flurries 37, winds gusting to 21. And Bradford cloudy 37, winds gusting to 20. In central and eastern Pennsylvania, Altoona mostly sunny 42, State College cloudy 39, Harrisburg mostly sunny 40, Philadelphia partly sunny 47, winds gusting to 30, and Johnstown cloudy 40, winds gusting to 30. In Maryland, Oakland cloudy 37 degrees, winds gusting to 24, Cumberland cloudy and 34. In West Virginia, Morgantown cloudy 46 degrees, winds gusting to 20, Wheeling cloudy 44, winds gusting to 24. Parkersburg, mostly sunny and 46. In Ohio, Zanesville, mostly sunny, 42 degrees. Akron, cloudy, 42. Winds gusting to 24. Cambridge, fair, 42. Youngstown, cloudy, 40. Winds gusting to 26. Cleveland, cloudy, 41. Winds gusting to 20. Cincinnati, partly sunny, 51. Toledo, mostly sunny, 41. Winds gusting to 25. And Columbus, partly sunny, 44. Now here is the synopsis. A cold front will cross the region this afternoon, bringing the risk for rain and snow showers. The best chance for precipitation will be generally south and east of Pittsburgh. Milder temperatures ahead of the boundary will be followed by much colder air Thursday and into the weekend. The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties. For rest of today, considerable cloudiness. A chance of rain this afternoon. Near steady temperatures in the upper 30s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain 50%. For tonight, a chance of rain in the evening. Cloudy with a chance of snow. Lows around 18. West winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming northwest after midnight. Chance of precipitation 50%. For Thursday, partly sunny. Much colder with highs in the lower 20s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. For Thursday night, partly cloudy. Much colder with lows around 3 above. North winds around 5 miles an hour. For Friday, mostly sunny. Very cold with highs around 20. Northeast winds around 5 miles an hour. And for Friday night, mainly clear. Frigid. Lows around 0. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast. For Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-20s. For Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Near steady temperature 15 to 20. For Sunday, mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 20s. For Sunday night, mostly cloudy. Cold with lows around 10 above. For Monday, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-20s. Chance of snow 30%. For Monday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the evening. Near steady temperature around 20. Chance of snow 30%. And for Tuesday, partly sunny in the morning and mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 20s. Chance of snow 40%. Nearshore forecast. For the following nearshore location, Conneaut, Ohio to Ripley, New York. Small craft advisory in effect through Thursday morning. Rest of today, southwest winds 15 to 25 knots becoming west. A chance of rain showers late this morning, then a slight chance of rain showers this afternoon. Waves 3 to 6 feet building to 4 to 7 feet. Waves occasionally around 9 feet. Tonight, west winds 15 to 20 knots becoming north. A slight chance of snow showers. Waves 4 to 7 feet subsiding to 2 to 4 feet. Waves occasionally around 9 feet. Thursday, north winds 10 to 15 knots. Freezing straight in the morning. Waves 2 to 4 feet subsiding to 1 to 3 feet. Thursday night, north winds 10 to 15 knots becoming northeast. Mostly cloudy. Waves 2 feet or less. The water temperature off Toledo is 33 degrees. Off Cleveland, 33 degrees. And off Erie, 32 degrees. At noon, Pittsburgh reported partly sunny skies. Temperature 43 degrees. Dew point 29. Relative humidity 57%. Wind southwest at 12 miles an hour. Wind chill 37. Pressure 29.92 inches and falling. Repeating conditions at Pittsburgh. 43 degrees under partly sunny skies. At noon, elsewhere across southwest Pennsylvania, West Michigan cloudy and 42 degrees. Winds gusting to 26. Beaver Falls mostly sunny 47. Winds gusting to 22. Indianapolis fair 45. Winds gusting to 17. Latrobe partly sunny 43. Connellsville cloudy 44. Winds gusting to 18. Indiana 41. Washington 42. Newcastle 42. And Butler mostly sunny 42. Winds gusting to 22. In northwest Pennsylvania, Erie cloudy 41 degrees. Du Bois, cloudy 40, winds gusting to 26. Clearfield, cloudy 40, winds gusting to 20. Franklin, cloudy 38, winds gusting to 18. Meadville, snow flurries 37, winds gusting to 21. And Bradford, cloudy 37, winds gusting to 20. In central and eastern Pennsylvania, Altoona, mostly sunny 42, State College, cloudy 39, Harrisburg, mostly sunny 40, Philadelphia, partly sunny 47, winds gusting to 30, and Johnstown, cloudy 40, winds gusting to 30. In Maryland, Oakland, cloudy 37 degrees, winds gusting to 24, Cumberland, cloudy and 34. In West Virginia, Morgantown, cloudy 46 degrees, winds gusting to 20, Wheeling, cloudy 44, winds gusting to 24, Parkersburg, mostly sunny and 46. In Ohio, Zanesville, mostly sunny 42 degrees, Akron, cloudy 42, winds gusting to 24, Cambridge, Chair 42, Youngstown, cloudy 40, winds gusting to 26, Cleveland, cloudy 41, winds gusting to 20, Cincinnati, partly sunny 51, Toledo, mostly sunny 41, winds gusting to 25, and Columbus, partly sunny 44. Now here is the synopsis. A cold front will cross the region this afternoon, bringing the risk for rain and snow showers. The best chance for precipitation will be generally south and east of Pittsburgh. Milder temperatures ahead of the boundary will be followed by much colder air Thursday and into the weekend. The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties. For rest of today, considerable cloudiness. A chance of rain this afternoon. Near steady temperatures in the upper 30s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain 50%. For tonight, a chance of rain in the evening. Cloudy with a chance of snow. Lows around 18. West winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming northwest after midnight. Chance of precipitation 50%. For Thursday, partly sunny. Much colder with highs in the lower 20s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. For Thursday night, partly cloudy. Much colder with lows around 3 above. North winds around 5 miles an hour. For Friday, mostly sunny. Very cold with highs around 20. Northeast winds around 5 miles an hour. And for Friday night, mainly clear. Frigid. Lows around 0. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast. For Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-20s. For Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Near steady temperature 15 to 20. For Sunday, mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 20s. For Sunday night, mostly cloudy. Cold with lows around 10 above. For Monday, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-20s. Chance of snow 30%. For Monday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the evening. Near steady temperature around 20. Chance of snow 30%. And for Tuesday, partly sunny in the morning, and mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 20s. Chance of snow 40%. Here is the river report. Rivers and streams are expected to continue to fall slowly over the next 48 hours. The following are today's 7 a.m. observed stages. On the Monongah Hill River, the Grave Landing stage was 10.4 feet. At Charleroi, the stage was 11.8 feet. At Elizabeth, the stage was 11.3 feet. And at Braddock, the stage was 12.3 feet. And on the Allegheny River, Franklin was 4.9 feet. Parker was 4.1 feet. The Kittanning stage was 11.3 feet. Sharpsburg was 11.4 feet. Also for the Ohio River, Pittsburgh was at 16.5 feet. The Dashfield stage was 15.1 feet. The water temperature on the Allegheny River is about 32 degrees. At noon, Pittsburgh reported partly sunny skies. Temperature 43 degrees, 29, relative humidity 57%. Wind southwest at 12 miles an hour, wind chill 37. Pressure 29.92 inches and falling. Repeating conditions at Pittsburgh, 43 degrees under partly sunny skies. At noon, elsewhere across southwest Pennsylvania, West Michigan cloudy and 42 degrees, winds gusting to 26. Beaver Falls mostly sunny 47. Winds gusting to 22. Zelienople Fair 45. Winds gusting to 17. Lathrop partly sunny 43. Connellsville cloudy 44. Winds gusting to 18. Indiana 41. Washington 42. Newcastle 42. And Butler mostly sunny 42. Winds gusting to 22. In northwest Pennsylvania, Erie cloudy 41 degrees. Newport cloudy 40. Winds gusting to 26. Clearfield cloudy 40. Winds gusting to 20. Franklin cloudy 30. Winds gusting to 18. Meadville snow flurries 37. Winds gusting to 21. And Bradford cloudy 37. Winds gusting to 20. In central and eastern Pennsylvania, Altoona mostly sunny 42. State College cloudy 39. Harrisburg mostly sunny 40. Philadelphia partly sunny 47. Winds gusting to 30. And Johnstown cloudy 40. Winds gusting to 30. In Maryland, Oberlin cloudy 37 degrees. Winds gusting to 24. Cumberland cloudy and 34. In West Virginia, Morgantown cloudy 46 degrees. Winds gusting to 20. Wheeling cloudy 44. Winds gusting to 24. Parkersburg mostly sunny and 46. In Ohio, Zanesville mostly sunny 42 degrees. Akron cloudy 42. Winds gusting to 24. Cambridge fair 42. Youngstown cloudy 40. Winds gusting to 26. Cleveland cloudy 41. Winds gusting to 28. Cincinnati partly sunny 51. Toledo mostly sunny 41. Winds gusting to 25. And Columbus partly sunny 44. Now here is the synopsis. A cold front will cross the region this afternoon, bringing the risk for rain and snow showers. The best chance for precipitation will be generally south and east of Pittsburgh. Milder temperatures ahead of the boundary will be followed by much colder air Thursday and into the weekend. The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties. For rest of today, considerable cloudiness. A chance of rain this afternoon. Near steady temperatures in the upper 30s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain 50%. For tonight, a chance of rain in the evening. Cloudy with a chance of snow. Lows around 18. West wind 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming northwest after midnight. Chance of precipitation 50%. For Thursday, partly sunny. Much colder with highs in the northwest. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. For Thursday night, partly cloudy. Much colder with lows around 3 above. North winds around 5 miles an hour. For Friday, mostly sunny. Very cold with highs around 20. Northeast winds around 5 miles an hour. And for Friday night, mainly clear. Lows around 0. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast. For Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-20s. For Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Near steady temperature 15 to 20. For Sunday, mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 20s. For Sunday night, mostly cloudy. Cold with lows around 10 above. For Monday, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-20s. Chance of snow 30%. For Monday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the evening. Near steady temperature around 20. Chance of snow 30%. And for Tuesday, partly sunny in the morning, but mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 20s. Chance of snow 40%. At noon, Pittsburgh reported partly sunny skies. Temperature 43 degrees. Dew point 29. Relative humidity 57%. Wind southwest at 12 miles an hour. Wind chill 37. Pressure 29.92 inches and falling. Conditions at Pittsburgh 43 degrees under partly sunny skies. This is NOAA Weather Radio KIH 35 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Operating on 162.55 megahertz with a power output of 1,000 watts on a transmitter located on the WQED tower, with broadcast originating from the National Weather Service in New Township, Pennsylvania. At noon, elsewhere across southwest Pennsylvania, west Lakeland cloudy and 42 degrees, winds gusting to 26. Beaver Falls mostly sunny 47, winds gusting to 22. Leonople Fair 45, winds gusting to 17. Latrobe partly sunny 43. Connellsville cloudy 44, winds gusting to 18. Indiana 41, Washington 42, Newcastle 42, and Butler mostly sunny 42, winds gusting to 22. In northwest Pennsylvania, Erie cloudy 41 degrees, Du Bois cloudy 40, winds gusting to 26. Clearfield cloudy 40, winds gusting to 20. Franklin cloudy 38, winds gusting to 18. Meadville snow flurries 37, winds gusting to 21. And Bradford cloudy 37, winds gusting to 20. In central and eastern Pennsylvania, Altoona mostly sunny 42, State College cloudy 39, Harrisburg mostly sunny 40, Philadelphia partly sunny 47, winds gusting to 30, and Johnstown cloudy 40, winds gusting to 30. In Maryland, Oakland cloudy 37 degrees, winds gusting to 24, Cumberland cloudy and 34. In West Virginia, Morgantown cloudy 46 degrees, winds gusting to 20, Wheeling cloudy 44, winds gusting to 24, Parkersburg mostly sunny and 46. In Ohio, Zanesville mostly sunny 42 degrees, Akron cloudy 42, winds gusting to 24, Cambridge fair 42, Youngstown cloudy 40, winds gusting to 26, Cleveland cloudy 41, winds gusting to 28, Cincinnati partly sunny 51, Toledo mostly sunny 41, winds gusting to 25, and Columbus partly sunny 44. Now here is the synopsis. A cold front will cross the region this afternoon, bringing the risk for rain and snow showers. The best chance for precipitation will be generally south and east of Pittsburgh. Milder temperatures ahead of the boundary will be followed by much colder air Thursday and into the weekend. The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties. For rest of today, considerable cloudiness. A chance of rain this afternoon. Near steady temperature in the upper 30s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain 50%. For tonight, a chance of rain in the evening. Cloudy with a chance of snow. Lows around 18. West winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming northwest after midnight. Chance of precipitation 50%. For Thursday, partly sunny. Much colder with highs in the lower 20s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. For Thursday night, partly cloudy. Much colder with lows around 3 above. North winds around 5 miles an hour. For Friday, mostly sunny. Very cold with highs around 20. Northeast winds around 5 miles an hour. And for Friday night, mainly clear. Lows around 0. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast. For Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-20s. For Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Near steady temperature 15 to 20. For Sunday, mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 20s. For Sunday night, mostly cloudy. Cold with lows around 10 above. For Monday, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-20s. Chance of snow 30%. For Monday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the evening. Near steady temperature around 20. Chance of snow 30%. And for Tuesday, partly sunny in the morning. And mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 20s. Chance of snow 40%. Nearshore forecast. For the following nearshore locations, Connie, Ohio to Ripley, New York. Small craft advisory in effect through Thursday morning. Rest of today, southwest winds 15 to 25 knots becoming west. A chance of rain showers late this morning, then a slight chance of rain showers this afternoon. Waves 3 to 6, building to 4 to 7 feet. Waves occasionally around 9 feet. Tonight, west winds 15 to 20 knots becoming north. A slight chance of snow showers. Waves 4 to 7 feet subsiding to 2 to 4 feet. Waves occasionally around 9 feet. Thursday, north winds 10 to 15 knots. Freezing straight in the morning. Waves 2 to 4 feet subsiding to 1 to 3 feet.
And this is
Thursday
what we're
night,
wasting our
north
time
winds
on.
10 to 15 knots becoming northeast. Mostly cloudy.
And you're okay with that.
Waves 2 feet or less.
How the left used to
The water
criticize
temperature
this
off
stuff.
Toledo is 33 degrees. Off Cleveland, 33 degrees. And off Erie, 32 degrees.
President of Henry Repeating
You're over 7 a.m. Whitewater gauge readings for today.
and provide
Wednesday, January
now
19th.
more than ever.
Evening
has over 200
3.6.
shotguns to choose.
Philip T.
Made in America,
4.6.
not made at all, and backed by a
Honor.
lifetime guarantee.
2.5.
Go to HenryUSA.com and order
5.5.
our catalog, details,
Davis.
and a list of dealers.
3.3.
That's
Parsons.
HenryUSA.com.
3.8.
Thank you, and God bless
Albright.
America.
Hi, I'm Sharon. We're at Lone Star Transfer. Many
Colfax.
timeshare owners have come to us this year with
5.2.
significant increases in their maintenance fees. With our 8+
1.6.
ratings and over 800
Markleton.
five-star reviews on the BBB,
2.0.
our clients know Lone Star
Confluence.
Transfer is the only company
3.4.
they can trust. We guarantee
Ohio
the
Smiles.
release of all liability to your
3.1.
timeshare in writing
Friendsville.
and in a specific time frame.
2.9.
Call for a free, no obligation
Josephine.
consultation.
4.0.
284-4864
2.6.
or online at LoneStarTransfer.com.
3.3. Rockville, 4.7. Kitzmiller, 3.2. Warren, 3.9. Meadville, 7.8. Franklin,
Celebrating 100
4.9.
years on the air in Pittsburgh.
Ridgeway,
The Talk of Pittsburgh.
3.5.
1320
Cookstown,
WJAS.
3.9. Parker, 4.1.
State Police say
St.
their
Charles,
man was shooting 3 people at
4.1.
Fairview Mall in Butler County last
The
night.
current time
According
is
to authorities,
12:30 p.m.
Carlos
Eastern
Carroll was
Standard
charged with
Time.
homicide in connection with the incident.
Here is the river
Tuesday,
report.
Carroll began shooting during
Rivers and streams are expected to continue to fall slowly over the next 48 hours.
Juvenile suffered
The following are today's 7 a.m. observed stages.
There will be remote
On the Monongah Hill River, the Grave Landing stage was 10.4 feet. At Charleroi, the stage was 11.8 feet. At Elizabeth, the stage was 11.3 feet. And at Braddock, the stage was 12.3 feet. And on the Allegheny River, Franklin was 4.9 feet. Parker was 4.1 feet. The Kittanning stage was 11.3 feet. Jasper was 11.4 feet. Also for the Ohio River, Pittsburgh was at 16.5 feet. The Dashiell stage was 15.1 feet. The water temperature on the Allegheny River is about 32 degrees.
Online at
At noon,
ASGWire.com.
Pittsburgh reported partly sunny skies. Temperature 43 degrees, dew point 29, relative humidity 57%. Wind southwest at 12 miles an hour, wind chill 37. Pressure 29.92 inches and falling. Repeating conditions at Pittsburgh, 43 degrees under partly sunny skies. At noon, elsewhere across southwest Pennsylvania, west Michigan cloudy and 42 degrees, winds gusting to 26. Beaver Falls mostly sunny 47. Winds gusting to 22, Zero Fair 45, winds gusting to 17. Latrobe partly sunny 43, Connellsville cloudy 44, winds gusting to 18, Indiana 41, Washington 42, Newcastle 42, and Butler mostly sunny 42, winds gusting to 22. In northwest Pennsylvania, Erie cloudy 41 degrees, DuBois cloudy 40, winds gusting to 26, Clearfield cloudy 40. Winds gusting to 20, Franklin cloudy 38, winds gusting to 18, Meadville snow flurries 37, winds gusting to 21, and Bradford cloudy 37, winds gusting to 20. In central and eastern Pennsylvania, Altoona mostly sunny 42, College cloudy 39, Harrisburg mostly sunny 40, Philadelphia partly sunny 47, winds gusting to 30, Johnstown cloudy 40, winds gusting to 30. In Maryland, Oakland cloudy 37 degrees, winds gusting to 24, Cumberland cloudy and 34. In West Virginia, Morgantown cloudy 46 degrees, winds gusting to 20, Wheeling cloudy 44, winds gusting to 24, Parkersburg mostly sunny and 46. In Ohio, Zanesville mostly sunny 42 degrees, Akron cloudy 42, winds gusting to 24, Cambridge fair 42, Youngstown cloudy 40, winds gusting to 26, Cleveland cloudy 41, winds gusting to 20, Cincinnati partly sunny 51, Toledo mostly sunny 41, winds gusting to 25, and Columbus partly sunny 44.
but you may be able to
Now here is the synopsis. A cold front will cross the region this afternoon, bringing the risk for rain and snow showers. The best chance for precipitation will be generally south and east of Pittsburgh. Milder temperatures ahead of the boundary will be followed by much colder air Thursday and into the weekend. The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties. For rest of today, considerable cloudiness. A chance of rain this afternoon. Near steady temperature in the upper 30s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain 50%. For tonight, a chance of rain in the evening. Cloudy with a chance of snow. Lows around 18. West winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming northwest after midnight. Chance of precipitation 60%. For Thursday, partly sunny. Much colder with highs in the low 20s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. For Thursday night, partly cloudy. Much colder with lows around 35. North winds around 5 miles an hour. For Friday, mostly sunny. Very cold with highs around 20. Northeast winds around 5 miles an hour. And for Friday night, mainly clear. Frigid. Lows around 0. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast. For Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-20s. For Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Near steady temperature 15 to 20. For Sunday, mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 20s. For Sunday night, mostly cloudy. Cold with lows around 10 about. For Monday, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-20s. Chance of snow 30%. For Monday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the evening. Near steady temperature around 20. Chance of snow 30%. And for Tuesday, partly sunny in the morning and mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 20s. Chance of snow 40%. At noon. Pittsburgh, reported partly sunny skies. Temperature 43 degrees, dew point 29, relative humidity 57%. Wind southwest at 12 miles an hour, wind chill 37. Pressure 29.92 inches and falling. Repeating conditions at Pittsburgh, 43 degrees under partly sunny skies. At noon, elsewhere across southwest Pennsylvania, west Michigan cloudy and 42 degrees. Winds gusting to 26. Beaver Falls mostly sunny 47. Winds gusting to 22. Helena Voltaire 45. Winds gusting to 17. Latrobe partly sunny 43. Connellsville cloudy 44. Winds gusting to 18. Indiana 41. Washington 42. Newcastle 42. And Butler mostly sunny 42. Winds gusting to 22. In northwest Pennsylvania, Erie cloudy 41 degrees. DuBois cloudy 40. Winds gusting to 26. Clearfield cloudy 40. Winds gusting to 20. Franklin cloudy 38. Winds gusting to 18. Meadville snow flurries 37. Winds gusting to 21. And Bradford cloudy 37. Winds gusting to 20. In central and eastern Pennsylvania, Altoona mostly sunny 42. State College cloudy 39. Harrisburg mostly sunny 40. Philadelphia partly sunny 47. Winds gusting to 30. And Johnstown cloudy 40. Winds gusting to 30. In Maryland, Oakland cloudy 37 degrees. Winds gusting to 24. Cumberland cloudy and 34. In West Virginia, Morgantown cloudy 46 degrees. Winds gusting to 20. Wheeling cloudy 44. Winds gusting to 24. Parkersburg mostly sunny and 46. In Ohio, Zanesville mostly sunny 42 degrees. Akron cloudy 42. Winds gusting to 24. Cambridge fair 42. Youngstown cloudy 40. Winds gusting to 26. Cleveland cloudy 41. Winds gusting to 28. Cincinnati partly sunny 51. Toledo mostly sunny 41. Winds gusting to 25. And Columbus partly sunny 44. Now here is the synopsis. A cold front will cross the region this afternoon, bringing the risk for rain and snow showers. The best chance for precipitation will be generally south and east of Pittsburgh. Milder temperatures ahead of the boundary will be followed by much colder air Thursday and into the weekend. The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties. For rest of today, considerable cloudiness. A chance of rain this afternoon. Near steady temperatures in the upper 30s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain 50%. For tonight, a chance of rain in the evening. Cloudy with a chance of snow. Lows around 18. West winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming northwest after midnight. Chance of precipitation 50%. For Thursday, partly sunny. Much colder with highs in the lower 20s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. For Thursday night, partly cloudy. Much colder with lows around 3 above. North winds around 5 miles an hour. For Friday, mostly sunny. Very cold with highs around 20. Northeast winds around 5 miles an hour. And for Friday night, mainly clear. Frigid. Lows around 0. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast. For Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-20s. For Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Near steady temperature 15 to 20. For Sunday, mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 20s. For Sunday night, mostly cloudy. Cold with lows around 10 above. For Monday, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-20s. Chance of snow 30%. For Monday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the evening. Near steady temperature around 20. Chance of snow 30%. And for Tuesday, partly sunny in the morning, then mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 20s. Chance of snow 40%. Here is the river report. Rivers and streams are expected to continue to fall slowly over the next 48 hours. The following are today's 7 a.m. observed stages. On the Monongahela River, the Great Landing stage was 10.4 feet. At Charlevoix, the stage was 11.8 feet. At Elizabeth, the stage was 11.3 feet. And at Braddock, the stage was 12.3 feet. And on the Allegheny River, Franklin was 4.9 feet. Arthur was 4.1 feet. The Katanning stage was 11.3 feet. Sharpsburg was 11.4 feet. Also for the Ohio River, Pittsburgh was at 16.5 feet. The Dashiell stage was 16.1 feet. The water temperature on the Allegheny River is about 32 degrees. Nearshore forecast. For the following nearshore location, Conneaut, Ohio to Ripley, New York. Small craft advisory in effect through Thursday morning. West of today, southwest winds 15 to 25 knots becoming west. A chance of rain showers late this morning, then a slight chance of rain showers this afternoon. Waves 3 to 6 feet building to 4 to 7 feet. Waves occasionally around 9 feet. Tonight, west winds 15 to 20 knots becoming north. A slight chance of snow showers. Waves 4 to 7 feet, subsiding to 2 to 4 feet. Waves occasionally around 9 feet. Thursday, north winds 10 to 15 knots. Freezing straight in the morning. Waves 2 to 4 feet, subsiding to 1 to 3 feet. Thursday night, north winds 10 to 15 knots becoming northeast. Mostly cloudy. Waves 2 feet or less. The water temperature off Toledo is 33 degrees, off Cleveland 33 degrees, and off Erie 32 degrees. At noon, Pittsburgh reported partly sunny skies. Temperature 43 degrees, dew point 29, relative humidity 57%. Wind southwest at 12 miles an hour, wind chill 37. Pressure 29.92 inches and falling. Repeating conditions at Pittsburgh, 43 degrees under partly sunny skies. At noon, elsewhere across southwest Pennsylvania, West Michigan cloudy and 42 degrees, winds gusting to 26. Beaver Falls mostly sunny 47, winds gusting to 22. Zelienople Fair 45, winds gusting to 17. Lake Oak partly sunny 43. Connellsville cloudy 44, winds gusting to 18. Indiana 41, Washington 42, Newcastle 42, and Butler mostly sunny 42, winds gusting to 22. In northwest Pennsylvania, Erie cloudy 41 degrees, Du Bois cloudy 40, winds gusting to 26, Clearfield cloudy 40, winds gusting to 20, Franklin cloudy 38, winds gusting to 18, Meadville snow flurries 37, winds gusting to 21, and Bradford cloudy 37, winds gusting to 20. In central and eastern Pennsylvania, Altoona mostly sunny 42, State College cloudy 39, Harrisburg mostly sunny 40, Philadelphia partly sunny 47, winds gusting to 30, and Johnstown cloudy 40, winds gusting to 30. In Maryland, Oakland cloudy 37 degrees, winds gusting to 24, Cumberland cloudy and 34. In West Virginia, Morgantown cloudy 46 degrees, winds gusting to 20, Wheeling cloudy 44, winds gusting to 24, Parkersburg mostly sunny and 46. In Ohio, Zanesville mostly sunny 42 degrees, Akron cloudy 42, winds gusting to 24, Cambridge fair 42, Youngstown cloudy 40, winds gusting to 26, Cleveland cloudy 41, winds gusting to 28, Cincinnati partly sunny 51, Toledo mostly sunny 41, winds gusting to 25, and Columbus partly sunny 44. Now here is the synopsis. A cold front will cross the region this afternoon, bringing the risk for rain and snow showers. The best chance for precipitation will be generally south and east of Pittsburgh. Milder temperatures ahead of the boundary will be followed by much colder air Thursday and into the weekend. The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties. For rest of today, considerable cloudiness. A chance of rain this afternoon. Near steady temperature in the upper 30s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain 50%. For tonight, a chance of rain in the evening. Cloudy with a chance of snow. Lows around 18. West winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming northwest after midnight. Chance of precipitation 50%. For Thursday, partly sunny. Much colder with highs in the lower 20s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. For Thursday night, partly cloudy. Much colder with lows around 3 above. North winds around 5 miles an hour. For Friday, mostly sunny. Very cold with highs around 20. Northeast winds around 5 miles an hour. And for Friday night, mainly clear. Frigid. Lows around 0. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast. For Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-20s. For Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Near steady temperature 15 to 20. For Sunday, mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 20s. For Sunday night, mostly cloudy. Cold with lows around 10 above. For Monday, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-20s. Chance of snow 30%. For Monday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the evening. Near steady temperature around 20. Chance of snow 30%. And for Tuesday, partly sunny in the morning, and mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 20s. Chance of snow 40%. Here are the 7 a.m. Whitewater gauge readings for today. Wednesday, January 19th. Belington, 3.6. Philip Keith, 4.6. Audra, 3.5. Buchanan, 5.5. Davis, 3.3. Marson, 3.8. Albright, 11.7. Colfax, 5.2. Ursina, 1.6. Markleton, 2.0. Confluence, 3.4. Ohio Pile, 3.1. Friendsville, 2.9. Josephine, 4.0. Kingston, 2.6. Ferndale, 3.3. Rockville, 4.7. Chipmiller, 3.2. Warren, 3.9. Meadville, 7.8. Franklin, 4.9. Ridgeway, 3.5. Cooksburg,
We're not out.
3.9.
All right,
Parker,
here's the guy coming up next.
4.1.
Probably the
St.
funniest
Charles,
story of the week. Sadly,
4.1.
any good humor always is another.
At noon,
CNN,
Pittsburgh,
yes,
reported
CNN,
partly sunny
not a
skies.
joke. Folks, the
Temperature
crack team
43
of
degrees,
CNN has started
dew point 29. Relative humidity 57%.
Yes,
Wind
and the
southwest at
CNN,
12 miles an
yes,
hour.
the Michael
Wind chill
Avenatti
37.
run for president.
Pressure 29.92 inches and falling.
Russia hopes
Repeating conditions at Pittsburgh,
Christopher
43
Cuomo,
degrees under partly sunny skies.
disinformation.
At noon, elsewhere across southwest Pennsylvania, West Michigan cloudy and 42 degrees, winds gusting to 26. Beaver Falls mostly sunny 47, winds gusting to 22, Zelienople Fair 45, winds gusting to 17. Lathrop partly sunny 43, Connell still cloudy 44, winds gusting to 18, Indiana 41, Washington 42, Newcastle 42, and Butler mostly sunny 42, winds gusting to 22. In northwest Pennsylvania, Erie cloudy 41 degrees, Du Bois cloudy 40, winds gusting to 26, Clearfield cloudy 40, winds gusting to 20, Franklin cloudy 38, winds gusting to 18, Meadville Snow Flurries 37, winds gusting to 21, and Bradford cloudy 37, winds gusting to 20. In central and eastern Pennsylvania, Altoona mostly sunny 42, St. College cloudy 39, Harrisburg mostly sunny 40, Philadelphia partly sunny 47, winds gusting to 30, Johnstown cloudy 40, winds gusting to 30. In Maryland, Lakeland cloudy 37 degrees, winds gusting to 24, Cumberland cloudy and 34. In West Virginia, Morgantown cloudy 46 degrees, winds gusting to 20, Wheeling cloudy 44, winds gusting to 24, Parkersburg mostly sunny and 46. In Ohio, Zanesville mostly sunny 42 degrees, Akron cloudy 42, winds gusting to 24, Cambridge fair 42, Youngstown cloudy 40, winds gusting to 26, Cleveland cloudy 41, winds gusting to 28, Cincinnati partly sunny 51, Toledo mostly sunny 41, winds gusting to 25, and Columbus partly sunny 44. Now here is the synopsis. A cold front will cross the region this afternoon, bringing the risk for rain and snow showers. The best chance for precipitation will be generally felt at east of Pittsburgh. Milder temperatures ahead of the boundary will be followed by much colder air Thursday and into the weekend. The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties. For rest of today, considerable cloudiness. A chance of rain this afternoon. Near steady chance in the upper 30s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain 50%. For tonight, a chance of rain in the evening. Cloudy with a chance of snow. Lows around 18. West winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming northwest after midnight. Chance of precipitation 50%. For Thursday, partly sunny. Much colder with highs in the low 20s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. For Thursday night, partly cloudy. Much colder with lows around 3 above. North winds around 5 miles an hour. For Friday, mostly sunny. Very cold with highs around 20. Northeast winds around 5 miles an hour. And for Friday night, mainly clear. Frigid. Lows around 0. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast. For Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-20s. For Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Near steady temperature 15 to 20. For Sunday, mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 20s. For Sunday night, mostly cloudy. Cold with lows around 10 above. For Monday, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-20s. Chance of snow 30%. For Monday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the evening. Near steady temperature around 20. Chance of snow 30%. And for Tuesday, partly sunny in the morning, and mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 20s. Chance of snow 40%. Here is the river report. Rivers and streams are expected to continue to fall slowly over the next 48 hours. The following are today's 7 a.m. observed stages. On the Monongah Hill River, the Grave Landing stage was 10.4 feet. At Charleroi, the stage was 11.8 feet. At Elizabeth, the stage was 11.3 feet. And at Braddock, the stage was 12.3 feet. And on the Allegheny River, Franklin was 4.9 feet. Parker was 4.1 feet. The Buchanan stage was 11.3 feet. Sharpsburg was 11.4 feet. Also for the Ohio River, Pittsburgh was at 16.5 feet. The Dashiok stage was 15.1 feet. The water temperature on the Allegheny River is about 32 degrees. This is NOAA Radio KIH 35 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, operating on 162.55 megahertz, with a tower output of 1,000 watts on a transmitter located on the WQED tower, with broadcast originating from the National Weather Service in New Township, Pennsylvania. At noon, Pittsburgh reported partly sunny skies. Temperature 43 degrees, dew point 29, relative humidity 57%. Wind southwest at 12 miles an hour. Wind chill 37. Pressure 29.92 inches and falling. Repeating conditions at Pittsburgh. 43 degrees under partly sunny skies. At noon, elsewhere across southwest Pennsylvania, West Michigan cloudy and 42 degrees. Winds gusting to 26. Beaver Falls mostly sunny 47. Winds gusting to 22. Louisville fair 45. Winds gusting to 17. Louisville partly sunny 43. Connersville cloudy 44. Winds gusting to 18. Indiana 41. Washington 42. Newcastle 42. And Butler mostly sunny 42. Winds gusting to 22. In northwest Pennsylvania, Erie cloudy 41 degrees. Du Bois cloudy 40. Winds gusting to 26. Clearfield cloudy 40. Winds gusting to 20. Franklin cloudy 38. Winds gusting to 18. Meadville snow flurries 37. Winds gusting to 21. And Bradford cloudy 37. Winds gusting to 20. In central and eastern Pennsylvania, Alton mostly sunny 42. State College cloudy 39. Harrisburg mostly sunny 40. Philadelphia partly sunny 47. Winds gusting to 30. And Johnstown cloudy 40. Winds gusting to 30. In Maryland, Oakland cloudy 37 degrees. Winds gusting to 24. Cumberland cloudy and 34. In West Virginia, Morgantown cloudy 46 degrees. Winds gusting to 20. Wheeling cloudy 44. Winds gusting to 24. Parkersburg mostly sunny and 46. In Ohio, Zanesville mostly sunny 42 degrees. Akron cloudy 42. Winds gusting to 24. Cambridge fair 42. Youngstown cloudy 40. Winds gusting to 26. Cleveland cloudy 41. Winds gusting to 20. Cincinnati partly sunny 51. Toledo mostly sunny 41. Winds gusting to 25. And Columbus partly sunny 44. Nearshore forecast. For the following nearshore location, Conneaut, Ohio to Ripley, New York. Small craft advisory in effect through Thursday morning. West of today, southwest winds 15 to 25 knots becoming west. A chance of rain showers late this morning, then a slight chance of rain showers this afternoon. Waves 3 to 6 feet building to 4 to 7 feet. Waves occasionally around 9 feet. Tonight, west winds 15 to 20 knots becoming north. A slight chance of snow showers. Waves 4 to 7 feet subsiding to 2 to 4 feet. Waves occasionally around 9 feet. Thursday, north winds 10 to 15 knots. Drifting straight in the morning. Waves 2 to 4 feet subsiding to under 3 feet. Thursday night, north winds 10 to 15 knots becoming northeast. Mostly cloudy. Waves 2 feet or less. The water temperature off Toledo is 33 degrees, off Cleveland 33 degrees, and off Erie 32 degrees. The current time is 12:57 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now here is the synopsis. A cold front will cross the region this afternoon, bringing the risk for rain and snow showers. The best chance for precipitation will be generally south and east of Pittsburgh. Milder temperatures ahead of the boundary will be followed by much colder air Thursday and into the weekend. The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties. For rest of today, considerable cloudiness. A chance of rain this afternoon. Near steady temperatures in the upper 30s. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain 50%. For tonight, a chance of rain in the evening. Cloudy with a chance of snow. Lows around 18. West winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming northwest after midnight. Chance of precipitation 50%. For Thursday, partly sunny. Much colder with highs in the lower 20s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. For Thursday night, partly cloudy. Much colder with lows around 3 above. North winds around 5 miles an hour. For Friday, mostly sunny. Very cold with highs around 20. Northeast winds around 5 miles an hour. And for Friday night, mainly clear. Frigid. Lows around 0. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast. For Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-20s. For Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Near steady temperature 15 to 20. For Sunday, mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 20s. For Sunday night, mostly cloudy. Cold with lows around 10 above. For Monday, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-20s. Chance of snow 30%. For Monday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the evening. Near steady temperature around 20. Chance of snow 30%. And for Tuesday, partly sunny in the morning and mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 20s. Chance of snow 40%. Now here is the synopsis. A cold front will cross the region this afternoon. Rain and rain and snow showers.
On Facebook, the Dawn of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
A spotlight on the president. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. He is scheduled to do something he doesn't do very often. 3 hours from now, Fox's Jared Halpern is live at the White House.
One day before marking his first full year in office, President Biden hosts a news conference here, a formal question and answer session about his administration's handling of the economy, COVID, and legislative agenda. He has held just 6 solo news conferences, that is fewer than his recent predecessors. Press Secretary Jen Psaki says the president will highlight progress made, but be clear about the challenges ahead. One item, new voting and election legislation, is likely to be defeated this evening in the Senate without support from Democrats who advanced the bills by changing the 60-vote filibuster threshold. Lisa.
Thanks, Jared. That filibuster issue and the voting bills themselves generating some heated debate.
Later today, this chamber will host a sad spectacle that has not been seen before in living memory.
Minority Leader Mitch McConnell accusing Majority Leader Chuck Schumer of an assault on the chamber's core identity. Schumer argues that protecting voting rights is more important than a Senate rule. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Ukraine, offering reassurance of support, and not just from the Biden administration.
This support has strong bipartisan backing in the United States.
As he prepares to meet Friday with the foreign minister of Russia, which still has about 100,000 troops near the Ukraine border. 2 Supreme Court justices, Sonia Sotomayor and Neil Gorsuch, are denying reports about an issue with masks, including that Sotomayor, who has diabetes, didn't feel safe and that Gorsuch had rejected a request to wear a mask. The justices dispute that reporting and say while they sometimes disagree about the law, they are, quote, warm colleagues and friends. America is listening to Fox News.
Biden's massively irresponsible spending plan has expanded America's money supply and taken money out of your pocket, but you can fight back and stand your ground against the tidal wave of inflation they're imposing on you. Hi, this is Stephen K. Bannon. I want to share how the wealthiest are protecting their retirement from runaway inflation in a tax-sheltered account, and how you can too, by moving your IRA or 401k out of paper assets and into gold with Birch Gold Group. I am proud to count myself among the tens of thousands of happy Birch Gold customers. To spread the word, Birch Gold has created a free info kit on gold IRAs. To get your copy, just text SHELTER to 989898. Do it now and learn how to shelter your IRA or 401k with gold. Again, text the word SHELTER to 989898. That's SHELTER to 989898 to get your free info kit on gold. There's nothing to buy and no obligation at all. So do it today. Take action.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. St. Barnabas Health System thanks you for listening to the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
This news is being brought to you by Scott and Christie Eye Care Associates, offering you the most up-to-date techniques in multifocal and laser cataract surgery. Go to scottandchristie.com.
44 degrees in Pittsburgh and Netherlands. The news update on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. Authorities say a man is being charged in connection with a shooting that left 3 people wounded at the Clearview Mall in Butler County last night. State police say 24-year-old Carlos Carroll is charged with attempted homicide in connection to the incident. Police say Carroll began shooting during an altercation at the mall. The 3 victims suffered non-life-threatening wounds. They are expected to recover. A crash reconstruction team is part of the investigation of a deadly accident involving a pedestrian yesterday in White Oak. Officials deployed the team to the site of the crash in the 3200 block of Jackson Road that killed an 81-year-old man. Detectives say the driver of the vehicle was stopped by police in the 1100 block of Jackson Road. No charges have been filed at this time. The first museum in Pennsylvania devoted to space exploration is close to calling the north side its new home. Officials at the Moonshot Museum say they've raised just over half of their $2.7 million funding goal. The center hopes to open this summer. More information can be found online at moonshotmuseum.org. In sports, Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin says he's moving forward with the assumption that Ben Roethlisberger will not play next year and that all options are on the table to replace the starting quarterback. Tomlin also says he's looking forward to the challenge of replacing Roethlisberger. He doesn't care if the replacement comes from free agency, a trade, or the 2022 NFL Draft. Penguins back on home ice tomorrow. Pittsburgh is set to host the Ottawa Senators. The NHL is planning to stop COVID testing for asymptomatic players and staff members following the All-Star break. NHL will still test all players and staff before international travel between the U.S. and Canada. According to data, 73% of the league has tested positive for COVID this season. This report is sponsored by Audible. Make this the winter of you with Audible. Listen to the best of what you love, from comedy to wellness to the latest bestsellers. Find it all at Audible with audiobooks, exclusive originals, and popular podcasts. Start listening free when you sign up at audible.com. I'm Evan from the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Looking for newer used handguns or rifles, ammo, or accessories? For decades, Pittsburgh's choice has been Federal Firearms on Thomas Run Road in the South Hills. Great guys with plenty of experience and the most competitive prices in the area. Federal Firearms in Pittsburgh's South Hills.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather. Overall volume looking pretty light on most of our majors. Parkway East, West, and Parkway North all moving well. Preston Second Road under construction. It's closed between Elbridge Road and Newberry Drive till around the 28th. Jenny Robinson, total traffic.
Rain here and there this afternoon, otherwise cloudy with a high of 40, a possibility of rain and snow tonight with a low of 18. A mix of sun and clouds tomorrow with a high of 24, a few clouds in the sky tomorrow night with a low of just 5, and mostly clear skies on Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
From the NYPD to the Secret Service to behind the microphone, taking the fight to the radical left and the putrid swamp. You're listening to the Dan Bongino Show. Here he is, Dan Bongino.
All right, welcome back to the show. And guess he's been on quite a bit. I think he's the top guy or the silver medalist, it appears, is Senator Ron Johnson. Senator, welcome back to the show.
Well, Dan, hope you're doing well.
Yeah, doing great. How about yourself? So you had some big news. You're going to run again. Listen, I know there's a couple golden opportunities coming up here in the election. I know you said you weren't going to run. You changed your mind. I'm very happy about that. You know, what was it? Just, you know, the mess we need to clean up there? What changed your mind?
Yeah, Democratic governance. I mean, in a nutshell. You know, when I ran in 2016 and I stated that intention, and it was, trust me, it's my and my wife's very strong preference to serve a second term and go home. But now, it literally does feel like this nation's being torn apart by the left. And when you look at the disaster of Democratic government, the open borders, the embarrassing, dangerous surrender in Afghanistan, out of control spending, sparking record, 40-year record highs in inflation. And by the way, we don't have catch and release only on the southern border. We also have catch and release in our criminal justice system. These low bail policies. We have a tragedy with the walk off Christmas parade. The little children see on the curb trying to see Santa,
And because, of Democrat governance, in Democrat governed Milwaukee, they let this murderer out on, I think, $1,000 bail. Killed 6 people, injured more than 62 others. That didn't have to happen. It shouldn't have happened. But that is the disaster of Democrat governance. And that's, as I travel around the state, I've just identified so many people that are every bit as concerned about what's happening in this country. And they were just strongly encouraging me, don't worry about that. What you said in 2016, we need your voice. You're willing to speak the truth. You're willing to be attacked and continue to keep speaking the truth. And so that's what, in the end, just made me decide to not walk away. I couldn't walk away. I didn't think I should.
Well, yeah, no, I don't think you should either. I mean, you have a certain skill set. I mean, listen, you may have a conversation with your wife in a private corporation that you're going to do 10 years there, and then, at the end of the 10th year, if you've got a new product coming out, you think you can value add, that, you stay. I respect the decision. I think, my humble opinion, everyone in the Senate and the House, they have their own area of expertise, whether they're on committees, whatever it may be. But yours, you have been, an open advocate for honesty when it comes to the whole Hunter Biden Spygate debacle. And one of the things I think now, where your value add is really tremendous, is on the COVID misinformation from the left. You're hosting this COVID panel called The Second Opinion, and you're going to have some medical experts. These are people with documented bona fides out there. And what are you going to talk about in this panel? And how are we going to address this litany of misinformation, COVID misinformation coming from the left?
By having an open discussion. I mean, that's where I found most calling you. I've been advocating for early treatment. I've been completely agnostic in terms of what's wrong. But literally since March of 2020. So why do not healthcare agencies robustly explore and research early treatment using cheap, generic, repurposed drugs widely available? I mean, there's a cornucopia of them. It's not just one, it's a multi-drug therapy. But they didn't. They were focused on the vaccine. And so anybody who had a different opinion, and I'm 66 years old. As long as I remember, it's always been a really good thing if you had a serious medical condition, go seek a second, maybe even get a third opinion. That has not been allowed. I don't have a good explanation for it. I have my suspicions. Obviously, all the drugs that are being recommended, approved for use by the federal agencies, are all the expensive ones by Big Pharma. They've not only just ignored, they've sabotaged, they've trashed cheap generic drugs. I can't explain it, but what I do know is today, 2 years into the pandemic, NIH guidelines continues to be do nothing. Get testing. We're spending tens of billions of dollars in tests.
Right.
Contact tracing is pointless right now because the horse is out of the barn. But if you test positive for COVID, do nothing. Go home afraid, isolate yourself. Hope you don't get sick, because once they put you in a hospital, there's not a whole lot of additional treatment we give there either. Remdesivir, that's about reducing viral replication. It should be given early. Once you're in the hospital, there's no good studies that say it's been particularly effective. So again, we have completely mismanaged COVID. I happen to believe with some of these doctors that they probably hundreds of thousands of people needlessly lost their lives because we ignored early treatment. So again, I'm just giving these people, eminently qualified doctors, medical researchers, a forum to provide a second opinion. Now, we've invited all the agency heads. We've invited the CEOs or their representatives from Big Pharma. Other doctors that have a different point of view will come and discuss. They probably won't. It'll be a tragedy. I would moderate a very fair discussion because the American people are hungry for information. There's a reason Joe Rogan has gotten 40, 50 million views with his interviews with Dr. McCullough and Dr. Malone, who will be at my panel. It's because people want information. Our agencies, though, are like the media, the big tech. They don't respect the American public from being able to get information and make informed choice and decision. There's one approach to COVID. It's what the COVID gods have blessed, and nobody else needs to offer a second opinion. In fact, if you do, you're going to be vilified, you're going to get fired, you're going to get sued, you're going to be suppressed, you're going to be censored. I think it's been a travesty.
Yeah, we're talking to Senator Ron Johnson from Wisconsin. Just happened to me, Senator. I got suspended from ScrewTube for 7 days for a segment I did suggesting that masks have not been effective in stopping the pandemic. By the way, a position now the CDC and others have been coming around to, which I find kind of ironic. But you're right about this. This is really, in my 47 years on the planet, a little younger than you. I've never seen anything like this. A friend of mine calls me the other day, Senator, and he's in Texas. He got COVID, pretty rough case, 5 days. He wasn't in the hospital, but not pretty. And he says it's the craziest thing, Dan. He goes, I go to this doctor. Doctor prescribes him ivermectin. Again, an FDA-approved drug, not for COVID, for parasites, but it's FDA-approved. The off-label usage, Senator, is nothing uncommon. Doctors use off-label drugs all the time, every day, thousands of times a day. And the doctor tells him, listen, you have to go to this very specific pharmacy because these other pharmacies won't fulfill the prescription. And I'm listening to this conversation like, is this real? Like, do we live in, are we all taking like crazy pills? You have a doctor who spent, maybe a decade of his life and with continuing ed probably more, learning how to treat patients, who's made a professional medical opinion that this FDA-approved drug may be beneficial to this guy. It's cheap. And you've got a business intervening saying, no, not today. We're not doing that. I mean, what the planet are we living on right now? This is crazy.
Well, first of all, God bless that doctor because he's risking losing his medical license. He's risking vilification and censorship. It's just very sad. But no, there has been a complete denial of reality. Can you look at our response to COVID and call it a success? 850,000 Americans dead, either with or from COVID. 5.5 million people globally. So at some point in time, you got to sit back and go, the COVID guys, they haven't exactly ended this pandemic. Maybe we should have sought a second opinion. And you're right, by the way. Again, I'm agnostic. Ivermectin, Decedine. I mean, there's a cornucopia full of drugs that can be used. We have advanced medicine by off-label use. Doctors have every right to utilize their off-label prescription rights, but they're being denied that right by the CDC, the FDA, the COVID guys. And again, I personally, hundreds of thousands of people needlessly died because doctors weren't practicing medicine, because this early treatment was being sabotaged by the COVID guys. It is a scandal. It is a travesty. And you're right. I mean, I never came. I came here because we're mortgaging our kids' future, but I did, end up in a role of investigating the corruption in all these agencies, and now my eyes are opened up in terms of the capture of these federal health agencies by big pharma, the corruption of science, the corruption of our medical establishment, the medical journals. It needs to be corrected for the future.
Well, I'm sensing, I've known you a long time. We met a very, very long time ago. And I'm sensing with you a common theme. A lot of this stuff I met, happened, when I was running for office. You were very kind to meet with me. But this isn't new with you. You have had a concern, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think I am, with concentrated power for a long time. I'm not going to share the details of our meeting when I ran for office. It's nothing, it was the same thing. Like, you were concerned even back then with concentrated power, whether it's big business, whether it's government, whether it's the media, whether it's big tech. Senator, this isn't a new thing for you. I mean, there's a theme. You didn't like the Hunter Biden story because big media suppressed it. You don't like the suppression of COVID information getting out there because, again, it's these big media outlets and in what you just said, possibly big pharma who are benefiting from it. So, am I wrong? I mean, I'm not trying to, kiss your caboose here, but I've known you a while, and this is not a new thing with you, this concentrated power thing.
No, listen, when I ran in 2010, it was about freedom. It's still about freedom. It's always been about freedom. What made this country great is individual liberty and freedom. It's not big government. It's individuals using their liberty and their freedom to dream and aspire and build and create with this little interference from the federal government was possible. If you take a look at just about anything the federal government touches, and they screw it up. They exacerbate it. I don't know how. Well, I do know how, because liberals have taken over our media, big tech, but they bamboozled the American public into looking to government to solve their problems. Have you noticed they haven't? It really didn't.
Senators, they can't even give stuff away. The federal government can't even give away monoclonal antibodies and masks. They can't even give away free stuff. They can't even get that right. I mean, it's staggering their incompetence.
And Americans understand that, and yet so many people vote for people who want to grow government. It makes no sense. And if you want to fear power, fear it in a concentrated government. That's what our founders recognized. I mean, the reason these geniuses came up with this
system is checks and balances. They knew, yeah, we need a government. The government, by and large, is something to fear because it grew, our freedoms receded, and they knew the key was freedom. And so we just, again, because of our media, because the leftists took over our university system, they're educating our educators, our journalists. We have this massive liberal elite that is, educating all our kids. People have to think for themselves. They have to understand. And listen, the good news is the truth matters. And there are patriots that, that are somewhere around a majority, somewhere around that 50%. There are people that understand what made this country great, but that's the big struggle. And certainly in my campaign, Dan, it's going to be a campaign. It's going to be a contest between truth and lies and distortion. I'll be up not only against Democratic opponents, I'll be up against the legacy media and big tech, who by and large are the communication apparatus of Democrats.
Oh, they hate you. Oh, they hate you. You are like public enemy number one in the Senate. And you and, I think, Rand Paul. Senator, I got 30 seconds left. I really want to squeeze this in. We're talking to Senator Ron Johnson. Again, you've always been against this concentrated power problem and spoken out about it. Are we going to see any accountability at what's going on at the FBI? Listen, they missed another one with this Malik Ikram, this suspect in the Texas synagogue case. I mean, they wasted so much time with Spygate and avoiding the Hunter laptop story. If you guys take back the Senate, I got about 30 seconds. Is there going to be any accountability there?
If I win, there will be. So go to ronjohnsonsenate.com. I'll be chairman of the Permanent Subcommittee Investigation, and I will demand accountability. I'll work as doggedly and fearlessly against all the attacks, all the censorship. The American public deserves the truth, and I'm going to be dogged in my pursuit of it.
Yeah, good, Senator. We need it. Senator Ron Johnson, good luck in the re-election effort. You certainly have my support. Thanks for always coming on the show when we need you. We really appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Stay well. God bless.
You got it. Folks, Senator Ron Johnson, one of the good guys. And I tell you, I've known him a long time. This is not a new thing with him. Anytime there's some concentrated power, taking that concentrated power and abusing it, he's been out there talking about it. You need more guys like that, not less. I'm Dan Bongino. Folks, these are trying times. The very freedom secured by our Constitution and kept safe by brave men and women in uniform are under attack by the most liberal politicians our nation has ever seen. There's a concerted effort to censor us by woke ideologues and a push to replace our individual liberty with government control and allowance. But there are plenty of patriots who want to stand up for the left, and there's an easy way for you to join. Who would I do? Join AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. As an AMAC member, you'll gain access to money saving tech, a robust website, a mobile app featuring daily content from preeminent writers, and a magazine filled with insightful original content. Like me, AMAC gives you what the mainstream media wants, truth. But most important, AMAC has your back in mind on Capitol Hill. With well over 2 million freedom-loving members, AMAC is a voice for conservatives that cannot be ignored. Stand with me on over 2 million others by joining today. Visit amac.us/Bongino. That's amac.us/Bongino. amac.us/Bongino. Join AMAC today.
Dan Bongino.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
This is Chuck O'Neill with Executive Services. Did you know the average executive will spend over 600 hours performing their duties, much of which must happen during business hours? contacting insurance companies, financial planners, banks, real estate professionals, contractors, appraisers, and more. This means an executive's duties can severely impact the executive's time and ability to accomplish required tasks. Executive Services works with executives to assist in the day-to-day duties executing an estate. Right now, Executive Services is offering a free 20-minute consultation. Call Executive Services today at 412-515-0141 or online at executiveservices.com.
When you turn the heat on, you could be spreading contaminants like dirt, dust, dander, even mold, bacteria, and viruses. Call Bactronics today. They can quickly make your home safer and healthier. Bactronics receives up to 12 5-star ratings every day. Learn more at Bactronics.com or call 412-375-7886.
Hey, women's basketball hits the road this Thursday as the Panthers head to Blacksburg, Virginia to take on the Hokies of Virginia Tech. Tip-off is at 8 p.m. and we'll be on the air at 7:45 with a pregame show right here on your home for Pitt women's basketball all season long. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
It's 2022. New year, literally a new you. This is Dr. Bridget Chupo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Do you want to improve your sleep, your movement, your stamina, your energy, decrease your medication? Well, you know, increased weight has to do with all these issues. Let me coach you, hold your hand, motivate you to lose that unwanted weight. Everyday food, supplements, and one-on-one counseling will do it. Just call me at 1-800-900-FIN and get in today.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather. Volume pretty light on our majors, but there's plenty of construction around Liberty Avenue down to one lane between Biltmore Avenue and Tennessee Avenue. 65 inbound at 79. You'll see construction on the ramp. Jenny Robinson, total traffic.
Overcast this afternoon with on and off rain and a high of 40. Rain and snow possible tonight with a low of 18. Partial sunshine tomorrow with a high of 24. Skies are partly cloudy tomorrow night with a low of 5. And plenty of sunshine Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Show up at these town halls and elsewhere. You know, they want to get reelected. Many of them are getting primaries. Some of them are running for the first time, some of these candidates. Now's the time to get them on the record and say, listen, what are we going to do about this? The FBI spent a lot of time making the Hunter Biden thing go away, making the Donald Trump thing reappear, the collusion hoax, investigating TPJs, investigating parents and school boards. What are we going to do about it? It's time to get Christopher Wray, and not just Christopher Wray from the FBI, but the upper-level management up there and get them on the record saying, listen, we're not interested in wokeism. We're not interested in CRT. We're interested in the FBI doing what their assignment is. Law enforcement, national security. That's what we're interested in. Get them on the record. Get them on the record now, these candidates. They work for you, these candidates. I ran for office. It's tough. I sat there with hundreds of debates and took a lot of questions, some of them not nice, even in primaries. That's fine. You deal with it. Accountability, folks. Got to save this place. It's worth it. Listen, I love my work, but sometimes, you know, like everyone else, you dread sitting down at the desk. At least I used to before I got the X chair I'm sitting in right now. Now, thanks to the X chair, we actually look forward to sitting in our office. Jim's got one too, because your body feels so much more supported and comfortable in the X chair. A lot of comfort means a lot more productivity too, helping the X chair pay for itself. Thanks to how much more work I'm getting done every day. And if I'm feeling tight or stressed, you know, you just turn on the Elemax massage feature here in the back, and you choose from the 4 different massage options. If the office is running too hot or too cold, no worries. Just flip on the Elemax temperature regulation feature and either heat or cool your lower back. And once you feel the customized support of X-Chair's patented dynamic variable lumbar support, your back will never be happy in any other chair again. Take my advice. Try X-Chair for yourself risk-free for 30 days. Once you realize how much better your chair should be, you'll never go back. How do you get the X-Chair? Go to xchairdan.com now. That's the letter X. xchairdan.com or call 1-844-4XChair for $100 off your order. X-Chair has a 30-day guarantee of complete comfort. You can finance your purchase for as little as $30 a month. xchairdan.com.
Dan Bongino.
I meant what I said there, talking to Senator Johnson. I've got experience on both sides, having run for office and having been a federal agent myself. There should be some very simple questions asked. When the FBI, the DEA, or the Secret Service, or anyone else, when they have to do their monthly accounting of what they spent their time on, they typically break it down according to investigative codes. I want to see and I want a breakdown of what these field officers are doing. What are you doing? How did you miss this guy in the Texas synagogue? Listen, things happen, but when patterns start to emerge, it's up to us to ask questions. I'd like to get Christopher Wray up there and say, how much time are we dedicating to this? How much time are we dedicating to that? I want it all explained. I want it broken down. These aren't unfair questions, folks. Believe me, there are a lot of agent friends of mine and others, you know what I mean, who are telling us stuff about how this agency's gone off the rails with wokeism and political propaganda stuff. All right, I don't want to have the clock cut me off. Here's what I got coming up next. There is a massive misinformation campaign coming up about this voting rights bill, they call it.
Dr. Gorka here, and you know me. I am very cynical about products, especially those that claim to help people suffering from pain. So when I tell you that Relief Factor truly works, I want you to know that I mean it. I suffered from a stiff lower back for almost a decade, one so painful it made it difficult to kneel in church on Sundays. When I finally decided to give Relief Factor a try, I didn't ever imagine that I would find myself free of the pain, but that's what happened. Now I take Relief Factor every day. Almost 70% of the more than 500,000 people who have tried Relief Factor end up ordering more. That's because it works for them the way it worked for me. Isn't it time for you to get out of pain? Your first step to becoming pain-free should be to order the 3-week quick start for the discounted price of only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to find out more about this offer. Feel the difference. Dan Bongino.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
This news is being brought to you by Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, helping thousands of peripheral neuropathy sufferers get their lives back. Call 724-940-9000 for a free consultation.
Good afternoon, everyone. This headline update. Police are reportedly investigating after a shooting this morning in Pitcairn. Multiple reports say the shooting happened near the 400 block of Broadway Avenue. Police found the victim at the scene with several gunshot wounds. The victim was taken to the hospital in critical condition. Congressman Connor Lamb is receiving an endorsement in his bid for U.S. Senate. The Mount Lebanon Democrat is picking up the support of Philadelphia Mayor Jim Kenney. Lamb is running to replace retiring Republican Pat Toomey in the U.S. Senate. And 400 million N95 masks will be given out for free starting next week. These are higher quality masks and are said to offer more protection against the raging Omicron variant of COVID-19. The masks are being pulled from the national stockpile and will be sent to pharmacies in the next couple of days. This means they'll be available by late next week. The program in full force by early next month. I'm Evan Langridge on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJS.
Hi, this is Diane Ireland of Ireland Contracting. We're excited to announce that Owens Corning, our shingle manufacturer, just released its new 2022 Color of the Year, introducing Bourbon. It is part of the Duration Designer Colors collection and integrates a unique combination for a rich, bold, dimensional effect. It also features Owens Corning's patented Shore Nail technology for advanced performance. Be the first on the block in 2022 to have this beautiful color installed on your home. Call 1-800-NEW-ROOF or IrelandContracting.com for your free estimate today.
Warm up your winter with free Bradley Street coffee at Quickfill. Enter the 2022 Quickfill Bradley Street Coffee giveaway to win one of 31 special Bradley Street Coffee Platinum travel mugs that entitle you to free coffee for a year. 5 weekly prizes also include a Keurig coffee brewer and Bradley Street Coffee single-serve pods. Some restrictions apply. Go to quickfill.com for details and to enter daily.
Fox News, I'm Chris Foster. President Biden takes questions from reporters today at 4 p.m. Eastern.
A day before he marks 1 year in office, President Biden is hosting a news conference this afternoon, his first formal Q&A session this year and the first in months. President Biden is expected to highlight ongoing programs to increase COVID testing and prevention, but will likely see another legislative goal, voting rights legislation, fail this evening in the 50-50 divided Senate.
Fox's Jared Halpern, an attorney for former President Trump, calls a new court filing another unfounded attack.
New York State Attorney General Letitia James now claims the Trump Organization lied about the value of property owned and other assets in order to receive favorable loan rates, insurance coverage, and tax breaks.
Fox's Evan Brown, the Attorney General, is trying to force sworn testimony from Donald Jr. and Ivanka Trump. America's listening to Fox News.
This update brought to you by GBU Financial Life.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather.
Volume pretty light on our majors, but there's plenty of construction around Liberty Avenue down to one lane between Biltmore Avenue and Tennessee Avenue. 65 inbound at 79. You'll see construction on the ramp. Jenny Robinson, total traffic.
Cloudy this afternoon with rain in the mix and a high of 40. A chance of rain and snow tonight with a low of 18. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high of 24. Partly cloudy tomorrow night with a low of 5. And mostly sunny on Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
Be heard. Call 8444 the USA now to let Dan know what you think. 844-484-3872. The Dan Bongino Show.
So you may be asking yourself common sense questions like, can Joe Biden do simple math? And if he can do simple math, our final president name only. If he's capable of doing simple math, then why is it that he keeps pushing for this voting hijacking measure, this election hijacking measure he wants pushed through, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act? Why is he pushing for this knowing he doesn't have the math? It appears although Mark Kelly, the Democrat senator from Arizona, may have folded, Kirsten Sinema and Joe Manchin have not on changing the rules for the filibuster. They don't have the votes. So you're probably asking yourself, even though Joe Biden has the mental processing ability of a 4-year-old right now, why is he still? Someone's got to be telling him you don't have the votes. Why continue to do this, folks? They're at the point now I've been warning you about for maybe a week or more. They're at desperation time now. The desperation time is troubling for the Democrats. See, for the Republicans, anytime someone's desperate, it can be troubling. But the outcome is always worse for Democrats because Republicans have that emergency brake in their behavior, right? The good ones, not the bad. We believe in, again, God-given rights for everyone. So even if we get desperate, there are things we won't do because we don't want to infringe on the rights God gave you, right? The far left doesn't have that. They don't believe in God-given rights. They believe the state should do anything. The ends will justify the means. And to get to those ends of state power, if you have to be crushed, you can be, and they will do it. And they're at that point now. They're in desperation time. So Biden realizes right now that whatever his agenda was has entirely and completely collapsed. It's been just eaten alive. Whatever he's done has failed. I don't want to go through the litany of failures. I don't want to, inflation, the border, Afghanistan. You've heard them all before. And, it's just depressing to go through the list of things this guy has not done. And just spheres that have entirely collapsed into chaos while he's been in charge. So he's pushing this voting hijacking bill, this election hijacking bill, where the feds are going to take over elections. They're going to demand pre-clearance so you can't do voter ID and things like that and make elections secure because they want to cheat. Cheating is their thing. So they're out there promoting volumes of misinformation that's easily discredited. And the crazy thing about this is all of these leftist fact checkers that are supposed to be out there, tautologically, right, checking facts if you believe they're doing what they say they're doing, seem to be taking a long extended vacation. I don't know what they're doing. What they're out. Are they sunning their loins in the Bahamas? I don't know what they're doing. Are they gathering vitamin D and said, hey, a little sun on my back for the weekend? Hey, you're a fact checker, dude. Like, go to work. They only seem to go to work when they want to attack and suppress conservative ideas. Seems strange, doesn't it? Here's what I mean. Jim, cue up for me, cut 4. So Liz Warren, Senator Elizabeth Warren, fake Indian, was on CBS this morning. Was she fact-checked about that, by the way? She's like, 14,645th Indian. We were like, really?
Wow, how did you know that exactly? Did you use that Elizabeth Holmes Theranos flood test and get to that? How exactly did you manage to figure that out? Did you use that sales technology? So Elizabeth Warren goes on CBS this morning and says something so ridiculous and preposterous. You'd have to be a buffoon and an imbecile to believe it. She says that Republicans, I can't take this. They say this all the time. In order to push this voting hijacking bill, she says Republicans are trying to suppress the minority vote. Now, if they were trying to do that by instituting things like voter ID measures, you would think there would be a measurable impact, right? Which is strange, because think about it. The Democrats, even when they can't prove any racist intent, they use this thing called disparate impact, which has been used in housing for years. Follow me for a second. I don't want to get too confusing or convoluted, but this is an important point. Disparate impact is a term you really need to know. Democrats throw it around all the time. And it's a way to accuse you of racism when they can't prove you're racist or have done anything racist at all. So let's say there's a neighborhood that's 85% white, 5% Asian, 5% Hispanic, and the rest is, say black or whatever kind of racial or religious breakdown you're interested in, right? And that's not representative of the larger United States at large. The left, even though they can't prove a single example of a minority being kept out of housing in that neighborhood, because that is illegal, the left will say, no, that's disparate impact. Because there's not enough black or Hispanic residents in that neighborhood, the neighborhood's racist, and even though we don't have a single example of it, we need to come in and we need to make housing funds contingent on you breaking up the racial breakdown of the neighborhood and getting more minority families in there. And everybody's like, that's kind of weird, because there are places in Prince George's County, Maryland, where I ran, where the community's 85% black. And you don't hear the neighborhood, the neighborhood police for the feds going, we need more white people in here. It's just people move to neighborhoods for all kinds of reasons. Housing discrimination, rightfully so, is illegal. It's very illegal. It's as illegal as illegal gets. So they use this disparate impact. In other words, if they can just show you there's an outcome that they don't like, they'll claim racism. Which is really weird, because the Democrats are saying voter ID is racist, and yet black voter turnout, Hispanic voter turnout, Asian voter turnout keeps going up, which is like non-disparate impact. But it doesn't matter. Showing you again, you can never win with the left. You get a racial outcome they don't like, it can prove no racism. And here's another example. Disparate impact. Don't forget the term. You're going to need it. They use it all the time. Jail. Like, 20% of the population is Hispanic or black in this jail. Racist. Okay, well, that's a serious charge, worth entertaining. Was somebody put in jail illegally in violation of the law because they were black? In other words, you're saying that someone was in jail because they shouldn't be? No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there are too many black and Hispanic people in jail. Okay, well, that's not a point. Can you point to what's an individual case where someone's in jail and shouldn't be? No, I can't. But disparate impact. They use it all the time. Housing, jail, you name it. There's not enough Hispanic applicants to Harvard. Well, can you prove a Hispanic student was discriminated against at Harvard? No, I can't. But they were definitely, the school is racist. Wait, what? What are you talking about? You can't have it both ways. So if disparate impact is a thing, and then you say voter ID is racist, you would expect a disparate impact on minorities. Yet how is it that minority turnout keeps setting records? How is that? Do you ever wake up in the morning, Rick? Ever? And do you ever look in the mirror and go, my gosh, I've had enough of this stupid? Yeah, I'm serious. I'm not kidding. Do you ever wake up and go, gosh, this stupidity is too much today? I can't do it. Do you take a break on the weekends from the stupid? Or is it a 7-day thing? Again, and I'm going to get a bunch of you like this, but you get these people, oh, Dan, I like listening to your show, but you really don't like liberals. Folks, I'm sorry, show's not for you then. I don't like these people. They're dumb. And when they do dumb stuff, you call it dumb. You don't put, like, the strawberry shortcake out and go, well, it's not dumb. It's just intellectually inefficient. It's just stupid. It's stupid. And only stupid people believe it. Housing is discriminatory. Can you show me a case of housing discrimination? No. So housing discriminatory.
well, there's not enough Hispanics in that neighborhood. Well, what does that mean? Maybe they don't want to move to that neighborhood. We're going to force them in. Dear Hispanics, move in immediately to Palm City, Florida. I had a house over there. Why? Because there's not enough of you. The Hispanic guy's like, huh? I don't work for you idiots. I can move where I want to move, you dunce. And yet when you get the opposite effect, voter ID passes, minority turnout goes up, non-disparate impact, the Democrats still make the same argument. No, it's disparate impact. Here, I'm sorry, I've been going. Watch here, listen to it right here. Listen to Liz Warren, fake Indian, lie again about the voter bill and Republicans, suppressing minorities or whatever crap she's doing. Check this out.
I am not declaring this bill dead because we can't. It is absolutely too important. Understand it this way. Voting is foundational. That is the whole premise of our democracy. And before we get to the procedural part, keep this in mind, that state legislatures all around the country that are controlled by Republicans are doing everything they can to keep people from voting. Who are they trying to keep from voting? Black people, brown people, college students, people who live on tribal reservations, trying to keep those folks from voting because they might vote Democratic.
Right.
Every single senator who is a Republican in the United States Senate has said they're not going to do anything.
What did you say? Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, Jim just brought up, she's very concerned about Republicans keeping people on tribal reservations, like the Elizabeth Warren tribal reservation for voting. She claims to know a lot about that. Elizabeth Warren. Remember that video she did with her husband? She's like, hey, would you like a beer? No, I'm okay. She's like, oh, it's good to be okay. It's the most, cringy video. Who talks like that? Hey, Paula, would you like a beer? I'm gonna go, she goes, I'm gonna go get me a beer. Oh, what a weirdo. I don't do that. If I want a shot of Don Julio 1942 tequila, I don't go, hey, Paula, I gotta go get me a shot of Don Julio 1942. You just do it, man. You want a glass of Vino Tinto? You want some wine? You just go get the wine. You don't gotta tell him, I'm gonna go get me a beer. Would you like a beer, Bobby? Or whatever her husband says. No, Elizabeth, I would not like a beer. That is not our culture, unlike yours. As an American Indian, we don't have some of these cultural things like you do, Elizabeth. I mean, this lady's the biggest phony ever. And she just made that up. Republicans are passing laws to stop minorities from voting. Okay, great. So I actually did some homework. Again, if you're a leftist, tune out now. The show's not for you. And really, if you're not a leftist and you want me to candy ass it with leftists, the show's not for you either. That's okay. It's not for you. I'm too old to change. I'm not going to change. I don't plan on. It's my show. This is what I do. I don't like leftists. I think they're imbeciles. If you think they're not imbeciles and you'd like me to sit down and smoke the peace pipe with Elizabeth Warren with them, okay. But go find another show. Maybe they do that on the Joey Bag of Donuts show. I don't do that. We actually do facts and data, and we call these dunces out when they act like it. So here's a great article from Jason Riley at the Wall Street Journal. He writes great stuff. He wrote an article called The Racial Progress Democrats Won't Admit. So again, for the umpteenth time, if the Democrats' point about voter ID being racist was true, and they believe that there's some disparate impact from voter ID laws, in other words, that the minority community is negatively impacted and people are being kept from voting, then a sane person would say, right, okay, show us the evidence of where turnout's gone down and it's impacted people from voting. Or even better, can you show us just one case of a black, Hispanic, Asian, or other minority group, some person from that group who was illegally kept from voting? If you can show us the case, send me the articles. We will highlight it on the show. That's disgusting. I haven't seen them, and the left never produces them. So here, from the Jason Riley, about this alleged voter discrimination Republicans are pushing to keep minorities from voting. He says in 2020, Asian and Hispanic voting levels made history again, while black turnout was the third highest on record for a presidential election. Man, if those Republicans are suppressing the vote, they're doing a really crappy job. The piece goes on. When minority voters are sufficiently motivated, they seem to have no trouble casting a ballot. And when asked about their views on voter ID laws, as they were in surveys conducted last year by NPR, Large majorities of respondents, regardless of race or political affiliation, expressed support. None of big stuff. So just to be clear, minority voters expressed overwhelming support for voter ID. Voter ID laws passed. Black and minority voter turnout after voter ID laws continues to go up, in some cases setting records. You would think, okay, you know what, those facts are kind of overwhelming. The Democrats should probably pipe down with the fake charges of racism. No, sirree, Bob. They will double and triple down. They have no attachment to reality whatsoever. And the sad thing is, it's not that Elizabeth Warren's not dumb. She's not dumb. She thinks you're dumb. No, I'm not kidding. If you're a leftist listening, she thinks you're dumb. And I'm not suggesting to you again that the Republican Party in D.C. is the solution to all your problems, but I'm telling you, even as a left, the cause of all your problems are these people. Because they treat you like idiots. They think you are stupid. And then they say things that are not soft bigotry, but hard bigotry. Oh, voter ID, discriminatory against black people. It is? Why is that? You know those blacks, they can't get a license. Wait, what? What did you just say? Did you just say that? Why can't they get them? And who's them? Why can't they? Black people can't get a license? Why is that? Jim, do we have that Ami Horowitz thing? We got to get that. Remember the Ami Horowitz thing? We got to get that. We're going to play that either in the next segment, depending on time, or at the top of the hour. Ami Horowitz did a great segment on this, asking people in black communities, hey, you have any hard time at all getting a license? They look at him, understandably so, like he's crazy. Like, no. You go to the DMV. Do you know anyone without a license? No. Do you know where the DMV is? Yeah, it's down the block. This is how the left treats black voters. Really? They think you're too stupid to figure out how to get a license. And you accept this? You accept this? Big question mark, Indy. You accept this? Because I don't. We're going to find that video. More on that coming up next. We'll be right back. If you're in the market for a lever action rifle or shotgun, you want to go with the best in the business. As far as I'm concerned, that's my friends at Henry Repeating Arms. I'm amazed by the quality craftsmanship of these firearms and Ruby tools. They have a buttery soft, smooth action that makes them a pleasure to shoot. Mine have been accurate and reliable right out of the box. You can get to know Henry by ordering their free catalog at henryusa.com. They'll mail it with a couple of free decals and a list of dealers in your area. If you have any questions, you can call their award-winning customer service department and speak with an expert to help you. Henry firearms are made in America and built to last forever. They're backed by a lifetime warranty and the owner's personal guarantee of 100% satisfaction. So if you're looking for something for home defense, hunting, or the shooting sports, or if you're a beginner and you're looking for your first firearm, men, women, young, and old, there's a Henry that's right for you. Be sure to go to henryusa.com and order their free catalog. They'll mail it with 2 free decals and a list of dealers in your area. That's henryusa.com for a free catalog and decals. henryusa.com.
Dan Bongino.
Have you ever thought about getting a financial plan, but wondered if you've saved enough or if you're too young? At Heffron Phillipson, we know it's never too early to make your money work harder. What are your goals? What matters to you? Our master plan can make it happen. And won't it feel good to look back someday and say, wow, thank goodness I started early. Trust us, it will. For a no-obligation review of your situation, no matter where you are in life, visit Heffron.com. Heffron Phillipson, member SIPC.
Tune in this Saturday afternoon at 1 to Unindoctrinated, a no-holds-barred program giving parents a voice to tackle the issues that matter most here in Western Pennsylvania. Again, that's this Saturday afternoon at 1. Unindoctrinated on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. For over 70 years, Farrer's Automotive, Main Street, Sharpsburg, has been treating Pittsburghers like family, with competitive prices and the best in quality automotive repairs. Just off the Sharpsburg exit of Route 28, you'll soon find out why folks drive from everywhere to have their cars worked on at Farrer's Automotive. Farrer's Automotive.
A conversation with John Diagardi of Rome Monument about pre-need planning. John, is there a cost savings for listeners when they purchase their monument now?
There is. You can purchase your memorial at today's prices. Since the cost of granite rises 3% every year, over time, savings can be significant.
Can you explain how your pre-need account works?
When you purchase your monument now, 100% of your money goes into an account that isn't touched until your monument is placed in your cemetery. You'll have the peace of mind knowing that your monument is there, your money is secure, and Row Monuments will be there when you need us.
How else does Royal Monument help families with pre-need costs?
We also offer 36 months interest-free financing to all our pre-need families.
Thanks, John. And friends, you can learn more about pre-need planning by visiting one of their 8 locations or by going to RomeMonuments.com.
Want to get the latest info on all things automotive here in the Western Pennsylvania area? Tune in to Tower Auto 412 this Saturday morning at 7:30 when Mike Santo of Tower Auto Sales gives it to you like only he can, right here on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. This update sponsored by ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather.
Construction in the Sharpsburg area, 7th Street is shut down for water utility work between railroad tracks and Main Street. We're looking good on our majors, Parkway East, West, and Parkway North. Jenny Robinson, total traffic.
Some rain here and there this afternoon, otherwise cloudy with a high of 40, a possibility of rain and snow tonight with a low of 18. A mix of sun and clouds tomorrow with a high of 24, a few clouds in the sky tomorrow night with a low of just 5, and mostly clear skies on Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
There are things liberals say, then there is reality. Find out the difference here. The Dan Bongino Show.
Oh, man, I'm telling you, I caused so many meltdowns. These lefties, man, yeah, they just, they lose their marbles, man, every time. The cat lady is just having one of the best meltdowns I've ever seen right now. Ever. I mean, just epic level meltdown from the world. It's between YouTube going after me, Evan Osnard at the New Yorker, Daddy got him his job there. I'm just the guy they love to hate. Now we got the other guy on the social platform melted down, losing his mind too again. No one causes more mental drama out there. These people can't take it. The cat lady, oh my gosh! So what's happening?
Accountability, man! You got cats in everyone's pants!
All right, thank you, Cat Lady.
Yes, thank you, Cat Lady. You're always a source of great material for the show. Whatever you expose what she's up to, the constant defamation and by her own rules, by the way, incitement of violence against conservatives, they lose their mind. She can't take it. That they're the ones they're looking at the mirror at. Oh my God, conservatives inciting violence. You even think it was you doing that? Crazy. All right, let me get to this. Hey, you know what big tech and big government have in common? You do. They both want to silence dissenting voices into submission. We're not doing it. Let's say you're a proud gun owner. You want to talk on a social account, social media, got the right to bear arms. Well, you're going to find yourself maybe on some content moderators list, and then maybe later on some kind of government watch list. Who wants that? To fight back against having your voice censored by big tech and big government, I use and recommend ExpressVPN. See, the problem with big tech is that they can also track what you do online. What you're searching for, the videos you watch, and everything you click. They can match your activity to your true identity using your device's unique IP address. When I use ExpressVPN, they can't see my IP address at all. My identity is anonymized by a secure VPN server. Plus, ExpressVPN encrypts 100% of my internet data for protection from hackers and trust. ExpressVPN is by far the best VPN I've tried. The VPN rated #1 by Business Insider and countless other tech publications. Couldn't be easier to use. The app has one button. You tap it, and you're protected. It's that simple. Defend your right to privacy and protect yourself at expressvpn.com/Dan. That's expressvpn.com/Dan for 3 months free. You get 3 months free. That's expressvpn.com/Dan to learn more.
Dan Bongino.
So this is day 4 of Communist YouTube's attack on me, their suspension of my account. So I got some news coming up on that you're not going to want to miss at the top of the hour. We got that Ami Horowitz. Jim, don't let me forget that. Big note. Ami Horowitz, the video where he asked a bunch of
citizens of a black community if they can get licenses, and they're looking at him like he's crazy, understandably so. It's great. You're going to watch the video. You're going to want to watch that. But too, I have an update, important update on Communist YouTube and what they're up to in our account. So we'll be right back.
Join the conversation on Facebook. Search 1320 WJAS. The Talk of Pittsburgh. 1320 WJAS.
United Dairy, it's the only brand I buy. Why? Because the owner's my best friend. I'm kidding. I mean, he is, but that's not the reason I buy it. It's called freshness. It's called quality. And that's why when you open my refrigerator, you will see nothing but United Dairy products. Milk, orange juice, popsicles, anything with that United Dairy label on it, I know is going to be fantastic. So yes, Bloom Daddy is buddies with James Carson, one of the owners, even though he probably won't admit it. But again, my friendship can only go so far. It's about quality and freshness. So buy United Dairy.
Proudly serving the Pittsburgh area for over 20 years, Bella Construction and Development is the trusted leader in residential roofing, siding, and gutters. Bella Construction is licensed and insured with certifications in roofing, siding, safety, installation, and more. You can be sure your property is in good hands with the experts at Bella. They'll install your roof the right way, the Bella way, with quality craftsmanship and attention to detail. Visit myBellaRoof.com for a free estimate. That's myBellaRoof.com and make your roof a Bella roof.
Hi, I'm Deborah Infield, a licensed insurance agent with Elk Markets Insurance Agency, serving the communities of Robinson Township and southwestern Pennsylvania. Choosing the right Medicare plan can be confusing. As a local licensed insurance agent, I can explain your options and customize a plan to help cover your needs. Call me if you're becoming eligible for Medicare or unhappy with your Medicare plan. For a free consultation, call me today at 724-777-4152.
Health Markets Insurance Agency Incorporated is licensed as an insurance agency in all 50 states and the District of Columbia. Not all agents are licensed to sell all products. Service and product availability varies by state. Sales agents may be compensated based on enrollment. No obligation to enroll.
Take a step toward bringing our country and community together. Start a meaningful conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
WJAS AM Pittsburgh. Listen live anytime, anywhere on the free iHeartRadio app. The Talk of Pittsburgh. 1320 WJAS.
The rhetoric heats up. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. Tomorrow marks 1 year since President Biden took office, appealing for unity and to lower the temperature. But there is a simmering feud over voting reform.
New York Democratic Congressman Hakeem Jeffries said the inauguration of President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris was an affirmation of democracy and the transfer of power. He recalled January 6th and slammed the GOP for not supporting federal voting rights legislation, noting that each time the Voting Rights Act was reauthorized, it was signed by Republican presidents.
What happened to the modern-day Republican Party? It's a cult right now. Is it because the cult leader has told you to oppose voting rights?
He asked if the election in 2008 of Barack Obama disturbed the GOP and threw them off. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Well, Republicans accuse Democrats of trying to hold on to power by making false claims of voter suppression.
The case that most of our Democratic colleagues are making this week boils down to a claim that everything is somehow broken.
Minority Leader Mitch McConnell ahead of an expected attempt to get around the Senate filibuster rule on voting rights bills later today. The man accused of pushing a woman to her death in front of a New York City subway train is ordered held without bail.
Simon Marshall was arraigned at his bedside in a New York hospital. He is charged with second-degree murder in the death of Michelle Go. Police say Go was pushed by Marshall into a train's path at a Times Square subway station. Prosecutors say Marshall, a homeless man, admitted to the act in multiple conversations with police. Michelle Go was remembered at a vigil Tuesday night in Times Square. Her family, in a statement, said it is hoped she gets the justice she deserves.
Boston Bernal Scott. Marshall's also ordered to have a mental health exam. Prosecutors say he has 2 prior felony convictions and had an outstanding warrant for violating parole. America is listening to Fox News.
Biden's massively irresponsible spending plan has expanded America's money supply and taken money out of your pocket, but you can fight back and stand your ground against the tidal wave of inflation they're imposing on you. Hi, this is Stephen K. Bannon. I want to share how the wealthiest are protecting their retirement from runaway inflation in a tax-sheltered account, and how you can too, by moving your IRA or 401k out of paper assets and into gold with Birch Gold Group. I am proud to count myself among the tens of thousands of happy Birch Gold customers. To spread the word, Rich Cole has created a free info kit on gold IRAs. To get your copy, just text SHELTER to 989898. Do it now and learn how to shelter your IRA or 401k with gold. Again, text the word SHELTER to 989898. That's SHELTER to 989898 to get your free info kit on gold. There's nothing to buy and no obligation at all. So do it today. Take action.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. St. Barnabas Health System thanks you for listening to the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
46 degrees in Pittsburgh, in the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. 3 people were shot at the Clearview Mall in Butler County last night, and police say now a man faces charges. According to state police, 24-year-old Carlos Carroll is charged with attempted homicide in connection to the shooting. Police say Carroll began shooting during a fight at the mall outside the Rural King store. The 3 victims suffered non-life-threatening wounds, and they are expected to recover. The suspect has been taken into custody in a preliminary hearing in the case is set for Tuesday. Students at Ambridge Area High School and Ambridge Middle School will have remote learning for a week. The change was announced today after an increase in COVID-19 cases and recommendations from the State Department of Health. In-person learning is expected to start on January 26th. The Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety have released their 2022 roadmap of state highway safety laws, and Ohio is failing to meet 7 of their optimal standards. Ohio is one of the 11 states in the country listed as the red level on the green, yellow, and red rating scale. Pennsylvania was among the more than 30 states at the yellow level. The organization urges Ohio to improve front and rear seatbelt enforcement, motorcycle helmet laws, booster seat regulations, texting rules, and other laws. In sports, Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin says he's moving forward with the assumption that Ben Roethlisberger will not play next year and that all options are on the table to replace the starting quarterback. Tomlin also says he's looking forward to the challenge of replacing Roethlisberger. He doesn't care if the replacements come from free agency, a trade, or the 2022 NFL Draft. Penguins back on home ice tomorrow. Pittsburgh is set to host the Ottawa Senators. The NHL is planning to stop COVID testing for asymptomatic players and staff members following the All-Star break. NHL will still test all players and staff before international travel between the U.S. and Canada. This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. Need new hires in the new year? You need Indeed to help you find your next hire. If you sponsor a post, get a list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit. I'm Evan from the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Hey, it's Bloom Daddy from McClellan's Contracting and Roofing. I talked to Brock McClellan. He wants you to know his company can take care of all of your roofing and gutter needs. Just hit up their website at McClellan'sRoofing.com so Brock can come out and give you a free estimate. No call goes unanswered, and there's no job McClellan's can't handle.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather.
On East Carson Street, under construction, it's down to 1 lane between 33rd Street and Smithfield Street Bridge. Parkway East and West moving along really well. Parkway North also fine. Jenny Robinson, total traffic.
Overcast this afternoon with on and off rain and a high of 40. Rain and snow possible tonight with a low of 18. Partial sunshine tomorrow with a high of 24. Skies are partly cloudy tomorrow night with a low of 5. And plenty of sunshine Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAX.
From the NYPD to the Secret Service to behind the microphone, taking the fight to the radical left and the putrid swamp. You're listening to the Dan Bongino Show. Here he is, Dan Bongino.
So I was talking before the break, I don't know how many of you are just tuning in now, about how regardless of the evidence in front of them, you can expect the media and their Democrat allies to continue to lie to get this voting elections hijacking Joe Biden wants pushed through. It's not going to happen. We don't have the math. It's the fetch of this election cycle. Fetch isn't going to happen. Either is this bill. But what they want to do is they don't have anything else, so they're in desperation time. So at this point, they're just throwing, everything, the kitchen sink, and they're trying to see what'll stick to the wall. Well, the kitchen sink won't stick to the wall, I promise you. They have nowhere else to go. So now comes the typical playbook. If you don't support this elections hijacking measure Biden wants, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, you're all racist or Ku Klux Klan member. I mean, this is what they do. It's not new. It's not breaking news. This is just what they do. The problem is the bizarre logic they're using to try to convince Americans that a voter ID bill and the prevention of voter ID is critical because voter ID is racist. It's necessary for them to say racist things to get you to believe that. Think about it, right? I'm sorry if that was way too many words. I did a Pete Buttigieg yet. I said a million words at Pete Buttigieg without saying anything, right? No one says more Pete Buttigieg by saying, no one says less by saying more than Pete Buttigieg. In other words, you have to insist that black people are incapable of getting IDs. And therefore, voter ID is racist because black people can't get IDs. Now, I'm just asking you as a matter of your own personal dignity, how is that not a racist statement if you're a leftist listening to the show right now? Ami Horowitz, who's a great guy. Maybe we should have him on the show. Jim, invite him. We haven't had him on. Invite him on next week or something. Put him on your list. He's a good guy. Ami Horowitz does these videos. He does these man-on-the-street videos. So he wanted to go and, listen, if this is a hypothesis that people who are black cannot and are incapable of getting IDs and are unaware where the DMV is and don't know how to use the internet, then that's a testable hypothesis. So Ami Horowitz tested it. He went out to a largely black neighborhood. It looks like it's New York, from my experience out there. And he asked a bunch of black residents of a largely black neighborhood, hey, the Democrats are saying that you guys and ladies can't figure out how to get IDs. You don't know how to use the internet to get IDs. You don't know where the DMV is. Is that true? And here's the response he got. Do you have IDs, Norwood? You carry ID on?
Yeah, it's not state ID.
Do you carry ID? You know anybody, any blacks who doesn't carry ID?
No. Everyone that I know has ID. Why would they think you don't have ID? That's a lie. Why would you say that?
Do you have ID?
Yes.
I have my ID and my friends have their ID, so we know what we need to carry around.
Everybody that I know have ID. Like, that's one of the things you need to walk around with New York with. ID.
Do you know any black adult who does not have ID?
No, I don't.
Is it a weird thing to even say that?
Yes, it is.
What is this, some type of trick candy canvas?
I know, right? That's the only thing I brought with me.
I heard a lot also that black people can't figure out how to get to the DMV.
Really?
That's what that saying.
I know it's that. It's on 25th.
You know where the DMV is by you?
It's on 125th Street and 3rd Avenue, I believe.
You know how to get there?
Yeah.
Do you have a problem getting there? Got to get there? No. And I also heard a lot that black people, especially poor black people, have no access to the internet, can't figure out how to use the internet.
That's just stupidity, honestly. Everybody has access to the internet. Even little kids can figure out how to work the internet.
I had access to the internet for years.
You know how to use it properly?
Exactly. I do it at work. So of course I know how to use it. My kids know how to use it. They all have iPads, iPods, whatever.
Your phone has data?
Mm-hmm.
You can have data?
Unlimited.
Unlimited data.
Mm-hmm. I use my phone as a hotspot.
The black residents he's talking to, understandably, they range from, what do you say, Jim, from puzzled as to why these dumb questions are being asked to offended, which you should be. I mean, I'm Italian, Irish, German, and French or something, a little bit, right? Can you imagine if someone knocked on my door, sir, we're doing a survey. Do you have a few minutes? Well, I don't like people knocking on my door, but yeah, whatever, I'll do your service. Sir, we heard a rumor that Italians are incapable of figuring out where to get a license and don't know where the DMV is. I'd be like, what are you, a moron? Get off my porch immediately, or I kick you off my porch. Like, how stupid are you? Yet when the Democrats talk about black voters like this, don't you find it odd, like neither the fact checkers or the media, they don't scream like, man, that sounds really racist. Why are they not doing that? Because it is really racist. You hear the one guy? The one guy's like, hey man, what is this, like candid camera or something? Like he's puzzled as to how someone could be so dumb to ask him that question. Ami's just, and by the way, Ami's a good guy. He's just repeating a testable hypothesis that the Democrats swear is true, that voter ID is discriminatory, despite the fact that voter turnout amongst black and minority voters continues to go up. You have zero evidence to back up that it's discriminatory at all. And by suggesting it is, you are making a not soft racist statement, but a hard one. That blacks and Hispanics and Asians are not smart enough to get a license? How hard is it?
How hard is this? What must you think? Listen, folks, my wife's Colombian. No, not from Columbia, South Carolina. She's Colombian, from Colombia. I promise you. She's not smarter than me. We just renewed her license recently. We went down there to the local tax collector's office. I did my TSA thing too when I was down there, whatever. I went down there. My wife, here's the thing. This is crazy, folks. My wife is Hispanic and Colombian. For the Democrats out there, for the Dems, Jim, they're going to be shocked. I did not have to wait. Here's what the Dems think happened. Paula, this is called the DMV in Palm City. I'm going to open the door for you, okay? Okay, Dan. Thank you. Here, there's a number thing to the left, my lovely wife. I'm going to take it for you. What's the number mean, Daniel? The number, Paula, means when they see that thing up there now serving, when your number's up next, 16, whatever it may be, that means you go. If you have a problem with that, I can help you. I'll be in there with the TSA thing, but when I see the number 16, I'll come out and get, oh, thank you. I'm Hispanic. I can't figure that out. I'll sit over there, Daniel. Thank you, Paula. Then 16 comes up. Paula, do we have our documents? I got them for you. You couldn't figure that. Yes, Daniel, I'm you. Thank you. She doesn't call me Daniel. But whatever. So we walk up to the thing. Hey, ma'am, this is she's Hispanic. The Democrat said she doesn't know what to do here. So let me help you. Here are the documents. Here's my wife's paperwork. My wife's an immigrant, too, so now forget it. According to the left, she definitely can't figure it out. She came from Colombia. So we got to present the paperwork, passports, and all that stuff. Here you go. Now, ma'am, in the DMV, my wife is Hispanic and an immigrant. The Democrats think she's stupid, so I'm going to help her. Here's the paperwork. Here's when she got her citizenship. Oh, thank you. The lady behind the counter says, thank you very much. We have this ongoing problem with minorities who cannot figure out how to get. Thank you so much, Mr. White Man, for being here. This is what the Democrats think is happening. This is what they think is happening. Listen, the irony of the whole thing is my wife has to help me out in the DMV. She's like, hey, Dan, get over here. The TSA thing's over there. Seriously, I always forget the paperwork. Not according to the Democrats. According to the Democrats, my Hispanic wife, because she's a minority, has no idea what she's doing at all. She's got to be coached in the DMV. Take a number, sweetheart. You go sit there. Don't get yourself hurt. Only sit around. Don't sit around at objects. I don't want you to fall. Sit over. This is what Democrats think, and that people just accept it. The people on the left and in the media, when Pocahontas, Elizabeth Warren, goes on CBS's radio, the Republicans are trying to suppress the vote with voter ID. Nobody on CBS thinks to ask her, like, how is that? Fake Indian, Warren, how is that? How are they suppressing the vote? Well, we all know that, black people can't get an ID. We do? I'd love to see the CBS morning people go, who knows that? You? Fake Indian, white lady, hey, hubby, you want to go get a beer? How about we get a beer? The husband's like, what the hell's going on? Like, what are you, you're filming me? The husband's running out of that. He's like, I don't even want to be on video with this lady. This is Elizabeth Warren. Nobody asked her a question. And by the way, thank you to Paul. I leave my Facebook page open for audience feedback, the messages. You guys can go and comment on the show. I enjoy them, even the critical ones. But Paul, thank you for your comment. He said, Dan, you're missing a great point here about this voter ID is racist thing on the left. Thank you, Paul. He said, you're missing your Moneyball theory. You all know the Moneyball theory, right? You got Moneyball, Jim? He's a good hitter. Why doesn't he hit good? The Moneyball theory we apply to this show.
Why does he hit good?
There you go. He's a good hitter. Why didn't he hit good? We apply it to everything when it comes to Democrats. Paul said, Dan, like if masks work, why aren't masks working, right? The Moneyball theory. Paul said you missed the golden opportunity for Moneyball. He said if black voters are being suppressed, then why aren't black voters being suppressed from voting? Thank you, Paul. Good job, buddy. Good job. I did miss a golden Moneyball opportunity there, but thanks to you, you rescued me there. Yes, thank you. We have a live studio audience here. Even they're happy with Paul. Yes, if black voters are being suppressed and voter turnout's being suppressed, then why aren't black voters being suppressed, and why isn't turnout suppressed? Why? It's just a simple question. And right, that's a good point. Jim says yes, and the same Democrats don't think it's in any way oppressive or suppression to demand that people stick a needle in your arm before you eat a taco in a taco joint somewhere. Yes, great point. That's not in any way an attack on minorities. You jam this needle in your arm, you SOB, or you won't be allowed in here. By the way, do you know how to get ID? Clearly, I got an ID to get a vaccine. It's the same name you put on this vaccine card you want. By the way, on my Fox show this weekend, just totally unintended segue. We got a man on the street interview, just like this, totally unintended, we got on the Archie, about this very topic. You're not going to want to miss it. I promise you, the answers are revelatory. So you're going to be like, well, oh, yeah, these people just don't get it. That's the Moneyball theory. Thank you, Paul, for rescue. You are totally right. If voter ID suppresses the black vote, then why isn't voter ID suppressing the black vote? That's a damn good question. All right, here's what I got coming up. Don't tell them that, Jim. You'll ruin the whole surprise. Coming up next, inflation. Listen, I know like this topic. I'm not going to get too deep into the wonkery of the economics. You know what's going on. Too much money chasing people. But what if I told you this? And this is coming up next. What if I told you the government loves inflation? No, wait, Dan, they hate it. No. They may not like out of control inflation because of political ramifications, but the federal government, the Democrats, and even the big government rhinos, trust me when I tell you, they love inflation because it does three things for you. I'll talk about those three things next. And as always, I'll bring the receipts to back it up because that's what we do. Because we're not CNN. We do actual facts. I'm Dan Marching.
It's a new year, and not much has changed. Houses are selling in a week. Interest rates are still crazy low. Our government is still borrowing money. Printing money. $5 trillion in new money, to be exact. You might have noticed that all of this doesn't add up. It's like those plates spinning on top of those sticks. When they stop, it all comes crashing down, right? You need to keep your cash safe, not crashing down. Using precious metals is a well-proven way to do this. In a gold or silver IRA or 401k rollover, you even get tax breaks while you bomb-proof your money. To find out how you can do this, you need to talk to one of Noble Gold's experts, not a call center or a salesman, a professional who will run through your options with you. This month, Noble Gold are giving away a free 1/10-ounce solid gold American Eagle coin with any qualifying plan you start. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com or call us at 877-646-5347. Investing involves risk. Past performance is no guarantee of future results.
Dan Bongino.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
It's 2022. New year, literally a new you. This is Dr. Bridget Chupo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Do you want to improve your sleep, your movement, your stamina, your energy, decrease your medication? Well, increased weight has to do with all these issues. Let me coach you, hold your hand, motivate you to lose that unwanted weight. Everyday food, supplements, and one-on-one counseling will do it. Just call me at 1-800-900-THIN and get in today.
Real patients, real stories from Scott and Christy Eye Care Associates. Hey everybody, it's Bloom Daddy. Today we're talking to Mark Ellison from North Oakland. And Mark, I gotta ask you, as somebody who's worn glasses for a long time, I think it was like 45 years, what was the first thing you did every morning as soon as you woke up?
Look for my glasses.
Yeah, I figured that would probably be the answer. And now after having multifocal cataract surgery, what do you do?
A day does not go by that I don't appreciate having surgery done. It's a profound difference, and I can't say enough good about it. Things are so clear, so bright. I can see things now that I couldn't see with glasses in the past.
Talk a little bit about the lasting impact of having multifocal cataract surgery, because it's been almost about 8 years. It's gotten better, stayed the same. I mean, it hasn't diminished in any way, shape, or form.
It has not diminished one iota. It has gotten better. I'm constantly impressed.
Scott and Christy Eye Care Associates, Vision for Life. To learn more about multifocal or laser cataract surgery, go to scottandchristy.com or call 724-772-5420.
Blue Women's Basketball hits the road this Thursday as the Panthers head to Blacksburg, Virginia to take on the Hokies of Virginia Tech. Tip off is at 8 p.m. and we'll be on the air at 7:45 with a pregame show right here on your home for Pitt Women's Basketball all season long. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
James Douglas Jewelers, your destination for designing an engagement ring or an anniversary present. Many diamond pieces for all occasions and all price ranges. Wondering what to do with your current diamond? James Douglas will purchase diamonds or custom design a new piece for the diamond you already have. 25 25 years of exceptional diamond service. See their 5-star Google reviews. Stressed about finding or designing the right ring? They're here and will make the experience easy for you. James Douglas Jewelers, Route 286 Monroeville, next to Aldi, or visit jdjewels.com.
This update brought to you by attorney Dennis Spira and Associates, the bankruptcy experts. Call them at 412-471-7675 or online at dennisspira.com.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather.
In Bridgeville, the 50 Washington Pike on-ramp to northbound 79 shut down for police activity. Also police activity on the north side. Traffic diverted off Marshall Avenue between Brighton Road and 65. Jenny Robinson, shuttle traffic.
On and off rain and snow showers tonight with a low of 18. Partial sunshine tomorrow with a high of 24. Plenty of sunshine on Friday with a high of 20 and mostly clear skies Saturday with a high of 25. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
Are you not entertained? The Dan Bongino Show.
So I'm going to get to that inflation segment. I promise I also have to give you the update on day 4 of Communist YouTube's suspension of my account. And I want to play a bit of audio showing you that the medical, even establishment now, is starting to come around to what we've been saying for 2 years. And ironically, as they come around to what we've been saying about masks, ScrewTube, because they're communist, bans us for saying what the medical establishment is now recognizing is true and what we said a year and a half ago. Folks, you seriously can't make it up. You can't make this stuff up. Let me get to this place. You have homeowners insurance for a good reason. Because without it, fire, flood, or burglary can destroy you financially. But there's another major crime your homeowner's policy doesn't cover. It's called home title fraud. The FBI calls title fraud one of the fastest growing crimes, and it can ruin you financially, which is why you need home title lock. Title fraud happens when a criminal forges your signature on documents stating you sold your home to him. Then he takes out loans against your home and leaves you stuck with the payments, and the fortune and legal fees trying to prove you can commit fraud. Home title lock puts a barrier around your home's title. The instant they detect anyone, from a cyber thief to a renter to a relative trying to forge their way into your home's title, they help shut it down. Go to HomeTitleLock.com and register your address to see if you're already a victim. And enter code RADIO, RADIO, for your 60-day money-back guarantee. That's code RADIO at HomeTitleLock.com.
Dan Bongino.
So, Dr. Marty Makar, who's been on the show, who's fantastic, you've seen him on Fox quite a bit, was on Fox last night. And I want you to listen very closely to what he says about the current medical community thinking about masks. And I want you to realize my account was suspended for YouTube for saying the exact same thing. Check this out.
Well, there's actually broad consensus now by public health officials acknowledging privately, and they're starting to say so publicly, that the cloth masks have almost no impact on transmission whatsoever. And we've basically known that the entire time because the size of an aerosolized COVID virus is about 1 to 5 microns, and the pore size of a cloth mask is about 10 to 200 microns. So it's very porous. We're also finally starting to see acknowledgement from public health officials that everyone's going to get Omicron or be exposed to it. So I think people are hungry for honesty right now. If you look at the CDC's strong stand on mask mandates, they are citing the Maricopa study, which was a study so scientifically flawed it would never be published in any medical journal. They had more schools in the study than there are in the county.
More schools in the study that aren't a county. That's magic. I don't know how they did that. It was like phantom schools with a Casper the Friendly Ghost school. Did we miss something? Remember I opened up the show, I want to tie this all together. Did this for Reed, talking about opportunity costs. How when you spend a lot of time doing something that's not really fruitful, there's a cost to it because you could have spent your time doing something that would have made you more prosperous and happy. How the FBI is wasting their time spying on Donald Trump, investigating school board parents when we should be investigating terrorists. Folks, opportunity cost applies here too. Do you see how this concept is so valuable even outside of economics? We have spent 2 years wasting time arguing over masks when just about everyone from the start, Fauci included, we played the soundbite yesterday, has known to start these would do very little to stop or even ebb this pandemic. We have spent 2 years of our time in the most ferocious battle over this ridiculous. Think about how high that opportunity cost is, where that time could have been applied. Finding new treatments, discussing community mitigation options, discussing community measures to distribute monoclonal antibodies and antivirals, discussing ways to, mitigate measures for the sick instead of jamming them in nursing homes where they got people killed. Ladies and gentlemen, there was an enormous opportunity cost in line to the wasted 2 years on math. I know the liberals listening don't care. I know you don't care what I have to. I get it. I know everything I say. You're Republicans. You want people to die. You're racist. Blah, blah, blah. I get it. I'm not an anti-mask guy. If the mask makes you comfortable and you like it, I'm a freedom guy. Wear a mask. Fine. If it makes you comfortable, great. But what I've said for 2 years is accurate. That your incessant hollering at us over masks cost us a lot of time on things that would have made a difference. All right, why the government loves inflation. Coming up next.
Dr. Gorka here, and I want to talk to you for a minute about 100% drug-free Relief Factor. I've been taking Relief Factor for years now to help me deal with pain in my body. My wife takes it as well. The reason we tell everyone we know about it is simple. We found it really works to help our bodies fight off the inflammation that causes aches and pains. Whether it's the pain of injuries you've sustained or just the natural pain from the mileage over the years, Relief Factor can help. I've never looked back. Almost 70% of the more than 500,000 people who have tried Relief Factor end up ordering more. That's because it works for them the way it works for me. Isn't it time for you to get out of pain? Your first step to becoming pain-free should be to order the 3-week quick start for the discounted price of only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to find out more about this offer. That's relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. Feel the difference.
Dan Bongino.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Good afternoon, Avalon. This headline update: state police say they're charging a man with shooting 3 people at Clearview Mall in Butler County last night. According to police, 24-year-old Carlos Carroll is facing several charges, including attempted homicide. Investigators say he began shooting during a fight at the mall outside the Rural King store. A 21-year-old, a 19-year-old, and a juvenile suffered non-life-threatening injuries, and the suspect was taken into custody. The first museum in the Commonwealth dedicated to space exploration is getting closer to opening on the north side. Officials at the Moonshot Museum say they've raised just over half of their $2.7 million funding goal. The center hopes to open this summer. You can find more information online at moonshotmuseum.org. And the COVID Omicron variant is causing a rise in cases among children. Nearly 1 million infections among children last week. American Academy of Pediatrics says that's a 69% increase from the week before. I'm Evan on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJS.
Did you know that Ireland Contracting is a Pella certified contractor? Fewer than 5% of contractors nationwide can say that. Hi, this is Diane Ireland of Ireland Contracting. Pella's windows in wood, aluminum-clad wood, fiberglass, and vinyl have been designed for one purpose: to offer our customers more beauty, performance, and value than any other window. And with Ireland Contracting's A+ rating, you know your home project will be in good hands. For your free estimate, call Ireland Contracting at 1-800-NEW-ROOF or IrelandContracting.com.
Join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors for the Net Worth Financial Hour, Saturdays at 11 and 2, and Sundays at 8 and 2. Get the news and information you need to help make your retirement dreams a reality. Plan today so you can do the things you've always dreamt about doing in retirement. Don't miss the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 11 and 2, and Sundays at 8 and 2. Investment advisory services offered only by duly registered individuals through AE Wealth Management, LLC.
Have you noticed a musty smell or seen signs of visible mold in your home? Bactronics can help. Megan said Bactronics remediated mold that was covering the walls in her new home's finished basement. She was beyond impressed and went from thinking she would need to rip out a whole basement to not even needing paint. The result? were better than expected and she loves the before and after pictures. Bactronics receives up to 12 5-star ratings every day. To learn more, call Bactronics at 412-375-7886 or online at Bactronics.com.
Fox News, I'm Steve Rappaport. President Biden goes before the press and the people this afternoon in his first news conference of the year.
One day before marking his first full year in office, President Biden hosts a news conference here, a formal question and answer session about his administration's handling of the economy, COVID, and legislative agenda. Press Secretary Jen Psaki says the president will highlight progress made but be clear about challenges ahead.
Fox's Jared Halpern in Washington. Secretary of State Antony Blinken visiting Ukraine amid tensions over Russia's military presence at the border.
We know that there are plans in place to increase that force even more on very short notice, and that gives President Putin the capacity, also on very short notice, to take further aggressive action against Ukraine.
Moscow denies planning to attack its neighbor. America is listening to Fox News.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather.
In Bridgeville, the 50 Washington Pike on-ramp to Northtown 79 shut down for police activity. Also, police activity on the north side. Traffic diverted off Marshall Avenue between Brighton Road and 65. Jenny Robinson, shuttle traffic.
Cloudy this afternoon with rain in the mix and a high of 40. A chance of rain and snow tonight with a low of 18. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high of 24. Partly cloudy tomorrow night with a low of 5. And mostly sunny on Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
Have to get something off your mind? Call 8444 the USA and let Dan know. 844-484-3872. The Dan Bongino Show.
So the Bongino rule strikes again. You know what the Bongino rule is? You're a podcast listener, you know. The Bongino rule. When you hear a stupid story that sounds like it's crazy and usually reflects poorly on Republicans or Donald Trump, give it 24 to 72 hours, and the story will typically be debunked, especially if you hear it on CNN or MSNBC, which specializes in misinformation. Well, it turns out that Supreme Court mask-wearing scandal, with air quotes, Sonia Sotomayor would not sit on the bench because Neil Gorsuch wouldn't wear a mask next to her and she's high risk. Turns out, yeah, fake news. Not true, just made up. The Bongino rule strikes again. It really, it's just, it never ends. It never ends with these people. Why was that story, by the way, if you're familiar with the Bongino rule? Crime for a Bongino rule application. Why didn't we talk about it yesterday? It meets all the criteria. It's a leftist narrative that masks are it. If you don't wear a mask, you are a sinner against God and should be exterminated tomorrow. Number one, masks are it, and the people who wear them are virtuous. And number two, Neil Gorsuch, who's a constitutional conservative and a Trump appointee, is evil. Why? Just because he is. He's a conservative. The story was prime. And Sonia Sotomayor, all she did was ask him to wear a mask, and he said, I refuse to wear this mask. And they're like, fake news. That's why I didn't cover it, because I skeptical from the start, as you should be. All right, get into this stuff because it matters. Inflation. It's a real problem, folks. Obviously. It's a real problem for the obvious reasons. Prices keep going up and your wages are going down. Your real wages are down 2.4% from last year. Did you know that? Now, when you see Democrats talking heads on Fox and CNN and elsewhere saying, well, inflation isn't so bad because wages are going up. Ladies and gentlemen, you've got to understand that Democrats, again, think you're stupid, and they think you don't understand the very clear distinction between nominal wages and real wages. In other words, if inflation is 1,000% a year and you get a 2% rate, I'm trying to make this simple for liberals with these hyperbolic examples because they have a tough time getting their arms around this. If inflation is 1,000% a year, right? And your wages go up 2%, are you celebrating your 2% raise? Hey, Bob, look at me, I got a 2% raise, isn't it great? No, because you're now poor, because the price of dog food is now more than your weekly salary. You'll be eating Alpo for dinner if you're lucky. Now, I know liberals have a tough time with that, but it's not that they don't know that there's a distinction between the two. It's that they think you're stupid. Now, the government loves it. And that's why they're not having the meltdown you would think they have. And you may say, oh, but Dan, the Biden administration is talking about inflation and they're trying to do something. Really, what are they trying to do? Anyone want to call? 844-484-3872. Any lefties want to call and tell me exactly what are they trying to do? You have the lefties on the Federal Reserve who are still buying up government assets at historic rates. In other words, printing money to give it to the Treasury. The rate increases they're talking about are peanuts. The Biden administration is not only not doing anything, they're talking about spending more money with their Build Back Worse plan. There is no effort whatsoever to control government spending or entitlements, but none. So please tell me what they're doing. So now a logical, sane person, again, leftists excluded from that, would ask themselves, well, if inflation is such a crisis, then why isn't the government doing something about it? And the answer is because it's only a crisis for you. It's not a crisis for the government. The government loves inflation because it does three things. Number one, it allows them to monetize the debt. Very simply stated, it allows them to spend a lot of money they don't have, run up a lot of debt, and pay back that debt in deflated dollars. Inflation happens, but these dollars kind of deflate like a balloon. They buy less later. I mean, I'll just give you a simple example of what that means. If you borrowed $10 in 1913 from someone, right? I use that year for a reason. Some of you figure it out, right? If you borrowed $10 from someone in 1913, do you want to pay them back in 1913 dollars, or do you want to pay them back in today's $10? Well, the answer is obvious. Because $10 in 1913 bought a whole lot of stuff. You want to pay them back in today's $10, where $10 barely gets you 2 gallons of gas. Right? It's the same nominal debt. You borrow $10, but it's not the same real debt. $10, I don't know what it is now. 30, who knows? With inflation, you'd have to do the inflation calculator for yourself. But in real terms, it's a lot more. Well, that's the government. No one owes more money in the history of the cosmos than the United States government. $20+ trillion is owed. The government loves inflation because they'll pay back the money eventually. It just won't be the real money you borrowed. It'll be deflated money. Because there's no, Friedman said, bad money always cheap. Not an exact quote, but you get the point. Bad money is money that buys more. Good money is money that buys more. So that's reason number one. The government is loving this inflation, and Joe Biden won't do jack squat about it, and Jack left town a whole long time. Here's the second reason. The government loves inflation because not only is their debt worth less, so they have to pay back less in real money, but tax money just flows into the government coffers. Nominal tax money just starts flying in. And they say, Dan, we need receipts for that. Don't worry, I got them. Here it is. Wall Street Journal editorial board. Washington cashes in on inflation. Quote, this boom for the Beltway reflects the strong growth in nominal GDP. Notice the word nominal, very important. With 7% inflation, nominal GDP is increasing by double digits, which leads to higher nominal profits, wages, and salaries. Washington gets the revenue windfall from taxes on those nominal increases, even if average wages for workers fall behind inflation, as they did last year by 2.4%, according to the BLS. A 7% rate of inflation is Christmas all year round for the federal government. State governments are also reaping revenue. So now you wonder why Joe Biden isn't doing jack squat about inflation. Matter of fact, he's trying to make it worse by printing more money. Well, why would he want to do anything about it? This is wonderful for him. You get to spend money we don't have. You get to bankrupt people by making their real wages go down. But when their nominal wages go up, you get to trick them into thinking that they're actually getting a raise. What a gift. And the only people not catching on are dopey leftists who go on TV like talking heads and go, oh, listen, well, inflation's good because wages are going up. Yeah, they just don't buy anything. That's great. You make $100,000 a year, and $100,000 buys you a basket full of groceries one week. Good luck with that. That's a great approach. But then you said there's 3 reasons. Yeah, there are 3 reasons. The third reason the government loves inflation is because the people running our government now, some rhino Republicans and most of the Democrat Party, are actually socialists. And there's nothing socialists love more than practicing socialism, which is in essence controlling the means of production. And to control the means of production, one of the mechanisms by which you do that is via price controls from the government. They love price control. But dopey Republicans and pretty much all the Democrats love price control. Now, when you have inflation, what happens? The public gets angry. Prices are going up. So people who don't understand economics, which is mostly leftists, the Republicans get it. They're like, I got a way to fix this, fellas. Let's just price control stuff. As if that was just a simple thing. Oh, yeah. The government's just going to say, charge $2 instead of $5 for bacon. Well, thinking people are like, well, if that works, Moneyball theory again, then why doesn't it ever work? If you can't price control something, why don't price controls work? Well, again, liberals turn it up. Conservatives, you can do that now. You know all this stuff. But price controls don't work because they lead to these things every single time. Democrats love price controls because they love control. Price controls lead to increased demand for something. Well, why is that? Because if bacon is $5 a pound or $7 a pound, and you only have $4 to spend, and the government says, price controls on bacon, it's now $2. Well, now people who have $4 can buy bacon that they couldn't have bought yesterday. They say, well, that sounds great. Oh, okay, but you got to get to part 2, 3, and 4. The second thing that always happens with price controls is in addition to the increased demand, because the products are, quote, cheaper, you get decreased supply. Why is that? Well, because the people making the bacon, who are paying more money for the pigs, aren't going to sell you bacon at $2 if they're losing $2 for every pound they sell. Sounds kind of dumb, right? Let's keep selling that bacon. How much are we making? No, we're not making. We're losing $2 a pound. Let's sell more. They're going to sell what? They're going to sell less. So you get shortages with price control. Liberals are stunned by this. By the way. Conservatives are like, Dan, I learned this in Econ 101. Actually, I learned this in my econ class in 5th grade. My daughter goes to a school down here, a charter school, and they learned this stuff in like 3rd grade. Liberals are hearing this for the first time. They're like, I heard price controls work. Yeah, of course you heard that. From Samuel on the quad when you were in college, as he was smoking a bowl with you, reading the Marx Engels reader. Like, yeah, price controls work. Thank you, Samuel. Can I take a hit of a bomb? Take 2 and pass, bro. Take just like the Dwixo. You got it. Take 2 and pass. Take 2 and pass. Take 2 and pass so the blunt will last. That's what Samuel's saying. So break the blunt last. Take 2 and pass it up. And these dopey ribs are like, and that's what Samuel told us. He told us price controls work. Samuel's an idiot. I've got news for you. Samuel's never had a real job. Samuel's job is to smoke bowls and teach you sociology on the quad. That's his job. Okay? He doesn't have a real. He doesn't actually know anything. He's a moron. That's why he's taking 2 and passing, okay? That's why his name is Samuel, and he's sitting on the quad. He is the Karen of men. That's Samuel, okay? So after that, when you're done realizing that the prices go down with price control, but so does the supply, because companies don't want to make stuff they can't make money on, what are you getting at? Well, you definitely get black markets. Black markets? Why would you get black markets? Again, Samuel's like, why? Tell me, Dad. I've got a 7-year degree in sociology. I got a PhD in 14th century sociology of ant colonies. My gosh, pass that ball. Take 2 and pass. Samuel's like, stunning. You get black markets? Yes, you'll get black markets. Because the people who got the bacon now are going to say, well, since there's a shortage of bacon, I'm not going to sell it for the government price control price of $2. I'm going to put it on eBay for $5 and make myself $3. Wow, genius. Samuel's like, stunning. My gosh, what's in this chunk weed? Is this laced with LSD? I'm just hearing this for the first time. My gosh, I want a refund on my diploma. You should, you dunce. You're a moron. That's why you took your sociology degree and you're smoking bowls on the quad teaching kids stupid stuff. But you get another problem too. In addition to black markets and supply shortages under price control, you get the inevitable. You get quality problems. Well, why would you get quality problems? Well, if you're going to make bacon for $2, then you're going to use some really nasty pigs, and you may not want to do your health inspection and regular cleansing of your place, right? Because you're not making any money. Quality problems. Samuel's like, oh, Dad, that sounds really dangerous. I never heard that while I was doing my PhD. Of course you didn't, because you were too busy, opportunity cost, reading the Marx Engels reader, where you actually believe that stuff works, because you're an idiot. And you believe people in government somehow, for some bizarre reason, the dumbest people on planet Earth who get elected to government have the capability to control a price, but not the business leaders actually in the business space. So you got your choice. Samuel's like, who do you want controlling the price of bacon? Bacon producers? Hog farmers who've been hog farming for generations, for 200 years, their family's been doing this? No, I don't want them doing it. No. I want my buddy Joey Bag of Donuts, the congressman from East Tunisish, who spent his entire life running for office, and his first job was as a staffer for senior Congressman Joey Bag of Donuts. That's definitely who I want controlling hog prices. That's the guy. I want those guys in charge. Now Samuel's done. Yeah, you all have a contact high from sitting around the circle with Samuel in the quad, right? You've all taken your 2 and pass. Even people not smoking the bowl have got a contact high from this guy ganja that he's been smoking. And now Dan Bongino comes in and drops a big stink bomb on their party. Like, hey fellas, the stuff Samuel's been telling you for a while about price controls, inflation, is probably all crap. And they're like, wow, that Bongino, I thought he was a conspiracy theorist and a crazy person. I thought, but what he says sounds sensible. Why do people make products they can't make money on when other people can take them and just sell them on the black market? Like, that kind of makes sense. Well, that's what happened to me. Although the guy I was listening to, his name wasn't Samuel, he did have a ponytail. And there was a quad. And he did talk like that. And he did pass, I'm not joking, he did pass out to Mark Sango's name. His name wasn't Samuel. Honestly, I don't remember his name. But he looked like Samuel. And maybe the bong part's a little exaggerated. I don't think he was taking 2 and passing on the quad. Although he looks like he was a regular smoker with ganja. He did. Maybe not on the quad. But you get the point. And it was a rude awakening when a fellow student came up to me who was a conservative one day and started, talking to me about Milton Friedman and stuff. And I was like, God, this guy doesn't sound excuse me, don't use the voice name. I'm like, this guy doesn't sound stupid. This guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about. I'm like, but that can't be. He's a student. Samuel has a PhD. 2nd century ant colonization. This is crazy. He's got to be smarter than my buddy here, Bob, or whatever his name was. Man, what a rude awakening when I found out that the people I thought were the elites were really the morons. And the people I was told by the elites were the morons were really the intellectual elites. What a moment, folks. Everything changed. Everything changed. All right, I'll get to some of your calls on the way back on the other side. Sorry, I'll be here.
Biden's massively irresponsible spending plan has expanded America's money supply and taken money out of your pocket, but you can fight back and stand your ground against the tidal wave of inflation they're imposing on you. Hi, this is Stephen K. Bannon. I want to share how the wealthiest are protecting their retirement from runaway inflation in a tax-sheltered account, and how you can too, by moving your IRA or 401k out of paper assets and into gold with Birch Gold Group. I am proud to count myself among the tens of thousands of happy Birch Gold customers. To spread the word, Birch Gold has created a free info kit on gold IRAs. To get your copy, you text PROTECT to 989898. Do it now and learn how to protect your IRA or 401k with gold in a tax-sheltered account. Again, text the word PROTECT to 989898 to get your free info kit on gold. There's nothing to buy, no obligation at all. So do it now, take action.
Message and data rates may apply. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. Dan Bongino.
Water damage to your home or business? Don't know what to do next? At ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh, we do. Demand the yellow van.
Demand the yellow van. Call ServiceMaster.
Looking for new or used handguns or rifles and ammo or accessories? For decades, Pittsburgh's choice has been Federal Firearms on Thomas Run Road in the South Hills. Great guys with plenty of experience and the most competitive prices in the area. Federal Firearms in Pittsburgh's South Hills.
Everyone knows they'll retire someday. But if your someday is getting closer and your financial plan isn't keeping up, you need a master plan. Master Plan is Heffron Tillotsen's proven personal approach, grounded in your goals and guided by the latest market research and more than 70 years of experience. To become the master of your retirement, Schedule a no-obligation review of your situation at Heparin.com. Heparin Tillotson, member SIPC.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Baby, it's cold outside. Start the new year off right with the new reliable HVAC system from Impact Heating and Cooling. Voted one of the top 10 heating and air conditioning repair companies in Pittsburgh, locally owned and family operated, Impact Heating and Cooling is your source for year-round comfort, superior indoor air quality, and affordable HVAC solutions. All systems come with a 10-year hassle-free parts warranty, giving you peace of mind for years to come. Call 412-297-1852 or visit ImpactHVACPGH.com.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather.
In Bridgeville, ran from Washington Pike to 79 is shut down with police activity. We also have police incidents blocking Marshall Avenue between California Avenue and Brighton Road on the North Shore. Jenny Robinson, total traffic.
Some rain here and there this afternoon, otherwise cloudy with a high of 40, a possibility of rain and snow tonight with a low of 18. A mix of sun and clouds tomorrow with a high of 24, a few clouds in the sky tomorrow night with a low of just 5, and mostly clear skies on Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
You're listening to the Dan Bongino Show. Dan, 24/7 at Bongino.com.
Thanks for all the feedback on that last segment. Listen, I love economics. It's my thing. Always has been. Super important. We don't understand basic economic, things and principles about opportunity cost, price controls, sucking, then what's the point? We're just going to keep relitigating and doing the same thing over and over that causes poverty and destroys prosperity. We have to learn lessons. Liberals never learn them, ever. No matter how many times inflation happens and price controls are instituted, they lead to those same things I just discussed, and they just continue to do them. I mean, really, how many times are we going to bang our heads against the desk? It's just puzzling. All right, let me get to this, and then let me get to some of these calls. I want to take a moment to thank Patriot Mobile for their support of the show. Whether it's this show or other conservative hosts, Turning Point, CPAC, or the March for Life, these guys are there supporting all of it because they're fully in the trenches with us. Important. I've been proud to partner with Patriot Mobile, America's only Christian conservative cell phone provider. And I'd like you to partner with them as well. They offer broad nationwide coverage. In fact, they use the same towers as the major carriers. So you get the same great nationwide coverage plus the peace of mind that your money isn't supporting the left. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, and their 100% U.S.-based customer support team provides exceptional customer support. More importantly, Patriot Mobile shares your values and supports organizations fighting for religious freedom, constitutional rights, sanctity of life, and our veteran and first responder heroes. Go to patriotmobile.com/Dan or call 972-PATRIOT. Get free activation with the offer code DAN. Veterans and first responders, you save even more. So make that switch today. Support a company that loves America, loves you, shares your value, our value. patriotmobile.com/Dan, patriotmobile.com/Dan, or call 972-PATRIOT.
Dan Bongino.
All right, let's go to the phone script. Let's go to Lee. Lee, I got about 30 seconds here. So what do you got for us, buddy?
All right, Dan, good afternoon. You were talking earlier about your experience in protecting people in the Secret Service. And I think that's an apt analogy for where we find ourselves now, is that Americans, we think we're in familiar territory. We think we know what's behind door one, door two, and all that. But if you've been peeling back the layers here, what we think is going on in the school, that's not at all what's going on in the school. What we think the FBI is doing, we didn't expect them to, short circuit the Woods procedure, set up and incite January 6th and all that. So we are...
Lee, hold on, because I'm running out of time. Lee, I just want to tell you, that is such a wonderful point. How you just took what I talked about in the beginning about terrain features in the Secret Service and made it. You are so right. You're always a good caller, Lee. I'm sorry it's the end of the show, but that was a great point. All right, folks, I'll see you all tomorrow.
Stream us.
Spread it.
Anytime.
Tell everybody.
Anywhere.
Really crystal clear.
Download the iHeartRadio app. Search WJAS.
You've heard the commercials for Executive Services on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS. But what is this locally owned company all about? Find out this Saturday at 10. Chuck O'Neill of Executive Services gives an inside look at who they are, what they do, and why you should make them your choice when it comes time to take care of the legal affairs of the state. Again, that's this Saturday at 10, right here on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
Hi, it's Bloom Daddy. If you're looking to grow savings for retirement and other milestones, and the guaranteed growth of your funds is important, look to GBU Life. GBU's new Asset Guard annuity offers guaranteed interest rates that secure the growth of your savings. The Asset Guard annuity locks your savings interest rate for 2, 3, 4, or even 5 years. You have penalty-free access to a portion of your funds at all times, and full access to your funds in the event that you meet certain health criteria, such as a critical or terminal illness. In addition, you become a GBU member with access to great benefits, such as local discounts, scholarships, and community service opportunities. Secure your future and give back to the community today by joining GBU Life. To schedule an appointment with a local agent and to find out more about GBU's Asset Guard annuity, visit gbu.org. Annuities are issued by GBU Financial Life using annuity application ICC 21. Products not available in all states, and they may vary by state. GBU Life, securing futures and giving back.
Hi, this is Diane Ireland of Ireland Contracting. We're excited to announce that Owens Corning, our shingle manufacturer, just released its new 2022 Color of the Year, introducing Bourbon. It is part of the Duration Designer Colors collection and integrates a unique combination for a rich, bold dimensional effect. It also features Owens Corning's patented Shore Nail technology for advanced performance. Be the first on the block in 2022 to have this beautiful color installed on your home. Call 1-800-NEW-ROOF or IrelandContracting.com for your free estimate today.
WJAS AM Pittsburgh. Online at 1320WJAS.com. The Talk of Pittsburgh. 1320 WJAS.
President Biden prepares to face the media. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. He holds a rare formal news conference 1 hour from now. Fox's Jackie Heinrich at the White House.
The president's going to take questions amid deepening Democrat angst over his inability to deliver on some key promises, with some Democrats even calling for a reset ahead of the midterms. There's talk among moderates about breaking up Build Back Better to get something passed. Bipartisan talks on modest election law changes could be the only game in town when it comes to Democrats' broader hopes on voting rights. That's much to the dismay of progressives and those who want to nuke the filibuster.
The administration also hasn't ruled out executive action on police reform. All of this while battling another COVID surge. Soon, that effort will also include 400 million free N95 masks, offering more protection to help stop the spread. Nearly 9 months after the CDC suggested that vaccinated people no longer needed to wear masks. Now, CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky tells the Boston Globe what she didn't say at the time was that it might change. Less than a week on the job, and Virginia's new governor is already being sued over an executive order giving parents the choice on masking in schools.
Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin promised to ban public schools in the Commonwealth from demanding students wear masks, but some parents in Chesapeake are suing, claiming a law signed by the previous governor requires masks.
Governors don't have the authority to overwrite an existing law with an executive order. I don't think there's going to be a time where masks are not practicable as long as they're being recommended by the CDC.
Matthew Castillo says he wants those kids masked as they're in school with his kids. Case will be decided by Virginia's Supreme Court.
Fox's Evan Brown. An hour to the close, the Dow's now down 135. America is listening to Fox News.
Run, walk, honor.
The Tunnel to Towers 5K Run and Walk in New York City retraces FDNY firefighter Stephen Stiller's final footsteps on 9/11. That single event has inspired more than 70 runs, walks, and climbs in different cities across the nation each year. Register for an event in your area or volunteer to start one. Do good and never forget by donating $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
When you order your Walgreens prescriptions with same-day delivery, it's possible you'll experience some side effects. Side effects may include joy that you won't run out of your pills, and disbelief at just how crazy fast the delivery came right to your door. Get your same-day prescription refill today on the Walgreens app.
To use same-day ARC delivery or 1 to 2 business day delivery, you must be opted into prescription status alerts or will appear as an option of orders before next store's cutoff time for the day. Certain health plans do not cover or participate in same-day ARC delivery. Check with your health plan for further details. Excludes California.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. St. Barnabas Health System thanks you for listening to the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
This news is brought to you by St. Barnabas Health System, offering compassionate care for people of all ages.
46 degrees in Pittsburgh and Illinois. Update on the top of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. Pittsburgh police say they responded to a shooting near the Oliver City Lawn Academy. According to a post on Twitter, police said that one male victim was taken to the hospital, and that victim was last listed in critical condition. Within the last hour, police said that Brighton Road was closed to traffic between Marshall and California, and investigators plan to provide further information. The school was placed on lockdown as a result of the incident. Elsewhere, police reportedly investigating a shooting from earlier this morning in Pitcairn. Multiple reports say the shooting happened near the 400 block of Broadway Avenue. The victim was found at the scene with several gunshot wounds and is taken to the hospital in critical condition. A new CDC study shows vaccination protects against hospitalization far more effectively than prior infection does. During the period of the study, risk of hospitalization was significantly higher in unvaccinated people with no previous COVID infections than any other group. Experts noted that variant characteristics can change, and as new variants emerge, COVID's impact may change as well. In sports, Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin says he's moving forward with the assumption that Ben Roethlisberger will not play next year and that all options are on the table to replace the starting quarterback. Tomlin also said he's looking forward to the challenge of replacing Roethlisberger. He doesn't care if the replacements come from free agency, a trade, or the 2022 NFL Draft. Penguins back on home ice tomorrow. Pittsburgh is set to host the Ottawa Senators. The NHL is planning to stop COVID testing for asymptomatic players and staff members following the All-Star break. NHL will still test all players and staff before international travel between the U.S. and Canada. According to data, 73% of the league has tested positive for COVID this season. This report is sponsored by Blindster. Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Blindster blinds are easy to install and guaranteed to fit. Don't overpay for new blinds. Shop Blindster today and save big. Blindster.com. I'm Emma. On the top of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather.
On the North Shore, due to police activity, Brighton Road between California and Marshall, that's going to be shut for quite a while. So that is a must avoid probably all afternoon with that police activity. We had an earlier accident, too, at Ford and Myron in Oakland. And as you make your way on the Parkway East, started to see that build from extra twist over the tunnels and outbound from base into the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Sandale on Parkway West between Green Tree and Carnegie. I'm a traveler with traffic on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Overcast this afternoon with on and off rain and a high of 40. Rain and snow possible tonight with a low of 18. Partial sunshine tomorrow with a high of 24. Skies are partly cloudy tomorrow night with a low of 5. And plenty of sunshine Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Well, we're coming to your city. Well, lay on guitars and sing your country song. We'll all be flying higher than the Carolina. And if you want a little bang, you can come along.
The Biden administration is trying to do hard things. That's the business of governing. They are on a very big losing streak.
George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, all of them with tears in their eyes for the departure from our democracy that is happening right now. Today, we must not be complacent or complicit.
Freedom is back in style. Welcome
to the revolution.
Yeah, we're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitar and sing you a country song.
New Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more bold, inspired solutions for America. This is a special edition of the Sean Hannity Show. America trapped behind enemy lines. Day number 158.
And day 171 since, in fact, Joey Biden promised that he wouldn't stab our fellow Americans in the back and abandon them as he has. 1 hour from right now, Joe Biden will be holding his second press conference. I think it's the first time in, 80, 70, 69, 70, 80 days, whatever the number happens to be. You can almost, we're going to go through a list of questions that the mob, the media won't ask. Because it's all, they told me to go to so-and-so from this news organization first. I can't answer. I get yelled at every time I answer a question. They get mad at me and everything. There's so many questions that won't be answered. For all of us, it'll be frustrating. Some of it will be entertaining. Biden's staff, his entire team right now is, Adam Schiffing in their pants, scared to death of him botching this up, even though he's had, 5 full days of doing nothing except, I'm sure, behind-the-scenes preparation for this thing. The things that we're going to hear are going to be, quite predictable. Some things we could start betting on. We could start a betting line. Is he going to yell and scold us and lecture us and call us racist, or is he going to do the whispering job? Just get a mask. Get vaccinated. Get a mask. Get vaccinated. You just never know. We can count how many times he's going to blame Trump or the previous administration or lie and say America's back. And I'm told to start with this reporter from this news organization. And he'll make a big deal. We're sending out free tests, 4 per household in America, COVID tests. Yeah, but we didn't see Omicron coming, and when Americans needed the test, 2 years into the pandemic, there were no tests available. Beginning our 3rd year. And we're going to give away free masks now, too, free government masks. That'll help us a lot. A little late, Joe. He starts with a 33% approval rating, and my prediction, by the way, is he's going to do fine. In as much as he's going to get softball questions that he's already been prepped to death to answer, and he's going to avoid probably the real questions, which is why we have our own questions that we've put together. And it's frustrating. Is Joe going to brag about Afghanistan? Joe, you said only 171 days ago that you would not abandon Americans in Afghanistan. You abandoned Americans, even military family members. You abandoned, thousands of people with American green cards eligible to live legally in this country. You abandoned our Afghan allies, something we as a country promised we would never do. Why didn't you keep your word, Joe? Joe, we have a 40-year high in inflation. How is that possible? Joe, your energy and economic policies now are costing the average family with a higher cost of energy, gasoline, $1.50 more a gallon just to fill your tank. That's $20, $25, $30 every time you fill up. It's going to be another $1,000 a year for most Americans to heat their homes this winter. And you gave a waiver to Vladimir Putin, and this is now costing every single item that every American buys at every store. It's causing inflation at a 40-year high. Why don't you go back to the energy policies of Donald Trump? I wonder who's going to ask that question. Joe, how do you describe your policy at the border? The law of the land is that people that don't respect our laws and our sovereignty and our borders are not allowed in the country. Why did you eliminate Donald Trump's catch and release? Why won't you continue building the wall that he started with, 500 miles worth? And Joe, why don't you deport illegal immigrants? Why are you giving preferential treatment to illegal immigrants by not COVID testing them? Jen Psaki says it's because they're not going to be here very long, and there's no vaccine mandate for illegal immigrants. And then you're transporting them into states all around the country. You've been pushing hard and calling basically Jim Crow 2.0 the election laws in this country. Yet your state of Delaware, which you've represented all those years, decades, they have some of the most restrictive laws in the country. We can't find a single time that you ever lifted a finger to make voting in Delaware more accessible. Why didn't you do anything to help the state of Delaware, Joe? What do you think any of these questions are going to be asked? Joe, why did we run out of COVID tests? What do you mean? What did you mean when you said we didn't see Omicron coming? Why have you not? Now we have breakthrough cases, fully vaccinated people, vaccinated and boosted people, vaccinated, boosted, and with natural immunity people, all getting COVID-19 and testing positive. Why haven't you mass-produced monoclonal antibodies? We didn't have a shortage under Trump. And why didn't you produce these antiviral medicines that have been available and that you've known about now for some time? Joe, why do you work so little? Why do you average less than one event per day? Why are you spending 25% of your time fully in Delaware? Now, Jen Psaki says you're comfortable there, you like to be there, and that your wife and your son are buried there. Is that the reason? And why are you withholding records of the people that you're meeting in Delaware? Why won't you be more transparent? And just a few questions that, I guarantee you will not come up today. So I know this is going to frustrate some of you, but you might as well know ahead of time because it's supposed to start literally in 47 minutes from right now. And we'll see if it does. Why did you tell people that they're not going to get COVID if they got vaccinated? Do you now admit that your medical advice, Dr. Biden, was wrong? Do you admit that Dr. Fauci has gotten things wrong from masks to the vaccine preventing the people from contracting COVID-19? They're just very simple questions for Joe that I don't think he's going to be able to answer. And you just go right on down the line. Why did you say Jim Crow 2.0? You never lifted a finger. Your whole career you've been against getting rid of the filibuster. Why are you now supporting it? Why, for example, you have it in your state. Why doesn't your state have 17 days of in-person early voting like Georgia? Why doesn't your state have any drop boxes? Why in your state do you have to provide a reason to get an absentee ballot, which you don't need in Georgia or Texas? Why do you have some of the most restrictive laws? Hey Joe, you said that anyone who's responsible for 220,000 deaths should not remain president of the United States. Will you hold yourself to that same standard? Will you resign? Because we've had more dead people from COVID in 2021 under your watch than 2020 under President Trump. Why have you not warp-speeded tests so we have them readily available? It's a little late now for Omicron, but maybe you can predict for the next variant, and so you won't have to tell us that you didn't see it coming. Where's Operation Warp Speed for monoclonal antibodies and antiviral pills? You said that if you get the vaccine, you're not going to get the virus. You turned out to be wrong. Did you give misinformation to the American people? You once called the lack of tests under Donald Trump a travesty. Okay, it's year 3. How did you not predict with the holiday season coming and Hanukkah and Christmas and New Year's Eve and people getting together that there would likely be a surge in cases? Why didn't you do that? Will you commit, Joe, to a cognitive health test like Donald Trump did and release the results to the American people? Kamala Harris had a hard time answering the question if you'd be running in 2024. Do you plan on running? And you plan on having Kamala Harris as your running mate. I mean, there's a lot here. There's a lot of things that you've said that turned out not to be true. You've mentioned many times that you were arrested during the civil rights movement, both here and in South Africa. Will you now admit that what you told people is not true? And I still want my favorite question asked. You know, you partnered with the former Klansman, Robert KKK Byrd, to stop integration of schools because you didn't want public schools, in your words, to become a racial jungle. So, do you regret those remarks? You know, how do you call other people racist so freely and suggest they're racist when you have that history yourself? You know, we have more people, like a 25-year high of illegal immigrants coming into the country. Why did you let that happen? You know, you're facing every crisis possible. You promised to unify the country. Why do we have a 40-year high with inflation? You know, your vice president and others, why do you support cashless bail, all these Democrats? Why do you support reducing sentencing and charging of criminals? By the way, will you now admit that you met with people when you said that you didn't know anything about Hunter Biden's foreign business dealings? Will you now admit that what you said to the American people is not true? And there's a lot to chew on here. Now, here's the problem. None of what I just laid out, and I'm only touching the surface here, is ever going to be asked of this president. None of it's going to be asked. And it's going to infuriate many of you, but it is what it is. You know, record number of people entering the country illegally, a record increase in inflation and consumer price index. Your approval rating is at 33%. How is that possible? You know, it's the labor participation rate, pretty much unchanged. Number of people not in the labor force wanting to work, you know, is pretty significant. You know, what do we do now that fully vaccinated people with boosters and even natural immunity are still getting COVID and passing COVID on to other people? Does that mean that the unvaccinated should not be shamed? Will you take back your claim that this is mostly a problem for the unvaccinated? Because that's not true. Anyway, 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. We expect this to start in 40 minutes from right now. By the way, for stations along the Sean Hannity Show network, we will carry that press conference in full and have complete analysis afterwards. As if finding a job in this crazy economy can't be frustrating enough, there's now reports that 36,000 fake job listings in the U.S. are designed to harvest driver's license information, social security numbers. In other words, steal your identity. All of us every day are putting our personal information at risk on the internet. In a second, these cyber criminals will steal everything that is yours, destroy your good name and reputation, your finances, your credit score. LifeLock.com sees the threats we will miss on our own. They'll scour the dark web on your behalf. If they detect your information is compromised, you get an alert. If your identity is stolen, you get a dedicated restoration specialist. Now that's LifeLock by Norton, a low annual rate, and you'll save an additional 25% off your first year, either by calling 1-800-LifeLock and mentioning my name, Hannity, or going to LifeLock.com and using the promo code Hannity to protect your name, reputation, finances, credit score.
Sean's got more behind-the-scenes information, more contacts than anybody, more friends behind the curtain. Sean Hannity is on.
This is Mark Levin. Listen to me live tonight on 1320 WJAS, the Talk of Pittsburgh.
Larry Ilda here. I want to talk to you about Tom in Texas, who wrote in about his experience with 100% drug-free Relief Factor. He's in his late 80s now, and he's one of those really active guys who sometimes hear about, rides a bicycle, works as a flight instructor. Not all that long ago, he thought he might finally have to stop. Lower back, hip pains were after him all the time, it seemed. He'd heard about Relief Factor, but it took some convincing for him to try it. He was skeptical. Lots of people are before they've tried Relief Factor. Thank goodness he did, because Tom's pain is gone now. My friends and I take Relief Factor. Hundreds of thousands of others have tried it, and about 70% of them go on to order more. If you're looking for a way to get out of pain, please give Relief Factor a try and see what it can do. Your first step to becoming pain-free just might be to order the 3-week quick start for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com, that's relieffactor.com, or call 800-4RELIEF, 800-4RELIEF. Feel the difference.
We're on to the divisional round of the NFL playoffs, and DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, is celebrating with a huge odds boost for new customers. Counting down to Super Bowl 56, new customers can get 56-1 odds on any team. Bet just $5 and get $280 in free bets if your team wins. If Sportsbook isn't available in your state yet, you can still get in on the action of the divisional round. Everyone can play for huge cash prizes with DraftKings Daily Fantasy Football Contest. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code FIREWORK and get 56-1 odds on any NFL team. Bet just $5 and win $280 in free bets if your team wins. That's promo code FIREWORK at DraftKings Sportsbook.
Must be 21 or older. New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Minimum $5 deposit and $1 wager required. One per customer. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh. The Talk of Pittsburgh. 1320 WJAS.
Hi, folks. I'm with our good friend John Diagardi from Roe Monument. John, you were telling me earlier that people really should not rush into choosing a memorial for their loved one. Now, why is that?
We found that families need to take ample time to grieve first. Grief is not something that we get over, but rather something that we learn to live with. So the length of time to grieve varies from person to person.
You mentioned that the monument can't be placed right away.
That's right. There are certain things that need to take place before a monument can be installed. So it's really worth taking time to think about how to plan and design a memorial that truly reflects a person's life. It's actually a healing activity that helps to alleviate grief.
John, this makes a lot of sense.
It does. And when the time is right to proceed, not only can Roe Monument help families choose and design their memorial, we can help them save as much as 50% by eliminating the middleman.
Thank you, John. Folks, you can learn more simply by visiting RoeMonuments.com.
Warm up your winter with free Bradley Street coffee at Quickfill. Enter the 2022 Quickfill Bradley Street Coffee Giveaway to win one of 31 special Bradley Street Coffee Platinum Travel Mugs that entitle you to free coffee for a year. 5 weekly prizes also include a Keurig coffee brewer and Bradley Street Coffee single-serve pods. Some restrictions apply. Go to quickfill.com for details and to enter daily.
Retirement Income Radio with host Mike Battolini airs this Sunday morning at 10 on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. Retirement Income Radio's goal is to provide you with the necessary information about your retirement plan and how to protect it. Again, that's this Sunday at 10 on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. This update is brought to you by James Douglas Jewelers in Monroeville. Sell, buy, design, repair. They're there for all your jewelry needs. JDJewel.com.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather.
Police activity on the North Shore closing Brighton Road between California Avenue and Marshall Avenue. So watch out for that surrounding area to be very busy. In Penn Hills, Twin Oak Drive at Palmetto, we have an accident, so we have restrictions there as well. Parkway West, building on the inbound side of Parkway Center to the tunnels, outbound from Braintree to Carnegie, outbound 28, a lot of company for the Highland Park Bridge, same deal on the inbound side from Fox Chapel just past the stand. I'm Liz Bradley with traffic on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
On and off rain and snow showers tonight with a low of 18. Partial sunshine tomorrow with a high of 24. Plenty of sunshine on Friday with a high of 20 and mostly clear skies Saturday with a high of 25. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
This report is sponsored by Blinds. Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Blinds are easy to install and guaranteed to fit. Don't overpay for new blinds. Shop Blindster today and stay big. Blindster.com.
As we roll along, 800-941-SEAN, you want to be a part of the program. Now, there's other things happening today. We probably expect this. And by the way, we're now 33 minutes away from Joe's big presser. for stations along the Sean Hannity Show network. We are prepared to take it the moment it goes live, even if it's during the top of the hour news. So please be on standby. And so tonight is going to be a vote in the Senate on abolishing the filibuster. Now, we already know where Joe Manchin stands. We know where Kristen Sinema stands. There should be no ambiguity to this. But there's a whole process to all of this. And I got this great breakdown analysis from Chad Pergram, who puts out, he calls it the Hitchhiker's Guide to All Things Washington, D.C. And rather than me reading it to you, I'm just going to put him on at the bottom of the hour so he can explain it to you. In other words, the nuclear option. That's going on today as we speak. We have evidence that Joe Biden, in fact, the Daily Caller came up with these new released documents detailing Biden's rushed withdrawal from Afghanistan that actually contradict what the president was saying and prove that he was lying to the American people when he insisted last August that he was following the advice of his top military people. We now have a Department of Defense who's warning the Afghan Air Force would collapse without hope from the U.S. months and months before Biden announced the country would withdraw from Afghanistan. It's just the opposite of what he told us. And anyway, the report highlights the fact that they were warned months ahead of time before the collapse of the Afghan Air Force. They were warned that all of this would happen. And anyways, written by a Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction, was given to the Department of Defense in January of 2021. And it warned that the U.S. had not adequately trained support staff for the country and that the Afghan Air Force wouldn't be able to keep up aircraft without our help. And by the way, now the Biden White House is warning the long-threatened Russian invasion of Ukraine is imminent. Told you, what did I say? 3 things to watch for this year. This is number 1. Putin is not amassing 200,000 troops on the Ukrainian border for no good reason. Number 2, after the Olympics, watch what happens with China and Taiwan. And number 3, the Iranian mullahs are getting more emboldened by the hour, and Joe doesn't have a plan for any of those crises. Anyway, all right, we're half hour away from Biden's presser. We'll get to that, then we'll get reaction. Big day. Stay with us.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Good afternoon, Illinois. Headline update. One person is injured after being shot outside a school in Marshall-Shadeland. The incident happened at Oliver Citywide Academy this afternoon. Officials said 2 people went up to a school van at dismissal and fired into the van. The injured male student was taken to the hospital in critical condition. All students have been taken inside the school building. The school's on lockdown. Police are looking for 2 suspects, and authorities said in the last hour that Brighton Road was closed to traffic between Marshall and California. A new report says Pennsylvania is among the upper half of states in the country for highway safety. The Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety released their 2022 roadmap of state highway safety laws, and Pennsylvania failed to meet 8 of their optimal standards. Pennsylvania, one of 31 states listed as the yellow level on their green, yellow, and red rating scale. And around 400 million N95 masks will soon be available for free. Sent to pharmacies in the next few days and should be available by the end of next week. I'm Evan Eisenman on the top of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
They cared for you, and now you're caring for them. Caregiving for a parent experiencing memory loss can be challenging. St. Barnabas Memory Care is here to help. We offer a free in-home consultation for you and your loved ones. Why not talk to a St. Barnabas Memory Care specialist today to discuss your individual situation? This no-charge evaluation can assist you with caring for those that have cared for you. Call 724-65-4000 or go to stbarnabasmemorycare.com. St. Barnabas is apart from ordinary.
Hey Pittsburgh, looking for brand name handguns, rifles, shotguns, and suppressors? It's Shaw Precision Guns on Washington Avenue, Bridgeville. You name it, Shaw has it. Need ammo, magazines, or optics? Shaw has it. Shaw Barrels is the nation's premier barrel manufacturer. They have their own line of Shaw bolt-action rifles, AR-15s, and AR-10s, custom-made and shipped nationwide. It's Pittsburgh's best-kept secret. Shaw Precision Guns, Washington Avenue in Bridgeville. Need your AR worked on or a new barrel on your bolt-action rifle? Shaw Precision Guns, Washington Avenue, Bridgeville. Why drive out of your way when the selection is greater and the prices are better? Shaw Precision Guns, Washington Avenue, Bridgeville.
G&J Waterproofing is family owned. It's been serving Pittsburgh and the surrounding area since 2010. And did I mention they have the best warranty in the business? Hey, it's Bloom Daddy. I personally spoke with Harry at G&J and really got the feeling he wants you to know you can have a dry basement and not pay too much for it. Also, G&J Waterproofing has no commission salesmen, so they don't get paid more to sell you on their product. So there's no pressure or overhyping of services. So call G&J Waterproofing, 724-681-8944. That's 724-681-8944.
This Fox Business Report is brought to you by UBS Financial Services. On the web, it's ubs.com.
I'm Connell McShane. This is the Fox Business Report.
Selling on Wall Street, the S&P 500 down, NASDAQ all sharply lower, as investors worry whether the Federal Reserve will raise interest rates more quickly and aggressively than expected. Tech stocks lead losses, but Activision Blizzard shares rocket on buyout deal for Microsoft. AT&T and Verizon will both delay launching new 5G wireless service near some airports after the nation's largest airline said the service would interfere with aircraft technology and cause massive flight disruptions. A decision came today. Airlines want the new service to be banned within 2 miles of airport runways. ExxonMobil pledges to reduce carbon emissions from operations to net zero from assets it operates by 2050, but Exxon didn't commit to reducing emissions from the use of its fuels like gasoline and other fuels made from refined oil or natural gas burned in homes. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Salgy Ingresso, invested in you.
Biden's massive spending plans expanded America's money supply and taken money out of your pocket. You can fight back against runaway inflation by sheltering your IRA or 401k with gold through Birch Gold Group. This is Stephen K. Bannon, and I'm proud to be a customer of Birch Gold. Join me. Birch Gold has created a free info kit on protecting your retirement with gold in a tax-sheltered account. Just text the words SHELTER to 989898. Text SHELTER to 989898. And look,
this update brought to you by Ireland Contracting. Online at IrelandContracting.com.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather. Police activity on the North Shore closing Brighton Road between California Avenue and Marshall Avenue. So watch out for that surrounding area to be very busy. In Penn Hills, Twin Oak Drive at Palmetto, we have some accidents, so we have restrictions there as well. Parkway West, building on the inbound side of Parkway Center to the tunnels, outbound for Braintree to Carnegie, outbound 28, a lot of companies with the Highland Park Bridge. They do on the inbound side from Fox Chapel just past the stand. I'm Liz Bradley with traffic on the top of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Cloudy this afternoon with rain in the mix and a high of 40. A chance of rain and snow tonight with a low of 18. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high of 24. Partly cloudy tomorrow night with a low of 5. And mostly sunny on Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
Continuing to build the foundation for conservative victory. Now, back to the Sean Hannity Show.
All right, 25 to the top of the hour, 800-941-SEAN. You want to be a part of the program. So we will carry the president's press conference. We expected all presidents are usually a little late, but we'll carry it in full as it starts at the beginning of the next hour. And for stations along the Sean Hannity Show network, we will be running it in full without any commercial breaks. Feel free to take any break as you deem necessary. All right, so rather than me explaining what will be unfolding tonight, likely when I'm on the air, 9 p.m. Eastern, we have the Democrats now moving forward, knowing they don't have Sinema or Manchin, but moving forward with a possible nuclear option for the purpose of getting this voting, quote, right bill, as they call it, through. Our friend Chad Program is the guy of all things Washington, D.C., calls it the Hitchhiker's Guide to what's going to be happening today and tonight. From my understanding, and I talked to 2 senators today, and both of them confirmed to me there's no way in hell this thing passes.
That's right, Sean. Well, again, here's how this works. You have to have a failed vote and a filibuster. So Republicans are going to filibuster this. And then what you can do, these are the nuclear options. They're called here on Capitol Hill that we saw in 2013, done by the Democrats, and then by the Republicans for the Supreme Court in 2017. You take that failed vote and you say, oh, we want to overrule the chair. We don't agree that this is the policy of the Senate. And if you have a simple majority, 51 votes, you can in fact, overrule the chair. Now, Democrats in a perfect world to do this, because it's 50-50 in the Senate, they would need all of their members on board, including Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema, and have Vice President Harris cast the tie-breaking vote. Now, one wrinkle here, the magic number is not 51. The magic number is a simple majority. We are living in the time of COVID. Brian Schatz, the Democratic Senator from Hawaii, just last week couldn't be here. There's no remote voting in the Senate, so the Democrats didn't forge ahead with this over the weekend. If for some reason there are absent senators on the Republican side of the aisle, Democrats could conceivably muscle this through, but we don't think that's going to happen. Again, you'd have to have a lot of senators on the Republican side out for something.
My sources in the Republican Party, in the Senate, said, nope, they're all there. Most of them were together at the time I called.
Yeah, so we're not expecting that. But that's just one little wrinkle that we always watch, and I probably wouldn't even talk about it if we weren't in the middle of the pandemic. So basically, this is a vote that is doomed to fail. So what Chuck Schumer, the Democratic leader, is starting to do is turn up the heat on the Republicans, saying this is your fault, you're filibustering this, but also starting to turn up the heat on Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema. He went after them, not by name on the floor today, but he said there are some in our caucus who believe that this helps bring a few people together. He said, I don't see any evidence of that happening. Bernie Sanders, the independent senator from Vermont, the socialist, he said, I would very much hope that those two Democrats, he did, and Manchin will rethink their position. He called their opposition to breaking the filibuster on this, quote, pathetic. Now,
by the way, then he threatened a primary Manchin and Sinema, and then Manchin responded by daring him to primary him.
Yeah, and obviously you might have a little more of an issue in Arizona with Sinema. Ruben Gallego, who was a Democratic congressman, he was pretty critical of Sinema on the House floor last week, and it's been noted that he might in fact try to primary her. Talking about primaries, talking about elections, somebody who came out today who faces a tough re-election is Mark Kelly, the Democrat from Arizona. He indicated today that he would change the filibuster, quote, if campaign finance and voting rights reforms are blocked again this week. So that is a vote by Mark Kelly tonight. He'll be on the record twice that people will look at on both sides of the aisle and in both wings of the Democratic Party.
And by the way, he's in for a very tough general election. The Republicans will have a primary. The front runner out there is the Attorney General of Arizona. That's Mark Brnovich, and he's done a phenomenal job. He's very articulate. I think he got more votes than the governor in the last race. If I'm not mistaken, you probably know better than me.
Yeah, I don't know that off the top of my head, but that is going to be one of the top races to watch. I thought it was very interesting in Mark Kelly's statement to try to finesse this, to talk about campaign finance issues. It's just not the voting rights issue for him. It's that. Another moderate Democrat who's been converted here is John Tester, a Democrat from Montana, and he said, as far as the filibuster goes, times change and things change, and he's willing to vote on this today. And it will also be interesting to see in the next hour or two what President Biden says about this and whether or not this changes the equation on Capitol Hill.
Is he going to compare anybody that disagrees with him to George Wallace and Jefferson Davis again, the Mr. Uniter? And the other question is some of the most restrictive voting laws in the country, as you well know, Chad, are in the state of Delaware. They don't have 17 days of early in-person voting like Georgia. They don't have any drop boxes like they have in Georgia. In Georgia, you don't need to provide an excuse for a mail-in ballot. You do need to provide that in Delaware, and both states require voter ID. He never once moved to make voting more accessible in Delaware.
And you see what's starting to happen here, Sean, is that Democrats are starting to attack one another. There is this chasm between the moderate Democrats and the liberal Democrats. And what you're going to see after today, obviously the president, those remarks in Atlanta last week didn't make any difference. We talk about every baseball team in the country wants a good closer. They look to their bullpen. President Biden, certainly heretofore, has not demonstrated that he's a good closer. He's come to Capitol Hill 3 times in the past several months and left empty-handed, at least immediately, on the bills that he's been trying to get passed. This was the case last week when he met with the Senate Democrats. He's not a closer. He has not been able yet to close the deal. And that's why there's this incendiary warfare inside the Democratic Party. And you're really going to have the left-wing groups start to amp up and dial up the heat on Manchin and Sinema. And so far, none of those tactics have worked. Didn't work on Build Back Better. And so, does that ever move the meter? that remains to be seen, but so far, that has not worked at all.
All right, we're going to watch very closely. What time do you expect this vote to take place tonight?
Well, Chuck Schumer has noted that there's two votes. You have to have the first failed vote to break the filibuster. He says 6:30. This is like soccer here on Capitol Hill. You know, there's entry and booking time, so I think probably closer to 7 o'clock that vote starts. And then there's some mechanical things they have to go through. I won't get in the weeds on that. But then later tonight, we talked about your show on at 9 o'clock, maybe 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. They have that vote, a failed vote on the nuclear option. That probably happens 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock or so.
All right, so when we have you on TV tonight, then you'll be able to give us hopefully the answer or what the pending answer at that point. We'll know definitively, but according to my sources, there's no way this is going to happen today.
Yeah, we really don't think that that's the case. You're absolutely right. Your sources are good on that, but, I did talk to somebody who knows this process very well, just to confirm that we had all the, I always do my homework. And if you did have absence, yes, and I'm going to underscore that about 3 times. But we don't think that's going to happen. I will say this, Sean. Sometimes what you need to do in politics is get issues to ripen. Now, if Democrats think that this is really something they want to do over time, whether it be later this year or next year or in 10 years or something, I mean, you had Jim Clyburn, the Democratic whip, the other day, talking about how, it took, there was a more than 50-day filibuster to get the the Civil Rights Act of 1964. That took, several months. And then because there were delays on that, they passed the voting rights bill the next year in 1965. And so this is not particular to voting rights or civil rights, but sometimes it takes issues a while to ripen, whether or not you agree or disagree with the issue. So while this might be dead now, it may not be dead forever.
All right, Chad Pergram, thank you. We'll be following that closely, and we're only 17 minutes away from the scheduled start of Joe Biden's second press conference. We'll be watching that with great interest, and I'm sure he's going to, for those of you who say, what do you mean he's going to do fine? Because he's been doing nothing but practicing for the last 5 days. Hannity, how do you know he's been practicing? Because he always disappears before one big event that they know he's going to have to struggle through. But even still, I guarantee with his staff is Adam shipping in their pants right now, scared to death about Joe going out publicly. He's only going to call on friendly reporters for the most part. It'll be interesting to see if Peter Doocy at least gets one shot. He didn't get it the last time in the first press conference. So this issue with Bernie Sanders that Chad was referring to is real. He's now threatening to primary both Manchin and Sinema in 2024, the next time they're up for re-election. And Sanders suggested that he'd support primary challengers. Sanders told reporters that he thinks there's a very good chance that Manchin and Sinema would face those challenges in their states. And he said home state voters would be disappointed that the pair have refused to support changing the Senate rules. I don't think so in either state. Let me tell you what's happened to Joe Manchin since Bill Back Broke was stopped by him. His approval ratings went up nearly double digits. And I would argue that the person that is most at risk in terms of being in the Senate in Arizona, especially with Joe's horrific policies on immigration and open borders and voting with Chuck Schumer 99% of the time, is Mark Kelly. And he's got a strong opponent in the Attorney General Brnovich out there. So we'll see. Manchin responded to Bernie Sanders, and he made it clear that his party's push to isolate him and Kristen Sinema is not going to force his hand on a rules change. And, Manchin's a pretty tough guy. He actually seems to welcome the isolation. He told reporters ahead of the Democratic caucus meeting he would not go along with instituting a talking filibuster, which would be used to evade the Senate's 60-vote threshold, nor would he entertain a rules change by a simple majority. And Kristen Sinema used equally strong language. Asked about the party's priorities, Manchin said, people are most worried about inflation and coronavirus, and he added that he'd welcome a primary challenge over his filibuster position if he runs for re-election. I've been primaried my entire life. That's nothing new for me. The majority of my colleagues in the Democratic caucus have changed their minds. Okay, I can respect that. They have a right to change their minds. I haven't changed mine. I hope they respect that too. I've never changed my mind on the filibuster, and remember, was Chucky Schumer, who said, it's going to turn us into a banana republic. One reporter saying, people say you're making it so that they're not going to be able to vote in the next election. Manchin's answer, the government will stand behind them and make sure everyone has a right to vote. They're just lying when they say that. We act like we're going to obstruct people from voting. That's not going to happen. The reason the Democrats are fighting so hard for this is because they see a political advantage of it in it. Democrats now, and you can see, as goes, states like Vermont, New York, California, so goes the rest of the country, or so they hope. New York City just implemented a law that allows illegal immigrants to vote in municipal elections. It's only the beginning. And we have the issues in Vermont and other states talking about it as well. Now, one other thing that's happening is fear is growing among congressional Democrats that Biden is leading this entire party to the slaughterhouse, with their political fates on the line and midterms this year approaching fast. Democrats on Capitol Hill losing confidence in Joe's political acumen, even fake news CNN. This is 3 days now in a row. And I'm sure the fact that they can barely crack 600,000 viewers is the reason in any one given hour. That's even in prime time, for crying out loud. That is, let me tell you, I wouldn't survive in cable news if that was my viewing audience. Anyway, it's not just that Biden's approval ratings have tumbled. This is fake news CNN. Those in charge of keeping Democrats in power doubt that Biden's team understands how to improve his political fate, and with it theirs. One senior Democratic elected official in Washington complaining, it's hard for me to believe that the president knows how little his political shop is doing to support Democratic majorities in the Senate and House. All of us believe the president would be shocked to learn how little the White House political team is doing. Senior Democrats, including some White House aides, describe a West Wing lacking both a political strategy and discipline to execute one. Focus groups are giving party operatives nightmares. Biden is coming across as old and absent, they say. Real and perceived fumbles play into the deep fears. He's not up to the job, and Democrats are incompetent. And few Americans can say, what was in the massive bills that he signed, though many have heard the Democrats infighting and what he hasn't signed. Privately, they're petrified. That's all true. Anyway, so we'll see when he starts his press conference. For stations along the Sean Hannity Show network, we'll carry it in full without commercial interruption, and then we'll have full analysis on the other side of it and get to your calls. We have a brand new poll out by John McLaughlin. He'll check in with us along with Matt Towery, the pollster. Listen, we know now interest rate hikes are coming. They're already starting to go up. We were expecting maybe as many as 4 this year. Could happen as early as March. Now is the time to take advantage of these historically low rates, and that's where AmericanFinancing.net comes in. They want to offer you a free mortgage review. You might be able to save hundreds, if not thousands of dollars every month, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars every year. It's that simple. There's no obligation whatsoever. They'll look at your entire financial picture. They'll give you all the options on how you can save money, and it won't cost you a cent. No commitment, no obligation at all. Call now, 866-615-9200, 866-615-9200. On the web, it's AmericanFinancing.net.
American Financing, NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Sean Hannity. Mark Levin here. Listen to me weekdays 6 to 9 on 1320 WJAS, the talk of Pittsburgh.
Hey, Sean Hannity here for the Knox Company. When it comes to safety and security, trust a brand that over 15,000 fire departments use and recommend. Now, that same reliability is now available with the Knox Safety Carbon Monoxide Alarm. It's the only CO alarm that alerts with voice alerts and displays in English or Spanish. Protect your family with the Knox Safety Carbon Monoxide Alarm. When seconds matter, the alarm you choose should matter also. It's available at your local Walmart store and Knox.com.
Hey, homeowners, did you know home values in the U.S. have appreciated over 10% on average the past 2 years? If you're looking to get cash out using your equity, but don't want to risk losing your nice low mortgage rate, a Figure home equity line could be perfect for you. With Figure, you can get approved in 5 minutes and get funding in as few as 5 days. Keep your rate low and get cash out using your equity while home values are high. Figure Lending LLC, Equal Opportunity Lender, NMLS 1717824. Terms and conditions apply. Visit Figure.com for more information.
Might you have put on some COVID weight, holiday weight, or simply just being bored weight, or long-term weight that you want to end once and for all? If any of these ring a bell, time for the new year, then maybe a short-term project for the next couple months is the answer. I'm Dr. Bridget Chuba from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Let's get you healthier in these very cold months so you can emerge a vibrant, healthier person come spring and summer. Call me at 1-800-900-THIN and don't procrastinate anymore.
You've been told you have neuropathy. Tired of the burning, numbness, tingling? Tri-State Neuropathy Centers and Dr. Sean Ritchie get results.
My legs were on fire, from my toes to my knees. They were not. I've gone to 46 doctors. I was desperate. Believe me, I was desperate. I would do anything to get better because my life wasn't the life I wanted. It's the first time I'm able to walk. I could walk on 3-4 steps. Now I can walk blocks.
And I went to doctors and they gave me the pills. My improvement has gone 60%, and I'm on my way to 100%.
You know, don't listen to the neurologist when I tell you there's nothing that can be done. And once a nerve is dead, it's dead. Because there is something that can be done. I'm living proof of that.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Suffering from neuropathy? Visit marydancin.com or call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers with locations throughout the greater Pittsburgh area.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin, president of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I've been lucky in my life, and I'm grateful to the clients who've helped make our family-owned business a success. But like most of us, my beginnings weren't glamorous. I remember Ovi and I driving home from our small wedding ceremony 20 years ago when we spotted a great-looking grill outside the dumpster of our apartment. Should we change first or grab it now, Ovi asked. Now, I said, we don't want to lose it. In the pouring rain, we loaded that dirty grill into the back of our car. Ovi in his tux and me in my white dress, and we enjoyed it for the next 3 years. In those days, Ovi would drive me to work to save on parking and to spend time together since he worked nights as a waiter. Those were lean days, but they were filled with love, and remembering them makes me appreciate our blessings today. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA, SIPC.
Is your home making you sick? After a mold diagnosis from a competitor, a customer called Bactronics for a second opinion. The Bactronics technician found no signs of mold, but dangerously high levels of contaminants circulating in the air dust. The team at Bactronics treated the problem, saved the customer thousands of dollars from a treatment she didn't need, and gave her a healthier home. Find out why Bactronics receives up to 12 5-star ratings every day by calling 412-375-7886 or online at Bactronics.com.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather.
Still closed on the North Shore due to police activity. Brighton Road between California and Marshall Avenue. Headed Penn Hills, accident cleanup goes on at Twin Oak Drive and Palmetto. At Linden Street and McKees Rock reports of some arching wires or fallen power cables, so you want to watch out in that area. Parkway West, seeing a lot more company outbound. Past Parkway Center up for Green Tree and Carnegie. Parkway East jamming up at the boulevard of the LA to the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. I'm Bradley with traffic on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Some rain here and there this afternoon, otherwise cloudy with a high of 40, a possibility of rain and snow tonight with a low of 18. A mix of sun and clouds tomorrow with a high of 24, a few clouds in the sky tomorrow night with a low of just 5, and mostly clear skies on Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
This report is sponsored by Blinds. Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Blinds are easy to install and guaranteed to fit. Don't overpay for new blinds. Shop Blindster today and save big. Blindster.com.
So, network, we will be taking Joe Biden's press conference in full without interruptions. So make adjustments as needed on your end. We're having like a fun drinking game, although we're not drinking. How many times is Joe going to say, we're giving out free COVID tests and free masks and everything, but they didn't see Omicron coming.
I'm not drinking when that happens.
No,
I'm drinking when he says, come on, man.
How many people on the staff will actually, Adam the Adam Schiffing in their pants. Anyway, as you start this, and is he going to yell or whisper? He's been practicing 5 days, so I don't know what the answer is. How many times will he blame Trump and the previous administration? Will he lie and say, America's back, which would be the biggest lie of all? They told me to start with this person, or I've been told to do this or that. There's a lot of, there could be potentially a lot of betting games going on. We should have an entire line on this thing. Anyway, we'll carry it in full. Coming up, Joe Biden speaks out of some fake bunker. Straight ahead.
Do your pets have the same energy they used to? Do they have problems with itching, scratching, a dull coat, or goopy ears? Then your pets need Dinovite. DINOVITE.com. For over 20 years, pet owners have trusted Dinovite to supplement their pet's diet.
We started Dinovite and it's been our first stock. We noticed a difference.
Dinovite is an all-natural daily supplement made from whole foods that help support your pet's immune system, digestion, skin, and coat.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
Today's commercial pet foods are processed at high temperatures, which bakes out all the essential goodness. These processed foods can lack the essential vitamins, enzymes, and probiotics that contribute to overall good health. Adding a scoop of Dinovite to your pet's food bowl is the answer.
If you love your pets as much as I do, you'll want to do what's best for them to live long, healthy, happy lives. I have 2 cats and 2 dogs. All 4 of them are on the Dinovite.
You won't believe how happy your dog will be.
DINOVITE.com.
Mark Levin here. Listen to me weekdays 6 to 9 on 1320 WJAS, the Talk of Pittsburgh.
Hi, it's Bloom Daddy. If you're looking to grow savings for retirement and other milestones, and the guaranteed growth of your funds is important, look to GBU Life. GBU's new Asset Guard annuity offers guaranteed interest rates to secure the growth of your savings. The Asset Guard annuity locks your savings interest rate for 2, 3, 4, or even 5 years. You have penalty-free access to a portion of your funds at all times, and full access to your funds in the event that you meet certain health criteria, such as a critical or terminal illness. In addition, you become a GBU member with access to great benefits, such as local discounts, scholarships, and community service opportunities. Secure your future and give back to the community today by joining GBU Life. To schedule an appointment with a local agent and to find out more about GBU's Asset Guard annuity, visit gbu.org. Annuities are issued by GBU Financial Life using annuity application ICC 21. Products not available in all states, and they may vary by state. GBU Life, securing futures and giving back.
WJAS AM Pittsburgh. Join the conversation on Facebook. Search 1320 WJAS. The Talk of Pittsburgh. 1320 WJAS.
He'll face a slew of questions. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. President Biden set to hold a news conference marking tomorrow's anniversary, 1 year since he took office. But in the background, a heated debate in the U.S. Senate heading for a primetime showdown over election reform and the filibuster.
Senate Democrats will try to end the debate on a pair of voting and election bills this evening, unlikely to overcome a 60-vote threshold needed to break a Republican-led filibuster.
We're going to keep pushing. We are going to keep working. We are going to keep fighting.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is expected to trigger a vote on altering filibuster rules to advance the voting rights bills on a simple majority. A step Republican leader Mitch McConnell says would nuke the Senate.
A Senate in nuclear winter would not be a hospitable place for either side.
Altering the filibuster needs the okay of all 50 Democrats, too. Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema remain opposed.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. Republicans taking issue with the pandemic response.
Members of the House Republican Doctors Caucus, including Ohio Congressman Brad Wenstrup, spoke at the weekly GOP press conference and slammed President Biden's response to COVID.
President Biden was wrong to declare we are looking at a winter of severe illness and death for the unvaccinated. If you're vaccinated and you have your booster shot, you're protected from severe illness and death. See, every patient is different. Blanket statements can be very dangerous.
Congresswoman Elise Stefanik said 1 year in under President Biden, and Americans are suffering from an economic crisis, energy and education crisis, border crisis, and national security crisis.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. Late word, the suspect is now in custody for the killing of a UCLA grad student stabbed to death while working at a furniture store in L.A. Sean Laval Smith, who's homeless, found and detained by police in Pasadena. America is listening to Fox News.
After 9/11, Saul Martinez couldn't wait to enlist. In Iraq, his vehicle was hit by a projectile improvised explosive device. Saul survived, but he lost both legs, suffered a traumatic brain injury, and lost 2 close friends. Saul now lives in a smart home from the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, which gave him back his independence despite his severe physical challenges. Help heroes like Saul. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org.
When you fill your prescriptions at Walgreens, you can track the progress of your order in real time. Know the price of your prescriptions before you go to pick them up. And anytime you have questions, use Pharmacy Chat to ask an expert 24 hours a day. Help with your meds from Walgreens. Side effects may include breathing a little easier because your prescription stress melted away. Learn more on the Walgreens app.
This price isn't final. This is an estimated price based on your insurance coverage.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh. The Talk of Pittsburgh. 1320 WJAS. St. Barnabas Health System thanks you for listening to the Talk of Pittsburgh. 1320 WJAS.
This news is brought to you by Bella Construction, the trusted leader in roofing, siding, and gutters. Visit myBellaRoof.com for a free estimate and make your roof a Bella roof.
46 degrees in Pittsburgh and Illinois. The news update on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. From Pittsburgh, police are looking for 2 suspects after they say one person was shot this afternoon near a school in Marshall-Shadeland. The shooting happened near Oliver Citywide Academy. Officials say 2 people went up to a school van at dismissal and shot into the van. A wounded male student was taken to the hospital in critical condition. Initially, the school was placed on lockdown and Brighton Road and that area was closed, but now authorities say the school is back open and the road has also reopened. 3 people were shot at Clearview Mall in Butler County last night, and authorities say a man is in custody and facing charges. State police say 24-year-old Carlos Harrell is charged with attempted homicide in connection with the incident. Police say Harrell began shooting during a fight at the mall. The 3 victims had non-life-threatening injuries and are expected to recover, and a preliminary hearing in the case is set for Tuesday. The first museum in the Commonwealth devoted to space exploration is close to calling Pittsburgh's north side its new home. Officials at the Moonshot Museum say they've raised just over half of their $2.7 million funding goal. The museum plans to feature innovative exhibitions, including a simulated lunar mission and actual spacecraft being built in real time. In sports, Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin says he's moving forward with the assumption that Ben Roethlisberger will not play next year and that all options are on the table to replace the starting quarterback. Tomlin also says he's looking forward to the challenge of replacing Roethlisberger. He doesn't care if the replacements come from free agency, a trade, or the 2022 NFL Draft. Penguins back on home ice tomorrow. Pittsburgh is set to host the Ottawa Senators. The NHL is planning to stop COVID testing for asymptomatic players and staff members following the All-Star break. NHL will still test all players and staff before international travel between the U.S. and Canada. This report is sponsored by Blindster. Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Blindster blinds are easy to install and guaranteed to fit. Don't overpay for new blinds. Shop Blindster today and save big. Blindster.com. I'm Evan from the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather.
With an accident at Forbes Avenue and Pride Street to watch out for. There's a 1700 block of Payne Street in North Versailles. Reports of some fire activity in the mix and some arcing wires at Linden Street in the Keys Rock. Saw that closure at Brighton Road between California and Marshall due to some police activity. Parkway East, that's still a busy one from Space into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. And on the Parkway West, heavy from Parkway Center to Carnegie. I'm with Bradley with traffic on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Overcast this afternoon with on and off rain and a high of 40. Rain and snow possible tonight with a low of 18. Partial sunshine tomorrow with a high of 24. Skies are partly cloudy tomorrow night with a low of 5. And plenty of sunshine Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
The Biden administration is trying to do hard things. That's the business of governing. They are on a very big losing streak.
George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, all of them with tears in their eyes for the departure from our democracy that is happening right now.
Today, we must not be complacent or complicit.
Breaking news now. Here's Sean Hannity.
His second in a year, Joe Biden walking to the microphone for our stations along the Sean Hannity Show network. We will carry info uninterrupted.
There he is, the President of the United States, and let's listen in.
Good afternoon, everyone. Tomorrow will mark 1 year since I took office. It's been a year of challenges, but it's also been a year of enormous progress. We went from 2 million people being vaccinated at the moment I was sworn in to 210 million Americans being fully vaccinated today. We created 6 million new jobs, more jobs in 1 year than any time before. Unemployment dropped, the unemployment rate dropped to 3.9%. Child poverty dropped by nearly 40%, the biggest drop ever in American history. New business applications grew by 30%, the biggest increase ever. And for the first time in a long time, this country's working people actually got a raise. People, the bottom 40%, saw their income go up. The most, all those who got a raise. We cut health insurance premiums for millions of American families, and we just made surprise medical bills illegal in this country. You know those bills you get that you don't expect that are $2,000 to $5,000 from the hospital beyond what you thought you were going to have to owe because the consultation you weren't told was going to cost that much? No more. They're now illegal. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan and other actions we've taken, we've seen record job creation, record economic growth in the past year. Now, thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure bill, we're about to make a record investment in rebuilding America to take us to be the #1 best infrastructure in the world. Now we're way below that. We'll be creating better jobs for millions of people, modernizing our roads, our bridges, our highways, our ports, our airports. Everything from making clean water, removing lead pipes, that every American can turn on a faucet and drink clean water. Urban and rural and suburban communities. We can make affordable high-speed internet available to every American in urban, rural, and suburban areas. We've never done that before. Now we are. We're in the process of getting that done. Still, for all this progress, I know there's a lot of frustration and fatigue in this country. And we know why. COVID-19. Omicron has now been challenging us in a way that it's the new enemy. But while it's cause for concern, it's not cause for panic. We've been doing everything we can, learning and adapting as fast as we can, and preparing for a future beyond the pandemic. All I know that after almost 2 years of physical, emotional, and psychological weight of this pandemic, and it has an impact on sanity, for many of us, it's been too much to bear. We're in a very different place now. We have the tools, vaccines, boosters, masks, tests, pills, to save lives and keep businesses and schools open. 75% adults fully vaccinated. We've gone from 90 million adults with no shots in arms last summer and down to 35 million with no shots as of today. And we're adding about 9 million more vaccinations each week. We're going to stick with our vaccination efforts because vaccinations work. So get vaccinated, please, and get your booster. Look, we're also increasing testing. Should we have done more testing earlier? Yes. But we're doing more now. We've gone from 0 at-home tests a year ago to 375 million tests on the market in just this month. If you buy a test in the store, your insurance will reimburse you. On top of that, we're making 1 billion at-home tests available for you to order and be delivered to your home for free. Just visit covidtest.gov to know how to get that free test kit to your home. In addition, there are 20,000 sites where you can get tested in person for free now. And now we have more treatments that people can, for people to keep people out of the hospital than any other point in the pandemic, including life-saving antiviral pills. We purchased 20 million of these new Pfizer pills. more than any country in the world. And bottom line in COVID-19 is that we're in a better place than we've been and have been thus far, clearly better than the year ago. We're not going back to lockdowns. We're not going back to closing schools. Schools should stay open because the American Rescue Plan, we provided to states $130 billion. $130 billion to keep our students and educators safe and schools open. Funding for ventilation systems in schools, social distancing, hygiene for classrooms and school buses. In addition, we've added another $10 billion for COVID-19 tests to be able to be administered in schools. And many states and school districts have spent this money very well. Unfortunately, some haven't. I encourage the states and school districts that use the funding to protect our children, to keep our schools open. Use it. So COVID-19 is not going to give up and accept things. It's not going to go away immediately. But I'm not going to give up and accept things as they are now. Some people may call what's happening now a new normal. I call it a job not yet finished. It will get better. We're moving toward a time when COVID-19 won't disrupt our daily lives. Where COVID-19 won't be a crisis, but something to protect against and a threat. Look, we're not there yet, but we will get there. Now, the second challenge we're facing are prices. COVID-19 has created a lot of economic complications, including rapid price increases across the world economy. People see it at the gas pumps, the grocery stores, and elsewhere. So, here's what we're going to do. Critical job in making sure that the elevated prices don't become entrenched rests with the Federal Reserve, which has a dual mandate: full employment and stable prices. The Federal Reserve provided extraordinary support during the crisis for the previous year and a half. Given the strength of our economy and the pace of recent price increases, it's appropriate, as the Federal Chairman Powell, the Fed Chairman Powell has indicated, to recalibrate the support that is now necessary. I respect the Fed's independence, and I've nominated 5 superb individuals to serve on the Federal Board of Governors, men and women from a variety of ideological perspectives. They're eminently qualified, historically diverse, and have earned bipartisan praise. I call on the United States Senate to confirm them without any further delay. And here at the White House, and for my friends in Congress, the best thing to tackle high prices is a more productive economy with greater capacity to deliver goods and services to the American people. And a growing economy where folks have more choices and more small businesses compete and where more goods can get to markets faster and cheaper. I've laid out a 3-part plan to do just that. First, fix the supply chain. COVID-19 has had a global impact on the economy. When a factory shuts down in one part of the world, shipments to shops and homes and businesses all over the world are disrupted. COVID-19 has compounded that many times over. A couple of months ago, in this very room, we heard dire warnings about how the supply chain problems could create real crisis around the holidays. So we acted. We brought together business and labor, and that much predicted crisis did not occur. 99% of the packages were delivered on time, and shelves were stocked. And notwithstanding the recent storms that have impacted many parts of our country, the share of goods in stock at stores is 89% now, which has barely changed from the 91% before the pandemic. I often see empty shelves being shown on television. 89% are full, which is only a few points below what it was before the pandemic. But our work's not done. My infrastructure law will supercharge your effort upgrading everything from roads and bridges to ports and airports, railways and transit, to make the economy move faster and reduce prices for families. Second thing, my Build Back Better plan will address the biggest cost of working families face every day. No other plan will do more to lower the cost for American families. It cuts the cost for childcare. Many families, including people sitting in this room, if they have children and they're working full time, many families pay up to $14,000 a year for childcare in big cities, less than that in smaller ones. My plan cuts that in half. That will not only be a game changer for so many families' budgets, but it will mean so much for the nearly 2 million women who've left the workforce during the pandemic because of things like childcare. My Build Back Better plan cuts the price of prescription drugs. So insulin, that today costs some people as much as $1,000 a month, will cost no more than $35. It cuts the cost of elder care. It lowers energy costs. And it will do all this without raising a single penny in taxes on people making under $400,000 a year or raising the deficit. In fact, my plan cuts the deficit. We boost the economy by getting more people into the workforce. That's why 17 Nobel Prize winners for economics say will ease long-term inflationary pressure. Bottom line, if price increases are what you're worried about, the best answer is my Build Back Better plan. Third thing we're going to do, promote competition. Look, in too many industries, a handful of giant companies dominate the market in sectors like meat processing, railroad, shipping, and other areas. This isn't a new issue. It's not been the reason we've had high inflation today. It's not coincidence. It's been happening for a decade. But over time, it has reduced competition, squeezed out small businesses and farmers, ranchers, and increased the price for consumers. We end up with an industry like the meat processing industry, where 4 big companies dominate the market. Pay ranchers less for their cattle they grow, charge consumers more for beef, hamburger meat, whatever they're buying. Prices are up. Look, I'm a capitalist. Capitalism without competition is not capitalism. It's exploitation. So I signed an executive order to tackle unfair competition in our economy. We're going to continue to enforce it, along with working with Congress where we can. I'll close with this. We have faced some of the biggest challenges that we've ever faced in this country these past few years. Challenges to our public health, challenges to our economy. But we're getting through it. And not only are we getting through it, we're laying the foundation for a future where America wins the 21st century by creating jobs at a record pace. Now we need to get inflation under control. We have developed an extraordinarily effective booster shots and antiviral pills. Now we need to finish the job to get COVID-19 under control. I've long said, it's never been a good bet to bet against the American people, America. I believe that more than ever today. We've seen the grit, determination of the American people this past year. But the best days of this country are still ahead of us, not behind us. I'm happy to take questions. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know that some of my colleagues will get into some specific issues, but I wanted to zoom out on your first year in office. Inflation is up. Your signature domestic legislation is stalled in Congress. In a few hours from now, the Senate, an effort in the Senate to deal with voting rights and voting reform legislation is going to fail. COVID-19 is still taking the lives of 1,500 Americans every day, and the nation's divisions are just as raw as they were a year ago. Did you overpromise to the American public what you could achieve in your first year in office, and how do you plan to course correct going forward?
Why are you such an optimist? Look, I didn't overpromise, but I have probably outperformed what anybody thought would happen. The fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where we have made enormous progress. You mentioned the number of deaths from COVID. Well, it was 3 times that, not long ago. It's coming down. Everything's changing. It's getting better. Look, I didn't overpromise, but I think if you take a look at what we've been able to do, you'd have to acknowledge we made enormous progress. But one of the things that I think is something that, one thing I haven't been able to do is get my Republican friends get in the game of making things better in this country. For example, I was reading the other day, and I wrote the quote down so I don't misquote it. a quote from Senator Sununu, when he decided that he wasn't going to, Governor Sununu, when he decided he wasn't going to run for the Senate in New Hampshire. Here's what he said. They were all, for the most part, content with the speed at which they weren't doing anything. It was very clear that we just had to hold the line for 2 years. Okay, so I'm just going to be a roadblock for the next 2 years? That's not.
All right, stations along the Sean Hannity Show Network will continue our live coverage, and we will continue uninterrupted throughout the hour.
It bothered me that they were okay with that. Then he was on to say, I said, okay, so we're not going to get stuff done if we win the White House back, Why didn't we do anything in 2017 and 2018? And then he said, how the Republicans Sununu supposed to answer the challenge? He said, crickets, yeah, crickets. They had no answer. I did not anticipate that there'd be such a stalwart effort to make sure that the most important thing was that President Biden didn't get anything done. Think about this. What are Republicans for? What are they for? Name me one thing they're for. And so the problem here is that I think what happens, what I have to do in the change in tactic, if you will, I have to make clear to the American people what we are for. We passed a lot. We passed a lot of things that people don't even understand what's all within it, understand it. Remember when we passed the Affordable Care Act and everybody thought that, it really was getting pummeled and beaten, and it wasn't until after you're out of office in that next campaign, that off-year campaign, and I wasn't in office, I went a whole bunch of districts campaigning for Democrats and Republican districts said they wanted to do away with health care, with Obamacare. And I started pointing out that if you did that, pre-existing conditions would no longer be covered. And they said, huh? We didn't know that. And guess what? We won over 38 seats because we had explained to the people exactly what, in fact, had passed. Now, one of the things that I remember saying, and I'll end this, I remember saying to President Obama when he passed the Affordable Care Act, I said, you ought to take a victory lap. And he said, there's so many things going on, we don't have time to take a victory lap. As a consequence, no one knew what the detail of the legislation was. They don't know a lot of the detail of what we passed. So the difference is, I'm going to be out on the road a lot, making the case around the country with my colleagues who are up for re-election and others, making the case of what we did do and what we want to do, what we need to do. And so I don't think I've overpromised at all, and I'm going to stay on this track. One of the things that I remember, and I'll end, is I was talking with Jim Clyburn, who was a great help to me in the campaign in South Carolina. And Jim said, and when he endorsed me, and there was a clip on television the last couple of days of Jim, and it said that we want to make things accessible and affordable for all Americans. That's healthcare, that's education, that's prescription drugs. That's making sure you have access, all the things that everybody else has. We can afford to do that. We can't afford not to do it. So I tell my Republican friends, here I come. This is going to be about what are you for? What are you for? And I lay out what we're for. Mary Bruce, ABC.
Mr. President. You mentioned your Republican colleagues, but right now your top two legislative priorities, your social spending package and voting rights legislation, are stalled, blocked by your own party after months of negotiation. You are only guaranteed control of Washington for one more year before the midterms. Do you need to be more realistic and scale down these
country and networks and others? You spend a lot of time, which I'm glad you do, polling this data, determining what the American people's attitudes are, etc. American people overwhelmingly agree with me on prescription drugs. They overwhelmingly agree with me on cost of education. They overwhelmingly agree with me on early education. They overwhelmingly go on the list on child care. And so we just have to make the case what we're for and what the other team's not for. Look, we knew all along that a lot of this was going to be an uphill fight. And one of the ways to do this is to make sure we make the contrast as clear as we can. And one of the things that I think is we're going to have to do is just make the case. I don't think there's anything unrealistic about West. I'm not asking for castles in the sky. I'm asking for practical things the American people have been asking for a long time. A long time. And I think we can get it done.
You're not going to scale down any of these priorities, but so far that strategy isn't working. You haven't been able to get some of these big legislative ticket items done.
Real big ones done, bigger than any president has ever gotten in the first year.
But currently, Mr. President, your spending package, voting rights legislation, they're not going anywhere. So
that's true.
Is there anything that you are confident you can get signed into law before the midterm elections?
Yes, I'm confident we can get pieces, big chunks of the Build Back Better law signed into law. And I'm confident that we can take the case to the American people that the people they should be voting for who are going to oversee whether the elections in fact are legit or not should not be those who are being put up by the Republicans to determine that they're going to be able to change the outcome of the election. So whether or not we can actually get election, and by the way, I haven't given up. We haven't finished the vote yet on what's going on voting rights, John Lewis bill and others. But so look, this is I've been engaged a long time in public policy, and I don't know many things that have been done in one fell swoop. And so I think the most important thing to do is try to inform, not educate, inform the public of what's at stake in stark terms, and let them make judgments and let them know who's for them and who's against them, who's there and who's not there, and make that the case. And that's what I'm going to be spending my time doing in this off-year election.
You mentioned Republicans and reaching out to them. Some Republicans who may be open to major changes on voting rights, for instance, like Mitt Romney, he says he never even received a phone call from this White House. Why not?
I like Mitt. Look, Mitt Romney's a straight guy. One of the things that we're doing, I was trying to make sure we got everybody on the same page, my party, on this score. And I didn't call many Republicans at all.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Good afternoon, Middle. In this headline, the Pittsburgh police are investigating after a shooting this afternoon outside a school in Marshall Shaveland. The shooting happened near Oliver Citywide Academy. Around dismissal, officials said 2 people went up to the school van and fired gunshots into the van. A male student was wounded. He's taken to the hospital in critical condition. At first, the school was put on lockdown and Brighton Road near the school was closed, but authorities now say the school and road are both back open. Police reportedly investigating a shooting from this morning in Pitcairn. According to multiple reports, the shooting happened near the 400 block of Broadway Avenue. The victim was found at the scene with several gunshot wounds. He was taken to the hospital in critical condition. Students at Ambridge Area High School and Ambridge Middle School are moving to remote learning for 1 week. Today, the superintendent announced the change after a rise in COVID-19 cases, so in-person learning is expected to restart a week from today. I'm Evan Lyman on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Listen every Saturday at noon as St. Barnabas Health System brings you the best of Allegheny County, a weekly program dedicated to putting the focus on the amazing things and the amazing people behind them in Allegheny County. That's every Saturday at noon right here on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Did you know that Ireland Contracting is a Pella certified contractor? Fewer than 5% of contractors nationwide can say that. Hi, this is Diane Ireland of Ireland Contracting. Pella's windows in wood, aluminum-clad wood, fiberglass, and vinyl have been designed for one purpose: to offer our customers more beauty, performance, and value than any other window. And with Ireland Contracting's A+ rating, you know your home project will be in good hands. For your free estimate, call Ireland Contracting at 1-800-NEW-ROOF or IrelandContracting.com.
Baby, it's cold outside. Start the new year off right with a new reliable HVAC system from Impact Heating and Cooling. Voted one of the top 10 heating and air conditioning repair companies in Pittsburgh, locally owned and family operated, Impact Heating and Cooling is your source for year-round comfort. superior indoor air quality, and affordable HVAC solutions. All systems come with a 10-year hassle-free parts warranty, giving you peace of mind for years to come. Call 412-297-1852 or visit impacthvacpgh.com. Join Dan Cohen this Sunday morning at 7 for Totally Talking Insurance, as she talks with Pittsburgh's insurance specialist, Summer Obernower, about the things you need to know when it comes to your auto, home, or life insurance. Again, that's this Sunday morning at 7 right here on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. This Fox Business Report is brought to you by Beth Andrews and the team at Net Worth Advisors.
I do think that Ned is a serious guy.
I'm Charles Payne, and this is the Fox Business Report. Stocks backing off earlier gains and closing in the red after a rough Friday afternoon trading. The Dow suffering its fourth straight trading day loss. The Dow winners today: Procter & Gamble, Microsoft, Walmart. The losers: Caterpillar, Boeing, and American Express. Taking a look at Wall Street by the numbers, the Dow finishing down 340 points. The Nasdaq off 167. The S&P 500 dropped 44. Airline stocks in the red across the board. Some international airlines are canceling flights to the U.S. amid 5G wireless controversy, even though AT&T and Verizon have delayed again rolling out new service around some airports. The worry is that 5G could interfere with the instruments of jets. North American railroad operators are expected to report they've had a bumpy ride when they release fourth quarter results, as lower freight volumes due to port congestion, labor shortages, and higher shipment prices take their toll. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Tom Graham, invested in you.
With each mortgage-free home, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation delivers on its promise to do good and never forget the sacrifices America's greatest heroes have made for us. These heroes who have risked their lives for our country and our community need your help now more than ever. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. T2T.org.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather.
Fire activity in Pittsburgh at Beacon Street near Manhattan. Also, more fire activity in North Versailles K Street at Loom Avenue. And crews are dealing with a Robinson accident. Clever Road at Beaver Grave Road. An earlier crash at Forbes and Prime. Parkway West outbound to Green Street, Carnegie. That's still a little bit busy, as is the Parkway East outbound Boulevard into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Up the edge with Switzdale. I'm with Bradley with traffic on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Cloudy this afternoon with rain in the mix and a high of 40. A chance of rain and snow tonight with a low of 18. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high of 24. Partly cloudy tomorrow night with a low of 5. And mostly sunny on Friday with a high of 20. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
In the past, why should the threat of new sanctions give him pause?
Well, because he's never seen sanctions like the ones I promised will be imposed if he moves, number one. Number two, we're in a situation where Vladimir Putin is about to, we've had very frank discussions, Vladimir Putin and I, and the idea that NATO is not going to be united, I don't buy. I've spoken to every major NATO leader. We've had the NATO-Russian summit. We've had the OSCE is met, etc. And so I think what you're going to see is that Russia will be held accountable if it invades, and it depends on what it does. One thing is just minor incursion, and then we end up having to fight about what to do and not do, etc. But if they actually do what they're capable of doing with the force of mass on the border, it is going to be a disaster for Russia if they further invade Ukraine, and that our allies and partners are ready to impose severe costs and significant harm on Russia and the Russian economy. And, you know, we're going to fortify our NATO allies. I told them on the eastern flank, if in fact he does invade, I've already shipped over $600 million worth of sophisticated equipment, defensive equipment, to Ukrainians. The cost of going into Ukraine in terms of physical loss of life for the Russians, they'll be able to prevail over time, but it's going to be heavy. It's going to be real. It's going to be consequential. In addition to that, Putin has a stark choice. Either de-escalation or diplomacy, confrontation with the consequences. Look, I think you're going to see, for example, everybody talks about how Russia has control over the energy supply that Europe absorbs. Well, guess what? That money that they earn from that makes about 45% of the economy. I don't see that as a one-way street. They go ahead and cut it off. It's like my mother used to say, you bite your nose off, just bite your face. It's not like they have all these wonderful choices out there. I spoke with the Prime Minister of Finland. And, we're talking about concern on the part of Finland and Sweden about what Russia's doing. The last thing that Russia needs is Finland deciding to change its status. They didn't say they're going to do that. But they're talking about what, in fact, is going on and how outrageous Russia is being. We're finding ourselves in a position where I believe you'll see that there'll be severe economic consequences. For example, anything that involves dollar denominations, if they invade, they're going to pay. Their banks will not be able to deal in dollars. So there's a lot that's going to happen. But here's the thing. My conversation with Putin, and we've been, how can we say it? We have no problem understanding one another. He has no problem understanding me, nor me him. And the direct conversations were, I pointed out, I said, you've occupied before other countries, but the price has been extremely high. How long? You can go in and over time, at great loss and economic loss, win and occupy Ukraine. But how many years? 1, 3, 5, 10? What is that going to take? What toll does that take? It's real. It's consequential. So this is not all just a cakewalk for Russia. Militarily, they have overwhelming superiority as relates to Ukraine. But they'll pay a stiff price immediately, near term, medium term, and long term. I'm sorry. David Sanger, New York Times.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to follow up on your answer there about Russia and Ukraine. When you were in Geneva in June, you said to us about President Putin, I think the last thing he wants now is a Cold War. Now, since then, of course, you've seen him gather these troops, 100,000 troops around Ukraine. Your Secretary of State said today he thought he could invade it at any moment. You've seen the cyber attacks, and you've seen the demand that he have a sphere of influence in which he would withdraw all American troops and nuclear weapons from what used to be the Soviet bloc. So I'm wondering if you still think that the last thing he wants is a Cold War. And has your view of him changed in the past few months? And if it has, and he does invade, would your posture be to really move back to the kind of containment policy that you saw so often when you were still in the Senate?
The answer is that I think he still does not want any full-blown war. Number two, do I think he'll test the West, test the United States and NATO as significantly as he can? Yes, I think he will. But I think he'll pay a serious and dear price for it that he doesn't think now cost him what it's going to cost him. And I think he will regret having done it. Now, whether or not, I think that, how can I say this? Public forum. I think that he is dealing with what I believe he thinks is the most tragic thing that's happened to Mother Russia, in that Berlin Wall came down, the empire has been lost, near abroad is gone, etc. The Soviet Union has been split. But think about what he has. He has 8 time zones, burning tundra that will not freeze again naturally. Situation where he has a lot of oil and gas, but he is trying to find his place in the world between China and the West. And so I'm not so sure that he has David, I'm not so sure he has certain what he's going to do. My guess is he will move in. He has to do something. And by the way, I've indicated to him the two things he said to me that he wants, guarantees it. One is Ukraine will never be part of NATO. And two, that NATO there will not be strategic weapons stationed in Ukraine. And we can work out something in the second piece, pretending what he does along the Russian line as well, Russian border in the European area. On the first piece, we have a number of treaties internationally and in Europe suggest that you get to choose who you want to be. But the likelihood that Ukraine is going to join NATO in the near term is not very likely, based on how much more work they have to do in terms of democracy and a few other things, and whether or not major allies in the West would vote to bring Ukraine in right now. So there's room to work if he wants to do that. But I think, as usual, he is going to. I probably shouldn't go any further, but I think it will hurt him bad.
Like you're offering some way out here, some off ramp, and it sounds like what it is at least an informal assurance that NATO is not going to take in Ukraine anytime in the next few decades. And it sounds like you're saying we would never put nuclear weapons there. He also wants us to move all of our nuclear weapons out of Europe and not have troops rotating through the old Soviet bloc. Do you think there's space for that there?
No, there's not space for that. We won't permanently station them. The idea we're going to actually increase troop presence in Poland, Romania, etc. If in fact he moves. Because we have a sacred obligation on Article 5 to defend those countries. They are part of NATO. We don't have that obligation on Ukraine, although we have great concern about that. Thank you. Maureen, USA Today.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to follow up on your comment on Build Back Better and also ask you a question about the pandemic. You said that you're confident you can pass big chunks of Build Back Better this year. Does that wording mean that you're looking at breaking the package up into individual portions? And then on the pandemic, now that the Supreme Court has blocked the vaccination or test rule for larger businesses, are you reconsidering whether to require vaccines for domestic flights as a way to boost vaccination rates?
No, look, first of all, on the last part of the question, the Supreme Court decision, I think, was a mistake, but you still see thousands and thousands of people who work for major corporations having to be tested as a consequence of the decision made by the corporation, not by the standard ICE. I think you'll see that increase, not decrease. What was the first part of your question?
On your comment that you made that you're confident that major chunks of Build Back Better can pass, are you breaking it up?
Yes. It's clear to me that that we're going to have to probably break it up. I think that we can get. I've been talking to a number of my colleagues on the Hill. I think it's clear that we would be able to get support for the $500+ billion for energy and the environment issues there, number one. Number two, I know that the two people who opposed on the Democratic side, at least, support a number of things that are in there. For example, Joe Manchin strongly supports early education, 3 years, 4 years of age, strongly supports. Whereas strong support for, I think, a number of the way in which to pay for this proposal. So I think there is. I'm not going to negotiate against myself what should and shouldn't be in it. But I think we can break the package up, get as much as we can now, come back and fight for this. Ken, Wall Street Journal, Ken.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask you about the economy. As you said earlier, Americans are feeling the squeeze of inflation. Oil prices have been at about a 7-year high recently. How long should Americans expect to face higher prices when they're at the grocery store, when they're at the gas pump? Is this something that they're going to see into the summer, into next fall? And separately, you talk about the importance of the Fed, but isn't that an acknowledgement that you're limited in what you can do if you're relying on the Fed to make decisions and you're unable to get a Build Back Better proposal through? Aren't you simply limited in what you can do to deal with inflation?
Well, look, as you know, Ken, the inflation has everything to do with supply chain. And I think what you're seeing is that we've been able to make progress on speeding up the access to materials. For example, 1/3 of the increase in cost of living is the cost of automobiles. The reason automobiles are skyrocketing in price is because of the lack of computer chips. So we have the capacity, and we're going to do everything in our power to do it, to become self-reliant on the computer chips that we need in order to be able to produce more automobiles. That's underway. We've already passed, within the context of other bills, money for that in the House of Representatives, before the House of Representatives. But I think there's a way we can move to, if we can move to get, for example, that one thing done, it can make a big difference in terms of cost, total cost of living. Now, with regard to whole issue of energy prices, that gets a little more complicated. But you saw what happened when I was able to convince everyone from including China, India, a number of other countries to agree with us to go into their version of their petroleum reserve, to release more into the market. So that brought down the price about 12, 15 cents a gallon, some places more. There's going to be a reckoning on the line here as to whether or not we're going to continue to see oil prices continue to go up in ways that are going up now relative to what impact that's going to have on the producers. And so it's going to be hard. I think that's the place where most middle-class people, working-class people get hit the most. Pull up to the pump and all of a sudden instead of paying $2.40 a gallon, we're paying $5 a gallon. That's going to be really difficult. But so we're going to continue to work on trying to increase oil supplies that are available. And I think there's ways in which we can be of some value adds in terms of the price of gas, natural gas, like to take the burden off the European countries that are now totally dependent on Russia. But it's going to be hard. It's going to be very hard. But I think that we have to deal with, for example, like I said, you have a circumstance where people are paying more for a pound of hamburger meat than they ever paid. Well, one of the reasons for that is you don't have that many folks out there that are ones that are got the big four controlling them all. And so you're going to see more and more, we're going to move from this competition piece to allow more and more smaller operations to come in and be able to engage in buying and providing access to much cheaper meat than exists now. But it's going to be a haul. Now, and I assume the reason you said if I can't get Build Back Better relates to what those 17 Nobel laureate economists said. If in fact we could pass it, it would actually lower the impact on inflation, reduce inflation over time, etc. So there's a lot we have to do. It's not going to be easy, but I think we can get it done. But it's going to be painful. A lot of people will need to. That's why the single best way to take the burden off middle class and working class folks is to pass the Build Back Better piece that are things that they're paying a lot of money for now. If you get to trade off higher gas, you're putting up a higher price of hamburgers and gas versus whether or not you're going to be able to pay for education and or child care. Like, I think most people would make the trade. Their bottom line would be better in middle class households. But it's going to be hard, and it's going to take a lot of work.
Sir, you mentioned China. Do you think the time has come to begin lifting some of the tariffs on Chinese imports, or is there a need for China to make do on some of its commitments in the Phase 1 agreement? some business groups would like you to begin lifting up those tariffs on China.
Well, I know that, and that's why my trade rep is working on that right now. The answer is uncertain. It's uncertain. I'd like to be able to be in a position where I could say they're meeting the commitments, more of the commitments, and be able to lift some of them. But we're not there yet. Nancy, CBS.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. This afternoon, the Senate Minority Leader, Mitch McConnell, said that the midterm elections are going to be a report card on your progress on inflation, border security, and standing up to Russia. Do you think that that's a fair way to look at it? And if so, how do you think that report card looks right now?
I think report cards look pretty good. That's where we're at. Look, the idea that Mitch has been very clear. He's doing anything to prevent Biden from being a success. I get on with Mitch. I actually like Mitch McConnell. We like one another. He has one straightforward objective. Make sure that there's nothing I do that makes me look good in the mind, his mind, with the public at large. And that's okay. I'm a big boy. I've been here before. But the fact is that I think that I'm happy to debate and have a referendum on how I handle the economy, whether or not I made progress on it. Look, again, I'm taking too long answering your questions. I apologize. I think that the fundamental question is, what's Mitch for? What's he for with immigration? What's he for? What's he proposing? Stating better. What's he for? Dealing with Russia. It's different than I'm proposing that many of his Republican friends or his colleagues. What's he for? Are they? What are they for? So everything's a choice. A choice. I think look, I've laid out a proposal on immigration that if we passed it, we'd be in a totally different place right now. We're not there because we don't have a single Republican vote. My buddy John McCain's gone. So, I mean, it's going to take time. And again, I go back to Governor Sununu's quote. How long? I mean, rhetorical question. I know this is not fair to ask the press question. I'm not asking. But think about it. Did you ever think that one man out of office could intimidate an entire party where they're unwilling to take any vote contrary to what he thinks should be taken for fear of being defeated in the primary? I had 5 Republican senators talk to me, bump into me, quote unquote, who told me they agree with whatever I'm talking about for them to do. But Joe, if I do it, I'm going to defeat in the primaries. We got to break that. It's got to change. And I doubt you're all, not because it sounds like I'm being solicitous, you're all bright as hell, well-informed, more informed than any group of people in America. But did any of you think that to get to a point where not a single Republican would diverge on a major issue? Not one. Anyway.
Those 5 Republican senators are?
Sure. No, are you kidding me? I maintain confidentiality. But I'm sure you've spoken to some.
On voting rights, sir,
yes.
At your first press conference 10 months ago, I asked you if there was anything you could do beyond legislation to protect voting rights. And at that time you said yes, but I'm not going to lay out a strategy before you and the world now. Now that legislation appears to be hopelessly stalled, can you now lay out your strategy to protect voting rights?
Well, I'm not prepared to do that in detail in terms of the executive orders I may be able to engage in and other things I can do. But one of the things we have to do, we have significantly beefed up the number of enforcers in the Justice Department. who are there to.
All right, this is Joe Biden giving what is his ostensibly second formal press conference. We do have to take a hard break at the top of the hour for news for our network and our affiliates. You won't miss a word of any of it, as we'll carry it and pick it up right from here on the other side. I'll give you my analysis and much, much more full coverage also tonight on Hannity on the Fox News channel. As the president goes on, he gets cognitively worse and worse and worse. We will fact check him, number one. Number two, he does not understand economics 101.
Hi, it's Larry Elder, and I want to talk to you about 100% drug-free Relief Factor. I've been telling you about it for years on radio and television. Why? Because I believe in it. I use it. My friends use it, and hundreds of thousands of others out there have tried it. About 70% of those people go on to order more. They find that Relief Factor works to help their bodies fight inflammation and eliminate their pain. Take Mark in Texas, for example. He'd been dealing with pain in his right shoulder for months, almost constantly, when he decided to give Relief Factor a try. Within 2 weeks of taking it every day, the pain in his shoulder faded away and completely disappeared. There are so many people out there whose experiences with Relief Factor are just like Mark's. What about you? Might your pain be the next to go away with Relief Factor? Your first step to becoming pain-free just might be to order the 3-week quick start for only $19.95. Just go to ReliefFactor.com, ReliefFactor.com, or call 800-4-RELIEF, 800-4-RELIEF. Feel the difference.
Join the conversation on Facebook. Search 1320 WJAS. The Talk of Pittsburgh. 1320 WJAS.
Folks, we're joined again by John Diagardi of Royal Monument. John, what is bundling?
When a family is planning a funeral, sometimes cemetery salespeople will talk to them about bundling or combining products with their services. They may pressure a family, telling them they can get a substantial discount by buying everything from the cemetery.
Is this not a good idea?
Not when it comes to the monument. When there is a middleman involved, you're paying an inflated price, even when you think you're getting a discount.
John, this is something families really need to know.
I'm going to be as direct as I can be about this. At Rome, we are the manufacturer. No middleman is involved. Our artists and craftsmen make your memorial from start to finish, right at our facility. You've eliminated the middleman and saved as much as 50%.
Thanks, John. Friends, you can learn more at RealMonuments.com.
WJAS AM Pittsburgh, home of the most powerful name in news, Fox News, on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
This is a Fox News Alert, a presidential news conference. Tell Lisa Brady. President Biden, who marks 1 year in office tomorrow, is taking questions today about a long list of issues, including the ongoing fight against COVID.
Should we have done more testing earlier? Yes. But we're doing more now. We've gone from 0 at-home tests a year ago to 375 million tests on the market in just this month.
The president argues this is not the new normal, but a job not yet finished, and that we're heading for a time when COVID won't disrupt our daily lives. The president also blames the pandemic's economic impacts for helping to fuel inflation, insisting he is working to address it, especially supply chain issues, but also saying it's a critical job of the Fed to make sure elevated prices don't become entrenched. He also rejects the notion that some of his plans may be unrealistic, given divisions in his own party. He says the American people support him on many issues, and that he's putting the Republican Party on notice, asking what they stand for. The president says it's not necessary to scale back proposals, but he's also predicting that chunks of his Build Back Better plan can be passed before the midterm elections. Turning to Russia, President Biden says he and President Putin have no trouble understanding each other, and that Russia would pay a dear price for invading Ukraine. Russia has denied planning an invasion.
Behind closed doors, Ukrainians tell me that they want sanctions imposed now, not after Russia invades. They say that Russian actions are already destabilizing the country. They're crippling their economy because investors are fleeing. They also say that despite being very grateful for the military support the U.S. has given, it's about $500 million in this fiscal year alone, They need more significant weaponry. Principally, they need air defense systems so they can truly defend themselves.
This is Benjamin Hall. Secretary of State Antony Blinken holding meetings in Ukraine today, in Berlin tomorrow, and on Friday he meets with Russia's foreign minister in Geneva. America is listening to Fox News.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation's 9/11 Never Forget mobile exhibit is a tribute to all who lost their lives on September 11, 2001, or from 9/11 related illnesses. This high-tech 83-foot tractor trailer transforms into an 1,100 square foot exhibit, a tool to educate people about 9/11. Visit it in a city near you and join Tunnel to Towers on its mission to do good and never forget. Donate $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
Ever have questions about your prescriptions, even in the middle of the night? Well, Walgreens now offers pharmacy chat 24/7. You can ask an expert about things like the correct dosage of your medication or possible side effects. Speaking of side effects, the side effect of getting your questions answered at 2 a.m.? Sleeping much easier for the next 6 hours. Try pharmacy chat today or tonight, online or on the Walgreens app.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. St. Barnabas Health System thanks you for listening to the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
The news is being brought to you by Bodkin Family Wealth Management.
46 degrees in Pittsburgh and Middleton. The news update on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. Pittsburgh police continue to search for a pair of suspects following a shooting this afternoon near a school in Marshall-Shadeland. The shooting took place during dismissal near Oliver Citywide Academy. That's when officials said 2 people went up to the school van and fired gunshots into the van. A 15-year-old male student was wounded and taken to the hospital in critical condition. Police say only the student and a driver were on the van when the shooting happened. And at first, the school was put on lockdown and Brighton Road near the school was closed. But now authorities say the lockdown has ended and officials have reopened the road. If you have information that could help investigators, you're asked to call 412-323-7800. State police say they're charging a man with shooting 3 people at the Clearview Mall in Butler County last night. Authorities say 24-year-old Carlos Carroll is facing several charges, including attempted homicide. Investigators say Carroll began shooting during a fight at the mall outside the Rural King store. 3 people suffered non-life-threatening injuries, and they are expected to recover. The suspect was taken into custody. In sports, Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin says he's moving forward with the assumption that Ben Roethlisberger will not play next year and that all options are on the table to replace the starting quarterback. Tomlin also says he's looking forward to the challenge of replacing Roethlisberger. He doesn't care if the replacements come from free agency, a trade, or the 2022 NFL Draft. Penguins back on home ice tomorrow. Pittsburgh is set to host the Ottawa Senators. The NHL is planning to stop COVID testing for asymptomatic players and staff members following the All-Star break. NHL will still test all players and staff before international travel between the U.S. and Canada. This report is sponsored by Blindster. If you need new blinds or shades, Blindster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big-box retailers. Blindster blinds are easy to install and guaranteed to fit. Don't overpay for new blinds. Shop Blindster today and save big at Blindster.com. Another one from the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather.
Accident cleanup continues at Clover Road and Beaver Grave Road as you travel along on the Parkway East. Still a little bit busy on that outbound side, making your way from Faith into the Squirrel Hill tunnels and inbound after exit switch over the tunnel. Fort Pitt approach heavy from Grant down to the Fort Pitt Bridge. Parkway West, a lot of company outbound from Greentree to Carnegie and inbound from Banksville occasionally into that Fort Pitt Tunnel Bridge area. Outbound Liberty Bridge and tunnel building as well. I'm with Bradley with traffic on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1520 WJAS.
Rain and snow showers in the mix tonight with a low of 18. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high of 24. Mostly sunny Friday with a high of 20. And mostly sunny on Saturday with a high of 25. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Well, we're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitars and bring you a country song. We'll all be dying, higher than a Carolina. And if you want a little bang, you come along.
The Biden administration is trying to do hard things. That's the business of governing. They are on a very big losing streak.
George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Alton, with tears in their eyes for the departure from our democracy that is happening right now.
Today, we must not be complacent or complicit.
Freedom is back in style. Welcome to the revolution. Yeah, we're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitar and sing you a country song. Breaking news now. Here's Sean Hannity.
All right, so we continue Joe Biden's second official press conference, picking it up exactly where he left off and still ongoing, and we'll continue our full coverage.
These unconstitutional methods, in our view, unconstitutional methods are part of the Republicans to stack the election and subvert the outcomes. We have begun to organize in ways that we didn't before the communities beyond the civil rights community to make the case to the rest of the American people what's about to happen, what will happen if in fact these things move forward. If I had talked to you, not you, using you in the choices, if I had talked to the public about the whole idea of subversion of elections by deciding who the electors are after the fact, I think people would have looked at me like, oh, I taught constitutional law for 20 years. Free credit course and separation of powers, and on Saturday morning, Senator, and I never thought we'd get into a place where we were talking about being able to actually, what they tried to do this last time out, send different electors to the state legislative bodies to represent who won the election, saying that I didn't win, but Republican candidate won. I doubt if anybody thought that would ever happen in America in the 21st century, but it's happened. And so I guess what I'm saying is that I think that there are a number of things we can do, but I also think we will be able to get significant pieces of legislation, if we don't get it all now, to build to get it so that we get a big chunk of the John Lewis legislation as well as the fair election.
Sir, on COVID, if you don't mind, you touted the number of Americans who are now fully vaccinated with 2 shots, but even some of your own medical advisors say that people aren't fully protected unless they have that 3rd shot, a booster. Why hasn't this White House changed the definition of fully vaccinated to include that 3rd booster shot? Is it because the numbers of fully vaccinated Americans would suddenly look a lot less
No, it's not
impressive?
that at all. This has become clearer and clearer. And every time I speak of it, I say, if you're been vaccinated, get your booster shot. Everybody get the booster shot. It's the optimum protection you can have. You're protected very well with 2 shots. If it's the Pfizer, anyway, you're protected. But you are better protected with the booster shot.
The definition right now.
I'm following what the answer is yes. Get the booster shot. It's all part of the same. You're better protected. Alex, Alfred, what were you?
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to follow up briefly on a question asked by Bloomberg. You said that Russia would be held accountable if it invades, and it depends on what it does. It's one thing if it's a minor incursion, and we end up having to fight about what to do and what not to do. Are you saying that a minor incursion by Russia into Ukrainian territory would not lead to the sanctions that you have threatened, or are you effectively giving Putin permission to make a small incursion into the country?
Good question. The most important thing to do, big nations can't bluff. Number 2, the idea that we would do anything to split NATO, which would be a profound impact on one of Putin's objectives to weaken NATO, would be a big mistake. So the question is, if it's something significantly short of a significant invasion, or not as significant, just major military forces coming across, for example, it's one thing to determine that if they continue to use cyber weapons, Well, we need to respond the same way. Sorry. They have FSB people in Ukraine now trying to undermine solidarity in Ukraine about Russia and trying to promote Russian interests. But it's very important that we keep everyone in NATO on the same page. That's what I'm spending a lot of time doing. And there are differences. There are differences in NATO as to what countries are willing to do depending on what happens, the degree to which they're able to go. And I want to be clear with you. The serious imposition of sanctions relative to dollar transactions and other things are things that are going to have a negative impact on the United States, as well as a negative impact on the economies of Europe as well, a devastating impact on Russia. And so I got to make sure everybody's on the same page as we move along. I think we will, if there's something where there's Russian enforcement crossing the border, killing Ukrainian fighters, etc. I think that changes everything. But it depends on what he does, as to what extent we'll be able to get total unity on NATO.
If I may ask a quick one on Iran, I just wanted to get your sense of whether the Vienna talks are making any progress, if you still think it's possible to reach a deal for both sides to resume compliance with the Iran nuclear deal, or if it's time to give up on that. Thank you.
In reverse. It's not time to give up. There is some progress being made. P5+1 are on the same page, but remains the same. Okay. Kristen, NBC.
Very quickly on Russia, I do have a number of domestic policy issues, but on Russia very quickly, it seems like you said that you have assessed, you feel as though he will move in. Has this administration, have you determined whether President Putin plans to invade or move into Ukraine, as you said?
Look, the only thing I'm confident is that decision totally, solely, completely his decision. Nobody else is going to make that decision. No one else can impact it. He's making that decision. And I suspect it matters which side of the bed he gets up on, right? That's exactly what he's going to do. And I think it is not irrational, if you wanted to talk about dealing with strategic doctrine and dealing with force structures in Europe and in the European parts of Russia. But I don't know whether he's decided he wants to do that. So far, in the 3 meetings we've had, OSCE and Denmark, have not produced anything, because the impression I get from my Secretary of State, my National Security Advisor, and my other senior officials at the committee meetings, is that there's a question of whether the people they're talking to know what he's doing. So the answer is, but based on the number of criteria as to what he could do. For example, when you move in and occupy the whole country, particularly from the north to Belarus, it's just going to have to wait a little bit when the ground's frozen, so you can go. To move in a direction where he wants to talk about storms. We have continued to provide for defense capacities to the Ukrainians. We are talking about what's going on in both the Baltic and the Black Sea, etc. There's a whole range of things that I'm sure he's trying to calculate how quickly he can do what he wants to do and what does he want to do. But he's an informed individual. And I'm sure, I believe, he's calculating what the immediate, short-term, and the near-term, and the long-term consequences of Russia will be. And I don't think he's made up his mind.
I want to ask you about your domestic agenda. You've gotten a lot of questions about voting rights, Mr. President, but I want to ask you about black voters, one of your most loyal constituencies. Yep. I was in Congressman Clyburn's district yesterday in South Carolina. You opened this news conference talking about him. I spoke to a number of black voters who fought to get you elected, and now they feel as though you are not fighting hard enough for them and their priorities.
And they told me they see this push on voting rights more as a last-minute PR push than it is a legitimate effort to get legislation passed. So what do you say to these black voters who say that you do not have their back, as you promised on the campaign trail?
I've had their back. I've had their back my entire career. Never not had their back. When I started on the voting rights issue long ago, got me involved in politics in the first place. And I think part of the problem is, look, there's significant disagreement in every community on whether or not timing assertions made by people has been the most timely way. So I'm sure that there are those who are saying that why didn't Biden push John Lewis' bill as hard as he pushed it last month? Why didn't he push it 6 months ago as hard as he did now? The fact is that there's a timing that is not one's own choice. It's dictated by events that are happening in country and around the world as to what focuses. But part of this problem is, as well, I have not been out in the community nearly enough. I've been here an awful lot. I find myself in a situation where I don't get a chance to look people in the eye because of the COVID and things that are happening in Washington. To be able to go out and do the things that I've always been able to do pretty well. Connect with people. Let them take a measure of my sincerity. Let them take a measure of who I am. For example, as I pointed out in South Carolina, last time when I was chairman of the Judiciary Committee, I got the Voting Rights Act extended 25 years, and I got started in the public career. That's what I've been doing my whole career. And so the idea that I didn't either anticipate or because I didn't speak to it as fervently as they want me to earlier. In the meantime, I'm spending a lot of time, spent hours and hours and hours talking with my colleagues on the Democratic side, trying to get them to agree that this, in fact, this occurred, if this push continued, that they would be there for John Lewis anyway. So, but I think that's a problem that is my own making by not communicating as much as I should have. Yet, you find that when you deal with members of the Black Caucus and others in the United States Congress, I still have very close working relationships. It's like every community. I'm sure that there are those in the community and I'm a big labor guy. I'm sure there's people in labor saying, why haven't they been able to do A, B, C, and D? So it's just going to take a little bit.
You put Vice President Harris in charge of voting rights. Are you satisfied with her work on this issue? And can you guarantee, do you commit that she will be your running mate in 2024, provided that you run again?
Yes and yes.
Yes. You want to expand?
Pardon me?
You care to expand?
No, there's no need to. I mean, I asked the question. She's going to be my running mate, number one. And number two, I did put her in charge. I think she's doing a good job.
Let me ask you, big picture, particularly when you think about voting rights and the struggles you've had to unify your own party around voting rights. Unity was one of your key campaign promises. In fact, in your inaugural address, you said your whole soul was in bringing America together, uniting our people. People heard the speech that you gave on voting rights in Georgia recently, in which you described those who were opposed to you to George Wallace and Jefferson Davis, and some people took exception to that. What do you say to those who were offended by your speech? And is this country more unified than it was when you first took office?
Number one, anybody listening to the speech, I did not say that they were going to be George Wallace or Paul Connor. I said we're going to have a decision in history, and it's going to be marked just like it was then. You either voting on the side, I didn't make you George Wallace, I didn't make you Paul Connor. But if you did not vote for Voting Rights Act back then, you were voting with those who agreed with Congress, those who agreed and so, and I think Mitch did a real good job of making it sound like I was attacking them. You notice I haven't attacked anybody, any senator, any Congress. And my disagreements with them have been made to them, communicate to them privately or in person with them. My desire still is, look, I underestimate one very important thing. I never thought that Republicans, like for example, I said, they got very upset, I said, there's 16 members of the President of the United States Senate who voted for extending the voting rights. Now, they got very offended by that. In an accusation, you stated a fact. What has changed? What happened? What happened? Why is there a single Republican? Not one. That's not very good, right? So that's not an attack.
Is the country more unified than when you first took office?
The answer is, based on some of the stuff we've got done, I'd say yes, but it's not really unified. Look, I still contend, and I know you'll have a right to judge me, I still contend that unless you can reach consensus in democracy, you cannot sustain it. And so this is a real test, whether or not my counterpart in China is frightened when he says autocracies are the only way that can prevail because democracies take too long to make decisions and countries are too divided. I believe we're going through one of those inflection points in history that occurs every several generations or even more where things are changing almost regardless of any particular policy. The world's changing in big ways. We're going to see, you heard me say this before, we're going to see more change in the next 10 years than we've seen in the last 50 years because of technology, because of fundamental alterations in life that are occurring, not because of any one individual, it's because of the nation. And so I think you're going to see an awful lot of transition. And the question is, can we keep up with it? Can we maintain the democratic institutions that we have, not just here but around the world, to be able to generate democratic consensus on how to proceed? It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard, but it requires leadership to do it, and I'm not giving up on the prospect of being able to do it. Thank you.
Mr. President. Sure. There are deep questions among Americans about the competence of government. From the messy rollout of 5G this week, to the Afghanistan withdrawal, to testing on COVID. What have you done to restore American faith in the competence of government? And are you satisfied by the view of the competence of your government?
Look, let's take Afghanistan. I know you've all heard that, which is within it. We're spending $1 trillion a week. $1 billion a week in Afghanistan, 20 years. Raise your hand if you think anyone was going to be able to unify Afghanistan under one single government. It's been the graveyard of empires for solid reasons. It is not susceptible to unity. Number one. So, the question was, do I continue to spend that much money per week in the state of Afghanistan? Knowing that the idea that being able to succeed other than sending more body bags back is highly, highly unusual. My dad used to have an expression. He said, son, if everything is equally important, you're nothing's important to you. There is no way to get out of Afghanistan after 20 years easily. Not possible, no matter when you did it. And I make no apologies for that. I have a great concern for the women and men who were blown up on the line at the airport by a terrorist attack. But the military will acknowledge, and at least you will know a lot about it, that had we stayed and I not pulled those troops out, we would be asked to put somewhere between 20 and 50,000 more troops back in. Because the only reason more Americans weren't being killed than others is because the last president signed an agreement to get out by May the 1st. And so everything was copacetic. Had we not gotten out, an acknowledgement is we'd be putting a lot more forces in. Now, do I feel badly what's happening as a consequence of the incompetence of the Taliban? Yes, I do. But I feel badly also about the festivals that are taking place in Eastern Congo. I feel badly about a whole range of things around the world that we can't solve every problem. And so I don't see that as a confidence issue. The issue of whether or not there's confidence in terms of whether or not we're dealing with 5G or not. We don't deal with 5G. The fact is that you had two private enterprises, that had one promoting 5G and the other one are airlines. The private enterprises, they have government regulations. And so what I've done is pushed as hard as I can to have 5G folks hold up and abide by what was being requested by the airlines so they could go and modernize over the air. So that 5G would not interfere with potential of landing. So any 5G tower within a certain number of miles from the airport should not be operating. And so I understand, but anything that happens is consequential. It's viewed as the government's responsibility. I get that. Am I satisfied with the way in which we have dealt with COVID and all the things that go along with it? Yeah, I am satisfied. I think we've done it remarkably well. You know, the idea that on testing we could have done it quicker, but we've done remarkably. And what we have more testing going on than anywhere in the world. And we're going to continue to increase that. Did we have it at the moment exactly when we should have moved, and could we have moved a month earlier? Yeah, we could have. With everything else that's going on, I don't view that as somehow a market incompetence. Look, think of what we did on COVID. When we were pushing on AstraZeneca to provide more vaccines.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Good afternoon, everyone. Headline update in Pittsburgh. A search is underway for two suspects after police say a teenage student was shot this afternoon outside a school in Marshall-Salem. It happened during dismissal near Oliver Citywide Academy. Officials say two people approached the school van and opened fire at the van. A 15-year-old male student was wounded and rushed to a hospital in critical condition. Police say only the student and a driver were on the van when the shooting happened. And school leaders now say that Oliver Citywide Academy will have remote learning until Monday. And if you have information that can help investigators, you have to call 412-323-7800. A new report says the Commonwealth is among the upper half of states in the country for highway safety. The advocates for highway and auto safety released their 2022 roadmap of state highway safety laws, and Pennsylvania failed to meet 8 of their optimal standards. Pennsylvania is one of the 31 states listed as the yellow zone on your green, yellow, and red rating scale. I'm Evan. Cover Talk with Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Being named the executor of an estate can be much more complicated and time-consuming than most people realize. Executor Services was founded to help executors perform their duties. Their team of professionals will manage and guide you through the process, provide you with timelines and documentation, assist you with day-to-day tasks, and help you avoid delays, disputes, and penalties. Right now, they're offering a free 20-minute consultation for help executing an estate. Call Executor Services today at 412-515 0141 or online at executorservices.com.
When Mary arrived for her second visit, she opened my door and danced from the door to my front desk with a huge smile on her face. And then she just started bawling. She started to tell me that it was the first time in 12 years that she felt relief. And then I started to yell.
That's Dr. Sean Ritchie at Tri-State Neuropathy Center. And Mary Dance data is just one of its thousands of success stories.
Peripheral neuropathy, I can explain it in terms that they feel it. It's like you would sit on your foot and your foot falls asleep. You start to tap it and it comes back to life. Or their foot never comes back to life. It's always feeling that numbness, that pins and needles, that tingling, and it just never goes away. So Mary comes in, proceeds to hear that she's had this for 12 years. Got to the point where she was about to go into a walk-in. 2 days later, she's dancing.
To schedule your free consultation, call Tri-State Neuropathy Center at 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Or visit MaryDanceKids.com.
I'm Dr. Sean Ritchie. Mary Dance fan, I want you to be next.
The Fox Business Report, brought to you by GBU Financial Life.
GBU. I physically went.
I'm Connell McShane. This is the Fox Business Report. Wall Street finishing another day in the red. Early morning gains turned to afternoon losses. The biggest losers on the day, Caterpillar, Boeing, American Express. Wall Street by the numbers, the Dow giving up 340 points. The NASDAQ off 177. The S&P 500 closed down 44. Major indices all setting lows for the year with technology stocks dragging down markets. That Health Group, Bank of America, Procter & Gamble, though, all rising after reporting encouraging financial results. Cryptocurrency suffering on the day and month. Bitcoin is down more than 9% since the start of the new year. A new non-fungible token or NFT platform called Autograph has raised $170 million in fresh capital. The startup co-founded by quarterback Tom Brady. It'll feature collections from popular celebrities across sports, entertainment, and culture. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Tom Graham, invested in you.
With each mortgage-free home, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation delivers on its promise to do good and never forget the sacrifices America's greatest heroes have made for us. These heroes who have risked their lives for our country and our community need your help now more than ever. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at c2t.org. c2t.org.
Traffic and weather.
On outbound 65, with Texas Bridge headed toward Mesquite Cross Bridge. Outbound Liberty Bridge and tunnel seeing more volume, as is 51 from Midwood down toward 88. Outbound 28 near the Highland Park Bridge. That's still just a little bit flooded. And as you make your way to Parkway East, outbound from the Boulevard into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel and down at the tunnel. Busy drive continues, and on the Parkway West, heavier flow in both directions. Rather the traffic on the top of Pittsburgh, 20 WJAS.
On and off rain and snow showers tonight with a low of 18. Partial sunshine tomorrow with a high of 24. Plenty of sunshine on Friday with a high of 20. And mostly clear skies Saturday with a high of 25. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
We've done what we want to do and why we think it's done. How many more hours am I doing this? I'm happy to stick around. You always ask me the nicest questions. I know you do.
All right.
None of them make a lot of sense to me, but I understand.
Well, let's try away.
Come on.
New year. Why are you trying so hard in your first year to pull the country so far to the left?
Well, I'm not. I don't know what you consider to be too far to the left. In fact, we're talking about making sure we had the money for COVID, making sure we had the money to put together bipartisan infrastructure, making sure we were able to provide for those things that, in fact, would significantly reduce the burden on working class people to make them have to continue to work hard. I don't know how that's going to the left. You may recall, you guys have been trying to convince me that I am Bernie Sanders. I'm not. I like him, but I'm not Bernie Sanders. I'm not a socialist. I'm a mainstream Democrat, and I have been. The mainstream Democrats have overwhelmed me to notice. The 48 of the 50 Republican Democrats supported me in the Senate on virtually everything I've asked. Yes.
I wanted to clarify, a moment ago, you were asked whether or not you believed that we would have free and fair elections in 2022 if some of these state legislatures reformed their voting protocols. You said that it depends. Do you think that they would in any way be illegitimate?
Oh yeah, I think it is really be illegitimate. Imagine if in fact Trump has succeeded in convincing Pence to not count the votes. Imagine if
in regard to 2022, so the
2022. I mean, imagine if those attempts to say that the count is not legit. You have to recount it, and we're not going to count. We're going to discard the following votes. I mean, sure, I'm not saying it's going to be legit. The increase in the prospect of being illegitimate is a direct proportion of not being able to get these reforms passed. But I don't think you're not going to see me, and I don't think you're going to see the Democratic Party give up on coming back at us, assuming that the attempt fails today.
One more, sir. You campaigned and you ran on a return to civility, and I know that you dispute the characterization that you called folks who would oppose those voting bills as being Paul Connor or George Wallace, but you said that they would be sort of in the same camp.
No, I didn't say that. Look what I said. Go back and read what I said, and tell me if you think I called anyone who voted on the side of the position taken by Paul Connor that they were Paul Connor. And that is an interesting reading of English. I assume you got in the journal because you like to write.
But did you expect that would work with Senators Manchin or Sinema?
No, here's the thing. There's certain things that are so consequential. You have to speak from your heart as well as your head. I was speaking out forcefully on what I think to be at stake. That's what it is. And by the way, no one forgets who was on the side of King versus on Paul Connor. No one not under it. The history books will note it. Who was making the case. Don't think this is a freebie. You don't get to vote this way and then somehow it goes away. This will stick with you the rest of your career and long after you're done.
Mr. President,
folks, I'm more on Ukraine, please, okay, whoa, hang on, guys. We've only gone an hour and 20 minutes. I'll keep going. But I'm going to go. Let me get something straight. How long are you guys ready to go? You want to go for another hour or two? Okay. I'm going to go. I tell you what, folks. I'm going to go another 20 minutes or a quarter hour. Okay? Yes, sir.
Thank you.
President Biden, I want to thank my communications staff for the great help here.
Well, President Biden, on the coronavirus, we're tragically approaching nearly 1 million Americans who died. And I'd like to ask you why it is during your 3.5-hour virtual summit in November with the Chinese president you didn't press for transparency, and also whether that has anything to do with your son's involvement in an investment firm controlled by Chinese state-owned entities.
The answer is that I did raise the question of transparency. I spent a lot of time with him. And the fact is that we're just not being transparent.
Transparency on the coronavirus origin?
Yes.
And you did during the virtual summit. Is there a reason your press staff was unaware of that? And what did you say to the Chinese president?
And they weren't with me the entire time. Look, I made it clear that I thought that China had an obligation to be more forthcoming on exactly what the source of the virus was and where it came. Yes.
Mr. President, I would like to ask you about foreign policy. One of the first priorities that you declared when you came to office was to end the war in Yemen. the catastrophic war in Yemen. You appointed a special envoy. Today, one of your allies, United Arab Emirates, is asking your administration to put back the Houthi rebels or militias back on the terror list. Are you going to do that? And how are you going to end the war in Yemen, sir?
The answer is it's under consideration, and any war in Yemen takes two parties to be involved to do it, and it's going to be very difficult. Yes.
Thank you very much for this honor, James Rosen with Newsman. I'd like to raise a delicate subject, but with utmost respect for your life accomplishments and the high office you hold. A poll released this morning by Politico Morning Consult found 49% of registered voters disagreeing with the statement, Joe Biden is mentally fit. Not even a majority of Democrats who responded strongly affirmed that statement.
Well, let you all make the judgment whether you're correct.
Well, so the question I have for you, sir, if you'd let me finish, is why do you suppose such large segments of the American electorate have come to harbor such profound concerns about your cognitive fitness? Thank you.
I have no idea. Yes.
Thanks, Mr. President. I appreciate it. I wanted to sort of address or ask about attention that was in this press conference on unifying the country, because you campaigned on two things. One of them is being able to accomplish big things, and the other is the ability to unify the country. And even today, you talked about sort of a different posture with Republicans. And I wonder if you still think it's possible to do both of those things.
We have to. We have to. I mean, as long as I hold public office, I'm going to continue to attempt to do that.
More follow-up. Around this time last year when you were campaigning in Georgia, I think one of the things you told people was the power is literally in your hands. You know, if voters give Democrats the House and the Senate and the presidency, that all these big things can get accomplished. And, you know, we've seen stalemate, we've seen things been stymied. Why should folks believe you this time around?
Can you think of any other presidents done as much in 1 year? They would.
I'm asking you.
I'm serious. You guys talk about how nothing's happened. I don't think there's been much on any incoming president's plate that's been a bigger menu than the plate I have. I'm not complaining. Do that running in. And the fact of the matter is we got an awful lot done. An awful lot. And there's more to get to. But look, let me ask you a question. No. Anyway. Thank you.
Yes.
Be careful, don't get hurt.
No, I'm going to take care. Mr. President, thank you. Sebastian Smith from AFP. Another question on Ukraine. Ukraine borders 4 NATO member countries. How concerned are you concerned that a real conflagration in Ukraine, if the Russians really go in there, that it could suck in NATO countries that are on the border, and you end up with an actual NATO-Russia confrontation of some kind? And secondly, are you entertaining the thought of a summit with Vladimir Putin as a way to perhaps try and put this whole thing to bed, address their concerns, and negotiate a way out of it?
The last question, yes. We talked about whether or not we would speak to 3 meetings we talked about, and we talked about when we go from there to the presidency to go to the summit. We talked about the summit as being before the Ukraine item came up in terms of strategic doctrine and what the strategic relationship would be. So I still think that is a possibility, number one. Number two, I am very concerned. I'm very concerned that this could end up being, look, the only war that's worse than one that's intense is one that's obvious. And what I'm concerned about is this could get out of hand. Very easily get out of hand because of what you said, the borders of the Ukraine and what Russia may or may not do. I am hoping that Vladimir Putin understands that he is short of a full-blown nuclear war. He's not in a very good position to dominate the world. And so I don't think he thinks it. But it is a concern. And that's why we have to be very careful about how we move forward. To make it clear to him that there are prices to pay that could in fact cost the country an awful lot. But of course you have to be concerned. We have, nuclear power invade. If he invades, we have to see those conflicts things happen in the world in terms of war and peace and war. Yes.
Nearly 2 years have passed since the beginning of the global coronavirus outbreak, and you again today acknowledge that Americans are frustrated and they're tired. Based on your conversations with your health advisors, what type of restrictions do you imagine being on Americans this time next year, and what does the new normal look like for social gatherings and travel to you?
Well, the answer is, I hope the new normal will be that we don't still have 30-some million people not vaccinated. I hope the new normal is people have seen in their own interest and have taken advantage of what we have available. Number two, it's a pill that appears to be as efficacious as it seems to be, that we're going to be able to deal with this virus in a way that, in fact, you have the ability to make sure you don't get very sick. Number three, I would hope that what happens is the rest of the world does what I'm doing and provides significant amounts of vaccine to the rest of the world, because it's not sufficient if we just have this country not have the virus or be able to control the virus, but that we can't pull the wall high enough to keep the new variant in. So it requires one of the things that I want to do, and we're contemplating figuring out how to do it. We are contemplating how to get done, and that is how do we move in a direction where the world itself is vaccinated. It's not enough just to vaccinate 340 million, fully vaccinate 340 million people in the United States. That's not enough. It's not enough to do it. We have to do it, and we have to do a lot more than we're doing now. And that's why we have continued to keep the commitment of providing vaccines and available cures for the rest of the world.
If I could, sir, and I should have said this before, Francesca Chambers McClatchy, how do you plan to win back moderates and independents who cast a ballot for you in 2020, but polls indicate are unhappy with the way you're doing your job now?
I don't believe it. Well, watch this go down.
Thank you, Mr. President. To follow up with some of the questions about the vaccination program, you've given dozens of speeches this year urging Americans to get vaccinated. You've talked to reluctant Republicans. You've said it's people's patriotic duty. There have been very few mentions of the fact that young children under the age of 5, still in the third year of this pandemic in this country, don't have access to the vaccine. Can you speak to frustrated parents a little bit about why that continues to be the case and when that might change?
Because the science hasn't reached the point that convinced that, in fact, it is safe. And that's what they're doing now. You could have asked me that. I got asked that question about 3 months ago about people between the ages of 7 and 12. Well, finally they've got to the point where they felt secure in the number of tests they had done and the tests they had run that it was safe. So it will come. It will come. But I'm not a scientist. I can't tell you when. But it is really very important that we get that next piece.
One more follow-up on Build Back Better. When you said it's going to likely be broken up into chunks, you mentioned that the climate pieces seem to have broad support. You mentioned Senator Manchin as a supporter of early child care. You left out the child tax credit, and I wonder if it's fair to read between the lines and assume that that is a piece, given Senator Manchin's opposition to it, that the extension of that is likely one of those components that may have to wait until sometime.
Two really big components that I feel strongly about that I'm not sure I can get in the package. One is the child care tax credit. The other is help for cost of community colleges. They are massive things that I've run on, I care a great deal about, and I'm going to keep coming back at it whenever floor I get to be able to try to get chunks of all of it. Yes, sir. Next man, next.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Pedro Rojas. I'm with Univision National News. This is actually my first press conference here. It's good to meet you in person.
We always have more press conferences.
Awesome. I got a couple of questions for you. Number one, you said that you want to convey your message by getting out there in the country. I wonder if you're planning on traveling also to South America and other countries in the Western Hemisphere, given the fact that China has gained a lot of influence in the region. And the second question is, what will be your message for residents in this country that are struggling every time they go to the gas station, every time they go to the grocery store and see the prices going high, and the pharmacies? I happen to come from South Texas, but I saw a lot of people struggling financially in the last few months, and so I wonder what is the message you want to spread to them?
Well, I try to express that. I'm trying to answer that several ways today about how to deal with inflation. But let me answer the first question. I spent a lot of time in Latin America. When I was vice president, I spent the bulk of my 8 years basically in Europe and or in Latin America. I'm in contact with the leaders of the countries in South America and working closely with making sure that we do everything, for example, with the to deal with helping countries in question, particularly those in Central America, to be able to help them with their ability to deal with the people don't sit around in Guatemala. I got a great idea. Let's do everything we have, give the money to a coyote, take us across a terribly dangerous trip up through Central America and up through Mexico, and drop us, sneak us across the border, drop us in the desert. Won't that be fun? People leave because they have real problems. One of the things I've done when I was vice president, got support with, although I don't have much public support anymore, to provide billions of dollars to be able to say to those countries, why are people leaving and how are you going to reform your own system? And that's what we've worked on a long time. It still needs a lot more work, and we're focused on it. I also believe I spend a lot of time talking about and doing policy having been in Europe, which is a little more than a dictator right now, and same thing in Chile and not the same thing, Chile as well as Argentina. So look, I made a speech a while ago when I was vice president, saying that if we were smart, we have an opportunity to make the Western Hemisphere a democratic hemisphere. And we were moving in the right direction under the last administration, the Obama-Biden administration. But so much damage was done, consequence of foreign policy decisions the last president made in Latin America, Central America, and South America, that we now have what I call for some of the democracy. I call that a number of nations showed up for this summit of democracy. What is it that's going to allow us to generate? We've actually had a reduction in the number of democracies in the world. And it seems to me there's nothing more important. We used to talk about, when I was a kid in college, about America's backyard. Not America's backyard. Everything south of the Mexican border is American. And we're equal people. We don't dictate what happens in any other part of the country or the South American country. We have to work very hard on it. But the trouble is we're having great difficulty making up for the mistakes we made the last 4 years. And it's going to take some time. Yes, gentleman in the back. And then I'll go to this side, okay?
Thank you, Mr. President. Alexander Nazarian, Yahoo News. And thank you for holding this press conference. I hope there's more of them.
Anytime you have extra 3 hours, what do you do?
We'll stay for a couple more. You said you were surprised by Republican obstruction of your agenda, but didn't the GOP take exactly the same tactic when you were vice president to Barack Obama? So why did you think they would treat you any differently than they treated him? First of all, Mark, really.
All right, the president is about 5 minutes left that we're not going to get to because we took a break at the top of the final hour of the program today. This is the longest, most painful interview I've ever seen or press conference in my life. It is beyond humiliating. It is embarrassing. I don't even want my mind to go where world leaders are watching this and what they're thinking about this. And there's so many details that I will deal with. James Rosen's questions about, majority don't think you're mentally fit. Why do people feel this way? Just watch the press conference and listen to it. And it got cognitively worse as it went on throughout the 2 hours. We'll have full coverage tonight, 9 Eastern on Hannity. Full coverage here tomorrow. Thank you for being with us. And wow, we have a lot to talk about.
When you take the time to really get to know your body, you find that the root causes of its aches and pains are usually simple. The older we get, the more exercise we undertake, and the more injuries we sustain, the more inflammation our body suffers from. It's so simple. And my answer to that pain is Relief Factor, which I discovered years ago and take every single day to great effect. It helps the body to fight off inflammation, and I've never found anything that works better in my life. I can't recommend it enough. 70% of the more than 500,000 people who have tried Relief Factor end up ordering more. That's because it works for them the way it works for me. Isn't it time for you to get out of pain? Your first step to becoming pain-free should be to order the 3-week quick start for the discounted price of only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to find out more about this offer. Feel the difference. Relieffactor.com.
Streamline.
Spread it.
Anytime.
Tell everybody.
Anywhere.
Really crystal clear.
Download the iHeartRadio app. Search WJAS.
Remember when those quarters came out depicting different states? Did you keep them from your home state or a state that held a special memory? They're just quarters, but a quarter can be significant when it's a quarter of your retirement savings. Do you want to pay 25% or more in taxes during your retirement? Beth Andrews and her team at Net Worth Advisors can create a retirement plan to help address taxes in retirement. Beth and her team have been helping families plan for retirement for more than 20 years. They have strategies to help you keep as much of your money as possible. Call Beth Andrews and the Net Worth Advisors team now at 800-426-1428 to schedule a visit. A quarter saved is a quarter earned. Call 800-426-1428 now. That's 800-426-1428. Firm offers insurance services and may not give tax advice. Investment advisory services offered only by duly registered individuals through AE Wealth Management, LLC.
WJAS AM Pittsburgh. Listen live on iHeartRadio. The talk of Pittsburgh. 1320 WJAS.
This is a Fox News alert. Russia will be held accountable. I'm Lisa Vatera. Those words from President Biden in a news conference in the White House, which covered a number of topics, including the Russian forces gathered near the border with Ukraine.
They actually do what they're capable of doing, push them back on the border. It is going to be a disaster for Russia if they further invade Ukraine, and that our allies and partners are ready to impose severe costs and significant harm on Russia and the Russian economy.
The president said his guess is that Putin will move in, but also said he doesn't believe Putin wants a full-blown war with Ukraine. On battling COVID, the president was firm again, saying he wants schools to stay open.
He made sure that we had the ability to provide the funding through the Recovery Act, through the first act we passed, to be able to make sure schools were able to be safe.
Earlier this month, Chicago schools were shut down for 5 days over dispute about COVID protocol. West Virginia Democrat Senator Joe Manchin again saying he's opposed to making changes to the filibuster, saying his fellow Democrats argue changing the filibuster would be restoring the Senate to its original purpose. Money says,
my friends, that is simply not true.
Adding the filibuster act to the check on the executive branch, Manchin's opposition means the passage of the voting rights bill is unlikely.
2 Marines are dead, several others critically hurt after their truck crashed in Onslow County, North Carolina. The military vehicles from Camp Lejeune. A new study comparing COVID protection from getting the virus or getting a vaccine finds getting vaccinated is still the best way to keep from getting sick. Wall Street, the major indexes all setting new lows for the year. The Dow lost 339 points, the Nasdaq off 166, the S&P minus 44. America is listening to Fox News.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation broke ground on its Dewdrip Village in Land O'Lakes, Florida. It's the first of its kind, a community of 110 homes for the foundation's program recipients. So together, families can heal. A special place where families know that their neighbors understand and care. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
When you order your Walgreens prescriptions with same-day delivery, it's possible you'll experience some side effects. The side effects may include joy, that you won't run out of your pills, and disbelief that that's how crazy fast the delivery came right to your door. Get your same-day prescription refill today on the Walgreens app. To use same-day ARC delivery or once you get and say delivery, you must deactivate the prescription tab for review repairs and option of words before that close cut off time for the day. Certain health plans do not cover participating same-day ARC delivery. Check with your health plan for further details in School, California.
St. Barnabas Health System thanks you for listening to the Talk of Pittsburgh. 1320 WJAS.
This news is brought to you by the St. Charles and Melvin Center. Call me at 1-800-900-PIN. Lose that extra weight now.
44 degrees in Pittsburgh and Netherlands. News update on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. There's an update from Pittsburgh police now. The authorities say a student was shot outside Oliver City Academy this afternoon in Marshall Shadeland. Police said in the past hours that the 15-year-old male victim of the shooting died at the hospital. Initially, the victim was reported to be in critical condition, but now authorities say the victim is dead. The shooting took place during the dismissal of the school this afternoon. Authorities say 2 people went up to the school van and shot into the van. Police say only the student and a driver were in the van when the shooting happened. Police are now searching for 2 suspects. If you have information that could help investigators, you're asked to call 412-323-7800. School officials say that Oliver Citywide Academy will have remote learning until Monday. A man was reportedly shot this morning in Pittsburgh. It happened near the 400 block of Broadway Avenue. He found the victim with several gunshot wounds. Taken to the hospital in critical condition. Students at Ambridge Area High School and Average Middle School will have remote learning for 1 week. The change was announced this morning because of an increase in COVID-19 cases. In sports news, head coach Mike Tomlin says he's moving forward the assumption that Ben Roethlisberger will not play next year and that all options are on the table to replace the starting quarterback. Tomlin also said he's looking forward to the challenge of replacing Roethlisberger. He doesn't care if the replacement comes from free agency or trade or the 2022 NFL Draft. Penguins back on home ice tomorrow. Pittsburgh is set to host the Ottawa Senators. The NHL planning to stop COVID testing for asymptomatic players and staff members following the All-Star break. NHL will still test all players and staff before international travel between the U.S. and Canada. According to data, 73% of the league has tested positive for COVID this season. This report is sponsored by the Ad Council. OK Dad, stop through the Cabbage Patch, the Running Man, or something more contemporary, the Floss, Dance Like a Dad. Or fatherhood.gov, sponsored by the Ad Council. Netherlands, on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
For over 70 years, Farrah's Automotive, Main Street, Sharpsburg, has been treating Pittsburghers like family. With competitive prices and the best in quality automotive repairs. Just off the Sharpsburg exit of Route 28, you'll soon find out why Swiss drive from everywhere to have their cars worked on at Farrah's Automotive. Farrah's Automotive.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather.
Heavy on Parkway East, inbound from Grand Street into the 14th Bridge, outbound flowing from Oakland to the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, 65 outbound, sluggish Echo Street to the Keys Rock Bridge. Brandon Joseph, Total Traffic.
On and off rain and snow showers tonight with a low of 18. Partial sunshine tomorrow with a high of 24. Plenty of sunshine on Friday with a high of 20 and mostly clear skies Saturday with a high of 25. Live from the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
The Talk of Pittsburgh is available on iHeart. Search WJAS on the iHeartRadio app or iHeartRadio.com.
Deep in the bowels of a hidden bunker, somewhere under the brick and steel of a nondescript building, we've once again made contact with our leader, Mike Levin.
Hey, Chris, it's a great honor to have with us President Donald Trump. President Trump, how are you, sir?
Hello, Mark. How are you?
I'm doing great, President Trump. Good. I imagine you saw most of this press conference.
Well, I did.
And Joe Biden said he's had enormous progress during his presidency. I don't see it that way. Do you?
Well, progress in destroying our country, yes. I think that's been tremendous. He also said something that I assume was a mistake, but he said he expects Putin to go in. He said, I expect him to go into Ukraine. And I thought that was a very unusual answer. I don't know if he knew what he was saying, because he said that as part of another question, and he was a little confused because he tried to correct something. But that was a strange answer. No, I've watched him. I said it. Hey, I'd like him to do well. You want to know the truth thing about politics? I'd love him to do well. I'd love him to be representing our country. I think it's the lowest our country's ever been. I believe that what happened in Afghanistan, the way we got it out, I got it down to 2,000 soldiers. I was the one that did that. That was the heavy lift. But the way we were to get out with dignity and strength and keep Bagram, and because of China, because it's 1 hour from the nuclear weapons plant. But the way we got out was, I think, the lowest point in the history of our country. And you look with the $85 billion worth of equipment. 85 billion, nobody even knows what that means, Mark. It means 700,000 machine guns. It means 70,000 trucks. 70,000. There's no company in the country that has 70,000 cars, trucks, and these are seriously expensive things. The whole thing was just so horrible. But